Chapter 1, Transmigrating into a Noble Family, Awakening Abilities Returned. I can't believe I shot so accurately. Akaso looked at his hands in surprise. 10 consecutive hits. Exclamations of surprise also came from the sidelines of the training ground. Amazing. Although spearmen are the epitome of a man's romance, archers are the perfect match for you, Akaso. Young master, you have a very good eye for people. Young master, could you also help me assess my aptitude? In the center of the crowd, a boy dressed as a nobleman, who looked about 16 or 17 years old, said with a smile, "You'd be better suited to raising pigs." Jonas Rikin smiled as he looked at the bewildered man before him. He is a time traveler. In her previous life, she died suddenly from work, but unexpectedly, she was transported to this world of swords and magic. He transmigrated with a system. It is called the Ability Return System. You can choose to bind yourself to one person. As long as this person makes an effort, their abilities will improve. You will receive a certain multiple of the amount returned to you. The amount returned depends on how loyal one is to oneself. Through this system, he can see other people's qualifications and preferences. For example, the guard spearman in front of him actually has a very high archer aptitude. If you bind yourself to him, and he uses your talent in archery to improve his archery skills, you will receive several times the amount of archery skills in return. Become a true archery master without lifting a finger. Simply put, the higher the natural talent of the person being bound, the harder they need to train. He became stronger. Now, he only has one spot available, so he needs to find a true genius. Akaso, who was standing next to him, put away his bow and arrows and said, "Young Master Jonas, you can tell people's talents. We should use this capability to build our own army. The Empire is in complete chaos right now." Jonas Rikin, sitting in his chair, waved his hand and said, "No rush. Originally, I transmigrated into the body of this nobleman. Compared to the 996 work schedule of my previous life, this is incredibly blissful. Maids served them when they ate and dressed. The father ruled over a small territory with a population of several thousand. However, through analysis, he discovered. In fact, his future is not bright at all. The empire they lived in was plagued by long-standing political corruption. This led to uprisings and rebellions in various regions. The rebel army includes powerful mages, swordsmen, and assassins. Despite these dangerous risks, the empire turned a blind eye, focusing instead on strengthening its autonomy. As a result, small-scale wars are constantly taking place. Jonas predicted that a large-scale war that would overthrow the empire would soon break out. As a nobleman, he would inevitably be the first to be affected if a large-scale war broke out. He might get killed by an assassin any day. So, in order to save his own life, he must have his own army and strengthen his own power. Fortunately, he has a system. As long as he discovers talented people now and gains their loyalty, he will have the opportunity to become king and emperor in future wars, and at the same time become the #1 person in the world in terms of military strength. Hearing that the young master said there was no rush, Akaso nodded and said, "Young master is right, with the young lady and the city lord here. You can rest easy." Jonas Rikin paused to think when talking about his father and sister. Before crossing over. Jonas is undeniably a good-for-nothing. He has not awakened any talent in any area, and his strategic thinking is also quite poor. Besides eating, drinking, and having fun, there's also going to pubs to find those girls who dance. The arranged marriage with a nobleman was ridiculed by countless people, to the point that her father didn't even approve of her. Now, due to the relatively corrupt rule of the empire. Recently, many rebel armies have also emerged around the territories they rule. His own father, Hordu Regan, led a large number of troops to quell the rebellion, demonstrating the authority of the Regan family. She brought her only sister along, making her the commander of the first echelon, but she didn't bring herself along. That's enough to show how disappointed he is in himself. Speaking of her older sister, Slinda. Compared to the original owner, it is immeasurably more powerful. Not only was he an exceptional swordsman, but he also displayed great talent in strategy. He gained immense power in the military, presumably because Hall was grooming him to be the heir to the territory. Although he appears to be living a glamorous life as the only son. But compared to his sister, he had nothing except for the guard Akaso beside him. The most urgent task is to find a genius with whom one can be bound. At the same time, incorporate them into our own operations to enhance our strength. Thinking of this, Jonas Rikin said, "Akaso, come with me to the slave market tomorrow." Chapter 2's Rank Swordsmanship Talent, the white-haired girl Olivina. The next day, the scorching sun beat down on the slave market, the ground was scorching hot, and the air was filled with a mixture of the smells of livestock and sweat. Young Master Jonas, these are the latest batch of slaves. Please take a closer look. A slightly overweight slave trader, all smiles, fawned over his well-maintained hands. Young Master Jonas is known for his generosity. If he can facilitate this deal, he will reap a substantial reward. Look, this is Nyo Yuen Marun, born with superhuman strength. He can work tirelessly all day without rest after eating just a little bit of food. As the merchant spoke, he nudged the burly man beside him with his leather whip. The man stood there blankly, his eyes vacant. And this orc catwoman, look at her tail, it's incredibly soft, and the way it sways has a unique charm. The businessman continued his introduction, but Jonas frowned. Although the slaves in front of him were all of decent appearance, none of them caught his eye. These slaves were not even as good as Akaso beside him in terms of their overall ranking. Afterwards, Jonas took Akaso through the entire slave market and the bustling market next door, but they still couldn't find the genius he was looking for. Thinking about it carefully, it makes perfect sense. Those true geniuses will show their talent in childhood and be introduced to noble families for careful cultivation at an early age. They would never be reduced to waiting here for him to discover them. Seeing that his young master had not found a satisfactory person for a long time, Akaso couldn't help but suggest, "Young master, why don't we go and take a look at the territory next door? After all, we are just a small territory with a few thousand people, and the number of slaves is not large to begin with." Jonas was about to nod in agreement. Suddenly, a loud commotion echoed through the street. A dark gray figure rushed out from the street corner and ran past Jonas. She was very fast, and many shelves were knocked over and tilted. In the chaos, the man's black cloth hat was hooked off the shelf, instantly exposing his snow-white hair to the sunlight, which shone brightly. Despite the grime covering her face, her beauty remained undeniable. With a few thuds, even though he stumbled after hitting the shelves, the man didn't slow down at all and continued running wildly towards the other end of the street. Damn it, the damned Qian Baijue is stealing the black poison medicine again. All of you, get up here. She's dead this time. A furious voice rang out. A group of people wielding sticks chased after them. As they chased, they hurled the sticks they held at the thin figure. The stick struck her heavily, almost causing her to fall to the ground. Seeing this, Akaso shook his head slightly and said, TSK, as expected of Qian Beiju people, they only know how to do such petty theft. In the Empire, the 1,000 white jade people have always been regarded as an ominous symbol. Their fur is pure white from head to toe, and they go into a state of rage and madness on the night of the full moon. As a result, they are driven out by people from all over the world and are mostly sold as the lowest of slaves. Just as Akaso was sighing, Jonas exclaimed excitedly, "You catch up with that person. You must protect that Qian Baijue." "Oh? That's... Stop talking nonsense and go now. If anything happens to this person, you can forget about getting any gold coins this month." Yes. Hearing that he might lose all his gold coins, Akaso dared not delay any longer and took off running in the direction the man had fled. Jonas immediately followed behind. No wonder he was so happy. How could he not be excited when such a genius finally emerged? Olivina. Race, 1,000 white jade people. Swordsmanship aptitude, S. Strategic aptitude, A. Culinary skills qualification, B. Realm level, not yet entered. Hobbies, food. This talent panel is absolutely top-notch. You should know that under the careful training of their father, his older sister is already a well-known swordsmanship genius, but her swordsmanship aptitude is only B level. This person used to have an S-level swordsmanship aptitude. If Jonas could recruit this Qian Baijue person under his command and repay her with his abilities, he believed he could soon surpass his sister and even become the most powerful swordsman. Thinking of this, Jonas became even more excited, and his steps became even more hurried. As for the ominous symbolism? There was no ominous sign at all. It was the starting point of his rise. On the other side, the white-haired girl Olivina panicked and got stuck in a narrow, dark alley. Her chest heaved violently, and her eyes were full of vigilance. Ahead, a group of thugs, wielding clubs and with ferocious expressions, slowly approached. Behind them, the pharmacy owner, panting heavily, squeezed his way out of the crowd. "Finally caught you, you little mouse. You despicable race, how dare you steal my precious medicine? Tell me quickly, where did you hide the medicine you stole the last few times?" The pharmacy owner glared fiercely at Olivina. Olivina bit her lower lip and didn't say a word. She quickly stuffed the medicine in her arms into her clothes, then slowly bent down, picked up a wooden stick from her feet, held it tightly in both hands, and held it horizontally in front of her chest. Damn it, she's trying to resist. Get her and pin her down. Upon hearing this, a group of people rushed forward. Olivina wielded the wooden stick in her hand with remarkable dexterity. The two men at the front were caught off guard and were hit by the wooden sticks one after the other, retreating in pain. However, being physically weak and outnumbered, he was quickly pinned to the ground. Olivina struggled desperately, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't break free from the grip of these strong adults. At the same time, the pharmacy owner snatched the medicine from her arms. The pharmacy owner, holding the medicine, glared fiercely at Olivina. Where exactly did they hide the medicine from before? The girl pursed her lips, remained silent, closed her eyes, and looked resigned to her fate. You won't talk, huh? Then your sister won't be living today either. Do you really think I can't find your place in this small town? When the time comes, I'll strip you two little mice naked and throw you out into the street. The girl's eyes widened suddenly as she looked at the boss in front of her. You bastard. She struggled again in agitation, but how could her frail body possibly withstand so many strong, adult men? I'm asking you one last time, where's the medicine? I used. Used? Wait, you used it on your sister? You used such expensive medicine on that despicable little brat? Damn it! Kill her, strip her naked, and throw her into the street. Previously, Olivina had brought her sister to the pharmacy because of her sister's illness. Just as the thugs raised their clubs, ready to strike, Akaso arrived just in time. Etc. What's wrong? The pharmacy owner turned around unhappily, but when he saw the uniform that represented a noble guard on Akaso's body, his expression instantly changed from anger to flattery, and his face was full of ingratiating smiles. Sir, what's wrong? Leave this person to me, my young master wants him. Your young master? Young Master Jonas. Ah? It's actually young Master Jonas? We definitely have to give the adult's face. But this Chien Baiju has stole several doses of medicine to treat the black poison disease, you see. No sooner had he finished speaking than Jonas walked up from behind. He casually took out a gold coin, flicked it lightly with his thumb and forefinger, and the coin drew a beautiful arc in the air before landing steadily in the pharmacy owner's hand. You can leave now. Upon receiving the gold coins, the pharmacy owner's face instantly lit up with a broad smile. All right, Mr. Jonas. For him, exchanging a Chien Baiju person, who was even lower than a slave, for a gold coin was like a windfall. It should be noted that even the most capable slave, Nyo Yuenma, was worth no more than a single gold coin. As he left, the pharmacy owner thought of the black poison disease and felt a little worried. He couldn't help but whisper. Young Master Jonas, the younger sister of the 1,000 White Jade Man, has contracted the black poison disease. You must be careful. Be careful not to get infected. This disease is very difficult to treat. He glanced at Olivina and thought to himself that this beautiful woman was indeed stunning, and that Jonas's purpose in buying her was self-evident. However, if the city lord's son contracts the black poison disease because of this, then he himself will be in danger. So he had to offer a few words of advice. Jonas, got it. Get lost. Okay. The pharmacy owner, with a forced smile, hurriedly left the alley with his thugs. Soon, only Jonas, Akaso, and Olivina remained in the alley. Olivina furtively glanced around warily, looking for an opportunity to escape. In her mind, reality doesn't have the idyllic story of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress found in folktales. The nobles who saved me were probably just looking to make me their plaything. She and her sister had once escaped from the nobility, and they knew all too well the ugly faces and cruel tastes of these nobles, not to mention that the person in front of them was the notoriously bad Jonas. Jonas looked at Olivina, who was full of vigilance. Loyalty, 20%. Jonas? No, saving people yourself can even result in negative numbers? What do negative numbers indicate? This means that the other party will not only not be loyal, but may even betray you. Loyalty is related to the ability to return rewards. If you bind yourself to the other party might not even return the ability. He originally intended to directly invite the other side to become his retainers. The words that were on the tip of his tongue turned out to be, I know what you want. You don't want your sister to suffer anymore, do you? Each profession's realm: common, bluestone, black iron, bronze, frost silver, molten gold, star pattern, jade, void diamond, holy mark, apocalypse, immortal, return to nothingness. Chapter 3. Take it with you, and then offer your loyalty. Upon hearing this, the girl opposite him immediately tensed up. She suppressed her voice, her eyes wide as she exclaimed, "What did you say? Have my sister and I just escaped the tiger's den only to fall into the wolf's mouth?" Loyalty, 30%. Jonas paused for a moment, then muttered to himself, "Black poison disease." As the symptoms worsen, the body gradually weakens, muscles atrophy, and even ulcerate. Expensive medicines and the aid of light magic are needed for long-term treatment. Even nobles avoid this disease altogether. After saying that, Jonas approached, squatted down in front of Olivina, and said, "It must be incredibly devastating for a young girl to suffer from such a disease." Olivina glared at the person in front of her and said, "What do you want to do to her?" Jonas's character is well known. If someone is targeted by him, the consequences are predictable. With that thought in mind, Olivina secretly reached for the stick at her feet. Jonas slowly began to speak, "It's not that I want to do anything to her. Even if I do nothing, your sister will still meet a tragic end. Without money for treatment, contracting narcotics is comparable to the most excruciating torture in the world." Upon hearing this, the girl's breath caught in her throat. Their eyes were filled with anger. It's understandable that she felt angry when someone ruthlessly hit her sore spot. But anger was followed by despair, and what could she do? "Don't look at me like that. I'm not the one who caused all this. In fact, I just saved you, didn't I? Otherwise, your sister would only suffer more if she fell into the hands of these businessmen." "Oriana, how much longer are you going to deceive yourself? You don't actually think these few doses of medicine will save your sister, do you?" After he finished speaking, there was a long silence in the room. Olivina pursed her lips, a sense of powerlessness welling up inside her. Yes. Even if they do nothing, what good can come of them in this state? Besides, they just saved her. Loyalty, 0%. Seeing the sudden increase in loyalty, Jonas couldn't help but smile. Changing one's mindset is very important. Otherwise, without loyalty, if you bring back a traitor, then you're doomed. After a long silence, Olivina finally spoke, "What do you want to do?" She knew that the other party was the Lord's only son and would likely inherit this territory. Compared to someone like himself, a mere mortal, Jonas was from a completely different world. She felt she didn't have anything she needed to deal with it. But if the other party is after your body, why bother explaining so much when you could just knock him out and take him back? While she was thinking, Jonas suddenly said, "I can save your sister." As soon as Jonas finished speaking, the girl opposite him was taken aback. "Huh? What did you say? Etc. You're just a nobleman from a small territory. Where did you find a magician to save my sister? You don't need to worry about that, but at least in this area, I am one of the most qualified people to say this. Moreover, at least I can keep your sister's condition from worsening." Olivina clenched her fist. She knew that the medicine for black poisoning was extremely expensive. "Are you willing to use medicine for a Chien Baijue person?" "Of course. But it all depends on you." "It depends on me? What exactly do you want me to do?" She knew very well that these nobles would never do a losing deal. If they wanted to save her sister's life, they would have to give up her own, or even worse. A sense of unease began to rise within her. But when she thought of her younger sister, who was suffering from illness, she became more determined. This seems to be her only chance to save her sister. Looking at the girl in front of him, Jonas curled the corners of his mouth into a smile. Then he took out a collar that shimmered with a faint silver light from behind his back. Olivina looked at the collar with unease. This is a magical collar used by nobles to control their slaves. Wearing it, I can control your life and death." With that, he raised the wristband on his hand and pointed to Olivina's neck in front of him. "I'm telling you to take it with you, and then offer your loyalty." Looking at the magic collar in front of her, Olivina pursed her lips. She knew it. "I can't." Before he could finish speaking, Jonas interrupted him and held up 3 fingers. "I didn't negotiate terms with you, I just let you make a choice. You only get one chance. I won't help you next time. 3, 2. I'll wear it," Olivina said through gritted teeth. She felt lost and ashamed after saying those words. In a sense, she gave up her dignity and freedom. But how can people like them talk about dignity and freedom? Olivina stood there, stunned. Jonas didn't say much, but walked directly behind her, his slender fingers going through her white hair, and finally put the choker on her. A click sound. Feeling uneasy about the strange sensation, Olivina let out a soft groan. A flood of emotions welled up inside me: resentment, anger, disappointment. There were even some strange and shameful things. She said, "Is this okay?" Jonas waved his hand and said, "Of course not. I'm having you wear this magic collar just to prevent you from escaping or harming me. What else do you want?" "Not only that, Miss Olivina, you seem to have forgotten something I said. From now on, I will need your loyalty. Our future is bright." After saying that, Jonas stood up, extended his right hand, and made an extremely gentlemanly gesture, as if to help Olivina up. Loyalty, 10%. Return ability multiplier, 2x. When one's fate is in the hands of another, loyalty naturally increases. First, strike hard, then offer empty promises. This is a common tactic of capital. And judging from the system, it seems to be working well. Olivina stared blankly at the person in front of her. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. "Do you want to offer yourself loyalty?" The collar around my neck brought a slight restriction, but also a sense of pressure. She knew that this wicked nobleman was trying to force her to take a stand. This is to make her absolutely obedient. Immediately, the feeling of humiliation intensified, and her neck turned red all the way to her ears. But what good would disobeying do? Was he supposed to remain a rat in the street even after his sister died there? She looked at the hand outstretched in front of her, which shone with a faint light. To offer loyalty? As if guided by some unseen force, she slightly raised her head and gently licked her palm. Slip away. Chapter 4, Loyalty increases, Olivina is willing. Jonas turned around. The soft sensation made him instinctively pull his hand back. Holy crap! Is this how you play it? He quickly realized that the other party had misunderstood, but this was actually a good sign. Loyalty, well, that's a pretty broad term. He casually patted Olivina's head and said, "Let's go, take me to see your sister." To achieve a high return on ability points, you need to have a high level of loyalty. Clearly, to increase loyalty, one must start with Olivina's sister. Kneeling on the ground, Oriana blushed as she inexplicably licked Jonas's palm. This was the first time in her life she had done something so shameful. Seeing Jonas turn around, she breathed a long sigh of relief, realizing she hadn't made a mistake. Things have come to this point. Olivina had no choice but to pin her hopes on Jonas. She knew she had no leverage to negotiate. "I hope you won't break your promise." On the road. Following behind Jonas, Kaso couldn't help but whisper, "Young master, are you really going to bring Qian Baijue under your command?" People from the Thousand White Jade clan were considered unlucky, and many nobles avoided them, which was an inherent form of discrimination. Yes. I'm afraid the Lord is not so willing. After all, he was bound to be furious that his son, whom he didn't have high hopes for, had brought back such an ominous slave. Jonas waved his hand, "Don't worry, I'll take care of the problem." Soon the group arrived at the place where Olivina and her sister Phil were. The two places they lived in were extremely poor, just a corner made of a few planks of wood. It's hard to imagine that anyone could live in this place. Akaso, standing nearby, instinctively covered his nose as he watched Jonas follow Olivina inside. He hesitated, as if he wanted to say something but then stopped. Finally, he took Jonas's hand and said, "Young master, be careful of this black poison. Although melanosis coli is transmitted through blood and bodily fluids, caution is still necessary. If the young master were to contract the black poison disease, my fate would surely be dire." Seeing Jonas like this, Olivina said, "Why don't you wait outside, or you can give me the medicine to suppress the black poison syndrome, and I'll go back with you." Jonas waved his hand, "It's all right, take her to my place. The doctors there will give your sister the best treatment." Akaso immediately said, "Young master, no. If the Lord finds out you brought back a Thousand White Jade person who even has the black poison disease, he..." "All right, that's enough. Go and carry the girl inside to my residence, and summon any physician and maid you may find." "Ha? I'll carry you on my back." "Akaso, you talk too much. Looks like you want to go back to the army." "Young master, I'll make it right away." As soon as he finished speaking, even though he resisted, Akaso immediately carried the unconscious girl on his back. Jonas glanced at Phil's head of white hair. She then picked up the thin blanket from the bed and covered Phil's head with it. Then, he took Olivina's hand and said, "Let's go." Ah. Oh. Olivina looked at everything Jonas had done, her eyes filled with complex emotions. She pursed her lips, staring blankly, letting Jonas lead her. Young Master Jonas doesn't seem to be the lecherous and obsessive-compulsive person he's rumored to be. On the contrary, he's quite gentle. Olivina whispered, "Thank you." From the time she and her sister were born and had memories, it seemed as if no one had ever treated them like this. They were like stray dogs on the roadside in winter, ignored by everyone. She never imagined that Jonas would be the first to help them. Bite. Loyalty, 15%. Ability return multiplier, triple. Seeing this increase in loyalty, Jonas couldn't help but smirk. The cultivation of S-level talents yields a threefold return. Wouldn't that be an instant leap forward? However, it's still necessary to gain more loyalty. He smiled and said, "Just remember what I said." Upon hearing this and seeing Jonas's smile, Olivina recalled her earlier actions and the collar around her neck, and her face flushed slightly. The group soon arrived at the street. The sunlight was blinding, and Olivina instinctively put on her dark gray hood. She didn't want Jonas to be embarrassed on the street because of her. Inside Regan Castle. The physician's residence. "Young Master Jonas, are you really going to treat this Chin Baiju man for the black poison disease?" the doctor asked with disgust. On the hospital bed, Phil, who was in a coma, frowned slightly. His genitals had shrunk a bit, and thin black blood vessels could be seen. "This black heart disease is already very serious. Jonas, don't say anything more, just get to the treatment." The city lord wouldn't. "I am my father's only son, and you don't even listen to me?" "I'm sorry, young master, I'll treat you right away." Everyone in the empire harbors a deep-seated prejudice against the Qian Beiju people, especially the nobles. Jonas was the first person in this place to be cured of the black poison by a nobleman. Olivina, watching this scene from outside the window, couldn't help but clench her fists. Compared to the environment I was in before, it's so much better now. If it weren't for young Master Jonas, given their status, my sister could never be in a hospital bed like this, with such treatment conditions. Olivina watched her sister undergo treatment in such an environment and bit her lower lip. She thought about it for a long time, but still didn't know what value she had to Jonas. But now, even if Jonas makes some outrageous request, she would do it willingly. Bite. Loyalty, 20%. Ability return multiplier, 4 times. Inside the room, Jonas's lips curled into a slight smile. 4 times. That's great. Chapter 5, Olivina, my lord, no, master, I will try my best. During treatment. A maid came in and said, "Young master, the food is ready." Upon hearing this, Jonas went outside, took Olivina's hand, and said, "Let's go eat. I've seen you've been hungry for a long time." He remembered that the system gave him Olivina's hobby was food. This could be used to boost loyalty. Olivina looked up slightly, "Huh? Me?" She was with Lord Jonas? Dining room. Beneath the enormous round table were rows of exquisite stools. The table was decorated with many exquisite utensils, reflecting the light and exuding an atmosphere of luxury. Olivina sat on the stool, dressed in coarse cloth, looking restless. Like a rat that has suddenly seen light in a sewer, it instinctively wants to shrink back. In such an environment, she was actually very scared. "Lord Jonas, should I leave this place first? Go out to eat." Oriana was about to stand up when Jonas pushed her back down. "Eat here, this is the treatment you deserve." Soon, the food was served. The butler and maids stood respectfully at the door. "Young master, please have your meal." The round table is very large. Jonas was surrounded by exquisite delicacies. But in front of Olivina was only a very ordinary bowl of bean soup. The Imperials harbor deep-seated prejudice against the 1,000 white jade people, believing they are only fit to eat these things. The fact that this white-haired girl was sitting here made the butler and maids frown. Olivina was already used to this. Even this simple bowl of bean soup whetted her appetite, and she swallowed a few times. She hadn't had such a decent meal in ages. "This is so much better than anything I've ever eaten before." Upon seeing this, Jonas frowned, pulled his chair over, and moved the food in front of him over as well. Damn it, they're just boosting their own loyalty. What are these people doing? Seeing the young master's actions, the butler said somewhat flusteredly, "Young master, with your noble status, how can she, a mere Qian Baiju, be worthy of you?" Jonas waved his hand impatiently, interrupting the butler, and said, Stop talking, she will be my retainer from now on. Serve them well. Don't let me see what just happened, Jonas said, waving his hand. Ha! The butler was speechless. How could their young master Jonas accept 1,000 white jutsu as a retainer? Are you kidding me? Putting aside Shin Baijue's lowly status, there's also the violent symptoms he exhibits every time the moon is full. They couldn't possibly serve as retainers. The butler immediately began to speak earnestly. Young master, this isn't appropriate. There's nothing wrong with it, I've already made my decision. As for my father, I will speak to him personally. The Lord will not agree. This is not your concern. Upon hearing this, the butler slowly withdrew, somewhat helpless. Looking at Oriana, he understood perfectly. It's likely that the young master sought out a Chen Baijue person as a retainer to satisfy his peculiar fetish. However, when the Lord returns after suppressing the rebellion, young master Jonas will likely receive a severe lesson. Jonas's actions stunned not only the butler and maids beside him, but even Oliver was somewhat at a loss. Why would the other party accept me as a retainer and treat me like this? This was the first time that Olivina, who had always been insulted and belittled, felt respected, and her gaze toward Jonas was filled with complex emotions. She couldn't understand why Jonas would treat her like this. There was clearly nothing about him that would make Jonas do this. Looking at the delicious food in front of her, Olivina opened her mouth, feeling as if she were dreaming. She subconsciously pinched her thigh, but the pain made her wince. Looking at the delicious food in front of her, Olivina desperately wanted to stuff it into her mouth, but she hesitated to move. Jonas, seeing Oliver's bewildered expression, assumed it was because there were too many people around. He clapped his hands and said, "You all get out. Young master, be careful that this 1,000 white immortal doesn't harm you. Go out." Okay. Soon, only Olivina and Jonas remained in the huge restaurant. Jonas said, "Eat." He looked at the stunned expression on Olivina's face and took a bite. "Are you afraid I'll poison you?" Olivina immediately shook her head, her dazed expression making her silvery white head look rather cute. "No. It's not." Jonas chuckled and then stuffed a piece of bread into her mouth. Upon tasting such deliciousness, Olivina's eyes lit up, and her silver white ahog cowlick stood up straight. This was absolutely the best thing she had ever eaten. Then, subconsciously, I started to gnaw on it in big bites. She wanted to reach out and grab it, but then she saw Jonas slowly and methodically eating with his knife and fork in front of her. She awkwardly followed suit, using a knife and fork to eat the food in front of her. Although clumsy, it is very fast. She had never eaten such delicious food before. It felt like she had arrived in heaven. Tears welled up in my eyes. As she ate, Olivina involuntarily slowed down. Looking at Jonas in front of him, his eyes were filled with tears. Why are you doing this to me? She and her sister were once like rats that died on the roadside and no one cared, so it's hard to imagine they would be treated this way now. And she got what she had always craved most, respect. The other party really treated him like a retainer. Loyalty, 30%. Ability enhancement bonus, 6 times. Jonas smiled warmly and took out a silk handkerchief to wipe away the girl's tears. He said, "To be honest, I only treated you this way because you have a very strong talent for swordsmanship. Later I will send you to the swordsmanship class in the military camp. I hope you can use your talents to become my best assistant. My father will be back in a month. If you fail to demonstrate your value, there's nothing I can do. You and your sister will soon be back to normal." Swordsmanship talent? Can I do it? Olivina said somewhat uncertainly. But when she heard that Jonas needed her, she felt relieved. She was terrified of being worthless and then being abandoned. Jonas laughed and said, "I believe in you, but don't you believe in yourself?" "My lord, no, master, I will try my best." Chapter 6, Bringing Shin Baijue to the military camp? She can barely even hold a sword properly. The next morning, Olivina was already waiting at Jonas's door. After Jonas opened the door, he looked at Oriana, who was still somewhat bewildered, and said, "How are you? Did you sleep well last night?" Oriana looks completely different now compared to yesterday. After being carefully washed by the maid, her long, white, flowing hair was smooth and glossy. The grime on his face was completely washed away, revealing a delicate face with a high, straight nose that made him look like a rich young lady. It's hard to imagine that Shin Baijue was like a beggar yesterday. She was still thin and frail, her slender body looking as if she could be pushed over at any moment, but her cheeks had regained some color compared to yesterday. Perhaps because it was the first time she had worn such clothes, she seemed a little lost. Jonas circled the girl in front of him. How is it? Does this outfit fit? The outfit Alabina is wearing now is the maid outfit that Jonas chose to suit his tastes. The modern maid outfits didn't exist in this world yet, but the basic shape of maids' uniforms was already taking shape. Jonas let the tailor cut the fabric according to his own preferences. The long skirt was shortened, the long sleeves were shortened, and a round neck and a bow were added. It was very easy to get a maid outfit. It looks pretty good so far. Alabina became somewhat uncomfortable under Jonas's scrutiny. Thank goodness, no, it's actually very good. Even now, Alabina still feels a little unreal. Yesterday, a group of maids rushed in. The people she usually admired were all busy undressing and bathing her, washing her from head to toe, even down to her fingernails. Then I changed into this outfit. She never expected that even changing clothes would be done with someone's help. What she didn't expect was that the clothes were so comfortable, soft, and clinging to her body, as if she couldn't feel any friction. It's so much better than that old coarse cloth. When she looked in the mirror, she even doubted whether the person in the mirror was herself. She fell asleep quickly last night. That was the softest bed Alabina had ever slept in, so much so that she fell asleep the moment she lay down. The next day, as soon as I opened my eyes, someone brought breakfast to my room. Bread, cheese, steak. These were all things that were once out of her reach. Feeling like it was all a dream, she ate until tears welled up in her eyes. The meat juices and black pepper melt in your mouth, the rich and savory flavors combined with the sweetness of the cheese, it's like a dream. If she had that kind of life, she would have the courage to do even the most dangerous things the young master asked her to do. Now she's afraid that she won't meet Jonas's requirements. If I don't have the talent the young master described, he'll be very disappointed, and he might even abandon me. I returned to that dilapidated, smelly corner. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but slightly tug at the hem of her skirt. Jonas smiled as he looked at Alabina in front of him. Wear this outfit in front of me from now on, I really like it. Alabina nodded, Let's go to the military camp. Soon, Jonas had Alabina change into a different outfit and then they arrived at the location of the swordsmanship class in the military camp. He was also holding an exquisite sword in his hand. There are still quite a few students training in the swordsmanship class. These are the future warriors of the territory, and the training is very rigorous. The best instructor here is called Ashur, who has a very creepy scar on his face. At this moment, he was holding a long wooden stick and tapping it on the trainees who were training on site. Hold your swords tight, all of you. If you can't even hold the sword firmly in your hand, how can you protect your future? Ashur was once his father's most skilled warrior, with unparalleled swordsmanship. Unfortunately, during a brutal war, he was ambushed in the thigh and ended up crippled. But even with his disability, his combat experience and superb swordsmanship still allow him to serve as an instructor and contribute to this territory. Day. As Jonas walked over, Ashur couldn't help but frown. He had always looked down on Jonas, a good-for-nothing. How could the Lord, who is so wise and powerful, have such a son? But after all, Jonas is the Lord's only son. Ashur stopped his cultivation, bowed, and said to Jonas in front of him, Young master, may I ask what brings you here? He was also a little confused. Logically speaking, given the young master's character, he should be in a tavern girl's bed right now, not in this sweaty military camp. Jonas pulled Alabina, who was following behind him, out and said directly, I hope she can join the swordsmanship class. Looking at the slender Qian Baijue in front of him, Ashur's face showed undisguised disgust. He said directly, Young master, I will not accept Qian Baijue as my student, especially since she is a woman. The training stopped, and the trainees nearby couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Why would the young master bring back a Qian Baijue person? Isn't this an ominous sign? And they even hope that this Qian Baijue will join the swordsmanship class? With a body like that, could she even wield a sword? You don't understand, young master Jonas is a womanizer, this is probably just his perverse taste. Who wouldn't want a swordswoman maid? One person lowered his voice, and to bring a Qian Baijue person, or even a woman who hasn't grown up yet, to the military camp, I guess only young master Jonas could do that. Although they were speaking very quietly, neither Jonas nor Alabina could hear them clearly. But Alabina could tell what they were discussing just by looking at their eyes and expressions. Under these gazes, she gritted her teeth, and her neck turned slightly red. Looking at the people in front of him, Jonas said calmly, "First of all, she is my retainer, and secondly, she is a 1,000 white jade person. I don't believe that a person's race can determine everything about them. Ability is what matters." The trainees were a little confused when they heard this. How could young Master Jonas have taken in a 1,000-year-old Baiju as a retainer? Won't this bring shame upon the Lord? Being willful doesn't have to be this willful. Upon hearing Jonas's words, Ashel couldn't help but laugh disdainfully. Ability? What abilities do you think such a thin and frail person like Qian Baijue could possess? Jonas stated directly, "She has swordsmanship talent that is no less than my sister's." Asher, stop joking, young master. She looks like she could barely hold a sword. Furthermore, I believe the Lord wouldn't want you to bring back someone like that. Please leave. Other servants might give their young master face, but Ashka wouldn't. He was always outspoken and looked down on Jonas, who was uneducated and incompetent. Chapter 7: The 10-Day Bet, the genius's abilities return. Upon hearing these words, Olivina clenched her fist, lowered her head slightly, and blushed. I have brought shame upon the young master. She felt ashamed. She hated being a Qian Baijue person. Why she was a woman, why she was so thin. She hated this feeling of powerlessness, just like when she was being held captive before. Just then, a hand patted his shoulder and pulled him behind him. Jonas patted the head of Olivina, who was looking a little dazed. Then, smiling, he said to Ashoka, "Ashoka, how about we make a bet? I won't gamble with you, and the Lord wouldn't want to see this happen either." Snap. Jonas took out the prepared sword from behind his back and placed it directly on the stone table in front of him. The stakes are this sword. The sword has a long, slender blade and a sharp, frosty edge. It immediately caught Asher's attention. He was once the most powerful swordsman here, and naturally had a fervent pursuit of fine swords. In his eyes, the sword in front of him was of superior quality. This sword is called Qing Xuan Clear Frost. After the original owner was born, his father, Holt, spent a lot of money to forge a sword for him. It was the original owner's birthday gift. Hall hoped that Jonas would become a great swordsman like himself in the future. Unfortunately, Jonas's subsequent performance was truly disappointing, and the sword ended up sitting in his room. Upon seeing the sword, Asher's eyes widened, and he instinctively asked, "What are we betting on?" Jonas laughed and said, "I'll bet she'll train with you guys for 10 days. If even one of these students in front of you can defeat her, then I'll admit defeat." Jonas had taken note of it. These trainees weren't very qualified, and they had only been training for a few months. With her top-tier S-class talent, Olivina could easily defeat these people after just 10 days of training. Jonas continued, "If I win, you teach her unconditionally for 3 months, treat her as a true disciple, and pass on all your technical experience to her. If I lose, this sword is yours." After listening to what Jonas said, Asher looked at him as if he were a fool. Then he glanced at the thin Olivina beside him. What's the difference between this bet and giving him this sword? How could a Qian Baijue, who was so thin and seemed to lack any courage, defeat these students who had been training for several months? How is that possible? For a moment, Asher thought Jonas had lost his mind because of the tavern girl, otherwise why would he say such a thing? The trainees behind them instinctively wanted to laugh when they heard this, but they didn't laugh because they remembered that it was young Master Jonas in front of them. Without much hesitation, Asher immediately said, "All right. I accept your bet. I hope you won't go back on your word. The Regine family never breaks contracts. I will be here to observe for the next 10 days, and I hope you will not discriminate against me. Don't worry. I, Asher, would never stoop to such a thing. Besides, even if I taught her everything I knew, she still couldn't defeat my students. I have confidence in them. All right, then we'll wait and see." Seeing Jonas's confident demeanor, Olivina tugged at his clothes and said somewhat hesitantly, "Young master, can I do it?" Jonas said, "Respect is earned, and it's up to you whether you can do it or not. I hope you will live up to your qualifications and not disappoint me. Remember, you will be a swordswoman named Olivina from now on, not a lowly 1,000 white jade. Do you understand?" Looking into Jonas's eyes, Olivina clenched her fist. "I will definitely try my best." Loyalty, 35%. Ability enhancement bonus, 7 times. Soon, Olivina was assigned to the swordsmanship class and practiced swordsmanship with the other students. However, because Olivina is a member of the 1,000 white jade people and is female, the trainees were all far away, leaving a large empty space in front of Olivina, making her seem out of place. The trainees looked at Olivina with schadenfreude. Those who can become Ashur's students are all people with good aptitude. Ashur was always strict with his students, and they didn't think a frail Qian Beiju could withstand such training. At the start of training, everyone is given a sword. The sword was very heavy, and unlike the other students who could pick it up easily, Olivina couldn't even hold it steady. Her long-term malnutrition made her appear much smaller than the other trainees. Looking at Olivina holding the sword, she swayed slightly. The surrounding students unconsciously burst out laughing. If you can't even hold a sword steadily, how can you practice swordsmanship? It's a complete joke that young Master Jonas would send someone like this to practice swordsmanship. This is a military camp, not a place where just anyone can be pulled in. Squad leader Mofford said with a smile, if all else fails, go get the maid's broomstick that's more suitable as your sword. Ha ha. Qian Baijue shouldn't be here at all. The people around them also started laughing. Olivina bit her lower lip tightly, her fair face flushed slightly from the force and shame. She didn't respond to the mockery, but simply gripped the hilt of her sword tightly with both hands. Ashur, who was standing nearby, shook his head in disappointment when he saw this and said, go get the wooden sword. The iron sword is still too heavy for you. Olivina glanced at Jonas in the distance and nodded at the person opposite her. Somewhat reluctantly, he picked up the wooden sword and stood at the back of the line. She didn't want to embarrass the young master, but she ended up embarrassing him from the very beginning. After everyone received their training swords, Ashur stepped forward and said loudly, to become a great swordsman, the most important thing is the foundation. Behind every famous swordsman are countless slashes and swings of the sword. Follow along with me as I demonstrate. Then practice this most basic sword stance 300 times. Let's begin. Ashur stopped after demonstrating it once. Let the students practice on their own. After correcting a few movements, he approached Jonas, who was some distance away. He said with a smile, young Master Jonas, it seems this sword is mine now. The more I look at it, the more I like it. On the field, compared to those who wield iron swords with ease. Olivina held the wooden sword, yet she appeared so clumsy. But as the class monitor said, perhaps Olivina should have been holding a broom, not a sword. Ashur still doesn't understand why the young master would put a skinny Qian Baijue into his swordsmanship class. Is it really just because of a particular fetish? Jonas, who was standing next to him, did not reply immediately. He just looked at his system back end, crossed his legs, and couldn't help but smile. Olivina. Swordsmanship, +1. Jonas. Swordsmanship skill increased by +7. The return on genius is simply enormous. If an ordinary person is just starting out with swordsmanship, it would probably take some time for their skills to improve. When geniuses come into contact with swordsmanship, they have innate talent and understanding, which leads to such a significant increase in their swordsmanship skills. At the same time, Jonas's understanding of swordsmanship also arose spontaneously, and a surge of power welled up in his body. That's interesting. My older sister is a bluestone level swordsman with a swordsmanship ability value of over 3,000. He had only practiced swordsmanship for 3 years when he was recognized as a genius. At my current pace, I might be able to surpass him in 10 days. He. At that time. I wonder what kind of expression Slinda, who always looks down on her younger brother, will have if she is defeated by her good-for-nothing brother's opinion. Chapter 8. This Qian Baijue's talent is extraordinary. What's interesting? Young master, please give me this sword. The result is already quite clear. Qian Baijue's presence in the military camp has a negative impact. Jonas waved his hand and said with a smile, don't rush. 10 days, can't you wait? Training is still ongoing. Time passed second by second, and the sun grew increasingly scorching. The sunlight reflected off the sand, creating a blinding glare that made it difficult to open one's eyes. The other students had already completed 300 repetitions of the sword moves and stopped to rest. Their gazes all fell on Olivina, who was still practicing alone on the field, watching her clumsy movements. Everyone's eyes held a mocking glint. I bet he'll practice it a maximum of 180 times. 180 times? You overestimate this Qian Baijue person. Watch it a maximum of 150 times. If it weren't for the wooden sword, I probably wouldn't have even made 150 repetitions. After all, when they first came to the swordsmanship class, they were also required to practice this basic sword stance 300 times, but no one could complete it at that time. But as time went by, watching Olivina swing her sword again and again, the laughter of the surrounding students gradually faded away, replaced by silence, their faces filled with surprise. 267 times. 268 times. They watched helplessly as Olivina's frail body swung the wooden sword under the scorching sun. Despite her body trembling violently and her steps being unsteady, the sword in her hand never stopped. This girl is so resilient. Ashur couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at the girl in front of him, a hint of surprise in his eyes. His astonishment wasn't because the girl could achieve so many repetitions on her first sword practice, but because the girl in front of him seemed to be constantly adjusting and improving with each swing of her sword. With the same sword moves, she used less and less force, yet her movements became increasingly fluid and graceful. This is one of the reasons why the girl in front of me, despite her slender build, was able to practice so many times. Such insights and skills on the very first time practicing swordsmanship. Something's not right. The talent of the 1,000-year-old Baiju that Jonas found is extraordinary. Whoosh whoosh. Under the sunlight. Olivina's sweat dripped onto the ground, her clothes already soaked through. Her body trembled. But her eyes were incredibly firm and pure. He stared straight ahead, as if all he could see was his own sword and a figure in the distance. She could feel the young master's gentle smile. The young master gave himself this opportunity, this life, and this respect. He was watching me. I couldn't let the young master down. Only 300 times. Compared to the humiliation and hardship I had suffered before, what was this? Finally, Olivina raised the wooden sword high and, with the last bit of strength in her body, completed the 300th repetition. With a thud, the wooden sword in her hand fell onto the sand, and she collapsed to her knees due to exhaustion. With her hands on the ground, she gasped for breath, her chest heaving violently. The scene was quiet. No one expected that Olivina could actually complete those 300 repetitions of the basic sword stance. Keep in mind that the person opposite you is a woman, and such a thin woman at that. When they first entered this place, none of them could complete it. This made those who had initially mocked and ridiculed him blush with embarrassment. Are they not even as good as a single Chen Baijue? Some people can't help but subconsciously make excuses for themselves. She's using a wooden sword. Yes, it's because they used wooden swords. Ashur's expression was also somewhat complicated. He originally thought that it would be good enough if the woman in front of him could complete it 100 times, but she completed it 300 times. Although she was using a wooden sword, she was so thin and frail, and she was a woman. This is surprising in itself. Moreover, such eyes possess resilience. Ashur actually felt that Jonas had a slight chance of winning the bet 10 days later. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Olivina knelt on the ground, her sweat-dampened hair sticking to her pale cheeks, her chest heaving violently. The people around her were far away, and she wanted to stand up, but she didn't have the strength. The next moment, a hand reached out. Get up! Olivina looked up and found that Jonas had somehow appeared in front of her. Looking at the hand extended towards her from the other side, she felt a surge of warmth in her heart. Instinctively, I put it on. Young master, I didn't embarrass you, did I? Jonas's voice was gentle. Don't worry, there's nothing wrong. When he touched Olivina's wrist, Jonas could feel the fine calluses on her palm, marks left from her time on the streets trying to survive. At this moment, however, it overlaps with the new marks worn into the hilt of the sword, like a foreshadowing quietly planted by fate. The system interface displays constantly fluctuating sword skill values. This proves that he did not misjudge the person. Just now, the ability he gained actually increased to several hundred points. They were not far from that ordinary level swordsman. It should be noted that it is considered fast for an ordinary person to reach the level of a regular swordsman after 2.5 years of practice, while his sister's achievement of reaching the level of a blue stone swordsman in 3 years is already considered a genius in this area. And he, in just a short period of time, is not far from the ordinary level. His cultivation speed is so fast that even geniuses would be left in the dust. Jonas took out a small bottle and said, "Let's replenish our energy. This is the nutritional solution I had the pharmacist prepare for you in advance. This is the key to my future growth and also a future general under my command, so I must cherish it." Looking at the rather exquisite bottle, Olivina still felt a little lost. The other students nearby looked on with a hint of envy. They knew that this nutrient solution was used to provide energy after exhaustion. One bottle is enough to revitalize a tired person. However, the ingredients are quite expensive and are usually reserved for nobles. I never expected that the young master in front of me would give it directly to Qian Baijue. Many people secretly felt it was a waste. Sensing the somewhat envious looks from the other students, and knowing that such a nutrient solution was expensive, Olivina subconsciously said, "Young master, I don't Don't say anything more, just drink it. I don't want my future swordsman to be described as someone who can't even lift a sword. A simple sentence made Olivina purse her lips and take the nutrient solution. My eyes turned red for no reason. She needs to work even harder. As a member of the Thousand White Jade clan, she was used to being scorned and avoided like a plague. But at this moment, Jonas not only did not despise her for being covered in dust, but also helped her up in front of everyone. They even handed over a nutrient solution that everyone envied. Those tears that I hadn't shed even when I was hit by something on the street suddenly welled up uncontrollably in my eyes. Thank you, young master. Her voice trembled as she looked up at the lines of Jonas's jaw. Sunlight streamed down from behind him, seemingly gilding him with a golden edge. Loyalty, 40%. Ability enhancement bonus, 8-fold. Upon seeing the system notification, Jonas couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Olivina's loyalty is easier to obtain than you might think. With an S-rank cultivation speed 8 times faster than others, and Olivina working so hard, he simply didn't believe that any genius could compare to himself. Chapter 9. The so-called genius is something that ordinary people can hardly imagine. After drinking the nutrient solution, Olivina quickly recovered and continued practicing. Next, I will teach sword moves and techniques. Ashur originally wanted to make things difficult for Olivina, so he specifically chose some of the more challenging sword moves. But, as they practiced, he was surprised to find that Olivina was getting better and better at it. The sword techniques I taught him were quickly mastered by his opponent. Instead, it added its own understanding. How is that possible? This was only her first time practicing swordsmanship. I couldn't possibly be mistaken. He only ever saw this kind of scene on the young lady. No, even if she is a young lady, in the early stages of sword practice, it's impossible for him to have any additional understanding of his own. Every sword strike and every move is so perfectly executed. Could it be true, as Jonas said, that this person's talent is even greater than the young lady's? I originally wanted to use the sword practice as an opportunity to give Jonas a hard time. However, he had nothing to say at this moment. Where did Jonas find such geniuses? After a while, as they practiced, it was the students below who couldn't keep up. Squad leader Movert said to Ashur, reporting, "Coach, your sword technique is too fast and too difficult. We've only been practicing for a few months, how can we keep up?" As Movert said this, the other trainees stopped swordplay and echoed, "Yeah. Coach, we can't keep up. You need to consider our skill level. It's too difficult." However, Ashur remained silent, his gaze fixed on the rear of the group. The unusual silence aroused the students' suspicion, and they all looked in the direction the coach was looking. When their gaze fell on the back of the line, everyone was taken aback. Olivina was intently wielding her wooden sword, each move and stance displaying fierce power. It was as if the wooden sword in her hand was no longer an ordinary training tool, but had become a real weapon. Olivina was immersed in her own world. It seemed that in her eyes, there was nothing else but that wooden sword. Her movements were fluid and natural, each one exactly the same as the moves the coach had just taught her, as if they were second nature. The scene immediately fell silent. This is how they start practicing? Why should I? You have to understand that they practiced with Ashur for months, and they still couldn't execute these sword moves smoothly. The person in front of me just started training like this on the very first day? Is this still the Chen Baijue people they always looked down on and belittled? Ashur looked on in disbelief. You can remember it after seeing it once, and you can even have such a powerful presence when you practice it. To be honest, this was the first time he had ever seen this before. No wonder the young master was so confident and made a bet with himself. Olivina was immersed in her own world as she practiced. Swordsmanship stats are also constantly rising. Olivina. Swordsmanship skill increased by +1, +1, +1. Jonas. Swordsmanship skill increased by +8, +8, +8. Upon seeing this, Jonas naturally smiled. This is S-class talent. This is genius. It's just not the same world as the world of ordinary people. For him, advancing was that simple. The class continued practicing swordsmanship, but the disdainful and contemptuous voices disappeared. Although most people discriminate against Qian Baijue people, those who are capable in the military deserve more respect. Noon. The trainees all went back to rest. Ashur was very strict, and everyone was exhausted from training with him. As soon as it ended, the trainees ran faster than anything else. There was only one lonely figure on the training field. He practiced the sword moves he had just learned over and over again. Although Olivina was physically exhausted, her eyes grew increasingly resolute. She only had 10 days. She couldn't let the young master down, and she didn't want to go back to that kind of place. I don't want my sister to face such a cruel ending. For those people, practicing swordsmanship means becoming stronger. But for her, practicing swordsmanship was her only lifeline. She needs to be useful to the young master. Far away, Jonas said to Ashur. Ashur, what do you think? Ashur fell silent for a moment, watching the girl practicing her sword again and again. Olivina's expression was very focused, as if she only had the sword in front of her. He felt like he had seen this face before. The Empire's chief swordsman on that high platform was one such example. Ashur let out a long breath. With such talent and such hard work, he is bound to achieve great things in the future. Changing a person's mindset can sometimes take only half a day. Ashur, I admit, she has talent, but it's impossible for her to defeat my students in 10 days. Jonas laughed and said, just you wait and see. So-called geniuses are beyond the imagination of ordinary people. It was nearing evening. Olivina dragged her tired body back to her room. Jonas arranged the room for her, and Olivina liked it very much. She had never imagined before that she would have such a beautifully and comfortably decorated room. During training, she longed countless times to return to that bed that felt so incredibly soft to her. But she broke them all up. The only reason she can stay here is because she is useful to young Master Jonas. The harsh realities of life at the bottom made her see everything very clearly. If I become useless, I might return to that rat-like life. So she practiced until the very end. He could barely lift his hands, so Ashur ordered him to go back and rest. Day. When Olivina arrived at her door, she found Jonas already waiting there. He was holding clothes in his hand. She immediately raised her head and said, Young master. Jonas bluntly asked, Did you take a shower? Olivina blushed instantly. Young master, you wouldn't be thinking of. No. No. Chapter 10 Olivina, I can't let the young master down no matter what. Olivina's face flushed slightly, her eyes showing a hint of panic, and her fingers unconsciously twisted the hem of her clothes, making her appear somewhat uneasy. Not taking a bath is just right. This is a medicinal bath that I specially asked the pharmacist to prepare for you. After absorption, it can improve your physical condition. He paused, then added, Otherwise, if you practice like this today, you won't even be able to lift your hand tomorrow. Oh. Olivina looked up, then breathed a sigh of relief and pursed her lips slightly. Medicated bath? A strange sense of loss welled up inside her, as if she was expecting something but dared not think about it. She looked up at Jonas with a complicated expression. In the past 2 days, she felt as if she had experienced unprecedented care and respect. She is just a Qian Beiju person, what merit or ability does she have to receive such preferential treatment? Go. I'll have a maid take you there. Soak it in, absorb it well, and keep up the good work tomorrow. I need to rely on Olivina to become stronger, so I must treat her well. I understand, young master. The bathroom was filled with steam. Olivina was soaking in the bathtub, her fair skin slightly flushed from the heat. She lay in the bathtub, feeling more relaxed than ever before. She closed her eyes and felt the medicine gently gliding over her skin, warm and comforting. This feels so good. She never imagined that she could enjoy a medicinal bath in such a luxurious bathroom, just like the nobles. If my sister can take a medicinal bath here after she wakes up, she'll be happier than ever before, given her personality. Thinking of this, a sweet smile involuntarily appeared on Olivina's lips. After a while, she was completely submerged in the bathtub, with only half of her head showing. She gently blew air, and ripples spread across the water's surface. Gurgle gurgle. Her white-ahog cowlick stood up slightly, and her eyes darted around. Just now, she overheard the maids outside talking about how this was the first time the young master had brought a woman back to Regenburg. Even though rumors circulated that young Master Jonas was a womanizer, it was only because of the Lord that he never dared to bring anyone home. But he brought her back, and she was a Chen Baijue person, and he treated her so well. The young master said it was because of his talent. But they were clearly from two different worlds, and this was their first time meeting. How could he possibly know about his talent? Olivina's little head grew increasingly confused, and in the end, she could only shake her head helplessly, muttering to herself, "Never mind, no matter what, I can't let the young master down." On the other side, in the bedroom, Jonas picked up the frost sword that his father had once given him. The blade gleamed coldly under the light. He stood by the window, the moonlight shining on him, casting a tall and straight silhouette. He practiced each move meticulously, his swordplay sharp and fluid. Jonas's once weak body became strong at this moment. If Asher were here, he would be surprised to find that Jonas's swordsmanship is now far superior to Olivina's. After finishing his practice, Jonas sheathed his sword, let out a long breath, and his eyes revealed an undisguised joy. In just one day, with Olivina's help, he went from someone who knew nothing about swordsmanship to a regular level swordsman. Such speed is enough to shock everyone in the world. You should know that it takes an ordinary person 2.5 years, but only 1 day for me. Moreover, this is an 8x return on a 40% loyalty rating. If you raise the loyalty level to 100%, you'll get a 20-fold return. With Olivina's S-rank swordsmanship talent, my training speed will probably be unimaginable. Olivina is practically his darling. A short while later, Olivina came out of the bathroom. She put her maid outfit back on, the black lace collar clinging to her still glowing skin, the faint herbal scent of her bath lingering. The corset accentuated her slender waist, making it appear even more delicate. Due to the medicinal bath and soaking, Olivina's face was rosy and fair, making her look exceptionally lovely. Jonas had been waiting outside for a long time, and his eyes lit up when he saw Olivina's appearance. With a hint of gentleness, he asked, "How is it?" "I've recovered a lot. I feel like I have a lot more strength now." Olivina clenched her hands. "Jonas, this is a body tempering potion prepared by a pharmacist. The more tired the body is, the more it can rebuild bodily functions and gradually improve physical fitness." After Olivina absorbed the medicine, Jonas could also clearly feel the improvement in his physical fitness. Olivina said somewhat shyly, "Young master, you give me this potion." Even she understood that such a potion for a swordsman must be extremely expensive, yet the other party used it on her, a person of the 1,000 white jade, without any hesitation. "It's not for you to use for free." Jonas's voice was gentle yet firm. "I not only hope you can win the bet in 10 days, but I also hope you can become stronger. Use your abilities to convince my father that you can stay. This is for your future, and also for your sister. Of course, it's also because you can be the sharpest sword by my side." Young master, do I really have such high talent?" "Don't worry, I'm very good at judging people. Let's go, your sister has recovered quite well. He's severely infected with the drug and is still in a coma." In the doctor's room, Phil's complexion was much better than it had been 2 days ago. A bit of color returned to his pale face. Olivina, standing beside her, couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Before, she had watched her only relative grow weaker and walk toward death. The despair and pain she felt was a torment comparable to death itself. Beside him, the pharmacist's expression was somewhat complicated. He said to Jonas, "Young master, if the city lord finds out that you brought Qian Baijue back and treated her for the black poison disease, he will be furious. The most useless son brought back the most discriminated against Qian Baijue people, who also carried the most unwelcome black poison disease. Anyone would be furious. You don't need to worry about that." Jonas frowned slightly. "Well." Olivina, standing beside them, looked at the two people in front of her and felt a little uncomfortable. She bit her lip, her eyes filled with guilt and worry. She didn't want to put the young master in a difficult position. "But this is the only place where my sister can receive treatment. I must work even harder and not let the young master down." Olivina clenched her fist, her eyes growing increasingly determined. Loyalty, 50%. Ability return, 10x. Upon seeing this, Jonas couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. It suddenly jumped to 50%, takeoff. This kind of retaliation inevitably leads him to do so much. Chapter 11 made me feel like a dog that had been carelessly kicked away on the street. After the first day of adjustment, there was also the medicinal bath Jonas gave Oriana. The next day, Olivina picked up the iron sword and was no match for anyone. He was extremely serious about every move and stance. Asher saw the resolute look on the girl's face as she picked up the iron sword. Looking at his students again, he suddenly felt a sense of disappointment and frustration. Asher was always harsh on himself and his students. If his student were to be defeated by a girl, especially a girl from the 1,000 White Jade clan, it would be a disgrace to him. So much so that he watched Olivina stay behind to practice. Asher also had his students stay behind to train with him. At midday, only their swordsmanship class remained. As a result, the students in the class were suffering terribly. Teacher, I really can't swing anymore. Please let me off the hook, my mom is calling me home for dinner. Teacher, people will die if we keep practicing like this. Ashur shouted. Dad? Look at the state of you all. Look at Alavina, she doesn't even complain about being tired when she's 1,000-year-old Baijua, so why are you complaining? Do you really think you're inferior to someone with the 1,000 white jade sword? After those words, everyone present fell silent, unable to find a single word to refute them. Everyone couldn't help but turn around to look at Alavina, who, despite her rather slender frame, was swinging her sword with utmost seriousness. Yesterday they even mocked Alavina for not being able to hold the wooden sword properly and keep up with them. Has the market reversed completely today? No, what kind of monster did young Master Jonas bring back? Alavina, how about we take a break first? Yes, everyone is tired. However, Alavina didn't react at all and continued to practice diligently. When he got tired, he drank the nutrient solution that Jonas had prepared for him. Seeing Alavina's unmoved expression, everyone around was stunned. Practice. Who can beat you in training? Swordsmanship instruction for the next few days. Ashur was even more amazed by Alavina's exceptional talent. Using a sword seemed to be an innate ability of hers. While others were still practicing a single sword technique, Alavina had already mastered the corresponding sword technique and even used it in actual combat. On the first day, Alavina awkwardly followed along from behind. Now, her students are clumsily following along in front, while she is wielding her battling powerfully behind them. Ashur. No wonder young Master Jonas was willing to take this Kian Beiju man as his retainer. No wonder Jonah would sometimes make bets with him. Such talent can only be described as monstrous. Jonas, sitting on a recliner, was drinking juice. Two maids were massaging his shoulders behind him, looking at their ever-increasing swordsmanship and physical attributes. A slight smile played at the corners of his lips. With 10 times the power returned, he feels like he's getting stronger every moment. Alavina, keep it up. The bright future depends on you. Meanwhile, Jonas is also looking forward to when the second binding slot will be available. Days passed by, and soon it was the night before the 10th day. Oliverina followed Jonas into the restaurant as usual. She ate her food, staring blankly at Jonas in front of her. Because of the young master, the maids became even more respectful to him. This was something she could never have imagined before. Moreover, the young master did not consider himself a slave. Instead, they treated me like family. Although she was still a little unaccustomed to it, after so many days, she had actually fallen in love with life here. My sister's illness is also improving day by day. If this is the kind of life I want, staying by the young master's side forever wouldn't be so bad. She was terrified of going back to her old life. Last night she had a nightmare about the mud and misery of living in the sewers. Effort. For myself, and for my sister. 4. Master. Olivina touched her silver choker, her cheeks slightly flushed. I don't know what he's thinking. The next day, Olivina was already standing on the training ground. Compared to the beginning when she couldn't even lift a sword, Olivina now holds a sword in one hand and has her hair tied up in a dashing hairstyle. It was exceptionally sharp. Looking at Oriana, the students couldn't help but feel intimidated. If someone had said 10 days ago that a young woman with 1,000 white jade pendants would stand on the stage and fight them, they would all laugh out loud, mocking his wild idea. And now, Olivina is finally standing on the stage. They all lacked courage for a moment. Even the class monitor, Moffat, looked on with a complicated expression. He had never believed in genius before, but since meeting Olivina, he realized that some things cannot be compensated for by hard work alone. The opponent was able to understand and use the difficult sword technique after only seeing it twice. This is simply unbelievable. Moreover, the other party worked even harder than him. How can you compete when others are more talented and work harder than you? Jonas, sitting on the sidelines, said with a smile, Ashu, I think this is pointless. Ashur was a little disappointed, but gritted his teeth and said, let's give it a try. His disappointment wasn't because his students were bad, but because they lacked the courage to face such a girl. Looking at Olivina's determined expression, Afir found it hard to imagine that the person opposite him was the once despicable, lazy, and lowly Chen Baijue. And Jonas was able to give this girl such courage and confidence. One by one. Coach, we're no match for Olivina, are we? So you're too scared to go? If you are no match for the enemy on the battlefield, do you retreat? What about your family members behind you? Our entire class can't even beat a girl with the 1,000 white jade skin. Don't you feel ashamed? After the conversation, the trainees remained silent. He unconsciously gripped the sword in his hand tighter. That's right. He's just one person, but there are a lot of us. Are we afraid of him? They've used every kind of relay race on her until she's exhausted. Give it a try. Then. Try it and you'll die. Soon, one after another, they fell to Olivina's hands. And it was extremely tragic. Jonas looked at Olivina on the stage and said, "Do you need a break?" "Young master, no need. Come on." Bang. Another thud. Ah. When squad leader Moffat fell off the stage. His face was completely red. He felt like a dog that had been kicked away on the street. One sword strike. Could it be that I couldn't even withstand a single sword strike from the opponent? How could a girl who couldn't even hold a sword properly on her first day have such a huge difference in skill now? Soon, commotion broke out over here. It also attracted a large number of people from the surrounding area. They all looked down on Qian Baijue for standing on such a martial arts stage. After all, they felt that someone of the Qian Baiju clan was not qualified to stand in such a place. But watching this young girl defeat the people on stage one by one, those below couldn't help but stare intently. These are Usher's students, arguably the best class in the military camp. Previously, there were competitions between classes, and Ashu's class was undoubtedly number one. How could a whole class of soldiers taking turns be unable to defeat a single girl? Looking at the girl on the stage with her resolute eyes and exquisite swordsmanship. As Jonas clapped his hands, applause followed from below the arena. Despite Qian Baijue's identity as a human, in the military camp, the strong are still revered. Watching one person after another get defeated. Soon, everyone applauded for Olivina. Is this still Qian Baijue? She's still a young girl, that's amazing. It seems like we only came here 10 days ago. That's outrageous. Olivina brought down the last student. Olivina wiped the sweat from her brow and let out a long sigh. The glistening sweat reflected a long-lost smile on her face. She subconsciously glanced at Jonas, who had stood up in the audience. Jonas still had that warm smile, and led the people around him in applause. I witnessed this scene. Olivina was a little stunned. It feels like a lifetime ago. 10 days ago, she said she had the opportunity to stand on such a martial arts stage, defeat these students, and receive so much applause. She couldn't believe anything she said. I don't even dare to think about it. But now. She looked at the sword in her hand. She watched as the crowd applauded. Even Ashur, who was usually very strict with himself, applauded. Looking at Jonas, the first to stand up and applaud. For some reason, Olivina's eyes were blurred with tears. She walked step by step to Jonas, and with a slight tremor, handed him the sword. Young master, I. Jonas slung his sword over his shoulder and gently hugged Olivina in front of him with one hand. All right, well done. Wah? Ashur looked at the scene before him. He raised his hand as if to say something, opened his mouth, but said nothing. Loyalty, 55%. Ability return, 11 times. Chapter 12 is just about loyalty at first, huh? After everyone else had left, only Jonas and Ashel remained. Jonas said to Ashur, well, a bet's a bet. Sigh, a bet's a bet, a loss is a loss. All I can say is that it's no wonder my students lost to Olivina. Young master, you have a very good eye for people. I'm not just good at judging people. Ashur, remember not to treat Olivina carelessly just because she's a 1,000 white jade person. Don't worry, no, I'd be happy to have a student like that. With her talent, she was destined not to stay in this small place. Such a high rating? Such talent, and such qualities, I have only seen in the Empire's chief swordsman. Now, the Empire is in chaos, young master. Are you planning to build your own army? Ashel has been seeing Jonas these past few days and feels he's become increasingly different. Jonas was previously listless, but now he seems to have regained his energy and spirit. Looking into his eyes, he seems like a master swordsman. Ashur has been on the battlefield many times. His judgment of people is usually accurate. Yes. The Empire is in chaos, and a great war is imminent. What race do you think matters? That makes sense. Even so, the aristocratic mindset remains deeply ingrained, and your father may still not be able to keep Olavina. Don't worry, all you need to do is teach Olavina well. She needs to break through to the ordinary rank in at least 3 months. If it were an ordinary person, Ashur would think that breaking through to the ordinary level of swordsman in 3 months was just wishful thinking. After all, even Jonas's genius sister Slinda needed 4 months to break through. But if it's Olavina, Ashur confidently assured me, don't worry. I don't need 3 months, 1 month will suffice. Young master, Olavina is far more talented than you imagine. Upon hearing this, Jonas couldn't help but smirk. If Olavina can break through to the ordinary rank within a month, then I might even be able to break through to the bluestone rank and reach the black iron rank. You should know that even after practicing for so long, my older sister has only reached the bluestone realm. Then I'll leave it to you. Olavina went for a medicinal bath at Jonas's request. Meanwhile, after a long period of treatment, Olavina's sister Phil also woke up. However, something unexpected happened. Click. As Jonas opened the ward door, the white-haired girl sat by the window. Her face was a little pale, and she looked at Jonas, who came in with suspicion. Because his legs have atrophied somewhat, moving to the windowsill seems extremely difficult. It made the ward a bit chaotic. As soon as Jonas entered, Phil raised the iron frame in his hand. Who are you? Where exactly is this? Wasn't she in her old, dilapidated home? How did she end up here? The bed was so soft that I couldn't help but sleep a little longer. Also, where is my sister? Could it be that he's trying to cure his own illness? Did my sister give herself to a nobleman? Jonas waved his hand and said, This is Regenberg's hospital room. As for me, well, I'm your sister's master. Ah? Master? The girl's mind was not quite able to process what was happening. Slaves? To save herself, her sister became a slave to a nobleman. How could my sister do such a thing? She glared fiercely at Jonas in front of her, about to unleash her anger. The person opposite her took out a magic card and placed it in front of her. These are some small gadgets produced by mages, commonly used throughout the Empire, used to record a particular moment. The brand on it represents absolute authenticity. In this magical scene, a white-haired girl wearing a collar stands before Jonas, head bowed, dressed in a maid's outfit she has never seen before. Her ears were already bright red, and she looked extremely embarrassed. The collar was being gently held in the front by Jonas, the subject of the magic device. The white-haired girl stuck out her slightly pink tongue and gently licked the hand resting on her collar. And this girl is his older sister, Olavina. When Phil saw the sister in the magic picture, the shelf he was holding fell to the ground. The girl's brain completely shut down. She opened her mouth but couldn't. But he didn't say anything. No, my sister actually did something like this? Although her older sister, Olavina, acted very fiercely and maturely in order to survive. But Phil knew that his sister's personality was actually quite gentle. Is this complete surrender? Jonas said, Rest well here. Your sister asked me to take care of you, and I will be responsible for your subsequent medical treatment. You just need to focus on your treatment. Who are you? No. I mean, besides your relationship with my sister, your identity. This place was so wonderful that she almost wondered if she was dreaming. She and her sister used to peer through the windows of aristocratic shops, gazing enviously at the lives and rooms of the nobility. The wards here are even more luxurious than those of nobles. Jonas smiled and said, I am Jonas Rekin, the only son of this lord. He was also the only person your sister was loyal to. Upon hearing this, the little girl in front of me suddenly thought of many things. Even the stories told by the tavern hostess. To please the nobility, those. Phil knew their identities and status. There was only one possibility that would allow her to live in these places. Phil said with mixed feelings. When can I see my sister? Jonas, your sister is taking a medicinal bath. You can see her anytime after she finishes. Of course, you can always verify what I've said with her. Upon hearing this, the girl blushed and glared at Jonas. However, she did not expect that her sister, who was usually so indifferent, would act like this here. All right, the misunderstanding has been resolved. Please lie back down in your original hospital bed. I'm sure your sister wouldn't want you on the windowsill. Oh. Wait, I'll get Olavina over here. Day. Upon hearing that her younger sister had woken up, Olivina rushed over without even drying her hair. With a faint herbal scent, she wore another maid outfit that Jonas had made for her. The light blue maid outfit was slightly tilted upwards, making Oliverina look exceptionally beautiful. When Olivina came to her hospital room, Phil could hardly believe that the person in front of him was his sister. Her attire and clothes, along with her fair complexion, made her look more like a wealthy young lady from an aristocratic family. Elder sister? Is my sister doing well? That's great. Olivina sat directly on the edge of the bed. You're finally awake. How are you feeling? Phil, it feels so good, better than ever before. I was even able to stand up just now. Upon hearing this, Oliver let out a long sigh of relief. That's fine then. Phil pulled his clothes aside. The black veins on it are still clearly visible. It's just that this black poison disease is still there. Don't worry, young master will heal you. Seemingly to reinforce her statement, Olivina said with even greater certainty. Young Master Jonas is a very good person. Upon hearing this, Phil's eyes immediately lit up with a mocking look. How good? As he spoke, he tugged at the collar around Olivina's neck. What's this? Sensing her younger sister's unusual gaze, Olivina seemed to realize something. Her face flushed slightly, and she immediately said, These are decorations. How do nobles like to wear it? Oh right, I got it. So how's your sister doing lately? When Phil asked about recent events, Olivina raised her eyebrows and immediately started talking. With the help of young Master Jonas, I became a swordsman, and from my first time returning home to my first appearance on the field, I earned their respect and applause. Young Master Jonas took me to eat the best food, and gave me. Listening to the other person's rambling, Phil gradually became envious. What people like them envy most is like and respect. She never imagined that her sister would be living like this after only 10 days. These 10 odd days have been more exciting than the past 10 years. She said enviously, That's so nice. Yes, young Master Jonas is very good to me. He. Sister, if only you could get young Master Jonas to marry. Alright, that's enough. Olivina covered Phil's mouth, her face turning red instantly. I won't say it, it's just that this choker is really pretty. As he spoke, he made a hook. The strange sensation on her neck felt like an electric shock, causing Olivina to take several steps back, her face turning even redder. What? Hey. Bang. Ouch. Phil covered his head. Olivina withdrew her hand and said, Don't let your head get so full of all this nonsense. Oh. Hearing her sister's words and feeling the sensation on the collar, Olivina felt a strange unease. He clenched his fist. It was just loyalty at first, huh? Well. However, I am just a Kian Beiju person. Chapter 13 Let's go to my room. More than a month later. Below the martial arts training ground. Olivina swung her sword with incredible speed, creating a powerful gust of air around her. His white hair danced wildly, as if it had merged with the swirling whirlwind. The long sword in his hand gleamed with a chilling light, and each time it sliced through the air, it left a trail of afterimages, as if countless swords were thrusting out at the same time. Cheer. The sharp sword energy, like countless blades, carved deep marks on the ground. Call. Olivina slowly sheathed her long sword. She looked slightly tired, but her eyes shone with joy. Teacher Usher, I have completely mastered this whirlwind slash. Usher looked at Olivina in front of him with a complicated expression, without saying a word. This whirlwind slash is his signature move. He used this move to kill one powerful person after another on the battlefield. The swordsmanship is fierce and the difficulty of mastering it is also very high. However, even with such a sword technique, Olivina had already mastered it to an extremely high level. Keep in mind, this has only been a month. This is outrageous. Seeing Usher standing silently in front of her, Olivina asked with some confusion. What's wrong, teacher? Did you do something wrong? Ashley waved his hand. You've practiced correctly, you're the most talented person I've ever seen. Sigh. I have nothing more to teach you. Now you just need more practice. To recall the first day, Usher really found it hard to connect the Olivina in front of him with the thin, frail child he had seen before. I don't know where Jonas found someone with such terrifying talent. It seems that this good-for-nothing young master isn't entirely without merit. Well. If only the person in front of me wasn't Qian Baijue. Not far away, Jonas sipped his juice, watching the system backend with a relaxed air. Olivina. Loyalty, 55%. Ability return, 11 times. Swordsmanship ability, 2003. Common rank, level 4 swordsman. Skill, whirlwind slash. Whirlwind slash proficiency, 213. Whirlwind slash phase 1, following the wind. Let's take a look at our own. Jonas Rekin. Swordsmanship ability, 20693. Swordsman on the 8th floor of the Bluestone Steps. Skill, whirlwind slash. Whirlwind slash proficiency, 2343. Whirlwind slash 3rd stage, windbreaker. Following the wind, riding the wind, breaking the wind. To Jonas's surprise, proficiency in sword techniques like whirlwind slash could still be restored. You should know that even Asher in front of me only has the wind riding stage in terms of control over whirlwind slash, while I have already reached the wind breaking stage. I wonder what his expression would be if he knew that he had reached the 3rd stage of whirlwind slash without lifting a finger. Moreover, in just over a month, he directly reached the late stage of the Bluestone realm. His cultivation speed was like a rocket. Her older sister, Slinda, had been practicing for several years but had only reached the early stage of the Bluestone rank. His own father was only at the mid-stage of the Black Iron rank. With the return of my abilities, by the time my father comes back, I might already be at the Iron rank. Then, with my highly proficient whirlwind slash, my father might not even be a match for me. Moreover, he didn't even need to move. Olivina was practically a perpetual motion machine for training. Training perpetual motion machines by day, maids and welfare girls by night. Such a life is extremely comfortable. Another month has passed. Jonas has broken through to the Iron rank. The whirlwind slash is even showing signs of reaching the 4th stage. However, it's possible that Asher couldn't provide Olivina with any more instruction. Olivina's swordsmanship ability has also slowed down, and her whirlwind slash has hit a bottleneck in improvement. Jonas couldn't help but think, this won't do. Before war comes, we must quickly improve our combat capabilities. His swordsmanship has now far surpassed that of Olivina. I could personally take charge of educating them. In this way, as Olivina grows, she will also receive an 11-fold return. Improving both sides simultaneously is like killing 2 birds with 1 stone, essentially creating a perpetual motion machine. With that in mind, Jonas decided to go see Olivina that night. At this moment, Olivina had changed into a maid outfit and was massaging her younger sister to help her recover. Sister, why are you looking so downcast? I feel that my swordsmanship has reached a plateau. I'm a bit lost about how to improve. Phil comforted him, but many veterans in the barracks are no match for you anymore. Won't that work? Sister, you're already amazing. Olivina shook her head and said, no, I'm just an ordinary rank swordsman, while many others in the military camp are. When the Lord returns, we are from Kian Beiju. If we lack the corresponding strength and value, I fear we will be kicked out. I've gotten used to life here, used to practicing swordsmanship, used to being with young Master Jonas. Olivina is terrified of going back to her old life. But sister, you've already tried your best. The rest is up to young Master Jonas. Yes, young Master is really a very good person. However, it is widely believed that young Master Jonas is ignorant and incompetent. Compared to his sister and father, who have little power, how could he protect them? Bang bang bang. At that moment, Jonas knocked on the door. Enter. After Jonas came in, he went straight to the point and said, Olivina, come on, let's go to my room. I'll teach you something. Olivina was stunned for a moment, then her face turned red. To the young master's room? Should I teach myself something? No way. However, Olivina didn't refuse instinctively. Instead, she nodded in agreement as if possessed. Then he lowered his head and followed Jonas out. Phil looked at his sister, then at Jonas. A slight upturn of the corners of his mouth. The story the tavern hostess was telling seems to be playing out. She could tell that young Master Jonas was really good to his sister. This ending doesn't seem so bad. Jonas's room was very large. It can accommodate dozens of people, making it quite suitable for sword practice. Olivina followed closely behind Jonas. She nervously clutched her maid's skirt. If the young master wants it, what should I do? As she thought about it, her face involuntarily turned red. He asked her to come to his room at night. His intentions were quite clear. Bang. Jonas stopped, and Olivina, who was looking down and lost in thought, bumped into Jonas's waist. I was slightly startled and took a small step back, looking at the blushing Olivina in front of him. Jonas looked puzzled. Why is this bubble teapot blushing? He then tossed the frost sword to Olivina, who was standing in front of him in a daze. What are you thinking about? Starting today, I'll practice swordsmanship with you every night. Olivina took the sword, staring blankly at Jonas in front of her. Chapter 14. Young Master, is he really that powerful? Olivina gripped the frost sword tightly in her hand. She breathed a sigh of relief, but also felt a slight sense of loss. It's just sword practice. Rumor has it that Jonas is an incompetent person with extremely poor abilities in all aspects. Although Olivina never believed these rumors, she had never actually seen the young master pick up a sword. Is the young master looking to learn swordsmanship and asking me to spar with him? After tossing the frost sword to Olivina, Jonas also drew an iron sword, its blade gleaming with a calm luster. He casually twirled his sword, the tip drawing a graceful arc in the air before steadily pointing at Olivina. He said calmly, "Let me test the results of your recent sword practice." Olivina was slightly taken aback by the skillful swordsmanship. It seems that the young master also knows swordsmanship, and is not as bad in all aspects as rumored. However, this sword flourish doesn't mean anything. Olivina whispered, "Young master, sword practice must begin step by step, starting from the basics. Otherwise, many sword techniques cannot be learned." Jonas raised an eyebrow, looking at Olivina's somewhat worried expression. The other party still sees himself as that good-for-nothing young master. Jonas didn't say much. He simply slashed at Olivina with his sword, the tip of the sword cutting through the air with a faint whooshing sound. Olivina was startled and instinctively flinched. However, the next moment, the iron sword in Jonas's hand moved with the speed of a cunning venomous snake, leaving her no time to react. The sword tip was pointed directly at her throat. She instinctively took a step back, breaking out in a cold sweat. The sword in Jonas's hand stopped just a centimeter from her throat, and the chill from the tip made her swallow hard. Young Master's sword strike was so fast that even he couldn't react to it. Jonas sheathed his sword, his tone calm yet tinged with seriousness. "Put aside your contempt, I'm not joking with you. They're attacking me with all their might. Today and from now on, I will be your teacher." The young master wants to be his own teacher? Upon hearing this, Olivina took 2 steps back and gripped the sword hilt tightly with both hands. Her gaze became focused, and her aura rose accordingly. The young master didn't come here to practice swordsmanship. He might be much stronger than me. Young master, then I'll get serious. Olivina's voice carried a hint of determination, her eyes fixed on Jonas. Jonas looked at Olivina in front of him. She was dressed in a maid outfit, and her hair swayed slightly with her aura, making her look exceptionally lively. At this moment, he does resemble the Hogue King in his memory. Jonas smiled slightly. "Go all out. Your current strength poses no threat to me." Upon hearing this, Olivina felt a surge of resentment. In the military camp, she had almost no rivals of her age and was praised by many as a genius. They pose no threat to the young master? She twisted the sword in her hand, her body sank, and with the movement of her feet, all the strength in her body was concentrated on the frost sword, slashing towards Jonas with a fierce sword momentum. However, in Jonas's eyes, whose swordsmanship had reached the black iron level, Olivina's swordsmanship, though sharp, was full of flaws. With a flick of his right hand, he easily parried the attack with his iron sword. In that brief moment, the iron sword reappeared before Olivina's throat. Too slow. Tear. The iron sword was incredibly fast. Olivina only heard the sound of air being sliced apart for a moment, but she couldn't react at all. She stared blankly at Jonas in front of her, feeling lost. How so? That last sword strike was her full strength. Even Ashur wouldn't have been able to withstand it so easily and then counterattack to subdue her. Jonas shook his head. It's still not enough. Use everything you learned from Ashur. Whirlwind Slash would be best. He wanted the girl in front of him to completely submit to him in every way. Olivina pursed her lips. "Young master, you. Don't worry, come on." Good. Olivina exhaled softly, and her body instantly unleashed a powerful aura. She swung her sword with incredible speed, creating a powerful airflow around her. His white hair danced wildly, as if it had merged with the swirling whirlwind. The long sword in his hand gleamed with a chilling light, and each time it sliced through the air, it left a trail of afterimages, as if countless swords were simultaneously piercing Jonas. Jonas witnessed this scene. Then, with a flick of his right hand, he turned back in the same manner. His movements were fluid and precise. Upon seeing this, Olivina was startled. Was this a whirlwind slash? When did the young master learn the whirlwind slash? Moreover, the young master's whirlwind slash is more perfect and sharper than his own. The next clash of swords. Tear. With a crisp sound, Jonas's iron sword utterly destroyed Olivina's sword strike. The powerful force caused the frost sword in Olivina's hand to fly out and slam into the ground, the blade trembling slightly. She plopped down on the ground. Ah! Olivina's hand felt a little numb. She looked at the sword stuck in the ground, a hint of sadness flashing in her eyes. She was praised as a genius by the people in the military camp, but now she realized that the young master standing in front of her was the real genius. Despite being around the same age as her, he gave off an unfathomable and invincible aura. But how could someone as capable as the young master be considered a good-for-nothing by outsiders? Could it be that the young master is worried about being assassinated by the rebels? Olivina thought about many things for a moment. Looking at Olivina in front of him, Jonas walked over and gently helped Olivina up. This gesture made Olivina's cheeks blush slightly. Jonas smiled slightly and said, "Sometimes things are not as simple as they seem. The world is vast, and we are just a small corner of it." Jonas picked up the frost sword from the ground and took it in his hand. Olivina looked up in a daze. Under the moonlight, the master's movements were exceptionally elegant, like the composure honed through countless trials. Jonas gently patted Olivina's head and said, "Don't worry. I'm here. You and your sister will definitely not be kicked out. And one day I will become the lord of this place, or even the lord of this empire. I hope that you will be by my side to assist me when the time comes." As he spoke, he handed the frost sword in his hand to Olivina in front of him. Olivina looked up at Jonas, a warm feeling welling up inside her. Under the moonlight, the frost shimmered with a faint silver light. She took Jonas's sword and said firmly, "Master, I will do my best." Loyalty, 60%. Ability return, 12x. Bite. Opening up the second binding slot. 3 months passed quickly. Jonas's father, Hall, also returned with the army. However, compared to previous resounding victories, this time the defeat was quite devastating. Chapter 15, Should I let 1,000 white jade man and I step onto the arena? Why are there so many fewer people this time? I heard that a sorcerer appeared in the rebel army. That sorcerer unleashed several terrifying spells, and our soldiers couldn't withstand them at all? So, what was the final result? Did the Lord successfully quell the rebellion? No, the Lord was afraid of further casualties among the soldiers, so he had to return first. Oh, then, what if this villainous army comes knocking on our door? And what about the magicians? That's hard to say. After Hordu returned to his territory, many people learned about the situation and began to discuss it. Now, the doctors at Regenburg also received orders from Holdo to come and treat the soldiers. During the doctor's treatment, he directly told Hall about how Jonas had brought back 1,000 white jade man as a retainer, and how he had also treated the 1,000 white jade man's sister for the black poison disease. Upon hearing this, Hall's already bad mood suddenly turned irritable. What? Jonas made 1,000 white jade person his retainer? And he even treated her sister's black poison disease? This is outrageous. This is getting increasingly outrageous. It's one thing to go out and have fun, but now they're bringing it all back. He then spoke to the soldier beside him. Go, bring Jonas to see me. This behavior is a disgrace to the Regan family. No sooner had he finished speaking than Jonas walked over. Don't bother looking for me, father, I'm here. At this moment, Jonas appeared confident and composed, unlike his usual dejected self. This left Hall somewhat puzzled. However, despite his doubts, Hall still stated directly. How dare you come here? Have you considered bringing back a Kian Beiju person to treat the black poison disease? What would the consequences be? Jonas smiled slightly, but asked in return, has father considered what time it is now? When? What are you talking about? My father is probably more aware of the current situation of the empire than I am. War is imminent, and under the impact of a large-scale conflict, our small territory could be destroyed at any moment. Hall looked at Jonas in front of him with a puzzled expression, as if he were seeing his son for the first time. She hadn't seen her son for a very long time since he had acted so incompetently, and had basically left him to his own devices. Now, she was carefully nurturing Slinda. Jonas's words surprised him somewhat. So, what do you want to say? Jonas did not answer Hall's question directly. He said, Father, have you ever thought about why this suppression of the rebellion was so devastating? Holdu, it's just that there's a magician among those damned rebels. Jonas shook his head and said. Not entirely. Now the empire is in decline, yet its people still hold themselves in high esteem and strive for greater autonomy, leading to both internal and external troubles. The mage who defeated my father this time must be a race that my father despises. What if there are 2 mages on the other side next time? Holdu, so this is your reason for recruiting 1,000 white jade man as a retainer? Yes, in such turbulent times, we should recruit more talented people to serve us and continuously strengthen ourselves. Only in this way can one ensure survival in chaotic times, and even expand one's territory. Instead of clinging to racial prejudice and remaining stagnant. They were guarding their territory of a few thousand people, but were vulnerable to annihilation should a large-scale war break out. After hearing this, Hall fell silent for a moment. She looked at her son again and realized that he wasn't as incompetent as she had previously thought. Seeing that his father seemed somewhat interested, Jonas continued. And what are called the despicable and cursed races? Aren't those also written by the victors? If the people who unified the empire 1,000 years ago were not the people of the empire, but people of other races, then are the people of the empire also a so-called inferior race? With imperial war imminent, the future of military strength and talent is crucial. If we want to recruit geniuses from different races in the future, we will have to gradually change my father's mindset. Hall frowned. Although Jonas's words were harsh, it seems to be the truth. Even if that's true, what use is a Qian Baijue? Jonas said directly, my sister is known as a kendo genius in this area. And Qian Baijue's swordsmanship talent is several levels higher than her sister's. What did you say? Impossible. Nothing is impossible. If father doesn't believe me, he can let them go up into the ring. Day. At that moment, Slinda walked in from outside. Clad in iron armor, he appeared heroic and dashing. He said directly, You're sending a Qian Baiju person to the arena with me? Isn't that an insult to me? Oh. However, Jonas, you do have more courage to speak than before. Jonas used to be timid and hesitant when speaking to himself and his father, unlike now when he is so composed and confident. Jonas took out the prepared frost sword and placed it in front of him. He said to Slinda, Then, dear sister. How about we make a bet? If you can defeat me, the 1,000 white jade man, this sword is yours. If you lose, you'd better shut up about this and give me one of your squads. Seeing the frost sword in Jonas's hand, Slinda really wanted it. She was obsessed with kendo, and equally obsessed with fine swords. But the proud woman said, Why should I bet with you? Jonas, TSK. As an imperial citizen, you don't even dare to step onto the arena of 1,000 white jade person? It's an obvious provocation tactic, but it works extremely well. Slinda's brows furrowed immediately. What did you say? I don't want to repeat myself, it's obvious. Okay. I'll go to the arena with you, Qian Baijue, but don't go back on your word, and I won't hold back either. You can pray that your so-called retainer doesn't get crippled by me. Incompetent fool. Jonas shook his head, seemingly unconcerned. She simply asked her father, Father, what do you think? Go ahead, and then you should honestly give up on this idea. The people of Qian Baiju are only fit to be slaves, not servants. Of course, if anything goes wrong this time, she might not even be able to remain a slave. Clearly, he doesn't intend to let Slinda go easy on him this time in the ring. On the other side of the arena, Olivina gripped her iron sword and waited quietly. Phil, standing beside her, wore a long dress and looked on with concern. Sis, watch out. Don't worry. Under her master's guidance, she is now different. She never imagined that the most powerful person was actually her master, who was also her best teacher. Thinking back to her sword practice, Olivina blushed slightly. Soon, Jonas and his group arrived at the ring. At the same time, this duel also attracted the attention of many people. I heard that a Qian Baiju person wants to challenge Lady Slinda? Ha! Isn't this courting death? How can such an incompetent person challenge our adults? I heard that Jonas even took back his retainers. Qian Baijue? A noble retainer? Ha ha. Funny. Why does this young Master Jonas always get into so much trouble? Let's go take a look. The victory was already secured from the very beginning of chapter 16. Once in the ring, Oliver's striking white hair caught everyone's eye. He glanced at it dismissively, then turned away and walked onto the ring. Jonas then walked over to Olivina and patted her head. Go, defeat her. Prove your worth in the Regan family. I've trained you for so many days, don't let our efforts go to waste. Hearing Jonas's words, Olivina gripped her sword tighter. He nodded and said, I will, young master. With that, he stepped onto the ring. As Olivina walked onto the stage, Slinda flicked her sword, performing a graceful flourish, and said disdainfully, I really can't understand how Jonas could do this with just one Qian Beiju person. That's true, only an incompetent person like him would look down on an incompetent race like yours. Olivina, whose eyes had been calm, suddenly flared up with anger upon hearing these words. I won't allow it. So you're saying that, young master? Oh. Below the ring. Ashur came to Hordad's side. He bowed respectfully. Holdo, how could you teach swordsmanship to someone like Qian Baijue? Hearing Hall's dissatisfaction, Ashur said, I made a bet with the young master. However, this Qian Baijue person possesses extraordinary talent. This was how he recounted his experiences training Olivina these past few days. What? You learned your whirlwind slash in just over a month and defeated most of the people in the general's camp at the same time. She, a Qian Beiju person? Yes. Sir, Olivina's talent is visibly obvious, and she's getting stronger every day. To be honest, her talent is indeed much higher than Mrs. Is what Jonas said actually true? Hall frowned as he looked on. Ashur was his brother on the battlefield, he wouldn't lie to him. Ashur also sighed and said, I don't know where the young master found such a talented person as Qian Baijue. She is indeed a formidable fighter for the Regan family. Besides, sir, you don't need to worry. She is absolutely loyal to the young master, you can tell from the collar around her neck. However, Jonas made her his retainer. How could we, the people of the Empire, possibly accept a mere 1,000 white jade as a retainer? Master. Alright, enough talk, let's watch the fight. Although you say Olivina is talented, in just a few months, even the most gifted person can't possibly surpass Slinda in terms of strength. Ashur looked at Slinda on the stage and couldn't help but sigh. After several wars, Miss has become even more formidable. He said, the master is right. He didn't understand why Jonas would make this bet. Although Olivina was already very skilled, she hadn't practiced swordsmanship for very long. He was still far inferior to Slinda, who had practiced swordsmanship and fought for many years. The next moment, on the arena, after both sides had finished their preparations. As the bell rang, the duel began. Slinda looked at the person opposite her with disdain. Olivina, however, dared not be careless when she saw what was happening opposite her, and moved forward step by step. Looking at the expressions of both sides, someone in the audience laughed and said, Lady Slinda seems a little absent-minded. Hey, this is a Qian Baijue person. It's already a huge honor for Lady Slinda to be able to participate. How many seconds do you think it will take for this Qian Baijue to be defeated? 60 seconds. 60 seconds? I think it's just a matter of one sword strike. In less than 10 seconds, Qian Baijue collapsed. However, just as the words fell, Olivina stomped her foot suddenly on the ring, making a dull thud. Immediately afterwards, she charged forward like an arrow released from a bow, carrying an iron sword, as swift as the wind. In the blink of an eye, she had rushed in front of Slinda, and slashed fiercely at Slinda with the iron sword in her hand. The speed of this sword strike was as fast as lightning, leaving no time for anyone to react. Slinda, who had been nonchalant, suddenly narrowed her eyes when she saw Olivina's unexpected sword strike. What? How could a person with the 1,000 white jade have such speed? Faced with this thunderous sword strike, Slinda's body reacted instinctively. She quickly raised her sword, trying to block Olivina's attack. However, due to her previous disregard and casualness, Slinda only managed to barely block it in front of her. As a result, her blocking power was greatly reduced, and she was simply unable to withstand Olivina's powerful sword strike. The next moment, there was a loud bang. The immense impact was like a tidal wave, causing Slinda's hands to go numb and her sword to nearly fly away. He was knocked back dozens of steps by the force before he could barely regain his footing. As she retreated, Slinda's face was filled with astonishment and suspicion as she stared intently at Olivina in front of her. How is that possible? How could this Qian Baijue person possess such great power? This attack not only shocked Slinda, but also surprised Olivina, who looked at the other party with great surprise. The other party didn't seem as strong as she had imagined. Slinda was already a rumored swordsmanship prodigy several years ago. At the same time, following the Lord in battle will surely make one extremely powerful. But she had just tested the waters. This doesn't seem like much. This is nowhere near as good as Jonas's master. There are rumors that Jonas's master is incompetent, but if Jonas's master is incompetent, then Slinda in front of him is 10 times more incompetent. Ah! This incident immediately silenced everyone in the audience. With a single sword strike, Lady Slinda was forced back more than 10 steps. Is Qian Baijue really that powerful? Ashur also looked at Olivina on the ring with surprise. How is that possible? How did she become so strong in such a short time? They've even improved faster than before. How could that be possible without a teacher's guidance? Could it be that someone with exceptional skills is guiding Olivina behind the scenes? When Hall saw this, he instinctively clenched his fist. He could tell that Oliver was not as harmless as he appeared. This level of swordsmanship definitely indicates a formidable opponent. How many months will you train in swordsmanship this time? How is that possible? Where did Jonas find such a prodigy? He shouted, Slinda, don't underestimate her. Go all out. Upon hearing this, Slinda gripped her sword tightly on the stage. His gaze swept over Jonas in the audience, only to find Jonas sporting a wicked smile. Oh shit. That damn bastard. She followed her father to that brutal battlefield and defeated so many people, but she never expected that the white-haired woman opposite her today would be such a troublesome character. Jonas curled the corners of his mouth into a smile. Olivina arrived at the Bluestone Steps swordsman early. Under the system, the swordsmanship values of the two people on the arena are clearly displayed, and they are not much different. Both can perform a whirlwind slash. However, under his tutelage, Olivina's mastery of whirlwind slash far surpassed that of Slinda. Moreover, Olivier is a true swordsmanship genius. For a genius like him, fighting beyond his level is commonplace. He doesn't know what Slinda has to win with. Therefore, Jonas had already determined the outcome of this duel, which appeared to be a mismatch between the two sides, from the very beginning. Chapter 17. If I win, she stays. I wasn't prepared just now. Again. Slinda gripped her sword tightly with both hands, staring intently at Olivina in front of her. Her father's words and what had just happened made her realize that the Qian Baijue in front of her was not an easy opponent, and she had to do her best. She absolutely cannot be defeated by a Qian Baijue person. Neither her reputation nor her dignity could withstand the consequences. Olivina exhaled and said softly, not ready? Even after being defeated, you say you weren't prepared. She didn't want to speak, nor would she want to be sarcastic. But she couldn't stand Slinda saying that the young master was an incompetent person. The young master was a ray of light in her dirty and dark life, and she wouldn't allow anyone to say anything about him. She won't show any mercy. Slinda's lips twitched, her eyes fixed on Olivina, and she said, word by word, you're dead. The next moment. The momentum creates a powerful airflow around it. Her hair flew wildly, as if it had become one with the swirling whirlwind. The long sword in his hand gleamed with a chilling light, as if it were countless sharp blades. The terrifying swordplay startled Ashur, who was standing below the stage. After several battles, Slinda became more and more skilled at her whirlwind slash. Such destructive power is already terrifying. The audience below the stage couldn't help but gasp in surprise. What terrifying swordplay! Lady Slinda killed many enemies on the battlefield precisely because of this. This is the true strength of the Slinda people. They were just careless just now. Ha ha! I knew it, this Qian Baijue is going to die. Indeed, even if the mere Qian Baijue has some strength, how could they possibly compare to Lady Slinda? Bang! The next moment, Slinda took a step and attacked Olivina. Now! Despite the onslaught, Olivina remained unfazed, her white hair fluttering in the wind. But a sense of relief washed over me. Is this all there is to being a genius? Compared to the young master, such a whirlwind slash is nothing. The young master's whirlwind slash left her breathless, making Slinda's whirlwind slash seem utterly insignificant in comparison. Olivina gripped her longsword tightly with both hands, standing before herself. Olivina closed her eyes as she watched Slinda approach. He recalled that night when Jonas casually broke his whirlwind slash with a whirlwind slash. The next moment, she opened her eyes. She twirled her right hand. It spun back with the same whirlwind slash. Then it slashed forward with a roar. Yes. The young master even told him how to defeat Slinda. Seeing Olivina unleash a whirlwind slash in front of her, Slinda was shocked. WH? What? This despicable Qian Baiju Ren also knows whirlwind slash? But before she could think any further, the two sides had already started exchanging fire. The sharp sword produced a tremendous sound. The sound made the audience gasp and instinctively cover their ears. But they all stared intently at the stage. They couldn't understand how this 1,000 white jade could also be a move of Lady Linda. After the violent collision, both of them took a few steps back without prior notice. However, unlike Slinda's slightly disheveled state, Olivina's momentum not only did not weaken at all, but instead became even stronger, thanks to the advantage of her swordsmanship. Without hesitation, she took another step forward, her sword flashing out like lightning, carrying a sharp sword aura, aiming straight for Slinda's vitals. Seeing this, Slinda quickly swung her sword to defend herself. In an instant, the sword shadows clashed, emitting a piercing hissing sound. Immediately afterwards, their swords clashed against each other, each collision producing a loud bang. However, this intense back and forth did not last long, and Slinda quickly found herself at a significant disadvantage. Olivina's swordplay was relentless, pressing her down so tightly that she could barely breathe. Slinda clenched her teeth, staring intently at the white-robed man before her. My heart was filled with disbelief. She simply couldn't understand how this seemingly unremarkable person could possess such terrifying strength. The saying goes, a second time will lead to a decline, and a third time to exhaustion. At first, Olivina had the upper hand, but as time went on, Slinda's resistance became increasingly weak. Finally, in the final clash, Olivina utterly destroyed all of Slinda's sword techniques with overwhelming force. Her final strike, imbued with unparalleled power, cleaved down so hard that it knocked Slinda's sword from her grasp. Ah! It was slammed into the ground. Due to the immense force of the impact, he landed squarely on his backside. She was about to struggle to get up. The next moment, Olivina's iron sword was already pressed against her face. From above, the silver strands in Olivina's hair shone brightly in the sunlight. Slinda sat frozen in place, staring in disbelief at Olivina standing before her. How is that possible? How could she possibly lose to someone with the 1,000 white jade rank? He was clearly fearless on the battlefield. Is this a dream? But the tingling pain in her hand constantly reminded her that it couldn't be a dream. Looking at the girl sitting on the ground in a daze, Oriana gave a soft snort and said, "You're saying the young master is an incompetent person?" "Ha! In my eyes, you're 100 times more incompetent. It's not even as good as one of his toes." Olivina, holding her sword, was also somewhat surprised. "I'm getting tortured by Jonas every day. Did I really become this strong? Even the so-called geniuses outside are no match for her." Upon hearing what Olivina said, Slinda gritted her teeth and pointed at Olivina in front of her. "You? What do you mean, you? Even I'm no match for him, so what right do you have to try and pick a fight with young Master Jonas?" This scene left everyone in the audience stunned. Huh? Qian Baiju won? Lady Slinda was defeated by a mere 1,000 white jade? How is that possible? How could this Qian Baiju be so powerful? That's outrageous. This. Looking at my sister on the ring. She watched as countless people stared at her sister, discussing and exchanging shocked glances. Phil below couldn't help but cover his mouth. Sister, is she that amazing? At the same time, she couldn't help but feel envious. That's great. As a member of the 1,000 White Jade clan, to be able to step onto such a stage and defeat Slinda is truly remarkable. When will she be able to stand in the ring? She knew that her older sister was personally trained by Lord Jonas. When will Mr. Jonas give me such an opportunity? Ashur, standing below the arena, was also shocked. He knew Oriana had great swordsmanship talent, but he never expected her to improve so quickly. How long has it been? From a complete novice who knew nothing, he was able to defeat Slinda. Years ago, Slinda was known as a genius in the area. That shouldn't be the case. How could Olivina improve so quickly? Is it really true that there are differences even among geniuses? Hall was completely numb at this moment. He never imagined that his proud daughter would be defeated by a Qian Baijue. And they lost so quickly. As a more skilled swordsman, he knew. It's not that my daughter is incapable, on the contrary, it's that the other party is too capable. But according to Ashur, he has only been learning swordsmanship for a few months. How could someone achieve such strength? No wonder Jonas considered him one of his retainers. If given a little more time, Olivina would definitely become a powerful swordswoman. Looking at Holdu's admiring words, Jonas smiled and said, "Father, I think Olivina is qualified to be a retainer." Olivina also came down from the ring and came behind Jonas, looking at Hall with anticipation. She knew that the power of speech was entirely in the hands of the Lord. Hall looked at his defeated daughter and at the gossiping crowd. I pursed my lips, feeling a burning sensation on my face. As a noblewoman and his own daughter, Slinda was defeated by such a lowly Qian Beiju person. He felt extremely humiliated. If they were to be defeated by such a person and then taken in as a retainer, where would the dignity of the Lei Jin family be? Hall said directly, "No, the Qian Beiju people are the Qian Beiju people, they can only be enslaved. Moreover, even as slaves, they can still fight for the Regan family." Upon hearing this, Olivina pursed her lips, lowered her head, and looked downcast. Are they still slaves? But that makes sense. No matter what, she's just a Qian Baijue person despised by everyone in the empire, so how could she become a retainer of young Master Jonas? But even being a slave is better than life before. Just as Olivina was lost in thought, Jonas patted her on the shoulder. Then he stepped forward and said, "I'm not making Olivina a vassal of the Regan family, I'm making her my vassal, or even my partner. I think whether or not I'm qualified isn't up to you, Father, to decide, but rather it's up to me." Hall looked at Jonas in front of him, his face grim, and snorted coldly, "You decide? Given your incompetence since childhood, what makes you think you have the final say?" Jonas snorted and said loudly, "Good. Now. I challenge you, Father. If I win, she stays. If I lose, I'll leave with her." Chapter 18. Young Master Jonas is a black iron rank swordsman? You want to challenge me? Hall stared at Jonas in disbelief. Jonas, who used to not even dare to look him in the eye, has now publicly challenged him? Are you kidding me? How could Jonas's personality have changed so drastically in the years I've let him grow up freely? Ashur, standing nearby, also stared wide-eyed. Jonas really dared to challenge Hallow? Isn't this just asking for a beating? It should be noted that Hall is not only a lord, but also the most powerful person here. They reached the black iron rank of swordsman quite early. Warriors at the black iron rank can initially unleash their inner energy. A swordsman's burst of energy is sword energy. Their combat power increases exponentially. On the battlefield, Hall could easily slice through even the thickest shields with his sword energy. Slinda also came down from the ring. He looked at Jonas with a complicated expression. Given her personality, if she had heard Jonas say such a thing before, she would have laughed out loud and then mocked him mercilessly. After all, Jonas's previous incompetence was well known. However, having just been defeated by Qian Beijuren, one of Jonas's subordinates, she was too ashamed to say such a thing. And looking at Jonas, he didn't seem like the type to do anything foolish. Could it be? Does she have a chance to defeat her father? But after thinking about it carefully, how is that possible? Jonas's father's strength was well known, and he really didn't know any swordsmanship before. Even if he was a genius, it would be impossible for him to defeat his father in a few years. This is simply humiliating. When Jonas said he was going to challenge Holdo for the sake of Qian Beiju, everyone at the scene laughed. Who is Jonas going to challenge? The Lord? Put. Is it because he saw that his subordinate Qian Baijue could defeat Miss, and now he thinks he can do it too? Isn't this just asking for a beating? And all for a Qian Baijue person? That's outrageous. How dare he do that? Is this an attempt to demonstrate his determination to take Qian Baijue as a retainer? Olivina, standing behind Jonas, tugged at his sleeve with some concern and whispered, "Master." Jonas didn't turn around, but simply reached out and shook Olivina's hand, saying, "Don't worry, I told you to stay." Upon hearing this, a surge of warmth welled up inside Olivina, whose eyes had been dim. Yes, what is there for her to be disappointed about? The young master is her master, she is not a slave of the Lei Jin family. Hall looked at Jonas's expression and shook his head, saying, "Are you kidding me? No. No, haha. Once we're in the dueling arena, I will treat everyone equally. Jonas, don't think that just because you're my son, I'll go easy on you. Jonas looked directly at his father and said, that's not necessary. I'm more worried that it would be embarrassing for you, the strongest person here, to lose to an incompetent son. Ha ha. Hall laughed out loud as if he had heard a joke. It seems we really need to teach this arrogant son a lesson. He wanted to see just how much Jonas had changed in the last few years. They even have the audacity to boast about themselves. Jonas, so, father accepted the bet? To be honest, you look much better now than when you were so cowardly and incompetent. If you have the courage to challenge me, how could I not accept such a bet? You win, she stays. If you lose, she will be enslaved, and you and I will go to the front lines. Jonas, okay? Jonas put on his armor and prepared to go on stage. But they found Hall already waiting on the stage. Jonas said, Father, aren't you wearing armor? If I have to wear armor to deal with you, then I don't deserve to be called the strongest here. Father, I'm afraid you'll get hurt. Injured? I wasn't injured on that kind of battlefield, so how could I get injured dealing with a mere brat like you? Upon hearing this, Jonas remained silent. Holding an iron sword, at the beginning. He took a step forward and slashed at Hall with his sword. Father, here you go. I'll take it. Before Hall could finish speaking, Jonas's simple sword strike arrived with lightning speed. It made my eyes suddenly shrink. Wrong. The speed and power of this sword strike were far beyond his expectations. He hastily dodged to the side and parried with his sword, but the terrifying force still came crashing down, forcing Hall to keep retreating. Tear. The clothes were grazed by the sword energy and instantly torn. What? After deflecting the sword, Hall took a few steps back. He stared wide-eyed at Jonas in front of him. Strength? Sword energy? How could that be? You're a black iron rank swordsman? So shocked was Hall that even the usually confident man stammered a little. They didn't even notice the torn hem of his clothes. He knew Jonas might become stronger in the next few years, so he had the courage to challenge himself, but he never expected Jonas to become this strong. Is this the incompetent son he gave up on long ago? Asher was also numb. Is Jonas a black iron rank? How could that be? Moreover, looking at the bursting sword energy, it was even stronger than his own. Looking into Jonas's eyes, he had expected his opponent to be strong, but he really hadn't expected him to be this strong. Slinda, who was standing next to her, opened her mouth but didn't make a sound. The younger brother I've always mocked and bullied is a black iron rank swordsman? She knew exactly what that meant. The opponent could easily kill me with a single sword strike. Just a few years. What happened to him to become like this? The moment the sword struck, the audience fell silent, everyone staring in disbelief. If Qin Baijue could defeat the young lady, then Jonas's ability to force back the Lord with a single sword strike and even tear the Lord's clothes is even more unbelievable. Many people rubbed their eyes. Is it fake? Looking around at the scene, I heard my father's words. Jonas casually twirled his sword and said with a smile, "Can't I be a black iron swordsman?" So father, please put on your protective gear. Chapter 19. My lord? We've already lost? Hall was stunned for a moment after hearing Jonas's words. Then he shook his head, but suddenly burst out laughing. Good. Okay. He has worried so much about his son. They even started raising their own daughter. It's wonderful that my son has such talent. It should be noted that even the Empire's top geniuses were only at the iron rank at Jonas's age. Jonas reached the iron rank in just a few years. His talent is even better than that of those geniuses. Hall let out a long sigh and shouted, "Bring me the protective gear." After putting on protective gear, Hall gripped his sword tightly with both hands and looked directly at Jonas in front of him. Give it your all and let's have a battle between men. Let me see what your current strength is like. Jonas, also holding a sword, said with a smile. I'm afraid father won't get what he wants. What did you say? Father, you are probably not as strong as you think. The next moment, Jonas took a step forward, raised his sword, and the sword carried countless streams of air, which swept up wisps of sharp sword energy. Immediately, his aura surged, and he charged towards Bordeaux in front of him. Tear. The surface of the ring was scratched with cracks. Such momentum. Ashur, who was watching intently below, widened his eyes. This is his whirlwind slash. Wrong. This is an even more terrifying whirlwind slash than his. When he wields his sword, he rides the wind. Jonas's sword aura was mixed with the wind, and his force was unstoppable. This is an even higher level of whirlwind slash windbreaker. This is impossible. Whirlwind slash was a sword technique he created himself. Now, there's someone who has a higher level of understanding than me? This is absolutely outrageous. Looking at Jonas's wind-breaking intent, Ashur gradually became engrossed and even gained some insight. Such an offensive caused Slinda to involuntarily take a slight step back. He blurted out involuntarily, "Is this a whirlwind slash? How is that possible?" This was the first time she had ever seen such a powerful whirlwind slash. Even Ashur had never used such a whirlwind slash. This was something she simply couldn't withstand. No wonder this Qian Baijue person said that he was 100 times worse than Xiao was back then. Slinda gritted her teeth. How did Jonas become so powerful? Hall was shocked by Jonas's offensive. He let out a loud shout, and his aura suddenly changed. The sword in his hand seemed to come alive, carrying a powerful force as it slashed fiercely at Jonas. Jonas dodged to the side, his entire body moving with the wind, yet he remained unpredictable. Whirlwind slash riding the wind. The next moment, Jonas's sword strikes came like a storm. Hall raised his sword to defend, but was immediately put on the defensive. Bang, crack, crack. He gritted his teeth and resisted with all his might, fine beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. Something's not right. How can this kid be so amazing? Moreover, judging from the other party's relaxed appearance, could it be that he hadn't used his full strength yet? The people below held their breath involuntarily. Is this Jonas? How could he possibly overpower the Lord? How terrifying. Looking at the sharp sword energy on the stage, Ashur was amazed and couldn't help but sigh, it's over. Whirlwind slash emphasizes momentum. With Jonas gaining momentum, Hall was no longer able to resist. The next moment, a sharp sword aura shot into the sky, instantly shattering Holdu's attack. The iron swords in their hands were all flicked away. Hall stared wide-eyed, his face filled with disbelief. The turbulent air currents churned up Hall's clothes. The next moment, the iron sword arrived, and Hall instinctively closed his eyes. Tear. Jonas's iron sword, with a whooshing sound, came to a stop just before his neck. The scene seemed to freeze at that moment. The field fell silent. Everyone was stunned by what they had just witnessed. Ah! Lord? We've already lost? With the sword pointed forward, Jonas smiled and said, Father, you lost. You have to accept your defeat. Chapter 20. The brutal future situation. Build high walls, store up grain, and delay claiming kingship. Hall stared at the iron sword in front of him, momentarily lost in thought. He lost? Did he lose because of his perceived incompetent son? The fact that he was defeated so quickly shows that Jonas's strength, although still at the iron rank, is already far superior to his own. When did he become so strong? He looked at Jonas in front of him, momentarily at a loss for words. Jonas said earnestly, Father. The future situation is volatile, so we can't judge everything by appearances, can we? If our territory becomes the most powerful territory. For the 1,000 white jade men, being retainers was no longer a disgrace, but an honor. Strength is what determines everything. Isn't that so? As he spoke, he handed the sword in his hand to his father. With a complicated expression, Hall took the sword and looked at Jonas in front of him. Looking at his confident and radiant face, he suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and smiled with satisfaction. He took Jonas's sword and raised it high. The winner is Jonas. You win. I accept my loss. Wow. Seeing her master win so easily, Olivina jumped up excitedly. She can finally stay. They can stay with their owner. There's hope for my sister's illness too. As expected, my master is really that amazing. Olivina's gaze grew increasingly infatuated as she looked at that imposing figure. How many times has this happened? Jonas, like a hero, saved himself. Yet, like a gentleman, he deliberately maintained his meager dignity. Master, it's so nice. Olivina. Loyalty, 65%. Return multiplier, 13x. As Hordo made his statement, everyone below applauded. An uproar ensued. Slinda stared blankly at her father and brother on the stage, her eyes dimming. In this region, she, once a genius, felt a deep sense of defeat for the first time. If losing to Qian Baijue was already a huge blow, then Jonas's strength in front of her made her feel even more defeated. After the duel ended, Hall took Jonas to dinner. Many of them were generals from within the territory, representing the foundation of the Regan family. Hall took Jonas to meet these people. This also acknowledges Jonas's status as the future successor. At this moment, Hall was all smiles, because the frustration of defeat had been replaced by happiness. During the meal, Halder and Jonas reminisced about the past. She talked about how much she looked forward to Jonas when she was a child. They were shouting things like, "He's truly my son, he's amazing." He even boasted to his friends and leaders about how his son was a late bloomer. Jonas's lips twitched involuntarily. "You weren't like this before." After finishing the meal, everyone returned to the conference room and got back to business. Analyzed their current situation. From their mouths, Jonas learned. Now, at a time when the empire is on the verge of extinction, the king is just a 10-year-old child. Real power has been divided and controlled by the various factions of retainers who are obsessed with money and power. And they are still in a struggle. As a result, the empire's rule became increasingly untenable, and rebellions frequently broke out in various regions. The governors of the various states completely disregarded the empire. Strengthen autonomy and seize territory. The flames of war have already broken out, and a war that will surely overthrow the country is inevitable in the future. Meanwhile, in Postaya, where he was located, a great war had already broken out. The governor was old and seriously ill. He is very likely to pass away within a year. He has 2 sons, and logically the position should be inherited by the eldest son. However, the second son is more outstanding, and now the governor is in a coma due to serious illness. The 2 sides were constantly at war, and a major battle was imminent. During this time of war, a powerful rebellious force also emerged. They called themselves the Mandate of Heaven, gathered slaves and refugees from all walks of life, and produced a variety of powerful professional masters. Swordsman, mage, assassin. It is also a force to be reckoned with. It can be described as a 3-way standoff. Now, Jonas's small territory is not yet affiliated with any faction. Once a real war breaks out, such a small territory of a few thousand people could easily be considered cannon fodder. During his campaign to quell the rebellion, Hordu discovered the presence of the Destiny organization. The magician they encountered. It is highly likely that it belongs to the Destiny organization. The most urgent task is. They were worried that the Destiny organization would target their small territories and slowly devour them to grow stronger. Such a powerful organization as Destiny is not targeted at small territories like theirs, they simply cannot stop it. Meanwhile, the governor and the other side were still locked in a struggle and stalemate, and it was impossible for the governor to provide them with enough power. It's fair to say they're caught in a dilemma. After analyzing the situation, Hall couldn't help but frown. What kind of mess is this? Damn it, our hometown is about to be taken over by others, and we're still fighting amongst ourselves. One of the generals said, "Why don't we submit to one of them, sir?" Submit? How do you submit? If a small territory like ours were to submit, they would definitely use us as cannon fodder to wear down their forces. Well, there's nothing we can do about it now. After a fruitless discussion, Hall turned to Jonas and said, "Jonas, do you have any thoughts or suggestions?" Jonas thought for a moment and said, "This turmoil is a disaster, but it is also an opportunity. This is our greatest opportunity. I have a 9-word suggestion." "What is it?" "Build high walls, store up plenty of grain, and delay declaring yourself king." "Huh? What do you mean?" Jonas, build high walls, strengthen the army's defenses by constructing sturdy walls, fortresses, and other defensive works to resist foreign invasion and ensure the safety of one's base. Store up grain, to have sufficient reserves of grain and other supplies. Food is an important resource during wartime. Sufficient food reserves are essential for maintaining the fighting capacity of the army and ensuring the stable life of the people, thus providing a material foundation for prolonged warfare and development. Delay in declaring kingship. When one's power is not yet sufficient, one should not prematurely reveal one's ambitions, lest one become a target of criticism and attract attacks from all sides. Instead, one should bide one's time, secretly accumulate strength, and wait for the opportune moment to seek a higher position. The future war will be a fight to the death. Rather than be cannon fodder, why not rise to power step by step? These words left everyone present stunned for a long time. No one expected Jonas to be so bold. This is tantamount to rebellion. A moment of silence. Hall suddenly slammed his hand on the table and shouted. That's fucking right. Both sides want us dead. Why don't we expand and strengthen our business, and create even greater achievements? That makes sense. That is. One of the generals looked troubled and said, but we only have a territory of a few thousand people. How can we expand and become stronger? Jonas nodded and said, the first step is to find geniuses in various fields to speed up the process I'm talking about. Holden, how do you find geniuses? The world of geniuses is different from that of ordinary people. Just look at Jonas and Oliveira, they can catch up with what others have done in 10 years in just a few months. If they find talented strategists and managers, their territory can indeed grow bigger and stronger. However, finding it is a difficult problem. Jonas, guess how I discovered someone like Oliveira among the 1,000 white jade people? Everyone was taken aback. Yes, the people of Kianbeju generally have very poor talent, which is why they are often reduced to slavery. But Jonas was able to find Oliveira. This talent is even greater than the young ladies. Jonas continued, I awakened a talent called appraisal. Identify each person's talents and abilities. Holdu, huh? Such talent? Their innate abilities rarely awaken, and every imperial citizen who does awaken one becomes a coveted object of competition among nobles. Hordu had witnessed those imperial soldiers who had awakened their combat talents taking on thousands of enemies in war, a truly terrifying sight. Now even his own son has awakened? Seeing that everyone was still a little confused, Jonas said directly, Father, your swordsmanship is quite talented, but your cooking skills are terrible. You should now be at the 6th level of the Black Iron rank. Your ability is absolutely outrageous. Such abilities can not only discover geniuses, but also avoid powerful enemies. Hall belatedly said, wait, no wonder you made such a bet. Did you know from the beginning that you would win? Jonas smiled and said, yes, I'm sorry, Father. You little brat. Jonas continued. So, 2 days later, I decided to take the corresponding gold coins and go to the big city with Oliveira to look for geniuses. Sai, why didn't you search within our territory first? I've looked around the territory, and none of them have high talent. Large cities have nearly 60,000 people, which greatly increases the probability. Upon hearing this, Hall slammed his hand on the table and said, good. Do as you say, and I'll provide you with gold coins. Rather than waiting to die, why not do this? However, Jonas, you'd better find a highly talented magician. In modern warfare, mages are the greatest weapon on the battlefield. This time, a single bluestone tier mage has inflicted enormous losses on our army. Jonas nodded, all right, I will go and find the magician, not just for the war, of course. It was also for his little maid. Hall looked at his son with satisfaction and said, when you come back, you will be the leader of the second echelon. Okay. I will not let you down, Father. Chapter 21. The world of geniuses you don't understand. The next morning, sunlight streamed into the room through the sheer curtains. Jonas got out of bed and saw that the maids had already prepared a lavish breakfast for him. The table was laden with exquisite pastries and fragrant juices, and the maids stood respectfully to the side with their heads bowed, awaiting his instructions. Jonas couldn't help but sigh. The life of the aristocracy was indeed wonderful, a world of difference compared to his previous 996 lifestyle. Just then, for some unknown reason, Slinda arrived at his place early. Jonas ate his breakfast while looking at his sister in front of him and said with a smile, Slinda, is there something you need from me so early? Could it be that you're still not convinced yesterday and want to duel me on the stage? Slinda's face flushed slightly, looking somewhat embarrassed. She was silent for a moment before speaking, I'm here to apologize to you. I did say some things that were really too much in the past, and I didn't expect you to be so powerful. I misjudged you, I'm sorry. Although her voice was low, her tone was very sincere. Jonas waved his hand and smiled. He never expected that his usually assertive older sister would take the initiative to apologize. There is no need for an apology. Why don't you give me the gold coins you collected from suppressing the rebellion, sister? These gold coins will likely be more useful to me than to you. Slinda's expression changed slightly. Jonas took a sip of his juice and said slowly, my sister doesn't seem too happy about it. In that case, the main gate is over there, and I have other things to do today. Slinda bit her lip and looked at Jonas in front of her. Are you busy? Do you want the maids to massage you while you eat this sumptuous breakfast? If it weren't for his performance yesterday, she would have really thought Jonas was just a good-for-nothing who only went to bars to have fun. But now, she has to admit that Jonas's abilities far exceed her expectations. I'd like to ask you something, Slinda finally said. My sister is invincible on the battlefield, is there anything you can ask me for advice? Jonas teased. Slinda ignored his teasing and said, I'd like to ask you about the whirlwind slash. She learned the whirlwind slash from Ashur, but for some reason, Jonas's whirlwind slash was even more terrifying than Ashur's. With frequent wars in the future, she must constantly improve her strength in order to survive on the battlefield. She understood this principle better than anyone else. Jonas raised an eyebrow. Want to learn? Sure, but you have to give me command of a squad. Including the previous bet, you're giving me command of both squads. Slinda pondered for a moment, then finally nodded, okay. The improvement in strength was more appealing to her than the command of the two squads. My attitude when I teach people is not good. Fine. Okay. After finishing his breakfast, Jonas said to Slinda, come with me. He took Slinda to the place where he trained Oliverina. At this moment, Olivina had already gotten up early to practice her sword. Seeing the young master approach, she quickly wiped the sweat from her face, which was now glistening with a faint glow. Host. Upon seeing Slinda behind him, he immediately changed his address to young master. Jonas waved his hand and said, it's okay, you keep practicing. I'm just here to give Slinda some pointers. Oh, Olivina nodded and continued practicing her sword. After settling Olivina in, Jonas said to Slinda, come on, use what you think is your strongest whirlwind slash. Let me see why you lost so quickly against Oriana yesterday. As he spoke, he picked up an iron sword and casually tossed another iron sword to Slinda. Slinda looked at the nonchalant Jonas in front of her and felt a surge of resentment. The next moment, the iron sword in her hand burst forth with powerful sword energy, stabbing towards Jonas. However, Jonas simply shook his head casually, and with a light flick of his iron sword, he sent Slinda's sword flying. He shook his head, somewhat disappointed, and said, with this kind of strength, he dared to call himself a renowned genius before? He's just a piece of shit. The word a pile of shit made Slinda's face turn bright red. She never imagined that anyone would use such vulgar words to describe her. Given her status, she was respected and admired wherever she went. Now, Jonas is belittling her like this. With that thought in mind, Slinda gritted her teeth, concentrated all her strength into her sword, and thrust it at Jonas once more. However, the result was the same. Her sword was once again easily knocked away by Jonas. Jonas is simply unbeatable. The next moment, Jonas's iron sword flashed with a terrifying light, tearing half of Slinda's clothes off her shoulder, but without harming her in the slightest. Slinda stumbled back a few steps, clutching her shoulder, staring at the iron sword in Jonas's hand, her heart filled with shock. Jonas casually swung his sword. Try to master this whirlwind slash yourself. I incorporated everything you were missing into that move just now. Practice little by little. If you can't even master this, what makes you think you're a genius? Slinda was dissatisfied, but there was nothing she could do. They couldn't win a fight, and they couldn't win an argument. What followed was a long period of practice. My late grandmother was more skilled with a sword than you, what are you hesitating about? This is supposed to be a genius, and he's already out of energy? What rubbish! Under Jonas's harsh words. By noon, Slinda was completely exhausted and collapsed to the ground, sweat pouring down her face. She looked up at Jonas, who seemed to be completely unperspirant. No, this won't do. Jonas shook his head and said disappointedly, with your level of skill, you call yourself a genius. Do you know how long I taught Oliverina what you just learned? How long? Half an hour. Ha? Slinda's eyes widened in surprise. She couldn't believe that Olivina could master the move she had practiced so hard for in such a short time. If Olivina takes half an hour, how long would it take Jonas, who was even better than Olivina? I thought you would understand such a simple move quickly, but it seems I was wrong. You said Olivina wasn't worthy to be our retainer, but now I think you're the one who's unworthy to be my retainer. Slinda pursed her lips, looking at Olivina and Jonas beside her with a bitter expression. Once a genius, she now felt an unprecedented sense of loss, realizing how terrible her talent was. Still somewhat unwilling to give up, she asked Jonas, so, Oriana really reached this level in just 3 months? Jonas waved his hand and said, of course, why would I lie to you? Why should I? Slinda was filled with resentment. I was introduced to swordsmanship at a very young age and practiced diligently every day. How could Oriana, a newcomer, catch up with her in such a short time? Jonas smiled and said, "You don't understand the world of geniuses. And not only is he a genius, he works harder than you. You practice swordsmanship to become stronger. She practiced swordsmanship in order to survive. How could you possibly compare to Olivina?" Slinda was speechless. Olivina took 3 months, so how long did Jonas take? A month? He. She suddenly felt that her efforts seemed so insignificant in the face of talent. Jonas looked at the stunned Slinda and said, "All right, let's go back, my dear sister. You're already very capable." Slinda. That's already amazing. After Slinda left, Olivina also stopped practicing her swordplay and looked at Jonas with delight. In her view, her master had been avenging her. Jonas was extremely gentle in his training of Slinda. In contrast, Olivina felt she was treated with great respect. Jonas touched his face and said to Olivina, "Why are you looking at me?" "No. I just think Master is so nice." Olivina's face was flushed and looked beautiful, perhaps because of her sword practice. 2 large eyes looked at Jonas, filled with innocence and adoration. Jonas was momentarily stunned. He looked at the girl in front of him. Her face was still covered with glistening beads of sweat, and her 2 large eyes shone like stars. He couldn't resist reaching out and touching the back of her head. The girl closed her eyes, a look of enjoyment on her face. The master always claims to be a genius, but when it comes to talent, who can compare to the master? Click. The next second, a crisp sound rang out. Olivina subconsciously touched her neck, then her eyes widened as she stared blankly at Jonas in front of her. Jonas handed her the exquisite necklace he was holding. Master, why?" Olivina opened her mouth, not knowing what to say. "What I need is the greatest retainer and the most loyal swordsman. Instead of being a slave without a self. The only reason I made you wear it in the first place was because you were initially too wary of me." His voice was calm, as if stating a fact, but Olivina could feel the warmth and care in it. From birth until now, only Jonas's owner has said such things to him. He needs himself, yet he respects himself so much. Olivina's eyes gradually blurred with tears. "Aha! Pack your things, come with me to Tail City tomorrow. Go there and find geniuses like yourself." Olivina. Loyalty, 70%. Ability return multiplier, 14x. Chapter 22. S-rank Magical Girl Callus, Magical Forge. 2 days later. Jonas brought Olivina to Tal City. This is a large city with a population of around 60,000. After eating something, the 2 of them went into the city to search for the genius they were looking for. Jonas refused to believe that there wasn't a genius he was looking for among so many people. But the ideal is beautiful, while the reality is harsh. Jonas looked around, but there wasn't a single person with an A-level talent. Their ability values are pitifully low. The Imperials were less talented than he had imagined. Jonas muttered to himself with a hint of helplessness, "The Empire is in turmoil right now, and those who are capable have long been given important positions by the nobles. How could it possibly be my turn to choose? I still need to check out the slave market, but even talented slaves will be chosen." Thinking about this, Jonas had a bit of a headache. Just then, Olivina whispered, "The master is looking for someone who has not been chosen by the nobles. And the quantity needs to be large, right?" Jonas nodded. Olivina Vivi remained silent for a moment, then said, "Young master, I do know of a place. To the west of Tar City lies a large area of taverns. Because of the Empire's mismanagement, it's getting dirtier and more chaotic here. Walk through the tavern." Jonas could smell the sweet, pungent odor of fermenting malt mixed with the smell of sweat in the air. Inside the tavern, on the wine-stained wooden tables, drunkards with their chests exposed draped their greasy hands over the waitresses' waists, emitting vulgar laughter. In the corner, a heavily made-up woman, her clothes half undone, lay with a strange man, their necks intertwined, their scarlet lips smeared on the rim of a wineglass. "Jonas, here?" Looking at this, Olivina's eyes held a hint of fear. She escaped from a similar place with her younger sister. She shook her head and said, "This is just one side of the tavern, catering to those despicable addicts. Behind these taverns, however, lie even dirtier deals. Countless young women and children of various races were captured, packaged, and sold to nobles or even auctioned off. There are even dedicated performances and shows. Olivina swallowed hard. The level of gore and violence in the performance may exceed your imagination, young master. Here, there are no human rights, only prices. I believe that among so many people, there will be the genius you desire, young master. As they talked, Oliver also became somewhat disappointed. She lamented the fate of these girls, yet felt powerless to help, for she had once been a part of a similar place. Being able to escape and stay by the young master's side is her greatest fortune. Jonas patted Olivina on the back and said, "Don't worry, we will grow stronger and stronger in our territory, until we become powerful enough to control the entire empire. If new constraints are established, then this phenomenon will no longer occur. There will be no more racial discrimination and such chaos at that time." "Yes, young master, I believe you." The backstage area of a bar with its dazzling lights. Jonas and Olivina each wore a mask. They paid a gold coin to enter. The turmoil in the empire emboldened the human trafficking trade. It happens in almost every corner of the city. And this is the largest exchange. This place not only contains people and races that Jonas has never seen before, but also nobles who have been kidnapped. And if you have money, you can take anyone from here with you. On the wine tray were exquisite wine glasses, the red wine inside shimmering with a faint light, and groups of people were brought in one after another. Jonas swirled the wine in his glass and took a small sip. The burning sensation irritated my throat, even though it was a very low-quality liquor. However, it is indeed difficult to stimulate human hormones in such an environment. Why don't you give it a try? Oliver hesitated for a moment, but still took a sip in a very professional manner. The moment the alcohol went down her throat, she couldn't help but cough. Cough, cough, cough. The girl's face flushed slightly from the alcohol, the white hairs on her forehead stood up a little, and she gave Jonas a reproachful look. There are many goods here, and even more shady dealings than in the slave markets outside. Jonas has been sitting here for 2 hours. But he still didn't get to see his target. Indeed, geniuses are still hard to find. If we can't find S-rank slaves, we can take some A-rank or B-rank slaves back with us. Just as he was about to get up, a commotion arose from the doorway in the distance. Immediately, both of their attention was drawn to it. A large group of gang members escorted several people dressed as nobles into the private room. Several swordsmen stood guard outside the private room. At the same time, they brought in an iron cage, covered with a cloth, not wanting outsiders to see what it was. Jonas glanced instinctively toward the cage. His eyes widened involuntarily. Callus. Magic talent, S. Awakening skill, Magic Furnace. Magic Furnace, 100% magical affinity, known as a walking magic gathering array. The Magic Furnace will transfer to other people as the girl's primordialine is taken away. At the same time, all magic is lost. Upon seeing this news, Jonas's eyes widened in surprise. He naturally knew what 100% magical affinity meant. A magician, simply put, is someone who borrows natural elements and transforms them into their own power. 100% affinity is equivalent to nearly 100% magic conversion. Compared to the 10 or 20% of magic power conversion of other ordinary mages. This 100% magic conversion rate is ridiculously high. Simply put, even if she casts a low-level spell, its power is 7 or 8 times that of an ordinary mage. No wonder his qualification rating was S. This awakening skill is absolutely outrageous. If I could obtain this ability, I would receive a return of more than 10 times the original power. Not only does my magic level up quickly, but it also allows me to fight against opponents of higher levels. Combined with his own swordsmanship. Absolutely unbeatable. However, if one's primordialine is taken away, it's as if one has nothing left. Therefore, this young girl can be considered the best furnace. The reason the nobles here are so cautious is probably because they know about the young girl's special talent. Judging from the noble's attire, which is even more luxurious than mine, their status must be quite extraordinary. It seems unlikely that you can buy it with money. Jonas glanced at the person next to him. He said to Olivina beside him, "Let's go, the person we're waiting for has arrived." He let out a soft sigh and said, "But it seems you can't buy them anymore, you have to snatch them up." Chapter 23. Don't worry, no one will hit you anymore. After the cage was placed inside, a cardan lifted the black cloth. Inside was a blue-haired girl whose hands and feet were shackled on the upper left. The blue-haired girl curled up in a ball because of the cold of the chains and the cage. He had some scars on his body. The girl was wearing a black coarse cloth dress, and her slightly exposed lower abdomen was made more noticeable by the blue mark on her fair skin. Looking at the blue mark in that corner, Akadin couldn't help but laugh. My third brother told me to look for sexual rage, and I never expected to find this. Ha 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 ha. If Akadin isn't mistaken, this mark is the magic furnace. Damn, that's unbeatable. With 100% magical affinity, he could even imagine his bright future. His third younger brother was valued by the family because of his extremely high magical talent. Despite my hard work, I have no talent whatsoever, and now I've ended up like this. He was clearly the older brother. So, you might not be the heir to the city of Tars, little brother. Akadin let out a breath. To secure his bright future, he didn't even let anyone leave. Have a few people wait inside. The private rooms are divided into several areas, with Akadin's room located at the very back, out of sight of outsiders. Akadin pulled the cage in and closed the curtain. Then they prepared to unlock the chains on Callus's body. The girl wore a special collar made by a magician around her neck. The collars in this trading market were even more cruel than those worn by slaves. It can regulate the body's functions. 100% guaranteed to make the girl obedient. Most of the girls traded here are subjected to wanton abuse and persecution by their buyers. Or they could be taken to the performance stage and ruined at will. Ultimately, he met a tragic end. And that's exactly what Callus is doing now. At this moment, her eyes were somewhat dim, and she felt the restraint of her hands and feet being locked in shackles as she watched the person walking up to her and removing the shackles. Look at that disgusting face. My heart is filled with despair and complex emotions. A few days ago, she was sold here after being beaten by her gambling-addicted father. They put on collars and locked shackles. Here, they are treated as commodities, even less than slaves. She still remembers the excited look on her father's face after she sold her for a high price. This may be the only value in her bleak life. Someone like her was destined for this end. The dimly lit environment inside the private room was like a predatory beast. A chill gradually spread throughout her body, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. Akadin pulled on the chains binding the girl's hands. He couldn't help but stroke the girl's hand. Akadin, and he's so good-looking. Carlyle kept her eyes tightly shut, clenched her teeth, and dared not move. She has never been a tough person. Otherwise, she wouldn't have offered no resistance when her father sold her. Being this good-looking makes you a lot of fun. It's a pity, he's so thin and small, he probably won't be able to play for long. Upon hearing Akadin's almost blunt words, Callus's body trembled uncontrollably, and goosebumps rose all over her fair skin. I was reminded of those products that were manipulated and turned into a mess during the sales performance. In the end, he didn't even resemble a human being anymore, his eyes almost lifeless. Will I become like them? Who will save me? Even though I know it's impossible. But she couldn't help but pray in her heart. But as she prayed, she couldn't help but laugh at herself. And who else? They will come to save her from this wretched state. How could she possibly deserve it? She's not the protagonist in a storybook, how could she possibly hope for that? The next moment. Bang! The door to the room was sliced in two by a single sword strike. The outside lights shone into the dim environment. It was as if a divine light had descended upon them. All the people outside had already fallen into pools of blood. The swordsmen that the nobles relied on were so easily defeated. Everyone inside the room was startled and instinctively drew their weapons. At that moment, they heard that slightly mocking voice. Alafina, guard the outside. Everyone here must die. The sudden turn of events caught everyone on the scene off guard. Akadin, inside, couldn't help but shrink back, his sexual desire completely gone. He shouted and cursed loudly. Who are you? Who gave you permission to barge in here? Do you know who I am? You. Before he could finish speaking, the blood from the sword slicing across his neck splattered directly onto his face. He was so frightened that he opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. Jonas, who I am doesn't matter, what matters is that you're going to die today. Jonas swung his sword, and the swift, lightning-fast strike arrived. He quickly eliminated everyone around him, leaving only Akadin. He was so scared that he almost peed himself. He stammered as he spoke. I am the heir of Tale City, Akadin Joso, you cannot kill me. Otherwise you'll definitely be dead. Jonas was a little surprised. This guy seemed to have quite a background. Compared to his father's territory of a few thousand people, the city of Tars had tens of thousands of people, and its army was definitely more than 10 times larger than his father's. Seeing that the other side hesitated, Akadin was secretly delighted. Just as he was about to continue speaking, the next second, a sharp sword pierced through his throat. Wa'ata. Sorry, then you deserve to die even more. He wanted to eliminate the threat completely and didn't want to say another word to the person in front of him. Looks like I have to leave right away. Fortunately, the area was chaotic, making it easy to escape. However, killing one of the heirs of Tars City here would be extremely troublesome. And now, Jonas focused his attention on the blue-haired girl beside him. The scene was filled with corpses, and blood splattered all over the room. The girl's timid expression was like that of a small animal terrified of being hurt. She curled up in the corner, hugging her knees and trembling. He would glance at himself from time to time. Upon meeting my gaze, it quickly buried its head in fear, looking just like an ostrich. Jonas noticed the girl's nervousness and spoke softly and gently. Don't be nervous, Miss Callis. I won't do anything to you. That means taking the key to the shackles and unlocking them from her body. Jonas had intended to dispel the girl's suspicions through his actions. Unexpectedly, after the shackles were removed, the other party immediately huddled in the corner of the cage. He opened his mouth, somewhat at a loss for words. What did I do wrong? Don't kill me. I want to live. She originally thought she could face death peacefully. But seeing Akadin and his ilk die right in front of him. Death, however, was also an extremely terrifying thing for her. She learned from Akadin that she seemed to be a very valuable commodity. If it falls into someone else's hands, it won't end well either. Seeing this, Jonas didn't know what to say. The girl's sensitive and guarded nature made him fall silent for a moment. Looking at the silent Jonas in front of her, Carlyle became even more flustered. Please don't treat me like you did in that performance at the event. Don't hit me, don't kill me. I will try my best to serve you, and I will correct any problems I have. Before she could finish speaking, instead of the expected coercion and beating, Callis felt a warm hand stroking the top of her head. Don't worry. I'm here to save you. No one will hit you anymore. Chapter 24. I need a future great mage, Callis, not a slave girl with no sense of self. Don't worry. I'm here to save you. No one will hit you anymore. Jonas's hands were large and had a touch of warmth. The long-awaited warmth made Callis pause slightly in surprise. He looked up, staring blankly at Jonas in front of him, unable to utter a word for a long time. The light shining through his golden hair made him appear exceptionally sacred. This doesn't seem like reality, but it's more like a dream she had while sleeping in a damp, dark corner. Callis gave a soft hm and immediately lowered her head. Jonas let her pull her up and take her away. Such a big thing happened backstage at the bar. Soon, a large number of thugs and gang members surrounded them. However, these people were not very strong. After Jonas killed a few of them, he deterred them from coming up and then left with his men. After the incident occurred, when the bar's back of house manager came over, Jonas was nowhere to be found. The administrator was completely stunned after seeing Akardin's body. It's over. The Lord's Son of Tales died here, and the consequences were predictable. He immediately pulled the person next to him and said, Do you remember what those two escapees looked like? The opponent is a swordsman. Go to hell, you bitch. On the other side. On the carriage. Olivina drove the carriage slowly ahead. Silence fell inside the carriage. Sunlight streamed in through the swaying curtains, falling softly on the girl's fair thighs. Carlyle involuntarily shrank back slightly, instinctively hiding in the shadows inside the carriage. She glanced at the man beside her who was resting with his eyes closed, then quickly looked away. It was as if they were afraid the other party would notice. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting dappled patterns on the swaying curtains. It gave the man's golden hair a touch of gold. Carlyle became somewhat engrossed in watching, and subconsciously touched her collar as a strange thought popped into her head. The moment the thought crossed her mind, even Carlyle herself was startled. The girl quickly shook her head, banishing the strange thought. The journey was short. Jonas soon returned to Regenburg. The killing of Akardin caused great unrest in the city of Tars. Jonas also did not stay in that place to bring back any more talented slaves. As for Akadin, he had already looked into him. One of the sons of the Lord of Tars. His talent was extremely poor, much like his former self. Jonas wasn't afraid of being investigated, and he didn't leave many traces. Moreover, in this turbulent period, the Lord is unlikely to take any major action. Moreover, through gradual development, Tar's city became one of his targets. Jonas wasn't in a hurry. The most pressing matter now is how to disarm the blue-haired girl and gain her loyalty. On the battlefield, mages play a much greater role than swordsmen. Regenberg, in a comfortable room. After being bathed and cleaned by the maid, the blue-haired girl wore a white dress that Jonas had customized for her, and looked like an angel descended to earth. She sat on the bed, her slightly scarred, fair feet gently rubbing against the soft mattress. What a soft and comfortable bed! Compared to the home of his gambling father, his own bed was just a makeshift frame set up in the corner. She stood up carefully. They were ignorant yet wary and curious about everything around them. The dress looks a bit too big. Looking at herself in the mirror, Carlyle was indeed a little at a loss for words. So she can actually wear such a beautiful dress? Bang bang. I'm coming in. Carlyle was taken aback. Someone actually knocked on her door to ask for her opinion. Click. Jonas opened the door and came in, and Karis instinctively sat back down on the bed. His hand rested somewhat uneasily on his waist. Jonas, how are you feeling? Are you comfortable? Can I change back into my old clothes? It's not that the clothes are ugly, nor that they are uncomfortable. Rather, it was because the clothes were so beautiful and comfortable that she felt a little uncomfortable. The soft texture gave her an unprecedented sense of unreality. Like a pink bubble that could burst at any moment. It's not that the girl is unwilling to accept hope. Moreover, she feared that if she accepted hope and then returned to her previous life, she wouldn't be able to endure it. That will be an unbearable despair in darkness. Jonas sat on the edge of the bed and asked softly. Don't you like it? This was made by them for Olivina based on the design from her previous life. Now that the set has been given to Karis, it's a bit too big. No. It's not that I don't like it, I like it a lot, it's just that. Callis stammered, trying to explain, but was interrupted by the man in front of her with a smile. If you like it, that's fine. Let's stay here from now on, forget about the past, and start a new life. Here, you will no longer experience your past pain and insults. Jonas's words left Carlyle somewhat bewildered. He blurted out instinctively, why? She couldn't understand why Jonas was being so nice to her. Having never experienced kindness before, Callis was momentarily at a loss. Jonas didn't say anything, but glanced at Callis. Suddenly, he leaned in and reached out to reach behind Callis's head. Seeing Jonas's actions, Callis subconsciously closed her eyes, bit her lip, and lowered her head. Is this how it will end up? But it seems that's all she's worth. Although her body was trembling slightly, she forced herself not to back away. Compared to being treated so badly in that chaotic place, perhaps this is the best ending for her. The next moment. Click. That was the sound of the magic collar being removed. Carlyle was taken aback. She suddenly looked up, her eyes widening in surprise. Huh? The two looked at each other, and Callis instinctively lowered her head again. Jonas removed the magic collar from his own bracelet and set it aside. The collar was removed, revealing faint marks on Karis's fair neck. All right, it's untied. You didn't want to. Carlyle opened her mouth, but for some reason, she couldn't say anything. This collar controls everything about her. Without the collar, she felt as if she could breathe fresh air again. She stared blankly at the man in front of her. He doesn't seem to be the way he thought he was. Ignoring the girl's unusual behavior, Jonas patted her on the shoulder. It was as if she was being declared free. Because I need you. Jonas's words were calm, yet extremely firm. It's as if it's stating an indisputable fact. Carlyle clenched her fists tightly. She stared blankly at the smiling man in front of her. Jonas continued, You have extremely high magical talent. I need a future great mage, Callis. Instead of being a slave girl with no sense of self, you deserve better. Carlyle opened her mouth, and her vision gradually blurred. I need you. These words seemed to echo in her mind. This was the first time in her life that someone had said such a thing to her. The previous insults, abuse, and beatings. Looking back, I never expected that a beam of light would suddenly shine down. Her inner emotions instantly overwhelmed her consciousness. Ugh. Carlyle didn't know why she was crying. She instinctively wiped her hands helplessly, but couldn't stop. As if venting the grievances she had been holding back, she cried even more. Jonas rubbed the girl's head. The girl's small head was exceptionally soft to touch. It's all right, the past is the past, this will be your new beginning. Carlyle began, her voice slightly choked with emotion. I understand, Mr. Jonas. Sob. Callous. Loyalty, 15%. Magic ability points refunded, 3 times. Chapter 25. This is the only way she can repay the young master now. Sister, Lord Jonas has entered that girl's room. This girl is so pretty and cute. Inside the training room, Olivina swung her sword again and again. Sweat soaked through her workout clothes, highlighting her alluring curves. Hearing what her younger sister said, Olivina felt increasingly agitated for some reason. All right, that's enough. Sister, are you jealous? Tear. Olivina suddenly unleashed a powerful sword strike, cleaving the wooden stake in front of her in two. It caused a strong shock. What nonsense are you talking about? Why would I be jealous? Me. I am merely a retainer of Lord Jonas. Phil said with a hint of sarcasm, do you really only want to be a retainer? Lord Jonas is so handsome and intelligent, and so powerful, don't you want to, sister? Enough said, Lord Jonas, he is merely my master. Don't forget, everything we have now was fought for by him. Don't have so many unrealistic expectations. Oh dear, you're so stubborn. Sister, you're not bad looking either. It's bigger than that new guy's too. You. Hey. Sister, we've seen all the clothes the bar hostesses wear. Do you want me to help you revise it? Who knows, maybe Lord Jonas won't be able to resist then. Get out. You brat. On the other side. Before the pristine white dining table. The girl, dressed in a white dress, sat upright in a chair, looking very reserved. The presentation was exquisite, featuring fresh fruit and meat. There were also many dishes that she had never seen before. 2 maids were also serving him. Carlyle held a knife and fork, staring at the food in front of her, unsure of where to begin. Jonas, on the other hand, appeared very elegant, slowly and methodically preparing the food in front of him. From a certain perspective, everything Jonas did was to position himself in a superior position. This makes it easier to gain the loyalty and trust of young girls. Looking at the girl in front of him, he seemed a little lost. Jonas carefully cut off a piece of the steak he hadn't eaten before, dipped it in the sauce, and placed it on Carlyle's plate. Then he pushed the cheese in front of her. The girl was bewildered by his action. She hurriedly raised her pale blue eyes. Eat? Jonas's voice was calm, with a hint of warmth. Yet it seemed to have a calming effect on people's hearts. Carlyle gave a soft and finally obediently put the steak in her mouth. The delicate, fresh aroma exploded on her taste buds, a flavor she had never tasted since birth. I couldn't help but let the flavor linger in my mouth a little longer. Although a little awkward, she still showed a satisfied and sweet smile. Carlyle glanced at the man in front of her, a strange feeling rising within her. The man in front of me was very elegant. For a fleeting moment, she wanted to just keep watching. The sudden feeling of happiness left her somewhat dazed. However, this thought was quickly suppressed by his own inferiority complex. His gaze unconsciously drifted to the side. Carlyle was startled by her own thoughts. Who am I? What merit or ability do I possess? The scene was very quiet, and Karis instinctively didn't dare to make a sound. Sunlight filtered through the sheer curtains, casting soft dappled patterns on the wooden dining table. The vines cascaded down from the white porcelain flower pot, and the fuzz on the leaves glistened in the sunlight, like tiny crystals. The aroma of food lingered in the air. Dark memories kept flashing through my mind, and compared to the despair I had felt before, everything here seemed so beautiful. She was afraid that all of this would shatter like a bubble, so she subconsciously resisted everything Jonas brought her. Having experienced the light, could she still endure the darkness? She was so scared. The other party was just using her. He set a gentle trap, then abandoned her on the roadside like a stray dog. However, compared to the despair of not long ago, to experience such tenderness while eating this kind of food, even if it means death, it's probably a better choice. Callous. Loyalty, 20%. Magic ability return multiplier, 4x. After spending these days together, Callus gradually adapted to the new environment. The blue-haired girl followed Jonas around every day, like an inconspicuous sidekick. Perhaps it was something that happened in the past that had a significant psychological impact on the girl. Carlyle is resistant to communicating with other people. He was exceptionally affectionate towards Jonas, though. The little girl was very attached to Jonas, but she was afraid of bothering him and causing him to dislike her. She wanted to learn all sorts of things to please Jonas. Jonas didn't put on airs or act like an aristocrat. Instead, he acted like an older brother taking care of his younger sister. Callous. Loyalty, 25%. Magic ability points returned, 5x. Between sword practice sessions, Slinda noticed Jonas occasionally feeding Carlyle, and couldn't help but pout. He was so gentle and considerate towards other little girls. When teaching me whirlwind slash, he was so ruthless and merciless. Those who know her would think she's his sister, but those who don't would think she's his enemy. Moreover, Jonas had clearly stated that he would bring back a magician to resolve the potential problems of the Destiny faction. These past few days, even the magician didn't see it. All she saw was Jonas playing house with the girl. It was as if Jonas had reverted to his former self as a tavern loser. However, Jonas was very strong, and while he practiced his swordsmanship, he could only grumble inwardly and couldn't say it out loud. Watching Olivina practice her swordplay as well, she couldn't help but say, "Look at Jonas, he's just playing house with little girls all the time." They even said they were looking for magical talents from all fields. The Empire is in turmoil now, look at it. Olivina's eyes widened, and she said, "Don't talk nonsense. Young master must have his reasons for doing things. If you keep talking nonsense, you'll face my challenge." Slinda. Good, another one with a Jonas-obsessed mind. And he couldn't beat her. To be fair, Olivina's talent is terrifying. He had originally said that after hard training, he would be able to defeat Olivina. Then he discovered that he and Olivina were actually growing further and further apart. It turns out that it will take Olivina quite a bit of effort to defeat herself. Now, without even 2 sword strikes, I won't be able to withstand it. Not to mention Jonas, who has been guiding Olivina all along. She felt she could see Jonas's tail less and less. She genuinely found it outrageous. Did Jonas secretly go off to practice his sword skills behind their backs? Otherwise, how could things have turned out this way? As a result, Slinda, who had always been regarded as a genius, began to have great doubts about herself. Damn it, those 2 perverts. This day. Regenberg. The library. Jonas was browsing through the selections, with the blue-haired girl following behind him, tugging at the hem of his clothes. The butler asked from the side, "Young master, what are you looking for?" "I need to find books about magic." The butler looked troubled and said, "All the books about magic are quite expensive. We probably don't have any in our collection. Don't you even have the most basic things?" "The most basic one?" The butler pondered for a moment and then said, "The most basic one?" There was, however, a beginner's manual for magicians that had been widely circulated by the imperial nobility. There seems to be only one very simple fireball spell inside. Fireball, that's enough. Magic books? We can buy them later. Magic books are extremely expensive. Young master, with our financial resources, I'm afraid it won't be easy for us to buy it. Jonas, looks like we'll have to steal it. Housekeeper. It seems the young master is even more warlike than the lord. He continued, "Does the young master want this girl to learn magic and cast spells?" Jonas, yes. Butler, I'm afraid it will be a bit difficult. Magic needs to be taught. Magicians need to use magic crystals to increase their affinity with natural magic. Only then can magic be unleashed. Most magicians don't have a high enough affinity with natural magic, so they can't cast spells without magic crystals. This is why magicians usually carry a staff. Moreover, the mage's staff is engraved with various runes and inlaid with crystals, which can greatly enhance the power of magic. Jonas, approachability? Don't worry, what we have in abundance is friendliness. As he spoke, he followed the steward and brought out the beginner's manual for mages. After Jonas got his hands on it, he immediately handed the introductory manual to Karis. "Callus, please. Strive to become strong, our territory needs you." Callus paused for a moment, then nodded heavily. "I will definitely work hard and live up to your expectations." She wanted to become as strong as she could, so she could do something for the young master. She wanted to prove her worth and stay by the young master's side. This is the only way she can repay the young master for pulling her out of the quagmire. Chapter 26. Lord Jonas, you are so amazing. In an open space, Callus is practicing magic by following the mage's beginner's manual. Hall looked at Jonas with some concern. Jonas, are you sure this little guy will become a great magician in the future? Perhaps due to long-term malnutrition, Callus is not very tall, but the way she looks when she holds up this magic manual and reads it makes her appear somewhat petite. Jonas, no mistake. She'll be a formidable weapon on the battlefield from now on. Slinda pouted and said, with that timid look, I'm afraid she wouldn't even dare to go to the battlefield. Carlyle was so beautiful that she felt Jonas had come back to satisfy her desires. Holdu, looking like this, she'd be easy to kill on the battlefield. Before Hall could finish speaking, Callus suddenly raised her fair right hand. Slinda, what are you trying to do? Without magic crystals, how could she use magic? This is not an anomaly. He hadn't finished speaking. The next moment, the huge fireball exploded in mid-air. Boom! The firelight instantly illuminated their faces. The eyes of several people suddenly widened. Ah? This is a fireball spell? No, that's not the point. The point is, you can learn this just by looking at it twice? And he cast the fireball spell. Wait, this doesn't require magic crystals. What kind of monster did Jonas find? Callus, who had summoned the fireball that exploded, stared blankly at the explosion. The intense flames were reflected in his pale blue eyes. Then she looked at her fair and delicate hands. Is this my ability? After the initial shock, her light blue eyes lit up with joy. She'll be useful to Lord Jonas in the future. Callus. Magic ability value, 134. Fireball proficiency, 80. Jonas was also very surprised. The initial ability stats and proficiency are way too high. No wonder he has S-class talent. He immediately opened his control panel. Jonas. Magic ability value, 670. Fireball proficiency, 400. Magic Forge, 100% magic affinity. After binding with Callus, Jonas could also clearly sense the flow of magic around him. Sensing the changes in himself, Jonas couldn't help but chuckle. This increases magic power, and also enhances swordsmanship. He can now master both magic and martial arts, becoming a magic swordsman. That's interesting. At that moment, Carlyle, with her short legs, ran towards Jonas and stopped in front of him. Lord Jonas, I have this magic. Jonas smiled and patted the girl's head, saying, focus on comprehending and practicing first, and I'll find you a better magic scroll later. Carlyle felt the caresses with a touch of fascination. Then he gave a heavy hum. Several days later, on an open space, Callus continued practicing her fireball spell. As fireballs were formed one by one, the fireball grew larger and larger, and the casting speed increased. The heat wave from the fireball made Jonas squint. The fact that a simple fireball spell has reached such a market level is probably an eye-opener for seasoned mages. After so many days of communication and adjustment, Callus's loyalty has reached 30%. 6 times the return, plus the unique magic furnace. My own magic will only become more terrifying. However, fireball alone is not enough. I need to find some higher-grade magic scrolls to learn. Furthermore, they need to learn healing techniques to cure Alfina's sister's black poison disease. It seems I'll have to go to other cities later. However, this is an excellent start. During the practice, Carlyle couldn't help but steal a glance at Jonas. Jonas sat in a recliner, drinking milk and savoring its rich aroma as it slid down his throat, a smile involuntarily spreading across his face. Seemingly influenced by Jonas's mood, Karis also became happy. Lord Jonas seems to be in a pretty good mood. Seeing the girl smile, Jonas said, how about it? Do you like the gift I gave you? The girl wore a deep purple magic robe, the soft fabric draping down to her calves, the subtle embroidery undulating slightly with her movements. Matching stockings encased her slender legs, the silver thread runes at the top of the stockings delicate and playful. As she tiptoed, her skirt swayed, revealing her fair ankles, giving her an air of mystery and ethereal grace. This outfit was a gift from Jonas to her. Carlyle flicked her sleeves, peeked slightly forward, and blushed slightly. My lord, I like it very much. Jonas subconsciously touched Karis's head in front of him. He asked, what are you thinking about? Callus's face flushed slightly as she felt Jonas's touch. And nothing? How's your progress in learning magic going? Callus thought for a moment and said, my magic power is increasing a bit slowly now. The main problem is the lack of information on advanced magic techniques, and this fireball spell is also a simple one, making further advancement difficult. Jonas stretched out his hand and said, then I'll teach you. Watch carefully, learn carefully. Integrate what I've taught you, bit by bit, into your own understanding. Is Lord Jonas also a magician? Jonas nodded slightly and said, I guess so. She didn't think she had ever seen Lord Jonas practice magic. At that moment, Jonas extended his right hand. The next moment, magic is surging. The enormous fireball exploded directly in mid-air. The dazzling flames and impact caused Callus's hair to fly wildly. Her eyes widened in surprise. Mouth wide open. His eyes suddenly filled with admiration. Wow! Sir, you're so amazing. It's the same simple fireball spell, but the adult uses it with several times more power than I do. Moreover, its casting speed is more than twice as fast as mine. Most importantly, within this spell, she sensed that the adult seemed to possess something similar to herself. This made her feel even closer to Jonas. Jonas, want to learn? Then I'll teach you, and then we'll work hard to improve. The future depends on you. I will definitely try my best. Callus. Loyalty, 35%. Magic ability return, 7x. Boom. Outside the walls of a noble's estate, the magically formed ice pillars crashed violently against the towering city walls. The heavy city wall collapsed with a roar, tearing a hideous gash in the dust and smoke. Before the smoke and dust had even cleared, countless figures surged in like a tide. They were dressed in simple linen clothes, and the white medals on their shoulders gleamed in the sunlight. The weapons in the hands of these heavenly mandate army gleamed coldly, and under the cover of magic from the high platform behind them, they plunged straight into the noble territory like sharp swords. The noble soldiers defending the city hastily engaged in battle, but were repeatedly defeated by the heavenly mandate army's offensive. On the high platform behind the heavenly mandate army, an elderly man in a white robe patted the girl next to him. Ephras, your magic power has increased remarkably. Months ago, they could only repel a small squad, but now they can blast the city walls apart. Now we can even use dark iron rank magic. Such a rate of progress is simply unheard of. The girl in black robes beside him exhaled, her purple hair appearing exceptionally eerie under the blue magical glow. The scroll given by the teacher is good. I'm currently only at the bluestone rank, barely able to use iron rank magic. Being able to use iron level magic at the bluestone level is already a unique talent. With your participation, destiny will become even stronger. It is my honor. As soon as he finished speaking, the girl swung the scepter inlaid with ice crystals with a sudden movement, the silver bell on her wrist ringing out with a clear, melodious sound. Her lips parted slightly, and an obscure incantation spilled from between her teeth, causing the air to freeze and the temperature to plummet. Sharp ice spikes sprouted from the ground like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, accompanied by a whistling wind. They sped toward the noble soldiers who were still putting up a stubborn resistance. The ice spikes pierced their armor with precision, penetrating their flesh and leaving gruesome holes in their bodies. The girl was slightly out of breath. She brushed aside the strands of hair that had fallen across her forehead and said, "The Regine family, you're next." Chapter 27. The important roles of Olivina and Callus. Because the situation in Post-Estate is becoming increasingly tense. In the days that followed, the chaos around Regenburg is escalating. Hordu had no choice but to send troops to quell the rebellion. Although the situation is becoming increasingly tense, the overall situation is very positive, and morale is soaring. Because of Callus's exceptional magical talent, she repeatedly displayed her prowess on the battlefield. On that battlefield, after several fireballs, many of the rebel soldiers surrendered on the spot. Similarly, Olivina also stole the show on the battlefield. With only a sword, he often slaughtered the rebel army, leaving them in disarray. His swordsmanship is now even on par with his father, Hall. Hall couldn't help but sigh, lamenting that he was getting old. At the same time, I am extremely grateful for Jonas's choice. This Qian Baijue is indeed the best choice as a retainer. Moreover, he felt that with Olivina and Callus, he could even annex the surrounding territories. As more and more talented people joined them, the two of them grew and matured. He even felt he could annex the city of Tars. Jonas was absolutely brilliant to have these two men as retainers. Our future is bright. Ah sure, yes, there are Karis and Miss Olivina. We have been winning all along. This time, victory is our return. Carlyle skipped and hopped over to Jonas. Lord Jonas, I deserve the most credit this time. Callis is very happy now. Compared to their previous sewer-like life, both the atmosphere and the future are filled with the smell of decay. Now she feels that her future is bright. A wonderful life, the support of the soldiers, and the respect of the people in the territory. You should know that when she returned, quite a few noble girls came to her wanting to learn magic. They addressed her as Your Excellency, Savior, etc. Carlyle had never felt so important before. As a result, even shy and timid girls became more cheerful. Jonas looked at the pile of spoils his father had brought back. He couldn't help but say, "Well done, what kind of reward do you want?" After hearing Jonas's words, Karis thought about it for a moment. As if she had thought of something, her face turned slightly red, and she secretly approached Jonas and whispered, "Then, Lord Jonas, will you touch me more often in the future? I like you like this." As if realizing that what she was saying was a bit too embarrassing, she lowered her head. Upon hearing this, Jonas was stunned for a moment before he reacted. Then he coughed lightly without saying anything. He simply patted the little girl's head silently. Looking at the blissful expression on Callis's face, Jonas's lips twitched. What a sin! Jonas, who had always enjoyed life in this world, felt a rare pang of guilt. However, it's fluffy and feels nice to the touch. At this time, Olivina, carrying Frost on her back, also wanted to go forward and happily tell Jonas her master. But upon seeing this scene, she pursed her lips. But he didn't say a word. She also killed many rebel soldiers on the battlefield. While she was still a little dazed, Jonas, who was not far away, walked over and suddenly said, "Olivina. Ha? I heard from father that you injured your wrist on the battlefield." Olivina immediately shook her head and said, "It's nothing, young master, it's just a little scratch." "Young master, you still care about yourself." "Jonas, I made you a wristband." Jonas pulled out a bright red wristband from behind his back. "Young master, what you've done. Don't you like it?" No. I like it very much." Jonas said, "These are wristbands I made with magic, and they store 3 fireballs inside. The corresponding trigger mechanism inside can be triggered by swinging your sword forcefully." "Fireball? Is it the kind that Callis uses?" "No, it's even more powerful than that." "Young master is truly amazing. Are you also a magician?" "I guess so." Olivina never doubted Jonas. She immediately put on the wristband the soft lining wrapped around her abrasions, making her feel warm. This was made by the young master himself. "Take good care of yourself and don't get hurt." After appeasing the two major heroes, Jonas couldn't help but look at his own panel. Olivina's loyalty has reached 70%. The ability value return rate has reached a terrifying 14 times. Jonas. Swordsmanship ability, 180031. Bronze rank, level 2 swordsman. Skill, Whirlwind Slash. Whirlwind Slash proficiency, 171349. Whirlwind Slash stage 4, Concealed Wind. The sword's momentum is like the wind, hidden within the sword's momentum, like a shadow following its form, difficult to find. Magic ability value, 21,023. Second tier Black Iron Mage. Skill, Fireball. Fireball proficiency, 124270. Jonas looked at his panel and nodded in satisfaction. With this kind of capability, even if the Heavenly Mandate army really came knocking on their door, Regenberg would have a certain ability to deal with it. A fireball spell with over 100,000 proficiency points is even considered a high-level spell at the same stage. But Jonas was still a little uneasy. After all, Regenberg is still too weak compared to other forces. It seems we need to use some modern knowledge to improve Regenberg's defenses. Then find an opportunity to bind yourself to an assassin. Assassins are generally known for their stealth and speed. If one possessed the abilities of an assassin, one's safety would be greatly guaranteed. Develop well and steadily. While Jonas was still secretly making plans in his mind. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise came from the other side of the city wall. The sudden sound caught everyone off guard. Everyone looked up in surprise, their gazes all turning toward the city wall. The joy of victory vanished instantly. Hall shouted, "Oh no! Go to the city walls! Someone's come to attack!" Chapter 28. 28. This is a fireball spell? The girl flew across the battlefield like a sharp, cold wind, her hands drawing mysterious, icy blue magic circles in the air, and a chilling aura spread wildly from her center. In an instant, countless ice crystals condensed within the magic array, transforming into sharp ice spikes that shot towards the city wall like silvery meteors. The moment the icicle struck the city wall, it unleashed a deafening roar, and a bone-chilling cold spread rapidly. The bricks and stones on the surface of the city wall were instantly frozen, and ice patterns spread wildly like a spider web. Then, with a crisp crack, large chunks of bricks and stones covered in frost fell down. As the ice spikes continued to bombard the city wall, huge gaps appeared, and the unsupported wall teetered on the brink of collapse. Even the noble soldiers on the city walls were constantly being pierced by icicles, letting out miserable howls. Evelos's eyes gleamed as she looked at everything before her, a destructive pleasure curling at the corners of her lips. Her parents were members of the rebel army, but were ruthlessly killed by Regenberg's troops. As a child, she witnessed Hall plunge a cold iron sword into her parents' chests, and that unforgettable hatred took root in her heart. She vowed to make the Regan family pay the price. Later, she discovered that she possessed extremely high magical talent and joined the Destiny Army. During one operation, she successfully repelled the Thunder Clan and, thanks to her talent, was taken in as a disciple by Aurelius. Aurelius, as the leader of the 6th Army of the Thunder Army, is a black iron rank magic master. Under his protection, Evelos swept through the nobility and continued to rise in power. Those once high and mighty nobles were swiftly destroyed and suffered unbearable pain under her magic. A cruel smile crept onto Evelos's lips. She stared coldly at the enemies on the city wall. The so-called Imperial legions are nothing but a shadow of their own before her magic. Just then, Hordu and Slinda's group also arrived on the city wall. The city wall was already on the verge of collapse after being hit. Hall stared at the familiar figure on the opposite platform, momentarily stunned, a troubled expression on his face. How could the magician on the other side have grown so quickly in such a short time? He clearly remembered that it was this very magician who had once caused them to suffer a crushing defeat. However, he never imagined that the other side would be able to shake their city walls with such powerful magic. Ashwar, standing nearby, looked at the approaching Heavenly Mandate Army and their bright banners, and said with a grim expression, "The Heavenly Mandate Army is here, and in such large numbers, faster than we expected. If the city walls collapse, our territory will surely be lost under the onslaught of so many Heavenly Mandate soldiers. Damn it, these people don't want us to live. The Heavenly Mandate Army has already started encroaching on our territory." Hall couldn't help but turn to Carlyle behind him and say, "Miss Carlyle, please make your move." When he first met Carlyle, he thought she was just an innocent and romantic little girl. However, now, at this moment when the nobles are in dire straits, she is their only hope. Because he had witnessed the power of Callus's fireballs on the battlefield. Callus looked at the frost covering the sky. She took a deep breath, waved her right hand, and a fireball appeared out of thin air, tracing a blazing trail in the sky. The fireball exploded, instantly melting some of the frost. Upon seeing this, she couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. The frost wasn't as terrifying as I'd imagined. Seeing this from a distance, Evelos frowned. She never expected that such a small territory would have a magician. Aurelius was also somewhat surprised. A territory of a few thousand people has actually produced a mage? However, when he saw the fireball spell that Callus had conjured, he couldn't help but smile. Fireball spell? I didn't expect such a low-level spell to appear on the battlefield. As a basic spell, fireball is difficult to use as an effective means of attack, whether in terms of its destructive power or other factors. Evros scoffed, overestimating yourself. As soon as she finished speaking, she began chanting a spell, and instantly more ice spikes flew from her hands, hurtling towards the city wall. As countless ice spikes hurtled towards her once again, this time Callus showed no sign of panic. Although the frost covering the sky is widespread, she should be able to block it by spreading her fireball spell. She spread her hands out in front of her, and several fireballs exploded in front of her. Terrifying flames swept out. Tear. The countless icicles in the sky melted away. This scene directly shocked Evelos. Her eyes widened as she stared at Callus in disbelief. This is a beginner-level fireball spell? She wielded the Azure Stone Rank's Frosty Rain, and it was blocked by a beginner-level fireball? Elliot, standing nearby, also stared wide-eyed. He had never seen anyone use a fireball to block the magic of the Bluestone Steps. If Everos's ability to use Iron Tier magic at the Bluestone level is considered genius, then the fact that this girl can use a fireball to block bluestone tier magic is simply unheard of. He muttered to himself, no, how can beginner level magic produce such an effect? A quick victory is not the way to go. Seeing this, Evelos gritted her teeth, a flash of anger in her eyes. Just a simple fireball spell? The next moment, she waved her magic wand, and a spell flew from her mouth. As the incantation was completed, the magic circle in front of them instantly unfolded, and a huge ice dragon rushed out of the magic circle, carrying endless cold air, and crashed into the city wall. Ifros, in your current state, don't overuse dark iron rank magic. Aurelius looked at Evelos with some concern. Her magic power had not fully recovered, and forcibly using dark iron tier magic would be extremely risky for her. However, Evelos merely smiled coldly. It doesn't matter, they must die. The moment the ice dragon crashed down, even Hordo, a veteran of many battles, couldn't help but panic. It was as if the might of heaven could not be stopped by human power. This is the advantage that mages have on the battlefield. When a complete spell is chanted, it is something that no swordsman of the same rank can withstand. We're doomed. Slinda pursed her lips and involuntarily took a step back. The approaching ice dragon instilled a sense of fear in everyone. Only Jonas remained relatively calm as he watched the approaching ice dragon. She then glanced at Carlyle beside her. Carlyle instinctively glanced back at Jonas. Jonas said, "Don't be nervous, just use what I usually teach you." Upon hearing this, Carlyle nodded emphatically and turned back. Standing on the city wall, facing the enormous ice dragon, she calmed down. The ice dragon's body was enormous and ferocious, carrying endless cold and pressure as it roared toward the city wall. She slowly raised her hands, as if embracing the entire sky. The surrounding air seemed to freeze at that moment. She closed her eyes, thinking about everything the young master had taught her. Singing softly. With a 100% affinity for magic. Fireballs appeared one after another next to the ice dragon. Then it exploded. Cracks began to appear on the ice dragon's massive body under the impact of the fireball. With 100% magical affinity, Callus could even feel every flicker of flame on the ice dragon's body. The flames rapidly eroded every inch of the ice dragon. Carlyle's lips curled up slightly, and her eyes sparkled with confidence. Her fireball spell, though only the most basic level of magic. But Lord Jonas said that every spell is a link to the magical power of nature. If used properly, even the lowest level of magic can unleash tremendous power. Not long after, the ice dragon's body gradually melted in the vortex of flames. Its icy blue scales began to turn transparent, eventually turning into wisps of water vapor that dissipated into the air. The soldiers on both sides were stunned by what they saw. Is Callus really that strong? It's incredible that they were able to withstand and destroy such a powerful ice dragon using only the most basic fireball spell. Callus stood on the city wall, her purple robes particularly dazzling. Evelos and Aurelius were speechless with astonishment. A look of disbelief crossed Everos's face as she murmured, "How could this be? How could this be? Annihilate the extreme ice dragon with a fireball spell." This. She had used the fireball spell when she first started learning, but with that kind of power, it could at most set a house on fire. How could it cause such great damage? Chapter 29. Can this low-level fireball spell be used like this? Aurelius stood frozen in place, his eyes fixed on Callus. This is a true genius. He could use even the simplest fireball spell to such an extreme degree he could hardly imagine the devastating power this girl would unleash on the battlefield if she mastered even more lethal magic. Both Horton and Slinda gaped in astonishment. This is how it's resolved? With such a powerful ice dragon, if it were to crash into the city wall, Hall even felt that a huge hole would appear at the corner of the wall. But now, it has been dealt with so easily by Callus. He thought Callus was already effective on the battlefield, but he underestimated her. What kind of monsters has Jonas brought back? Ashur couldn't help but sigh. He had previously thought Jonas's plan was a bit far-fetched, but now, after seeing Olivina and Callus's abilities, he suddenly felt that if they were given a little more time, their territory might really be able to annex and become powerful. Jonas stood atop the city wall, gazing at the astonished Evelos on the distant platform, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. With only an A rank, how can you possibly challenge an S rank like Callus? Moreover, Callus has 100% magic affinity. Evros and Callus gazed at each other from afar. Evros gritted her teeth, her voice tinged with resentment. "You're not an imperial citizen either, so why are you helping these nobles? Haven't you seen their despicable nature? What's it to you? It was these nobles who murdered my parents, giving me that painful past. If they take advantage of you later, you will definitely suffer an extremely miserable end. People like you and me should take destiny as our starting point and ignite the flames of revolution, rather than join the nobility and become their lackeys. Does Lord Jonas think I don't understand whether he's using me or not? Carlyle sneered, after reading so many books. She learned about her constitution, the mana furnace. It has 100% magical affinity, and as one loses their primordial yin, it will transfer to a man's body. Lord Jonas not only rescued himself from the devil, but also took the initiative to remove the collar from the female slave, giving her this free life. If Jonas truly coveted her and intended to exploit her, she would have met a tragic end at their very first meeting, instead of being given faith and support as she is now. Don't judge other people's lives by your own past, Carlyle said coldly. Destiny? Lord Jonas is my destiny. What you call destiny, what you call uprising, are nothing but means to seize power. Evelos's lips twitched slightly. She wanted to chant a stronger spell to destroy the city wall in front of her, but she was powerless at this moment. Her magic was completely depleted. She could only turn to Aurelius and say, "Teacher, please make a move. Show no mercy." Though this man is a genius, he has already degenerated into a lackey of the nobility. Elliot did not speak, but simply took a small step forward. A cold light flashed in those deep eyes. He slowly raised his hands, drawing complex magical trajectories in the air. The surrounding air began to fluctuate violently, and a powerful magical energy gathered around him, forming a strong airflow that made his robes flutter. In an instant, 3 enormous ice dragons roared out of his magic circle, carrying endless chill and destructive power, crashing towards Callus on the city wall. These 3 ice dragons are much larger than the previous one. The ice dragon's body traced icy trails in the air. Callus, standing on the city wall, saw the 3 ice dragons and wanted to use the same method to deal with them. She quickly chanted a spell, and a fireball was instantly released, exploding in the air. But this time, it couldn't melt the ice dragon as easily as before. The gap in strength is too large. In addition, there is the mutual restraint of elements. The 3 ice dragons were only briefly stopped before continuing their charge towards her. The power of magic is beyond what skill can compensate for. A chill immediately swept over us. Callus panicked and instinctively shouted, "Lord Jonas." The next instant, Jonas appeared in front of her, pulled her back, and shielded her behind him. He watched the 3 ice dragons about to attack, then waved his right hand, opening his palm. Several fireballs exploded in the air, instantly forming a huge vortex of fire under the influence of magic. When the vortex stopped, the 3 ice dragons arrived. Boom! The two collided. The immense impact caused the city wall to tremble slightly. The next moment. Click, click, click. The ice dragon's head was first engulfed by flames, and the huge block of ice melted instantly under the high temperature, turning into ice shards. Then came their bodies. The massive ice dragons were torn apart bit by bit in the vortex of flames. From head to tail, the cracking sound was as crisp and piercing as ice melting in the sunlight. The enormous ice dragon, swept by flames, seemed to cleanse the surrounding air. The soldiers watched this scene clearly, and were stunned. Aurelius's eyes widened, and he was completely stunned. Ah! You can use this low-level fireball spell like that? Chapter 30. When Fireball is Mastered. Ah! You can use this low-level fireball spell like that? As a seasoned Dark Iron rank mage, he knew better than anyone the strength of that spell. Even a large mountain can be split open. But this powerful spell was actually blocked by such a fireball. Is this still considered a fireball spell? Evelos also got a clear look at what the other side looked like. The person opposite him, dressed in aristocratic attire, appeared remarkably young. They are not much different from my age. But at such a young age, he was able to melt his teacher's ice dragon with a fireball spell? She knew better than anyone the harm caused by the ice dragon. Where did this monster come from? Aurelius looked grim. But then he suddenly said, he cast a spell. Did you see him use a wand? Ha! Evelos was taken aback and said, no, wait. Can the opponent use magic without a wand? Aurelius, how is that possible? How can a mage use magic without a staff? Wait, besides 100% magic affinity. How could this be? Is it really that outrageous? 2 people with 100% magical affinity. Achieving a 20% magic affinity already qualifies one as having exceptional talent. A score of over 50% is considered genius. They had never even seen anything with 100% magical affinity. The legendary Demon Realm Forge creates beings with 100% magical affinity. And now there are two here? If we can win over these two people, how can we not have good fortune? Seeing the shocked look on the other side, Jonas couldn't help but smile slightly. The strong never complain about their environment, nor do they complain about how low level the magic they learn is. This is the ultimate demonstration of mastering the fireball spell. Using the system and Callus's S-rank magical talent, she leveled up quickly, stepping on her own 2 feet. At the same time, by using this return, I maxed out my proficiency in the fireball spell. After the magical clash, everyone on this side of the city wall could clearly see the figure standing in front of Callus. Jonas? Slinda rubbed her eyes and glanced at them again. It really is Jonas. He can use magic? And now it seems that magic is even more powerful than Callus's. He was able to neutralize those 3 terrifying ice dragons so easily. Are you kidding me? Unfathomable swordsmanship, coupled with this outrageous magic. Where does he find the time to cultivate so much? Paul's eyes widened as well. Is this his son? Could this be a magician? He was already pleasantly surprised to find that the man was a swordsman, but now he's a mage. Let alone the fact that having the aptitude to be a magician is 1 in 10,000. Even the Empire's so-called top geniuses couldn't possibly cultivate both magic and swordsmanship. Moreover, neither of them is weak. Holdu, my son seems to be quite capable? It's more than just impressive, it's remarkable that they've achieved such strength in such a short time. I feel that after a while, thanks to the young master, we could even attack the City of Tales. Holdo, who had been looking worried, couldn't help but laugh when he heard Usher's words. Haha, doesn't he know whose son he is? Well, I don't know who it was before, but he gets angry whenever his son is mentioned. In front of the city wall, seeing Jonas blocking her way, Carlyle exclaimed in surprise, Lord Jonas. Jonas laughed and said, You've done a great job. Let me handle that mage on the other side. After these days of learning, Carlyle realized that Lord Jonas's talent and strength far surpassed her own. Therefore, even though he was called the Magic Furnace, Lord Jonas disdained to take the title. Everyone outside calls him a genius, but only he knows that the most terrifying genius is actually Jonas, who is standing right in front of him. If one's own fireball count can be considered decent, then Lord Jonas's fireball count is simply divine. Jonas turned to Elliot and said, I advise you to leave, or your army may be wiped out here today. Aurelius snorted and said, To be buried here? A territory of only a few thousand people, do you think you can withstand our massive army? We crushed our way through, and even those tens of thousands of territories were no match for us. I see you have good talent, why don't you join our Destiny army? The future of Posta will belong to our Destiny. Upon hearing this, Jonas couldn't help but chuckle, It's your destiny? To be honest, you're really not worthy. Whether someone is good enough or not is not for a young upstart like you to decide. Based on your talent, I'll give you a chance. If you join our Destiny, you will be able to learn superior spells, not just fireball. You can choose any high-grade magic spool you like. Jonas laughed and said, As long as I kill you, this scroll will naturally be mine. Aurelius looked at Jonas, a flash of anger in his eyes, but he did not respond with any further words. With a wave of his hands, a powerful magical force surged around him, and instantly, a giant ice dragon appeared out of thin air. The ice dragon was incredibly lifelike, even more terrifying than before. Wherever the ice dragon passed, the air seemed to freeze, forming a thick layer of frost. Since the other party is so ungrateful, he doesn't need to show any mercy. Now, the enemy is at the gates. When the city walls crumble, he'll see if Jonas will still be so arrogant. The ice dragon, carrying a biting shell, caused ice crystals to condense into sharp ice spikes in the air, which poured down on Jonas like a torrential rain. Faced with such a terrifying offensive, Jonas spread his arms wide. Then, a small fireball burst forth from the air. This fireball seemed no different from the previous ones, but the moment it flew out, it attracted and merged with each other in mid-air, forming a huge fireball storm. The fireball storm collided violently with the ice dragon, the intense heat and the biting cold clashing wildly. Aurelius was shocked to discover that his prized ice dragon was rapidly melting under the scorching heat of the fireball storm. He quickly increased his magic output, trying to recondense the ice dragon, but Jonas did not give him any chance. Jonas mobilized all his magic power, and all the fireballs seemed to be drawn by something, swirling around the ice dragon like living things, forming a huge ring of fire. The ring of fire shrank smaller and smaller, and the ice dragon let out a resentful roar before finally dissipating completely in the flames. Aurelius stared in disbelief. Ah! He couldn't help but gasp, his voice trembling slightly. How is that possible? How can there be such precise control and affinity with magic? Before he could react, Jonas had already conjured an even larger fireball, which hurtled straight toward him. The fireball emitted intense heat. Aurelius felt a strong sense of oppression, and his heart suddenly raced. How could it solidify so quickly? Aurelius hastily erected an ice shield in an attempt to block it. However, the fireball's impact was too powerful, shattering the ice shield into pieces. Aurelius's body was thrown back by the powerful impact, along with Ifros, who was standing next to him. The two tumbled several times in the air before crashing heavily to the floor. Cough, cough, cough. Aurelius struggled to his feet from the floor, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. He struggled to lift his head and look at Jonas, his voice trembling slightly. Could this be a fireball spell? He really couldn't imagine that one day he would be defeated by the most basic fireball spell. To be able to master even the simplest fireball spell to this level is simply outrageous. On the city wall, Hall saw this scene and couldn't help but lick his lips. You really did get that little bitch's kiss. My son is amazing. He's starting to doubt whether Jonas is even his biological son. Slinda looked at her younger brother with a complicated expression. She even mocked her younger brother as a good-for-nothing. If such magical abilities were within me. Within the heavenly mandate army. Beneath countless shields. Elliot, lying on the ground, covered in dust, said. Charge. All of you, charge. The city wall opposite is already on the verge of collapse. Today, they are doomed to die. With Aurelius's command, countless heavenly mandate army soldiers, like a surging tide, launched an overwhelming assault on the city walls. This scene caused Hall on the city wall to change his expression drastically. All troops on high alert. We absolutely cannot let them charge up. The enemy's forces outnumber ours several times over. If they are allowed to breach the city walls, the consequences will be unimaginable, and everyone will surely die. Just then, Jonas stood on high ground, looking down at the enemy troops swarming towards the city wall like ants. He slowly opened his hands and then closed his eyes. Suddenly, a powerful force of natural magic surged around them. Sizzle! With a deafening roar that tore through the air, the first fireball hurtled towards the opposing army like a meteor. Immediately afterwards, more fireballs rained down from the sky behind Jonas. The next moment, fireballs filled the sky, streaking across it like shooting stars. The air itself was scorched and distorted. The intense heat made even Hortu, who was standing nearby, feel a burning sensation on his face. Holthu was completely stunned by the sight before him. His mouth, which was about to issue orders, was now frozen, and he could only utter a sound of astonishment. Me, huh? Chapter 31. 31, a fireball in one hand, an assassin with one sword. The charging heavenly mandate army looked up and saw the scene, and they were all stunned. What is this? Does this magician have inexhaustible magic power? The next moment. Immediately afterwards, fireballs rained down from the sky, like burning meteors, carrying an aura of destruction, streaking across the sky and heading straight for the ground. The fireball spell was incredibly powerful. The first fireball struck the front ranks of the army, creating a deafening explosion that shook the surrounding ground. The blazing flames surged forth like a raging torrent, instantly engulfing the surrounding soldiers. The soldiers' bodies were charred black. Screams and explosions mingled together, and the air was filled with the stench of burning flesh. Immediately afterwards, more fireballs rained down from the sky, like a relentless downpour. The entire army's formation collapsed instantly, and the once orderly ranks turned into a chaotic sea of fire. Aurelius witnessed this scene and was completely stunned. Could that be a fireball spell? Why should that be? This is simply an unreasonable monster. Evelos, standing nearby, was stunned by the sight of the sky filled with fireballs. Is he all alone? How could someone cast a fireball spell to such an extent? Holdu, standing on the city wall, was also stunned. Ashur, standing nearby, couldn't help but say, do we even need to do this? Young Master Jonas seems to be an army all by himself. He knew he had always underestimated Jonas. But no one expected that young Master Jonas was even more terrifying than they had imagined. If Callus and Evelos in front of me can be considered geniuses, That's just getting to the threshold of meeting Jonas. Carlyle stared blankly at Jonas, her eyes filled with wonder. Lord Jonas. That's really amazing. Callous. Loyalty, 40%. Magic ability return, 8x. Because of the barrage of fireballs, the entire Heavenly Mandate Army's attack came to a standstill. Many people, seeing such a hellish situation, dared not move forward. This is the ability of a mage on the battlefield. Terrifying magical damage can single-handedly decide the fate of the entire battlefield. This was also Aurelius's old fighting style. But unexpectedly, Jonas has completely overshadowed him. Aurelius endured the pain and struggled to get up. I immediately turned to my trusted confidant waiting beside me and said, "Go, notify the assassin department, and have them kill that mage up there. There are also archers available to fully support the assassin. Kill that sorcerer on the city wall at all costs." Yes. Although mages can unleash extremely powerful magic through the original incantation, they are themselves extremely weak. If a swordsman or assassin gets close, their combat power is almost zero. This is also one of the most effective ways to deal with mages. Assassins are fast and have excellent stealth abilities. This has a natural advantage over mages who have long chanting abilities and are difficult to move. Moreover, there are archers sniping from a distance. Upon receiving Aurelius's orders, the assassins began their operation. As the sole leader of the assassin division, Archron possesses immense strength. He has assassinated no fewer than dozens of nobles and magicians. Looking at Jonas on the city wall, he revealed a cruel smile. Leave it to us. Even the most powerful magician needs to chant incantations to unleash magic. This frail body couldn't withstand a single blow from my blade. Akron divided his forces into 3 parts. Under the cover of the soldiers on the field, the two quickly approached Jonas on the city wall. He himself led a group of people and went around in circles. They made their way towards the city wall in an extremely inconspicuous way. This is the safest way to guarantee killing the opposing mage. Now, Jonas on the city wall was still bombarding the city. Fireballs were being thrown out like they were free. Slinda looked at Holt and said, "It seems we're not needed much anymore." Sure, this is the decisive ability of a genius mage on the battlefield. No wonder the master kept sending the young master to find a magician. Looking for a magician? Now I realize that Jonas was the most deeply hidden magician. Hall immediately said, "Pay attention. Mages are physically weak and extremely vulnerable to being killed by archers from a distance or assassins in close combat." Slinda, father, it seems you've forgotten something. Jonas the swordsman is the strongest here, even Olivina is no match for him. If an assassin arrives, wouldn't that be suicide? Holdu. Jonas possessed the insight of a bronze-rank swordsman. Soon, he saw the assassins who were hiding and moving forward, trying to kill him. Jonas took 2 steps back, and leaned against the corner of the city wall with an iron sword he had prepared beforehand. He couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth into a smile. Come. After quietly developing for so long, it's time to make a move. The assassins moved with lightning speed. Using their superb skills, they climbed onto the city wall. They all thought Jonas would use his magic to hinder them. They never expected that the other party would not hinder them at all, allowing them to go up so easily. It seems that this person is a highly talented magician. However, they still lacked battlefield experience. The mage allowed his assassins to get close, but they were nothing more than fish on a chopping board waiting to be slaughtered. The assassins stepped onto the city wall. One by one, they rushed towards Jonas, their poisoned daggers gleaming coldly in the sunlight. He saw several assassins rushing towards him. Jonas did not panic or run away like the other magicians. With a stomp of his foot, his figure darted out like a nimble snake, instantly bringing with him the iron sword leaning against the corner of the city wall. This sword is incredibly sharp, its blade gleaming with a chilling light, as if it could tear apart any enemy that stands in its way. This scene stunned the assassins who rushed up for a moment. No. Is this mage really that brave? When the assassins got close, he drew his iron sword and charged at them instead. Isn't this courting death? Immediately, the assassins revealed chilling smiles. They sped up and pounced on him from all directions. They were highly trained. In a split second, they locked onto the killing intent, leaving Jonas no chance of survival. However, the next moment, Jonas's figure flickered, and he instantly disappeared from the assassin's sight. Whirlwind/Phase 4 Concealed Wind. With a flash of sword energy, the figure in front of him disappeared, as if it had merged into his own sword aura. The assassins only felt a blur before their eyes. What? Wrong. How can a magician have such close-range abilities? This is a powerful swordsman. The next moment, Jonas appeared behind them. His iron sword flashed like lightning, and blood splattered wherever the blade passed. Jonas's movements were so fast they were dazzling. He seemed to transform into a streak of swordlight, weaving through the group of assassins, each swing of his sword hitting a vital point with pinpoint accuracy. Whirlwind slash following the wind. The assassins were horrified to discover that their prized speed and agility were utterly ineffective against Jonas. Every move Jonas makes is imbued with immense power and precise control. Soon, the first wave of assassins who rushed up were all slaughtered. When Arkron circled around to the city wall, he found only corpses scattered on the ground. Then Jonas just stood there, holding the bloodstained sword, looking at him with a smile. This smile sent a chill down Arkron's spine in an instant. To be able to take down so many assassins in such a short time. This person could not possibly be a mage, he must be at least a black iron level swordsman. But what were those countless fireballs just now? How can someone wield such powerful magic while also possessing such formidable close combat abilities? This is absolutely insane. In that instant when Akron was stunned. The next moment. Behind him, arrows rained down, whistling through the air as they flew toward Jonas. The archers also made their move after the assassin. Jonas sneered, and instead of retreating, he advanced. He charged straight at Yakron. His speed was so fast that it seemed to tear even the air apart. Just as the arrow was about to hit him, Jonas swung his iron sword out suddenly. The sword and the arrow collided, and the sharp sword energy split the arrow in two. The next second, the sword, accompanied by a whirlwind, acted as a barrier against the wind, directly sweeping away the countless arrows. Then the sword's edge pointed directly at the acrylic. At that moment, seeing this scene, Akron's mind went completely blank. Without much hesitation, he shouted directly at the remaining assassins. Run! However, it was too late for Akron's orders. The next moment, Jonas's sword pierced through the air in an instant, pointing directly at Akron. Yakron only had time to widen his eyes in horror. Jonas's sword had pierced his chest. Blood gushed out, and he collapsed powerlessly against the city wall behind him. Meanwhile, Jonas's sword energy did not stop. Wherever the sword passed, the surrounding air was torn apart, forming sharp sword winds. These sword gusts, like invisible blades, instantly tore apart the assassins behind them. The screams were incessant. This is the terrifying destructive power of whirlwind slash on the battlefield, which is why Ashur was once designated as the #1 fighter in the military. The archers in the distance were shocked to see this. They had never seen such a powerful swordsman who could kill so many assassins in an instant, and who could even easily cleave arrows in two and tear enemies to shreds. This is beyond their comprehension. Isn't this a mage? A fireball in one hand, an assassin with a single sword? Aurelius had just been helped back for treatment when he witnessed this scene. He was so shocked that his head turned red, and he couldn't stop coughing. Cough, how is this possible? He's even a swordsman. He alone could wipe out the entire assassin division. This strength is at least that of a peak black iron rank swordsman. How could that be? With such strong magical talent and ability, how could he also be such a strong swordsman? Evelos was completely frozen in place as she watched the scene unfold. She used to think she was a genius. Looking at Jonas's figure now, she felt a complex mix of emotions. Someone like Callus was merely a threshold to Jonas. He himself wasn't even worthy of carrying Jonas's shoes. No wonder the other party looked down on his destiny. No wonder they said they killed their teacher and stole the magic scroll. How could someone possibly have such strength? On the city wall, Hall was completely stunned by what he saw. He knew Jonas was strong, but he didn't expect him to be this strong. How long has it been? How could someone's strength improve so quickly? Has he already reached the bronze rank swordsman level? He had previously remarked that Olavina had managed to compete with him in such a short time. Looking back now, I realized that my own son is the most extraordinary of all. Slinda, who was standing next to her, pursed her lips and didn't say anything. Is this really my younger brother? Olavina looked at Jonas with a gleam in her eyes. Master, you're so strong. The master is so strong, he must have put in a lot of effort behind the scenes. Even with the greatest talent, you can't become this strong so quickly without hard work. No. She needs to keep going. Try your best to keep up with the young master. Otherwise, when the young master reaches the top in the future, there might not even be a place for him next to him. On the city wall, Jonas flicked his sword lightly, wiping away the blood. The sword light appeared exceptionally cold in the sunlight. He turned to look down at the city wall. He stood on the city wall, like a flag. Jonas looked down at the army below, and saw that many soldiers had backed down because of him. As the saying goes, in a battle between two armies, morale is of paramount importance. The city walls were on the verge of collapse. Instead of defending on such city walls, it would be better to launch an attack while the enemy's morale is low. Moreover, his father's army was primarily focused on charging into battle. Jonas let out a soft breath, then suddenly swung the wire out, accompanied by a roar. Charge with me. Break through their formation. Chapter 32. To catch the thief, first catch the king. Charge with me. Break through their formation. Jonas's roar instantly ignited the atmosphere on the city wall. The soldiers of Regensburg, who were still in awe of Jonas's amazing performance, have now recovered from their shock. Their eyes gleamed with fervor as they responded to Jonas's call. They were initially intimidated by the tens of thousands of troops on the other side, but now, under Jonas's performance and leadership, they felt that there was nothing they could not defeat. Hall instinctively raised his weapon as well. He roared loudly. Follow Jonas and break through their formation. Hurrah! The soldiers behind him roared in anger. The next moment, the gates of Legion City were wide open. Jonas leaped off the city wall with the intent of a whirlwind slash, followed by the Regan army. They formed a sharp triangular formation, like a razor-sharp blade, piercing deep into the enemy ranks. The Heavenly Mandate army in front of the city wall was already in chaos due to Jonas's magical attack. Seeing Jonas leading a group of elite soldiers charging towards them, they were thrown into complete chaos. Jonas stood at the very front of the group, his figure like a drawn sword, its sharpness fully revealed. The iron sword in his hand gleamed coldly in the sunlight, and each swing brought up a cloud of blood mist. At the same time, his magical abilities were fully unleashed. Fireballs rained down from the sky, like a relentless downpour, crashing into the ranks of the Heavenly Mandate army. This paved the way for the subsequent charge by the Raging Legion. The blazing flames instantly engulfed the surrounding soldiers, screams and explosions mingled together, and the air was filled with the stench of burning flesh. Jonas, on the other hand, is like a demon moving through flames, yet in front of him is like the sharpest harvester. Charge! Break through their formation. Jonas's voice, like a war drum, inspired the soldiers behind him. With a constant stream of video feeds being added, they followed Jonas like an unstoppable torrent, rushing into the ranks of the Destiny army. Jonas's swordsmanship and magical abilities are perfectly combined. He casts fireballs with one hand and wields an iron sword with the other, and wherever he goes, enemies fall. At that moment, he was like a god of war. Ashur did not follow Jonas in the charge due to his leg injury. But at that moment, he desperately wished that his leg hadn't been injured so he could follow behind Jonas and charge forward. Fierce. That's incredible. Jonas is absolutely incredible. He had never imagined that their territory, spanning several thousand square kilometers, would be so vast. They actually dared to charge an army of tens of thousands. Moreover, under Jonas's leadership, they routed the opposing team. Hurrah! Olavina and Hall were both behind Jonas. Like the blade behind the sword, it cleared away the surrounding enemies for Jonas. Of course, this formed a strong offensive, like a fierce drill aimed straight at the heart of the Heavenly Mandate army. Cool. That was awesome. Hall slashed fiercely, and it was equally hard to imagine that, led by his own son, he was actually charging into the enemy's ranks. Alapina's beautiful clothes were also stained with blood, and she stared intently at Jonas in front of her. He was as if he were an indestructible god. Callus kept unleashing fireballs from behind. Now, the soldiers of the Heavenly Mandate army were actually intimidated by Jonas and his men's imposing presence, and the tens of thousands of soldiers retreated. Meanwhile, Jonas continued his meteoric rise. He had only one goal, Aurelius. To catch the thief, first catch the king. The key is to maintain momentum, to strike while the iron is hot, and to try again and again until exhaustion occurs. After all, they had more than 10 times the military strength of the enemy. If they show signs of weakness, that will be the time for the other side to launch a counterattack. Jonas must kill or capture Aurelius on the other side at this time. On the chaotic battlefield, Aurelius was surrounded by his confidants. He watched in horror as Jonas led his elite troops to charge forward. I'm completely numb. Can a mage lead a group into battle? Are you human? This is unheard of. Moreover, what's the difference between such combat power and that of a god of war? He forced himself to calm down. He knew that if he were captured, the morale of the Heavenly Mandate army would completely collapse. Protect me! Aurelius cried out, and his confidants surrounded him. Countless soldiers surged out from behind, attempting to block Jonas's charge. A dense crowd surged forward. Fireball! Jonas cast the spell again, and the fireball hurtled forward like a meteor. The intense heat instantly scorched nearby soldiers, throwing the army in front of them into chaos. Elliot, standing behind, stared wide-eyed. What is this? A battle mage? How can such a powerful fireball be unleashed while charging? What are all these things? Block them! The enemy is laid out before us. Jonas shouted, Alafina, Slinda, father. Make way for me. Good. The next moment, several more massive fireballs rained down. As Jonas's blade, the group began to spread. During the intense struggle, Jonas seized the opportunity and pointed his sword forward. He launched a fierce attack forward. Following the wind, he approached Aurelius with lightning speed. Watching Jonas getting closer and closer, Aurelius no longer cared about accidentally harming his own soldiers. He gripped his staff tightly with his right hand. He kept chanting incantations. The next moment, the ice dragon surged out from the magic circle behind him and roared towards Jonas in front of him. The surrounding temperature suddenly dropped. Its momentum, however, killed many of the Heavenly Mandate army soldiers first. Seeing the roaring ice dragon approaching, Jonas took a deep breath. The sword fireball spell is attached to the iron sword. The extremely high temperature caused the surrounding air to distort slightly. Jonas kept his eyes fixed on the roaring ice dragon. He pointed his sword forward, but did not retreat an inch. They launched an attack. Flames coiled around the sword like a fire dragon, creating a stark contrast with the chilling aura of the ice dragon. Boom! The fiery sword energy collided instantly with the icy dragon's chilling aura, producing a deafening roar. The surrounding air was instantly torn apart, forming distorted air currents. The ice dragon's body was instantly torn open with a huge gash by the impact of the fiery sword energy. Hiss hiss hiss. A sound rang out. The scorching iron sword instantly melted the cold air inside. Click click click. The next moment, a surge of sword energy erupted. It actually disintegrated the enormous ice dragon in front of it piece by piece, turning it into a shower of icy blue fragments that scattered and flew in all directions. The next moment, his figure sped away. Tear. Just for a moment. The sword stopped right in front of Aurelius's throat. The heat from the iron sword even made some of his hair curl up. Aurelius looked at Jonas in horror, his face pale. He never imagined that someone could actually bypass the army and target him directly. Jonas just broke through his own ice dragon. He gripped the staff tightly in his hand, his body trembling slightly. You? Jonas, I told you, the so-called magic scroll, after killing you. Then it belongs to me. Chapter 33. Thanks to him. I told you, the so-called magic scroll will belong to me after I kill you. Aurelius's face turned deathly pale instantly, and his lips trembled slightly. Make them withdraw their troops. Impossible. Aurelius gritted his teeth, but before he could finish speaking, Jonas moved with lightning speed. With a tearing sound, Jonas's sword flashed with a cold light, severing Elliot's ear cleanly. Fresh blood gushed out instantly. Accompanying this was Aurelius's extremely piercing scream, ah. Jonas remained expressionless, letting Aurelius's wails echo in the air. The Heavenly Mandate army soldiers next to them wanted to get closer. He slashed with his right hand, and a powerful gust of air instantly forced back the approaching Heavenly Mandate army. Anyone who puts up a fight to the death shall die. Jonas's voice echoed across the entire battlefield. Along with this came Aurelius's piercing scream. The next moment, Jonas raised Aurelius high in his hands, his body trembling slightly, his face filled with pain and despair. Upon seeing this, the soldiers hesitated for a moment and instinctively wanted to back away. Jonas swung his right hand sharply, and several blazing fireballs instantly condensed in the air, their burning flames emitting a blinding light. One by one, they coalesced. The heavenly mandate army couldn't help but stare in disbelief at the sight of such a fireball. The retreating steps became even more pronounced. This person. Is he the devil? I'll say it again, those who do not retreat will die. Jonas's voice was cold and resolute. No sooner had he finished speaking than he swung his iron sword again, a flash of cold light, and Aurelius's hand, which was wielding his staff, was instantly chopped off. A piercing scream rang out again, and blood rained down, dripping onto the ground with a drip-drip sound. The next moment, the sound of a weapon hitting the ground rang out. A soldier shouted instinctively. Even the leader has been captured, run, run. His voice was choked with sobs. The sound was like the last straw that broke the camel's back for the soldiers, instantly igniting the panic in their hearts. Many dropped their weapons, turned and ran, shouting, run. One stone stirs up 1,000 waves. The next moment, countless soldiers of the heavenly mandate army rushed to the rear. Jonas gazed into the distance, watching the soldiers recede like a tide. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of air. When morale collapses, even the most elite troops will lose their fighting power, let alone these native armies who claim to be the chosen ones. Elliot, standing nearby, clutched his wound, watching everything with pain and despair. Is this your army? Ridiculous. This is the reason I said your heavenly mandate army is unworthy. With the withdrawal of the heavenly mandate army, the scene was left in a mess. The soldiers at Regenburg saw this scene. He was stunned for a moment. He subconsciously murmured, "We won? We won! Hurrah! We won!" Even after realizing this, many people still find it hard to believe. They couldn't help but cheer. They really found it hard to believe that a few thousand people could actually defeat tens of thousands of others. Originally, the heavenly mandate army was at the city gates. They were all in despair. With the army of destiny at the city gates and mages clearing the way, the destruction of their small territory was practically inevitable. But no one expected that they would actually win. Instead, they were the ones who drove the enemy back. They captured the enemy leader, causing the enemy to flee in disarray. Amid the cheers, everyone couldn't help but stare blankly at Jonas standing in front of the army. Looking at that upright figure, I couldn't help but sigh. It's all because of young Master Jonas. He's really amazing. Yes. This is truly a formation that led us to break through the enemy's lines. You have no idea, when young Master Jonas said that we were going to launch an attack, I couldn't believe it. But fueled by passion, he charged forward with him. Seeing this now, I really feel like I'm in a dream. I feel that following Jonas in the charge is one of the greatest honors of my life. Jonas! 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 At this moment, even Slinda, who had always been at odds with Jonas, couldn't help but sigh as she leaned on her sword. Thanks to him. Having experienced so many wars, she understood better than anyone that if these native heavenly mandate army were to breach the city, it will be a scene of unprecedented cruelty. Women like her will only suffer a more tragic fate. She truly found it hard to believe that the good-for-nothing she once looked down upon would one day lead them to rout an army of tens of thousands. Chapter 34. Mr. Jonas, you are too modest. Seeing Jonas cheering in the middle, Hall couldn't help but pat Ashur on the shoulder as he came to the side. Look, that's my son. Yes, yes, yes. Your son could never compare to you in his entire life. Yes, yes, yes. Seeing Ashur's somewhat dejected look, Hall couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha. If there were previous concerns that Jonas was leading the Regan family into an irrecoverable situation, let's look at it again now. No one in Regenburg is more suitable for Jonas to lead. At least, without Jonas, Regenburg might not exist today. Feeling the cheers of the soldiers below, Jonas couldn't help but feel a strange emotion welling up inside him. From now on, this will be his army. Feeling the depletion of his magic and physical strength, Jonas couldn't help but sigh. Lying down is still the most comfortable thing. It seems I need to find more geniuses in the future and continuously strengthen my own abilities. Let geniuses build their own empire. Master, you are the strongest. Olavina stepped forward and said in a low voice. After seeing Jonas's performance today, she realized just how big the gap was between her and Jonas. He, who was considered a genius by everyone, appeared so insignificant in front of his master. Callus, who was standing nearby, saw this and nodded. He stood on Jonas's other side. You are the strongest. Seeing how Jonas was today, she felt that he would be the only person she could admire from now on. Loyalty, 50%. Magic ability points returned, 10x. Unlocked 2 account binding slots. Jonas was secretly delighted when he received this system notification. 2 more spots are available, and he's off to find more geniuses. With their hard work, he'll eventually become the strongest person in the world. He looked at the 2 women, couldn't help but pat their heads with both hands, and sighed, "We still have to rely on you too." Olivina said softly, "Master, you are too modest." Callus, "Yes. Lord Jonas, you are too modest. If I had your abilities, I'd be strutting around like a mile a minute." Olivina stared intently at Jonas, impressed by his achievements and strength at such a young age, yet still so humble. The master's vision was not focused on this war. He wants to become the king of this world. At the same time, the city of Eos was in chaos. This place was originally a city of the Empire, one of the 6 major cities of the Posta Arc. However, it was firmly taken by destiny. The city center was established as the base center by the Heavenly Mandate Army. The military leaders are having a meeting. This bunch of aristocratic dogs are so utterly pathetic. Hilarious. Many of these soldiers peed themselves when they saw our massive army pressing in. Damn it, were we bullied by these aristocratic dogs before? We've attacked the city, and they're still fighting amongst themselves. What's so scary about these aristocratic dogs? Seated at the head of the table was Disley, the leader of the Destiny Army, a middle-aged man with a resolute face. Beside him was a large, blood-red axe. He was the sole leader of the Mandate of Heaven and the most powerful force during the uprising. At this moment, he tapped the table, signaling everyone to quiet down, and then said, "Has there been no news from Elolius's 6th Army yet?" The 6th Army was a newly formed army, with a diverse group of people, and its management and morale were poor. He was also very worried that such an army might be ambushed and scattered by the Empire's army. A military commander standing nearby said, "Don't worry, Deslayer. We'll attack the big cities and leave the smaller territories to Elolius's army. This is just giving them the opportunity to expand." Yes. If he can't even take over these small territories, it would be truly laughable for Elolius to have an army of tens of thousands. Don't worry, Chief, Elolius's magic is no joke. Those noble dogs from those small territories, living in seclusion, probably haven't even seen a magician before. Ha ha. Disley was still a little worried and said, "Logically speaking, Elolius should have already brought back the message." "No, there's still a problem. Desmond, take a unit from the 2nd Army and go take a look." Should we still go see these? These are all scattered little territories. The largest city is Tars. I feel Elorius is definitely attacking Tars, which is why he hasn't had time to bring news back. No, you have to go and take a look. Elolius is not one to return without a message. Well, but I have a feeling that Elolius is already opening that sweet wine at the Lord's place. Elolius was chained to the log on his back. Salty water was poured over his body, causing him to let out a piercing scream. Jonas was holding a beautiful ring in his hand. This is a unique spatial ring for magicians, capable of holding a large number of items. However, it usually requires a spell you set up yourself to open it. Jonas, I advise you to say what I want to hear sooner rather than later, so that you can die more comfortably. Chapter 35. The Ultimate PUA Tool. You can forget about it. The person in front of me can make such a simple fireball spell work if the high-level magic in my hands fell into their hands. Elolius could hardly imagine what kind of disaster the Celestial Army would suffer. Will dozens of ice dragons charge out at that time? So even though he was beaten black and blue, he didn't say anything. One of the interrogators, looking embarrassed, said, "Young Master Jonas, it's my fault for being useless. I've used every method I can think of, and this person is on the verge of death, but I just can't get him to talk. That damn native, so stubborn." Jonas covered his nose, waved his hand, and said, "You can go out now, let me handle this." Seeing Jonas's expression, the jailer said with some concern, "But young master, this." He specialized in this field and interrogated countless people. "If you can't even get the other side to speak, how can you, young master, possibly do so?" "Jonas, go out. When you leave, tell the maid outside to bring the things in." "Yes, young master." The jailer who came outside saw the large basin in the girl's hand and couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. "What is this?" They even use this thing for interrogation? Aurelius looked at Jonas, who was dressed impeccably, and couldn't help but sneer, "Noble dog, although I am no match for you, you can forget about making me speak. The flames of the mandate of heaven uprising cannot be extinguished. You will all die in the rise of destiny." Jonas did not respond to him. He simply said, "You're not afraid of anything? Under the illumination of the flames of destiny, what do I have to fear? I?" "Then you can imagine countless millipedes crawling on your wound, licking your skin," Jonas said with a slight smile, interrupting the other person before they had finished speaking. "When your system displays the opponent's ability stats, it will also display the opponent's hobbies and fears." The systematic explanation is that it allows Jonas to better understand a person's loyalty. It can be said to be an absolute PUA magic tool. The system indicates that Aurelius's greatest fear is insects millipedes. Upon hearing Jonas's words, Aurelius, who was about to speak, was suddenly stunned. What are you going to do?" At this moment, the maid outside opened the door and came in. He was holding a huge basin filled with countless millipedes, their legs intertwined and tangled together. The dense array of things sent shivers down Aurelius's spine. He was so frightened that he blurted out something he shouldn't have. "What are you doing? What are you going to do?" "Ah. Don't bring that damn thing near me, no, ah." The jailer who followed them out immediately heard Aurelius scream incoherently from inside. Having interrogated countless prisoners, he knew that this was a scream after the psychological defenses had crumbled. The jailer was stunned. "Ah." After interrogating him for so long, the other party didn't say anything and instead kept cursing him as a noble dog. "The young master went in, and it's only been a few seconds? The other side just screamed like that?" The scream sounded as if it had encountered the most terrifying thing in the world. The jailers couldn't help but shudder. "Young master is truly amazing. From now on, you really shouldn't mess with the young master, no matter who you are." Chapter 36. A massive city wall can be built for you in a short time. Jonas used 2 long sticks to pick up a swarm of tiny centipedes. It was prepared to be placed on Aurelius's wound. Before they even released anything here, they were already backing down there. Even the area below was soaked. I'll talk, I'll tell you everything." They even told you everything the Heavenly Mandate Army had done to achieve that goal. No, please don't." Towards the end, Aurelius even choked up. He could even feel the centipede's legs wriggling against his wound. "Jonas, okay. You'll have a part in the future development of Regenberg." Soon, Jonas got all the information he wanted from Elliot. The Heavenly Mandate Army is divided into 6 branches. The 6th Army, led by Aurelius, was the newest and worst army, composed of a motley crew of various races. Therefore, he was assigned to clear out small territories that were constantly expanding. Meanwhile, 5 armies went to attack the major cities of Postia. Normally, it would be difficult for an army like this to attack a major city. Even if there are conflicts among the Postia heirs, they will eliminate external threats first when faced with invasion. Therefore, when attacking major cities, the Heavenly Mandate Army dispatched its strongest assassins. They assassinated the governor of Postia. As a result, a civil war between the 2 heirs of Postia was imminent. It's estimated that the fighting has already reached a fever pitch. Their own territory is in a remote area and has not yet been affected, but the central area is probably already in full swing. It's estimated that they won't be able to take care of their own side. Jonas stroked his chin. This is a bit tricky. If the Heavenly Mandate Army discovers this, the 6th Army will be scattered by itself. It is estimated that they will use an even more powerful army to invade us. If a large army comes, that would be troublesome. He knew that this time they could withstand the Heavenly Mandate Army. The main problem is that the opposing legion is uneven in strength, lacking cohesion and morale. Furthermore, it was because of his unexpected move that he had the opportunity to defeat his opponent. If an even stronger legion were to arrive, no matter how powerful one is, one would still be annihilated. It seems we can't develop slowly anymore, we have to do something big. When Jonas walked out of the prison gates, Callus was waiting outside. Jonas casually tossed a few magic scrolls to Callus. Callus's eyes lit up when she saw the exquisite high-level scroll. She wanted to take it right away, but was still a little embarrassed and said, "Lord Jonas, aren't you going to take a look first?" She knew all too well how tempting these high-level scrolls were to a magician. Lord Jonas gave it all to her. Jonas gave a warm smile and patted Karis's head. I'll show you first, you need it more than I do. Of course, Callus, you need to study hard. Don't let me down. Seeing the young master's warm smile, Carlyle leaned against Jonas's hand, then nodded and said, Aha! I will definitely work hard. The adults didn't even look at it themselves, but showed it to me first. I must not let them down. Jonas, thank you for your hard work. It's not hard work to be able to see scrolls like this. It's such a wonderful thing to be able to follow Lord Jonas. When the jailer returned to the cage once again. Look at Aurelius, who is trembling and in despair. The jailer was also stunned. It's hard to imagine that someone who was once so tough would suddenly cower like a little woman. Lord Jonas is terrifying. On the city wall. Jonas and Hall were both standing by the city wall. There were still quite a few soldiers cleaning up the mess below the city wall. Holdu, Aurelius compromised? When I went there before, he was still acting all tough and unpleasant. They compromised so quickly. Did you do this? Jonas said with a smile, Father, everyone has their own weaknesses. TSK, you kid, you're really scary. Those who can become leaders of the Heavenly Mandate Army are all tough guys. Jonas is quite formidable for being able to subdue his opponents so quickly. Jonas, if Aurelius, the leader, has surrendered, the rest of the chosen army will probably surrender as well. The reason they revolted was simply because of the long-term oppressive rule of the empire. If we can treat them differently, they could be a valuable asset. This is also part of our strategy of delaying the declaration of kingship. Upon hearing this, Hall sighed and said, That being said. But it's tough. After this attack, the city wall was almost completely destroyed. The recruitment and conversion of soldiers will take time, but the Heavenly Mandate Army will not give us any more time. They attack the big cities, which are far from here. But it won't be long before they attack us again. If they come, I don't know what we'll use to stop them. Jonas looked at the broken city wall in front of him and said, We need a city wall as big as the capital, and an elite army. It's simple. However, we still need to be realistic. Where could we build such city walls and find such elite troops in such a short time? Jonas, Father, the surrounding small territories must be facing the same crisis as us. Go and unite with them, or to put it more bluntly, annex them to increase the size of our army. I believe they won't refuse. And I can give you a huge city wall in a short time. Hall frowned as he looked at Jonas in front of him. He said, The first point is feasible. But secondly, give me a huge city wall in a short period of time. Are you sure you're not joking with me? Without city walls to defend against it, even if they gathered troops from other small territories, it would be difficult to resist the Heavenly Mandate Army. Jonas laughed and said, We still have time, don't we? The 6th Army of the Heavenly Mandate Army has been disbanded, and the Heavenly Mandate Army will definitely send a small force to investigate. Subsequently, they led a large army to invade. This process will take a considerable amount of time and will also affect the war in Postia. It will probably take more than a month before they address our situation. You can give me a city wall in a little over a month? Hall almost laughed. He immediately said, Don't even mention a month or so, a year or even 2 or 3 years wouldn't be enough. Building a city wall requires a large number of workers. They start by compacting the most basic mixed soil, and it must be compacted every foot of soil added. Otherwise, if the wall is piled up too high, it will be in danger of collapsing. This is still the simplest type of city wall. Not to mention the transportation and chiseling of those large diamonds. That's even more troublesome. It's virtually impossible to erect a city wall in just over a month. Jonas, we have mages. Moving and chiseling isn't as complicated as you think. That's impossible. Jonas, alright, Father, you don't have to jump to conclusions so quickly. Leave this to me. Nothing is impossible, you just haven't seen it yet. Hearing Jonas's certainty, Hall was a little puzzled. Okay. I'll wait and see. Afternoon. Outside Regenburg, Jonas took a sip of rich milk. Look at Callus, who is standing in front of me, intently practicing magic. A purple magic robe and long blue hair fluttered gently in the breeze. The sight of his fair skin put Jonas in a good mood. He couldn't help but think about it. In this time of war, if he can't even defend his own base, how can he talk about farming and becoming king? If we really want to build a huge city wall in about a month that can withstand the attack of mages, This requires a reasonable plan and groundbreaking technology, and of course, the help of a mage. Building massive city walls was not a sudden whim of Jonas's. He had inspected the area around the territory in person. Due to years of mining, this area is covered with countless layers of rock and gravel. The gravel is grayish-white and contains a large amount of calcium carbonate. After being ground, it becomes like limestone, and some limestone is equivalent to cement. Cement is a revolutionary tool for modern city walls. Even magic couldn't break through it. As for teleportation, Aurelius's magic scrolls contain many spells for moving objects through the air. Most importantly, the process of making cement is very simple. It involves grinding limestone into powder and then mixing it with clay and iron powder. It is calcined to maturity using either dry or wet methods. Then grind it together with the plaster until fine, and it's ready to use. The raw materials are all ordinary. The key lies in the forging temperature of the clinker. In an era when smelting technology was not advanced, maintaining high temperatures was a problem that plagued everyone. However, this problem is not an issue for Callus, who has an extremely high level of proficiency in fireball. With repeated stacking of fireballs, it's easy to reach 1,200 degrees. Therefore, Jonas was extremely confident. As for the defeated soldiers, let them become slaves and move stones. Polish it properly, so it will be easier for them to join the army later. Thinking of this, Jonas said to the butler, "Go, find me a batch of workers. Stonebreakers, bricklayers, odd job workers. The compensation is double the market rate." "Yes, young master." Chapter 37. This cement is absolutely amazing. After recruiting workers, Jonas began the cement refining process. The limestone is manually crushed, and after being mixed with clay, workers stir it into a slurry. Then let Callus use the high temperature of a fireball to bake the slurry on the ground. Hall, standing nearby, asked in confusion, "Jonas, can these things you're talking about really stick stones together? And it can become incredibly sturdy very quickly?" To be honest, when Jonas mentioned this before, he didn't believe it. After all, building a city wall is not something that can be done overnight. "Jonas, don't worry, father. Holthu, okay." Soon, the flames inside the house gradually died down. It seemed that burning was enough. Jonas immediately brought his father to the back door of the house to wait. Carlyle, her face ashen, was already standing at the doorway. "Jonas, how is it going?" "The mud has turned into ash." She felt that she should learn more magic at this time to defend against the enemies that were about to come. But Jonas then called her over to burn these seemingly useless gray stones. However, there must be a reason why they can do something. Jonas took a small shovel, scooped up a little, examined the quality, and couldn't help but praise, "That's it, Carlyle, you did a great job." "Lord Jonas, what use do you need this for?" "This thing has a lot of uses. It can be used in many places, such as building houses, bridges, and roads. Houses built with it will eliminate people's fear of natural disasters such as blizzards and torrential rains. Moreover, with the appropriate construction, the city walls can also provide excellent protection against attacks from mages, instead of crumbling under a few spells." Jonas didn't say much, but added sand and water in the corresponding proportions, along with some other raw materials. Then it was spread on a stone brick, and then covered with another stone brick. He then took Carlyle back home. The cement would take about 4 hours to harden, and he planned to come back tomorrow to check on the results. The next morning, Jonas arrived here with Carlyle and his father. Upon opening the gate to the yard, Jonas noticed that the cement surface had already solidified. The two stone bricks were tightly joined together, and the surface of the joint looked uneven, but it appeared to be very hard. Jonas was overjoyed. He bent down and touched it, and that's how it felt. This is cement after it has hardened. Holt, so it fits together now? Won't it be sturdy? Jonas, father, you can give it a try. After receiving a signal from Jonas, Paul kicked the cement joint several times, but he couldn't break it apart no matter what he did. The two bricks remained firmly stuck together. Paul widened his eyes, took out the hilt of his sword, and tapped it, but could only knock off the edges and corners. Desperate, Hordo swung his sword fiercely at the cement joint. Click click. A large bevel appeared at the cement joint, but the two bricks still did not separate. It has such high strength, is this what they call the effect of cement? Hall's eyes widened in surprise. This is simply unbelievable. I am aware of the force of my own chopping. This thing is simply amazing. I never imagined that something that was like mud and sand yesterday would become as hard as rock overnight this year. With this, we can build the walls of Leijin City as fast as we want. Moreover, there are many huge rocks around us, and they can even keep expanding outwards. Within a few years, a real barrier will be built. It turned out that when his son mentioned building a high wall, he already had a plan. Jonas and Carlyle will transport the stones for you. The construction of the city wall will be several times faster. Building a city wall in a month is not a dream at all. Jonas, aren't you going to stay and help us build the city walls? I have more important things to do. Future development will require more talent and a readily available military. Moreover, Regenberg's funds are running low. Chapter 38. The Sixth Army was scattered by the small territory? The atmosphere in the conference room in Tail City was heavy. What did you say? The Heavenly Mandate Army has retreated? Kodaga Johnson jumped up from his seat, his voice filled with disbelief and excitement. As the Lord of Tars, Kodaga Johnson was deeply worried about the attack by the Heavenly Army. When he learned that the Heavenly Mandate Army was going to attack Tars City, he was filled with panic. He didn't even have time to pay attention to the news of his own son's death. But now, this news has truly delighted him. Yes, Lord City Lord, this is absolutely true. Kodaga Johnson asked in bewilderment, how could this be? Could there be some kind of reversal on the main battlefield? Based on the intelligence he had previously gathered, the strategic deployment of the Heavenly Mandate Army was clear. The Sixth Army of Heavenly Mandate would launch attacks on remote territories in counties like Tail City, while other main forces would concentrate on attacking major cities. This arrangement was undoubtedly a surefire strategy for the Heavenly Mandate Army, because small territories and counties were relatively weak and easy to conquer, and could provide them with abundant resources and population. Under these circumstances, the sudden withdrawal of the Heavenly Mandate Army is truly baffling. Kodaga Johnson couldn't help but wonder if some major event had occurred on the main battlefield, forcing the Heavenly Mandate Army to change its plans. The confidant shook his head and said, "They really withdrew their troops. Lord of the city, you may not believe it, but they were repelled by a small territory." Kodaga Johnson frowned and said, "A small territory? Are you kidding me? How could an army of 10,000 men be defeated by a small territory? A small territory might have no more than a few thousand people. An army like this would be more than enough to deal with our city of Tails." The confidant shook his head and said, "They were truly defeated by a small territory. It was Regenberg's side. They scattered the entire Sixth Army of Destiny." Ah? It's scattered? How is that possible? Do you know what you're saying? The confidant said, "I did not lie to you." The news had already spread, and the entire area was filled with images of the Heavenly Mandate Army fleeing in disarray. It is said that Joels, the young master of Regenberg, captured the enemy leader Aurelius amidst a vast army. That's how we won this war. This news prompted countless people to rush to Regenberg to seek asylum. Many even joined Regenberg's army. Wait, Jonas? Huh? How come I've never heard of this person before? The confidant said, "I hadn't heard of him before, but this time, we really won the war because of him. I heard he was just a good-for-nothing young master before, but now it seems the Leijin family has been hiding their true strength all along. Even if the Sixth Army of the Heavenly Mandate Army was newly formed. However, the fact that Regenberg could scatter an army of tens of thousands speaks volumes about its strength." Kodaga Johnson still looked incredulous. A territory of a few thousand people defeated an army of tens of thousands. Yes. If it weren't for this war, we wouldn't have known that Regenberg was so strong. Send someone to notify these territories to come to Tars City for a meeting. The war has already spread to this side, and we've been forced to choose sides. Yes, Lord City Lord. At the same time, Desvin traveled to Tars. He was still talking to his subordinates. I wonder how Elliot will welcome us. I guess the city of Tars already belongs to our Heavenly Mandate Army. Ha ha ha. As soon as Desvin finished speaking, his trusted confidant rushed over with the message. "My lord, something terrible has happened, my lord. Something terrible has happened. What serious thing could have happened? Why are you all so flustered? They can't even speak clearly anymore. If everyone else panics like you, who will be able to relay my orders?" "I'm not happy about it," Desvin said. The confidant's face flushed slightly after being rebuked like that, but he immediately said, "No, sir. The Sixth Army was scattered, and Lord Elliot has been captured. Now, he's probably met with some misfortune." Desvin's smiling face suddenly froze. What did you say? Say it again. The Sixth Army was scattered? How could that be? The adult is real, and he's currently in the vicinity. We have already captured several deserters from the Sixth Army. Desmond gritted his teeth and said, how could this be? How could the remote city of Tars have such power? Could it be that my brother miscalculated everything? The confidant whispered, it wasn't Tars City. They were scattered by a small territory, I think it was called Regenburg. Desmond, huh? No? What did you say? What is Regenburg? Because the governor of Postia was assassinated, his two sons also went to war. At this point, various factions were forced to choose sides between the two brothers. In remote territories like Regenburg, the choice is usually made by higher-ups. That is, the choice of the county magistrate of Tars. Therefore, this time, the leaders of all the small territories will be summoned. However, Regenburg blocked the attack of the Heavenly Mandate Army. This summons has given many lords even more reason to consider things. Regenburg. Hall was about to leave, but Jonas stopped him. Father, don't worry, I'll go for you. You go? It just so happens that I also need to find the genius I'm looking for, and at the same time, could you help resolve Regenburg's funding issues? Accelerate the construction of Regenburg. Hall didn't refuse, but instead asked directly, should we take 2 people with us? Jonas's current prestige and strength make him more suitable to attend this meeting than I am, and I believe he will do a good job. Jonas, that's not necessary. You know my abilities, Father. If I encounter danger, it's better for me to escape alone. If you were to go, you would be more likely to be threatened. Hall couldn't help but nod. What he said was indeed true. In times of war, the 2 brothers who are at war will certainly not let go of the dispute over which faction is being fought. If he were to go, he would likely be detained and coerced. Take care on your journey. Don't worry, Father. Soon, Jonas drove to Talsh. Then we proceeded to the central conference hall. Then they were stopped by the guards. At first, the guards here didn't believe that such a young person would come to participate in the gathering. The other woodlands were mostly visited by older or middle-aged men, with Jonas being the only young man. Only after Jonas produced the corresponding letter did the guards lead him into the conference hall. In the conference hall, the people in charge of receiving guests were Kodaga Josen's retainers. Jonas observed through his system that this person possessed remarkable abilities in various aspects, demonstrating a high degree of balance. No wonder he became a valued retainer of Kodaga Johnson. Even before Kodaga Johnson arrived, many lords at the scene had already begun discussing the matter. Regenburg scattered the Sixth Army, that's incredible. An army of tens of thousands of people scattered just like that. I still can't quite believe it, that a small territory could really defeat an army of tens of thousands like this. I heard that young Master Jonas killed his way straight to the enemy leader. Is it that scary? That's not it. I wonder what it looks like. That must be incredibly powerful. With the Regine family possessing such strength, I'm already considering whether I should go and pledge allegiance to them. If you defect to the other side, the Regine clan will have offended the Heavenly Mandate Army. When their army is pressing in, if you go to defect, you might become cannon fodder. This area is scattered with more than a dozen small territories. Several territories have already been annexed by the 6 armies of Heaven's Mandate, and now these leaders are all very grateful that Regenburg has withstood this attack. Jonas casually found a place to sit down. His handsome face and blonde hair seemed somewhat out of place in this place. I've never seen you before? At that moment, a seductive voice rang out, making Jonas's heart flutter and causing him to turn around. Behind her was a graceful blonde woman, leaning against the table, her golden hair, as bright as sunshine, cascading freely over her half-exposed shoulders. A few strands of hair playfully fell across her chest, which was slightly sunken as she leaned against the table, adding to her charm. Dressed in gold, she looked very noble, with glimpses of fair skin that were extremely eye-catching. Jonas stared blankly at the person in front of him, his golden eyes filled with a hint of surprise. Liliana. Operations talent, S. Ability, Eye of Desire. Eye of Desire, can see through people's desires automatically blocked by the system for the host. Hobbies, M. Undiscovered. Because of their high position and insightful abilities, they crave unknown territories and experiences. Position, President of the Jin Yun Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 39, Section 38, The Prey? The Hunter? Looking at Jonas in front of her, Liliana covered her mouth slightly and chuckled softly, Is my sister really that pretty? Her voice was soft and slightly teasing, but a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Although she appeared relaxed, even somewhat alluring, a sense of surprise welled up inside her. For the first time, her abilities failed her. She was unable to perceive the desires within the young man before her. Jonas's gaze swept over Liliana, then he looked at the information the system had given him, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. She is indeed beautiful. There is probably no one in this area who can compare to her. Liliana was slightly taken aback when she heard this. The boy opposite me had deep, unfathomable eyes. It gave her a hunter-like feeling. It was as if, in the instant she turned her head, she transformed from hunter into prey. She smiled inwardly, finding it somewhat amusing. How could someone this age be a hunter? However, he is very good-looking. She gently swayed her hips, gracefully pulled over a stool, and slowly approached Jonas. She tilted her head slightly, meeting Jonas's gaze with a hint of provocation. Her right hand gently stroked Jonas's back, a warmth emanating from her fingertips, a faint scent of alcohol on her lips, and her voice softened slightly. Which territory are you from? You're not bad looking at all. Jonas smiled slightly, a hint of amusement in his eyes. He suddenly reached out and grabbed Liliana's hand, the movement swift and decisive. His voice was deep. My name is Jonas. I'm quite interested in you, Miss Liliana. You are Jonas? Liliana's voice was filled with surprise. No sooner had he finished speaking than Jonas abruptly pulled her over. With considerable force, Liliana's body involuntarily leaned forward, and her chest bumped against the edge of the table. Ah! She exclaimed instinctively, her brows furrowing slightly, a look of pain on her face. The blond man's toughness, combined with the slight pain in her chest, stirred a strange ripple in her heart. You, let me go. Liliana tried to break free. But Jonas just smiled slightly. Don't worry, Miss Liliana, I'll come looking for you later. With an S-rank talent and such skills, he wouldn't let it go. And this personality trait is quite interesting. After Jonas finished speaking, he slowly released his hand, and the binding force suddenly disappeared. Liliana staggered and grabbed the edge of the table, looking at the man's meaningful smile. His eyes held a complex emotion. I suddenly regretted provoking this man. The lingering warmth on her fingertips intertwined with the dull pain in her chest, creating a strange feeling in her heart. Kodaga Johnson soon took his seat at the front of the round table. After looking around, his gaze finally settled on Jonas's face. He's from the Regan family. This must be young Master Jonas. Jonas nodded. Yes. Well done, you are worthy of being under my command. Jonas didn't reply, he just looked around. Before arriving, he had already scouted out the situation. There were already several swordsmen and mages here, who could control the people at the meeting at any time. The princess probably didn't have good intentions. However, with my current strength, I can give it a try. Upon hearing Jonas's admission, the audience erupted in uproar. Every leader couldn't help but look in this direction. They hadn't expected Jonas to look so young. This is the man who led his territory of several thousand people to slaughter the Heavenly Mandate army, which terrified these nobles. Kodaga Johnson got straight to the point. The others are all well known, so I won't introduce them. Everyone knows the current situation. With the army of destiny pressing in, we must unite all forces, so I hope you can incorporate all your troops into the City of Tales, instead of fighting alone. As for Jonas, you've had such an outstanding performance before. I hope you can become the first vassal of Tars. This is your honor. Chapter 40, Section 39, Are the Dead Worthy of Your Loyalty? Upon hearing Kodaga Johnson's words, Jonas couldn't help but laugh. I will become your retainer. I don't think that's necessary. I think the best option is for Tales to be incorporated into our Regenburg. Kodaga Johnson, what did you say? The lords of the other territories also looked at Jonas with surprise. Jonas tapped the table and said, My meaning is already very clear. With the governor dead, factional infighting will begin. Our relatively remote little territory, if it gets entangled with their interests, will inevitably become cannon fodder. With the addition of the Heavenly Mandate army, the country faced both internal and external troubles. It's only a matter of time before they're destroyed. Therefore, gentlemen, including the City of Tales, merging into Regenburg is your only option. Seeing Jonas's nonchalant demeanor, Kodaga Johnson's face darkened. To say such things in a meeting room like this is tantamount to disrespecting the county magistrate. In a hierarchical imperial system, how could my status be compared to those minor lords? He rebelled against the Heavenly Gang, wanting to merge his Tars city into his Regenburg? What do you mean? Jonas, are you trying to rebel? Jonas slowly stood up. It's not exactly a rebellion. I simply don't want to get into danger like other minor lords. I can stop the heavenly mandate army's attack, and I can also give them a glorious future, rather than becoming a victim of factional infighting. As for the city of Tars, with its corrupt and decadent high-ranking nobles, how much power can they possibly have to protect you? If it weren't for our Regenberg, none of you would even be able to sit here. Upon hearing Jonas's words, the lords fell into deep thought. In the past, Jonas's words would have been considered extremely disrespectful. But in this chaotic empire, nothing is more reassuring than strength. Seeing that Jonas was ignoring him, Kodaga Johnson became furious. You're talking nonsense. Jonas smirked. I've discovered that you nobles are truly a bunch of idiots. Do you think anyone will still grant you rights at this point? What? Jonas stood there expressionless, without the slightest hesitation, and without uttering a single unnecessary word. Tear. Jonas swung his arm sharply, and the longsword flashed across Kodaga Johnson's neck like lightning. The sword strike was as fast as the wind. Before the onlookers could even blink, they saw the cold light flash by. Kodaga Johnson's body shuddered violently, but no blood even flowed from his neck. He stared at Jonas in disbelief. You, coo. He tightly covered his neck. Jonas, however, acted as if nothing had happened. He slowly sheathed his longsword with elegant and composed movements. I walked up to him, pressed his head down, and said calmly, only by recognizing yourself can you live a better life. These words were spoken to Kodaga Johnson in front of him, and also to these lords. He didn't want to kill anyone, but Kodaga Johnson had managed to gather so many swordsmen and mages around. He went all out and took over everything. Making an example of someone is the simplest way to establish authority. As Jonas released him, Kodaga Johnson collapsed to the ground, blood seeping out and forming a large pool on the floor. This happened very quickly. The surrounding lords were caught off guard and saw Kodaga Johnson lying on the ground. For a moment, everyone fell into a deathly silence. He's really capable of killing people. And what kind of strength is this? In that instant, they couldn't even see the movement of their hands. In an instant, those who had previously doubted Jonas's ability to defeat the Destiny army all abandoned their doubts. Many people have also realized something. Jonas's methods are tough and ruthless, and he has great ambitions. Everyone began to weigh whether rejecting Jonas would lead to the same fate as Kodaga Johnson. Moreover, in such a chaotic situation, they may indeed need a powerful force to protect them. In response to this sudden turn of events, Kodaga Johnson's retainers, along with mages and swordsmen, rushed in and saw Kodaga on the ground. They were all stunned. This death was way too quick. Moreover, no one expected that Jonas would not even refuse and would directly kill Kodaga. Immediately, everyone drew their swords and pointed them at Jonas, while the mages behind him began chanting spells. Jonas looked at them. The next moment, the space around each person is filled with tiny flames. Although the flame was small, the temperature was extremely high, causing the guards, swordsmen, and mages to break out in a sweat. Such magical condensation speed and flame intensity. This is absolutely outrageous. Everyone thought of the rumors surrounding Jonas, who single-handedly bombarded the entire army with fireballs. If such a fireball were to erupt, they would likely not survive. For a moment, they couldn't tell whether the sweat on their faces was hot or cold. Are the dead worthy of your loyalty? Jonas sat down in the seat that originally belonged to Kodaga Johnson as he spoke. He crossed his legs. At this tense moment, he remained remarkably calm. You, a swordsman, shouted angrily. But before he could finish speaking, flames pierced through his body. With 100% magical affinity and extremely high proficiency, Jonas possesses terrifying control over the battlefield. This scene made everyone around swallow hard. The ability to use magic so freely is simply terrifying. Meaningless death and resistance seem to me nothing more than foolishness. Jonas looked at the first retainer who rushed in. Kodaga Johnson's first retainer, Kolos, was a well-rounded individual with diverse abilities. You agree, don't you, Koros? Under Jonas's gaze, Koros broke out in a cold sweat. He had no doubt that if he said the wrong thing, he would end up like Kodaga Johnson. In just 2 seconds, Koros made his wisest decision. Snap. He immediately knelt down on one knee. He lowered his head. Lord Jonas, I am willing to pledge my allegiance to you. Only the strong are worthy of my following. Jonas looked at the person in front of him and couldn't help but smile. Curious. Loyalty, 10%. Through the system, he can discern a person's preferences and personality. Although Karas is well-rounded in all aspects, he is an extremely frugal person who values his life and money. Such people are unlikely to be very loyal, but they are also easy to manage. Seize the advantages and control the pain points. They're easier to manage than dogs. Moreover, Koros knew everything about Kodaga Johnson, making it very easy for him to take over. Jonas took out a black collar from his spatial magic ring and threw it directly in front of Kuris. Then he said, "You know this thing, take it with you, and offer your loyalty." Chapter 41, Question 40, Low Loyalty? It's all about a collar. Looking at the black coil in front of him, Kuris gritted his teeth. This is a magic collar worn by the lowest of slaves. Slave owners could even control the death of those who wore collars at any time. How could someone of his status and nobility possibly wear something like that? Looking at the collar in front of him, he suddenly thought of the little dog begging for mercy by the roadside. The person in front of him didn't treat him like a human being. He even felt that he was not worthy to be his retainer. In those few seconds of hesitation, he felt the flames hanging over his head growing hotter and hotter, and even his hair curled slightly, emitting a faint smell of burning. Under the threat of death, Kuris's face turned pale. All notions of identity and dignity were instantly forgotten. In just a moment, he picked up the collar from the ground and put it on. He had such a wonderful life, how could he have died so meaninglessly, like the swordsman next to him? Looking at Karas in front of him, Jonas smiled with satisfaction. The first retainer must wield immense power. Once you get rid of him, you've got the city of Tars under control. Jonas turned to the swordsmen and mages and asked, "Do you want to continue?" These people looked at Kuris, who was wearing a collar on the ground, and then at the flames in front of them. They all knelt on one knee on the ground. "I am willing to follow Lord Jonas." Indeed, as Jonas said, a death without meaning is called stupidity. Jonas looked at the lords and asked, "And you?" Upon seeing Jonas looking over, the lords immediately said, "Our territories are willing to be incorporated into the Regan family, and we offer our loyalty." One of the lords, mustering his courage, tentatively said, "But on the condition that we go back and take our soldiers with us." Jonas said with a smile, "I know what you're thinking. I won't stop you, you can go back. But you need to think this through. Only Regenberg can stop the heavily mandate army. You don't need to worry that joining Regenberg will make things worse. There are the best houses and food here. And another thing, war is coming. This is the only time I'm giving you the fairest negotiation before the war." The lords glanced at the collar around Kuris's neck, then at Jonas. He clenched his fist. A brief silence followed. Jonas tapped the table and said, "Go back. I'll give you 10 days to consider. Regenberg also needs to grow stronger. Time waits for no one." After Jonas finished speaking, everyone left with a sense of relief. They never expected that something like this would happen. I never expected Jonas to have such strength. Jonas's threat and power are undeniable. What they are more worried about now is whether, if they are incorporated into Rekin, Jonas will treat them as cannon fodder, just like in factional struggles. They watched the departing lord and the guild leader. Jonas gave Liliana a meaningful look as she left. Her curvaceous figure looked particularly alluring. After everyone left, Karas immediately knelt down on both knees. Grown-ups. Kuras. Loyalty, 10%. Jonas smiled. Low loyalty? It's just a matter of a collar. However, this kind of loyalty, born out of necessity for life-threatening situations, will inevitably not be very high, but it is enough. Jonas, take over Tails City. You should know better than I what to do. Upon hearing Jonas's words, Kuris said somewhat awkwardly, "Young Master Johnson is a top student at the Imperial Magic Academy, and he also has many powerful and noble members loyal to the Johnson family. I'm scared. Jonas, I'll stay here for 2 days. All obstacles will disappear." "Thank you, sir." "Oh, right, send the magic crystal to Lei Jinchang. Here, copper coins, silver coins, and gold coins are used for trading, while magic crystals are used at higher levels. These magic crystals are crystal clear, extremely rare, and are high-end trading currencies. Its most important function is to accelerate the training speed of various professions. Therefore, this is the most sought-after item among all professions. Many nobles used magic crystals to win over the powerful." Kodaga whispered, "The magic crystals from before have been almost entirely squandered by Kodaga." Upon hearing this, Jonas's expression immediately turned sour. he said, "Send as many as you have first." "Yes, sir." Seeing Jonas's expression, Curious immediately said, "The Johnson family has few magic crystals, but those merchant guilds have quite a lot. When there was no war, they amassed wealth in major cities, and they must have quite a fortune by now. And as the largest merchant guild, President Liliana's Golden Cloud Merchant Guild must have what you're looking for." Jonas's golden eyes flashed, and he said, "Lilina? That's great, I was just about to go see her." All development is inseparable from the economy, and Liliana's ability is to provide him with a great deal of economic resources. At the same time, it accelerates the cultivation speed of all the geniuses. Chapter 42, Section 41, I won't. I absolutely won't expect that. At the Jinyun Chamber of Commerce building, a horse-drawn carriage stopped below. Two swordsmen hurriedly packed up the items and then loaded them onto the cart. Liliana, who was standing next to her, kept urging them on. "Hurry! Hurry!" The boy's last look told her that he wouldn't let her go. "President, why so fast? Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask." Liliana looked at the location of the conference room with some concern. Her beautiful brows were slightly furrowed. "Don't worry, Chairman. With us here, no one can hurt you." Both of them were black iron swordsmen that Liliana had hired at a high price. Black iron swordsmen are extremely powerful in war, and can even become lords of small territories. However, he willingly serves as Liliana's bodyguard here, which shows how much magic crystals Liliana has spent. After loading the valuables onto the carriage, Liliana was about to get on. Standing by the wall, Jonas, holding his iron sword, leaned against it and said with a smile, "President Liliana, where are you going in such a hurry?" Liliana gritted her teeth. Although Jonas had a strange longing, reason told her to run. She had witnessed Jonas's methods and knew that falling into his hands would inevitably lead to a bad end. The Golden Cloud Merchant Guild is the largest merchant guild in Tar City, with businesses all over Postana. With her status, she could live a very comfortable life anywhere else. But now there's no escaping it. She rushed back, but she didn't expect Jonas to arrive so quickly. "Liliana, why would Lord Jonas come looking for me instead of taking control of Tail City?" "Jonas, you're much more important than Tail City." "You jest, sir." "I'm not joking, I'm serious." As he spoke, Jonas walked step by step toward Liliana in front of him. Seeing Jonas approaching, Liliana involuntarily took a few steps back. Liliana was voluptuous and charming, exuding an alluring allure. Her rounded figure has smooth and soft lines, and her waist is rounded and elastic. Her buttocks were round and full, and her legs were plump and long. Her body swayed slightly as she took a few steps back. Top quality. Liliana shouted angrily, "What are you two standing there for? Stop him right now." Before she finished speaking, she turned around and walked towards the carriage in front of her. At the same time, seeing this, Jonas suddenly exerted force with his feet and rushed forward like lightning. His movements were as fast as the wind, catching people off guard. Upon seeing this, the two swordsmen exchanged a glance, then without hesitation drew their longswords and slashed fiercely at Jonas. Their moves are all their specialties, so their power should not be underestimated. In that instant, Jonas's figure vanished like a ghost. "What? What speed is that?" The two swordsmen were startled. Jonas's figure had already appeared behind them like a ghost. This bizarre scene instantly set off alarm bells for the two swordsmen. Their eyes darted around in fear as they tried to turn and check what was happening. With a loud bang, Jonas's sword hilt slammed into the back shoulders of the two swordsmen like a heavy hammer. The force of the blow was so great that the two swordsmen didn't even have time to scream before they both collapsed to the ground unconscious. With Jonas's current strength and his mastery of Whirlwind Slash, dealing with these two black iron-level swordsmen would be a piece of cake, a matter of moments. Just then, as Liliana approached the carriage, Jonas appeared beside her like a ghost. "Where are we going?" Jonas asked, a half-smile playing on his lips as he looked at Liliana. "Weren't you quite interested in me during the meeting just now?" Seeing Jonas and the two fallen swordsmen beside her, Liliana was completely stunned. "No. These are all black iron swordsmen I hired at a high price. They are all renowned experts." He collapsed in that instant? Jonas is just too strong. How can someone so young possess such strength? Liliana had met many geniuses in the capital, but none of them could match Jonas in terms of imposing presence and strength. Fear washed over her, and she took a slight step back, trembling slightly, her rounded shoulders involuntarily shrinking back. Her plump legs moved backward with light, quick steps, her rounded ankles twisting slightly, as she leaned against the carriage. Liliana, what do you want? I can give you anything. You. Jonas said directly, Miss Liliana, as I said, I will come to you. I am interested in you. I know you managed to turn what started as a small trading guild into the largest trading guild in Tar City. I really like your abilities. Come and become my retainer. I can give you everything you want. I am the second daughter of the Baker family and the president of the Golden Cloud Merchant Guild. Let me be your retainer, a minor lord. Dream. Bang. Jonas forced Liliana onto the carriage. You. Liliana Baker. The eye of desire allows one to see the desires of others. Talent, S-level business acumen. Loyalty, 0%. Jonas, 0 loyalty? Logically speaking, given his appalling behavior and bloody methods in the conference hall, coupled with his intervention to stop her, such an impression usually results in a negative loyalty rating of several tens. Liliana's percentage is 0. It seems she's a bit hypocritical. The hobbies and personality traits displayed by the system are quite accurate. Jonas's lips curled into a sly smile. He slowly extended his right hand, the spatial magic ring shimmering faintly between his fingers. A red hemp rope appeared in his hand. Liliana stared in horror at the rope in Jonas's hand, involuntarily taking a few steps back, her body trembling slightly. Her eyes widened. What do you want to do? Jonas replied calmly, of course, it's to gain your loyalty. However, before she could finish speaking, Jonas quickly swung the rope at her. You don't. Sobs. Jonas effortlessly hoisted the bound Liliana onto his shoulder and turned to walk into the house. Liliana's body swayed slightly on his shoulder, her eyes fixed on Jonas, filled with anger and incomprehension. What exactly do you want? Liliana asked through gritted teeth, even though she was completely bound and unable to move. But her voice carried the authority of a chairman. My body was in a strange position, tightly bound by ropes, and I had lost my freedom. Jonas was still an extremely dangerous person in front of him. But a strange, inexplicable feeling welled up in her heart. She felt her face involuntarily heat up, as if a warm current was surging through her body. The feeling was so unfamiliar that she was momentarily at a loss. Jonas, to be my retainer. Jonas tugged at the rope, digging it into her flesh, and the strange sensation made Liliana involuntarily tense up. You let me go. How can you force someone to be a retainer like this? Liliana's voice trembled slightly, as if she were somewhat afraid, but her words revealed a hint of stubbornness. Despite her words, her loyalty to Jonas is steadily increasing. Just now, the loyalty rate has rapidly increased from 0% to 10%. Jonas was a little stunned by how quickly loyalty had increased. So fast? It seems he really did flip some incredible switch. Jonas tested her reaction and said softly, Miss Liliana, you're actually looking forward to what's going to happen next, aren't you? Upon hearing this, Liliana's face instantly turned bright red, and she stammered in rebuttal, how could I possibly expect that? I absolutely wouldn't expect that. What nonsense are you talking about? Jonas grinned mischievously, aren't you looking forward to it? As a magician, you have many interesting little gadgets at your disposal. Chapter 43, Section 42. What are you mumbling about? It's your turn. Liliana was startled. What little gadget? Jonas chuckled. He carried Liliana into her office and closed the door behind him. With a wave of his right hand, he cleared the entire tabletop. Then, as the magic ring flashed, magical items quickly appeared on the table. Upon seeing these things, Liliana's eyes widened instantly. Jonas is such a person? Sobs. Yo-ho. The famous and noble President Liliana is also a crybaby. Bound to Liliana Baker. Loyalty, 10%. Loyalty, 15%. Loyalty, 20%. Loyalty, 25%. Rewards for improved business skills, 5 times. Gained ability, Eye of Desire. Eye of Desire ability return, 5x. Eye of Desire proficiency, 4281. Eye of Desire stage 2, able to perceive the precise desires of others. Jonas saw this ability and couldn't help but laugh. That's a really good ability. Liliana thrived in the business world precisely because of this ability. However, she is only in the first stage, and can only know the general desires and tendencies of others. This allows them to manipulate other people's psychology and then profit from it. But I know everything clearly. This ability to control people's hearts is an essential skill for any future leader. That's interesting. I wonder what abilities will be unlocked as I get more proficient. In the future, if we have the ability, we can unlock a bigger stage for Liliana and let her make a fortune for us. At the same time, enhance the ability of the Eye of Desire. Now, it's time to increase Liliana's loyalty to him. Now that he has the second stage of the Eye of Desire, does he know what Liliana in front of him wants? Jonas smiled and said, I'm sorry about that. Liliana, ugh. Loyalty, 30%. Loyalty, 35%. Loyalty, 40%. Loyalty, 45%. Loyalty, 50%. Later. Liliana fainted. Well. This might be the first time I've experienced something so significant. Jonas swore he did absolutely nothing excessive. The other side loves to play. But you can tell by looking at the system's loyalty feedback. The other side simply can't afford to play this game. He didn't use much of his magic. Jonas carried her to the bed in the adjacent lounge and looked Liliana up and down. Liliana's hair and forehead were soaked with sweat, and her face was very rosy, like a ripe peach. My breathing has calmed down now. Loyalty level is 50%. The other side definitely won't run away. After taking care of some things. At the same time, he placed the gift he had prepared on the table. Then, looking at Liliana's somewhat tired face, he thought for a moment and brought some food. I covered myself with the blanket. A balance of gentleness and firmness is essential to gaining loyalty. Then Jonas opened the door and left. Today, besides Liliana, he has many other people to deal with, but those people are not so lucky. Taking over a new city inevitably brings immense bloodshed. Everyone in the Johnson family must die. He's not a saint, he won't leave any future troubles. Tails City. Meeting room. Koros bowed slightly to Jonas. My lord, what about Liliana? It's all settled, they're on our side now. Kuros was startled. The master's strength was indeed formidable. He knew that Liliana had spent a lot of money to hire a powerful swordsman, but he didn't expect Jonas to solve the problem so quickly. You're really amazing, sir. Jonas, give me the list and the address. After tonight, no one will object to you. Kuros was secretly pleased and said, yes, sir. He then handed the list to Jonas. Then he reminded Jonas, saying, Sir, Kodaga's third son is from the Magic Academy. His teacher lives in the city, which might be a bit tricky. Jonas, it's okay, let them die first. Inside the training room of Losta Johnson's mansion, magical light flickered, and a faint aura of magical elements permeated the air. Losta was practicing magic with complete concentration. A series of hurried footsteps broke the silence of the room, and a trusted aide rushed in, sweating profusely, his face filled with fear and panic. Young master, something terrible has happened. The confidant's voice trembled as he almost gasped for breath. Master, he's been murdered. Losta froze instantly, and the magic spell in her hand came to an abrupt halt. He turned around, looking at his trusted confidant, his voice trembling slightly. What did you say? Who in the city would dare kill my father? He brought his teacher here to resist the invasion of the Heavenly Mandate Army, but now, before the Heavenly Mandate Army has even arrived, his father has already been murdered. It's the young lord's son, it's that Jonas. His teacher, standing to the side, frowned upon hearing the news and asked in a deep voice, Is it that recently famous Jonas? Yes. Teacher, I thought he was a hero for resisting the Heavenly Mandate Army, but I never expected him to be a desperate fugitive. Losta gritted his teeth and took a deep breath. Teacher, please make a move. This man dared to kill my father. He poses a great threat to the Empire and must die. The teacher nodded, a cold glint in his eyes. Don't worry, someone who isn't even a minor leader dared to kill the county magistrate. The Empire won't let him get away with it. However, to kill the county magistrate amidst so many soldiers, this person must be very powerful. He hadn't finished speaking. Day. Footsteps came from the corner. Losta and the teacher were both startled and turned to look. Jonas, holding his sword, slowly emerged from the shadows. Losta's teacher took a small step back. He hadn't been able to detect Jonas's presence. When did he arrive? Jonas, what are you babbling about? It's your turn. Chapter 44, Section 43, Reversing the Flames. Note, 1,200 words were deleted from the previous chapter. Please use your imagination to fill in the gaps. The two stared intently at Jonas as if facing a formidable enemy. After exchanging a glance, they almost simultaneously unleashed wind magic, instantly widening the distance between them. Ha! In the next instant, Jonas appeared before Lasta with lightning speed. The long sword in his hand, imbued with a sharp sword aura, slashed straight at Lasta. This sword strike left Lasta with no time to react. His pupils contracted sharply, the shadow of death looming over him like a heavy mountain, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. I could only instinctively close my eyes. Click! With a crisp sound, Jonas's terrifying power slammed into Lasta, sending him flying like a cannonball. Lasta's body arced through the air before slamming heavily against the wall, kicking up a cloud of dust and smoke. Jonas stood there, a hint of doubt in his eyes. It doesn't feel right. Click, click, click. Just as Jonas was pondering, the smoke gradually dissipated, revealing Lasta's figure. A faint circular light barrier enveloped his body, but this barrier was now shattering at an alarming rate. Lasta was hunched over. His eyes widened. He stared blankly at the light screen in front of him. This was a high-level magical item that he obtained at the Magic Academy after spending a lot of time and effort completing numerous tasks. Its defense is extremely strong, and it can even withstand a full-force attack from a bronze-level swordsman. But surprisingly, it shattered as easily as paper under Jonas's sword. Despite their shock, in that fleeting moment, the two of them recited the incantation without hesitation. As the incantation was recited, natural magic was drawn in. In an instant, it transformed into countless blazing fire whips, sweeping towards Jonas in front of him like venomous snakes. These fire whips intertwined and entwined in the air, forming an impenetrable net of fire. Lasta grinned at the sight. In such a confined space, Jonas had nowhere to hide. The flames on the fire whip reached temperatures of over 1,000 degrees. Nas was doomed. However, when faced with such an attack, Jonas calmly extended a hand. It was as if the net of fire was not a raging inferno capable of devouring everything, but rather a docile sheep. The two people opposite saw Jonas's actions. They were all taken aback. Is this insane? The next moment, the two of them widened their eyes instantly. The instant Jonas's hand touched the fire net, the flames that had been leaping violently on it softened instantly. They were no longer raging fires. As if tamed, it gently licked Jonas's palm. The originally blazing flames slowly disappeared in Jonas's hands. They were as if they had been absorbed by Jonas's hand. By the time the fire finally enveloped Jonas, the raging flames had completely dissipated. Jonas grinned at the two men. No way. With 100% magical affinity, and after achieving an extremely high level of proficiency with fire, he can even reverse magic. Reverse the flames into natural magic. The two men stared at Jonas, completely dumbfounded. What is this? Such a reversal of magic requires at least several higher ranks to achieve. Jonas's skill level is absolutely outrageous. Without much hesitation, the two of them had only one thought in their minds. Run. They simply cannot be a match for Jonas. Such terrifying swordsmanship combined with magical abilities is simply impossible. And Jonas looks so young. But as the two tried to run, Jonas had already come up with his sword. No. The horrific attack, fueled by extreme terror, decapitated the two men. A revered magician, a deadly weapon in war, is as simple as slaughtering a pig to him. Jonas smirked as he looked at the two corpses. My abilities are all thanks to my own hard work. It seems I still need to work harder to urge my retainers to do their best. Jonas took the magic rings from the two people, which probably contained many magical items and scrolls. I imagine Carlyle would really like this gift. And under Carlyle's research, the spatial ring was unlocked. He gave 10 times the feedback. These two rings should be able to be removed soon. Jonas stroked his chin. A magic academy? Interesting. We could send Callus to study further later. The Lasta in front of me only has a B-level magical talent, yet he has such abilities under the academy's training. I believe Callus will perform even better there. But now, time is tight and the task is heavy. Next. As he spoke, Jonas produced the death list. He was eager to get back and increase his loyalty to Liliana. Jinyun Chamber of Commerce. Inside the office break room. Liliana also slowly woke up from her bed at that moment. Looking around at her surroundings, she felt a little confused, her head spinning. How did I get here? Liliana covered her head with her fair hands. As soon as I raised my hand, it brushed against the blanket, causing a slight stinging sensation. Hiss. At this moment, memories of what she looked like before falling asleep flooded back, causing her eyes to widen in surprise. Her fair face suddenly turned bright red. How could I have become like that? This. He saw that he had been untied, and Jonas was not there. Liliana couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But while she breathed a sigh of relief, she couldn't help but feel a little lost. She couldn't help but recall that feeling from before. Although it was shameful and painful, there was a strange sense of satisfaction. This thought made her a little scared. How could she be that kind of person? What's wrong with me? Liliana slowly sat up from the bed, her gaze slowly falling on her fair skin, which was as white as mutton fat jade. She noticed that her once smooth and delicate skin now bore several red marks from the straps. Her brows furrowed slightly. What a nasty fellow! As the president of the Jinyun Chamber of Commerce, I have always maintained a noble demeanor and used the best skincare products. No one would treat me like that, and so rudely at that. She touched the marks on her body, the slight pain making her frown, but she couldn't help but think of that figure. Jonas is really amazing, and he's so young. Remembering how she had begged for mercy before, her face flushed red. I seem to really enjoy how he treats me. Chapter 45, Section 44, Surrender or Death. Liliana threw back the covers and blushed even more when she saw her embarrassingly disheveled clothes. He's clearly such a strong person, so where did he learn all this stuff? But she had to admit that she seemed to like him deep down. Thinking back to how I begged for mercy, it seems like I said a lot of incredible things. How embarrassing. She's always the one giving orders and acting all high and mighty. How could I say something like that? That's impossible. After calming herself down, Liliana stood up. After Liliana stood up, her body suddenly went limp due to exhaustion. It almost made her lose her balance and fall to the ground. She gripped the edge of the table tightly. Damn it, she gritted her teeth. Liliana slowly stood up, her gaze drawn to the food and flowers on the table. On the table is a glass of fresh milk and bread. Next to the milk and bread, there was a flower. Beside the flower was a pale purple necklace with intricate and ornate patterns, and inlaid with several sparkling gemstones. Liliana's eyes were immediately drawn to the collar, and she gently picked it up. The necklace is made of soft and smooth material, with exquisite patterns and gemstones that add a touch of luxury and nobility to the entire necklace. This made her secretly delighted. There was a note under the collar. Upon unfolding it, one could see Jonas's handwriting on it. #President, you've used up a lot of energy, remember to replenish your strength. Here's a meal prepared for you. Next to it is a gift for you, I know you'll wear it. These contain 3 magical attacks that I've stored. The contents of the note warmed Liliana's heart. A wicked person. She continued reading beyond the note. Hopefully next time, the president can hold on a little longer. And remember what you called me when you begged for mercy, otherwise, #. Upon seeing this, Liliana felt a strange tremor in her heart. Hold on a little longer. How can she persist under such circumstances? She carefully folded the note and put it back in its place. Then I looked at the collar with mixed feelings. In the empire, collars were worn by slaves, by the lowly. It is a symbol of the lowest social status. Jonas actually made me wear this thing. Was he asking me to give up my dignity? Reason told her she couldn't wear it. But deep down, I had a strange longing, imagining myself wearing the collar and standing in front of Jonas. Imagine what it was like before. It seems, it's not entirely impossible. As if possessed, she picked it up and carefully put it around her neck. The moment the collar touched her skin, she felt a chill run down her neck. However, this feeling did not make her uncomfortable. On the contrary, she felt an inexplicable sense of harmony. It made her tremble involuntarily. She slowly walked to the mirror. Her eyes, which were originally clear, now looked somewhat unfocused in the mirror. The choker was the perfect size for her, as if it had been tailor-made for her, fitting her skin perfectly. The purple choker stood out against her fair skin, creating a stark contrast with her disheveled clothes and the marks on her body. This contrast made her appear both noble and lowly. It's hard to imagine that the high and mighty president of the Jinyun Chamber of Commerce would wear a collar like that of a slave. This inexplicably excited Liliana. Phew, nobody knows anyway. Looking at the marks on her body, Liliana instinctively grabbed a long-sleeved garment and covered everything up. Then he turned up his collar to cover the collar. Day. Just then, hurried footsteps came from outside. Liliana instinctively turned her collar up again. Soon, 2 swordsmen rushed in. My lord, how are you? The 2 men breathed a sigh of relief after seeing that Liliana was all right. Liliana leaned back on the stool, her golden eyes immediately regaining their composure in front of the 2 people. His calm voice carried a barely perceptible hoarseness. What can you do? Do you really expect the 2 of you to save me? The 2 swordsmen were instantly embarrassed. They took the president's magic crystal and made a promise to protect him even at the cost of their lives. Unexpectedly, he fainted after just 1 glance. When I woke up, it was already afternoon. But you can't blame them. Jonas is simply a prodigy. You too, each of you will lose 1 magic crystal this month. No, sir. Are you questioning my decision? No, I know I was wrong, sir. Go, gather the people from the Chamber of Commerce together, we're not leaving. Yes. Only after watching the 2 leave did Liliana loosen her collar in relief. The air of authority she exuded, coupled with the contrast between the marks on her body and the collar, caused her face to flush slightly. On the other side, Jonas has begun his killing spree. The killing of a nobleman in Tar's city has thrown the city into a state of panic. Jonas was like an unreasonable brute in his eyes, there was only submission or death. This led many nobles to form alliances. In a secluded conference room, it was filled with nobles. An obese nobleman slammed his fist on the table. Damn it, several families have already been uprooted by this damn Jonas. Soon it will be our turn. Damn it, Koros. He actually became a lackey of Jonas, a traitor to the empire. Damn it, we must unite. How can we be afraid of the son of a mere lord? That's right. The reason we were uprooted 1 by 1 before was because we didn't unite. Next, if we unite, we can definitely kill this kid. As soon as the man finished speaking, his head fell to the ground. This scene caused all the nobles present to widen their eyes in astonishment. The scene fell silent immediately. The headless corpse was pushed aside by a young man behind him, who then sat in the man's place. Looking at the nobles present, he smiled and said, "They're all here? Perfect, saves me the trouble of going to find you all 1 by 1. Gentlemen, if you have any other thoughts, feel free to share them with me." The scene fell silent. The group that had been loudly proclaiming their condemnation of Jonas opened their mouths, but couldn't utter a single word. Why is he here? The blood of the corpse was still flowing, and such a scene made some nobles with poor tolerance instinctively want to stand up and run away. Laugh. However, as soon as he stood up, scorching flames spread from his body, instantly turning him into charred remains. The high temperature caused the people around me to sweat profusely, and it was hard to tell whether it was from cold sweat or from the heat. Everyone swallowed hard, staring at Jonas with fear in their eyes. Jonas tossed the black collar onto the table as if it were a handout. Come on, 1 for each of you. Surrender or die. Chapter 46, Section 45, Time's almost up. Looking at the cheap-looking black collar, the corners of everyone's mouths twitched involuntarily. They are nobles of the empire, how can they wear such things? But everyone is afraid of death. They genuinely had no idea how Jonas had managed to get into the place without being detected by the guards. With such a commotion inside, where are all the guards? Jonas slowly drew his sword and gently tapped it on the table. It made a bang 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 sound. The atmosphere at the scene was unusually heavy. Jonas said, "It's almost time." His voice echoed in the air, but there was no sound at all, no one dared to move. Upon seeing this, Jonas gave a soft snort. He raised his right hand. Immediately afterwards, with a tearing sound, another head rolled down like a kite with a broken string, blood splattering everywhere and staining the ground red. This sudden scene terrified every nobleman. They instinctively reached for the collars on top. Many people gritted their teeth and put it on. However, as they carried them, the remaining nobles were astonished to discover that they didn't have enough collars. Looking at the empty table, the remaining people turned deathly pale and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. He stammered to Jonas, "Jonas. Lord Jonas, this collar isn't enough." Jonas said with a smile, "Opportunity favors the prepared mind. You guys aren't proactive enough." It seems they still don't want to submit. The group replied somewhat nervously, "No. However, Jonas didn't give them a chance to explain. He raised his sword and brought it down. A flash of cold light appeared, and the people in front of him fell to the ground instantly. Establishing authority requires doing it properly. Blood gushed out like a fountain, staining the ground red and splashing onto those around them. The agonizing screams rose and fell, sounding particularly jarring in this otherwise silent place. The nobles wearing collars shuddered at the sight of the bloodshed, their throats bobbing involuntarily as they swallowed hard. Their hearts were filled with fear and relief that they had picked up the collars so early. Feeling the rough collar around their necks, everyone experienced the feeling of being a slave for the first time. Jonas turned to Jonas and said, "As nobles, you should know the purpose of this collar better than I do." Upon hearing this, the nobles present all rushed to answer, "Yes, Lord Jonas." Jonas nodded in satisfaction and continued, "That's good. I don't want to see anyone being replaced." "Yes." The voices of the crowd revealed a hint of fear. Jonas waved his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. Then he looked towards the door and called out, "Curus, come in." As soon as he finished speaking, Curus entered from outside the door. Koros entered the room, his gaze first falling on the bloody scene, then slowly shifting to the nobleman who looked like a coward. His lips curled up slightly, revealing a barely perceptible smile. These nobles always put on an air of superiority and boss others around. At this moment, however, they were like stray dogs, submitting to Lord Jonas without any dignity. Curus himself, though merely a retainer, was the first to wear the collar. Moreover, he also gained control of the city of Tars, which was undoubtedly a tremendous power. Thinking of this, Curus even felt a surge of pride. He felt that wearing the collar was not a disgrace, but rather an honor. On this day, he was also impressed by Jonas's thunderous methods. How long has it been? All these obstacles were cleared away by the adults. Jonas said to Curus, "Control the situation and make them hand over the magic crystals." "Yes, sir." With that, Jonas got up and left. The matter in Tail City has been resolved. He was going back to find Liliana. A day has passed, and Jonas had thought that without him, without his special method, things would be different. Liliana's loyalty should have dropped, but now it seems her loyalty hasn't dropped. In fact, it's increasing? It has already reached 55%. What's going on? Liliana can also use self-strategy? As Jonas opened the door, the nobles inside saw the scene outside. Everyone at the scene was stunned. They had always assumed Jonas had sneaked in, and they were blaming the guards outside for not taking any action despite the commotion inside. Now, the guards outside, lying in disarray, come into view. The nobles are all numb. No wonder. How could one person take care of so many people without anyone inside noticing? Jonas, just how strong is he? The Jinyun Chamber of Commerce building is a high-rise building with floors of offices. Every employee aspires to higher positions because higher positions symbolize wealth and status. The highest point is the office of the noble, beautiful, and extremely powerful president, Liliana. And at this moment, Liliana closed the office door tightly. She sat on the stool, looking out the window with a somewhat forlorn expression. The golden-purple dress clung to her voluptuous figure, outlining around it in full beauty that accentuated her mature charm. She gently touched her neck. The purple crystal is slightly rough. It makes people feel uncomfortable, but Liliana inexplicably likes it. Liliana looked at her skin, which was as white as jade. She had excellent ointment, and her body recovered quickly after applying it. Although he had recovered physically, he couldn't help but feel a sense of loss. He stared blankly out the window, wondering if Jonas would come back. And those strange little gadgets. As she thought about it, her face flushed. The next moment, a person appeared behind her. He gently pulled on the collar around Liliana's neck. The slight feeling of suffocation and the familiar scent made Liliana shudder involuntarily. Their breathing became slightly rapid. A strange joy welled up inside me. With Jonas's help, he involuntarily stood up. Finally, no, Jonas, let me go. Jonas, President, you're saying one thing and meaning another. I didn't. Jonas touched his right hand, and the magic space ring lit up. Suddenly, the familiar rope appeared. Jonas skillfully spun around. Liliana was tied up again. However, unlike her previous fierce struggle, Liliana was surprisingly compliant this time. What are you expecting? No. I really didn't. Jonas, who possesses the eye of desire, knows exactly what Liliana needs right now. Jonas pulled on the overlapping rope knots on Laralina's back. Liliana felt a strong sense of restraint. Master, have you thought it through? Go to Regenburg and become my retainer. Well, that depends on your sincerity. Sincerity? Well, dear President, I'm sorry. Aha! Note, writing a book is not easy, and with a reduction in advertising, revenue has decreased. If you think it's okay, please give it a good review or send a gift. Hello to all the handsome and capable people out there. Ors. Chapter 47, Section 46, This is your reward. Loyalty, 60%. Loyalty, 65%. Stop. I'll go with you. Phew. Can't I just go with you? I'm going to Regenburg. Jonas smiled slightly and gently lifted Liliana's face. Then what should you call me? Your Excellency, President. He discovered that Liliana, despite her noble appearance, was actually the easiest to manipulate to gain loyalty. It didn't take long for it to reach this level. He's taller than Olivina. Master? Jonas said slowly and deliberately, President Liliana is very clever, isn't she? So how will you express your loyalty? Liliana was taken aback. To show loyalty? How can her appearance and state indicate loyalty? Woof. Jonas was taken aback. Well. Holy crap. To be clear, he never hinted at anything. This is all something the other side wanted to do. He really just wanted the other side to become his retainer and express their loyalty. I didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Cough. Wouldn't it have been better if you had said so earlier? Liliana, Wah? Then this is your reward. Liliana blushed all over. Later, Liliana, overwhelmed by the pressure, fainted again. When she woke up again, Jonas was sitting next to her. Feeling Jonas's presence, Liliana didn't even dare to open her eyes. She even considered grabbing the blanket and covering her head, like an ostrich burying its head in the sand. I've already fainted twice. This is absolutely outrageous. Jonas, how could he do something like that? She never imagined that one day, a man would barge into her life and do such a thing. Jonas, who was looking through the books on Liliana's desk, noticed her movement. And that sudden blush on her face told me that the person opposite me had already woken up. President? How are you feeling? Upon hearing Jonas's words, Liliana knew she couldn't continue the act, so she immediately covered her head with the blanket. Seeing the way the other person was burying their head in the sand, Jonas simply pulled over a small, white foot that was sticking out. Then I ticked it. Liliana shuddered involuntarily, and her glistening toes turned pink. It shrank back immediately. Jonas, President, you're really sensitive. No. Then why did you faint so quickly? Jonas is so awful, and he has so many tricks up his sleeve. Why did he blame himself for fainting so quickly? You despicable bastard. Jonas pulled back the blanket and, to Liliana's surprise, lifted her out. Stop it. Don't worry, I won't bother you anymore. Let's get down to business. I made you my retainer because of your management and operational abilities. If you could go to Regenburg, you could definitely accelerate its development. Later, he became one of my best strategists. Liliana, Regenburg, that. Jonas laughed and said, You mean to say that Regenburg is just a small territory, right? I didn't. Jonas waved his hand and said, Don't worry, the empire is in chaos, Regenburg will slowly develop. I will be the ultimate winner. You might think I'm daydreaming, but time will tell. And now I need you. Liliana, me? Jonas is so powerful, does he need himself? Jonas nodded and continued, I know you, Liliana Vega. I'm thinking, the Vega family is one of the largest families in the empire, isn't it? How did you end up in Tail City? He was in charge of a small chamber of commerce. At first, the Jinyun Chamber of Commerce was just an insignificant little chamber of commerce. It was only under Liliana's management and operation that it gradually grew into what it is today. Liliana pursed her lips and remained silent. Jonas continued, So, I'm guessing you're the daughter of a mistress of a big shot in the Baker family? Liliana suddenly became agitated and shouted, My mom isn't a mistress. Liliana clenched her fists, glanced at Jonas, and then deflated for some reason. I won't allow you to say that about her. Jonas looked at the woman in front of him, patted her head, and then pulled her into his arms. Tell me about it, and I'll help you. Liliana lowered her head and said, actually, the so-called Heavenly Mandate Army is nothing in front of a behemoth like the Baker family. As one of the Empire's ministers, the Baker family held political power and military authority, making their strength unimaginable. Are you still going to help me? Of course, my goal is the Empire. Impossible. Jonas, even the 6th Army of Destiny, nobody believes we can stop them? Isn't that so? Upon hearing this, Liliana stared at Jonas for a moment, exhaled, and said, my mother was an ordinary person in the Empire. After being possessed by that person, I came into being. However, the huge difference in their social status made it impossible for me to give my mother a formal title. As a result, the man later married a woman from another prominent family. Therefore, my mother became what is known as a mistress. How ridiculous. Then, my mother died inexplicably on the street. In the eyes of important people, we are like ants. I will always remember the look in those people's eyes back then, heartless and indifferent, like they were looking at a dog on the street. I wanted revenge, I wanted to investigate, but as a young man, I showed no talent whatsoever, whether in magic, swordsmanship, or any other profession. I was kicked out by the Baker family, and to avoid being implicated, I came to Tails, the most remote city in Post-Aya. The Jin Yun Chamber of Commerce was initially given to me by that person as a favor. So much time has passed, I've even started to feel numb to myself. How could a mere Jin Yun Chamber of Commerce compare to such a behemoth? So much so that now when I see the Empire in turmoil, I feel a genuine excitement. How wonderful it would be if all these people died in the war. Jonas patted Liliana's head. It might be right that you didn't show any talent, otherwise you might not have gotten to this place. Jonas continued, talent is not just about physical strength. And wisdom and intellect. Sometimes, killing doesn't have to involve bloodshed. A single scheme can easily result in a scene of carnage. Jonas then used modern marketing rhetoric to explain to her, along with various classic scams. Using specific theories or models to amass wealth, driving people mad and ultimately to death, the most classic example being the Ponzi scheme. Jonas directly used elements from this world to explain the story to Liliana in front of him. Ponzi schemes attract a large number of investors in a short period of time due to the high returns for early investors and their clever design. They defrauded people of huge sums of money. It has bankrupted many people, and then driven them to suicide. Jonas then went on to talk about the Golden Tower sales scam, and many other modern theories. These are all scams that have driven countless people crazy. Liliana was completely stunned. Then, realizing what was happening, he immediately said, my lord, no, master, wait a moment, I'll go get my notebook and write this down. In this place, she believed that her understanding in philosophy had surpassed that of many others, and this unique insight was the key to her ability to develop and expand the Jin Yun Chamber of Commerce. However, to her surprise, Jonas's cognitive concepts were even more profound than hers, and his classic scams and theories opened her eyes, as if she had found a kindred spirit. Every word Jonas said was like a key, unlocking a new door and drawing her into it. Jonas was far from being a reckless man, he was a wise man with hidden talents. At that moment, she developed a deeper level of admiration for her master, Jonas. Jonas's wisdom and insight filled her with sincere admiration, and she suddenly gained confidence in the future. It seems that an empire is not impossible to overthrow. She could very well destroy the Baker family. Jonas looked at Liliana in front of him with a satisfied expression in his eyes. As expected of someone with S-level talent, such concepts and examples are so easy to understand. In fact, although Jonas himself is familiar with many ideas and examples, this world is different from his original world, and whether he can apply this knowledge freely is still an unknown. However, through communication with Liliana and feedback from her abilities. With the Empire in chaos, he will surely be able to amass wealth and ensure an ample reserve of magic crystals. This provides a solid guarantee for the rapid development of Regenburg. Go ahead, we have plenty of time. Chapter 48, Section 47, is this the first time they've chosen to bare their fangs? Tails City. When Deswin's squad infiltrated. The situation here has changed drastically. Looking at the notice board, and based on what I've learned, Desvin was shocked. In just 2 days, the city of Tars had changed hands. He didn't even need to read the announcement. Just by looking at the collar around the neck of the new city lord of Tars, Curus, he knew whose dog he was. One day, Jonas was able to single-handedly wipe out so many families and nobles. Their ruthless methods are frightening. Jonas killed so many nobles that, had he not shattered the 6th Legion of Destiny, Desvin would have even wanted to invite him to join the Destiny army and develop together. But that's no longer possible. Jonas can now only be his enemy. Well, Guswin was feeling conflicted. He had originally thought that Ilolius would be able to capture the city and then develop it into a resource reserve for the future Destiny army. Unfortunately, it belongs to someone else now. The City of Tales was located diagonally behind their base. If Tar City cooperates with the Imperial Army to attack their Destiny, they will be in a very passive position. They really don't understand. How could such a young and powerful figure like Jonas emerge in such a short period of time? Could it be that he has been hiding his strength all along, waiting for the Empire to fall into chaos? Is it only now that it's choosing to bare its fangs? Damn, what a terrifying person. To be honest, he wasn't afraid of these aristocratic pigs taking control of the city. Long-term pampered lifestyle and the luxuries of power and money have hollowed out their minds and fighting spirit. This is also why they were able to capture a major city in Postia so quickly. However, it would be difficult to allow someone capable of thwarting the 6th Army to take control of Tars. If they can use a small territory to resist the 6th Army, they might be able to use the city of Tars to resist their other legions later. Although their destiny is also developing, this is clearly a huge hidden danger for the future. No, let's go back. This Jonas is a huge hidden danger. I must speak with the leader personally. We need to plan our next strategy. Jinyun Chamber of Commerce. Liliana, having absorbed a great deal of knowledge, let out a sigh of relief. Looking at his notes, he said, "Master, that's enough. I'll digest these theories and knowledge first." Jonas nodded, "Okay." Liliana, dressed in a light yellow outfit, looked serene and elegant, intently studying her notes. It's hard to imagine what she looked like before. Liliana felt a little shy when Jonas looked at her like that, and immediately said, "Master, how do you have so many?" What Jonas shared with her was truly eye-opening. If she had a certain amount of gold coins, she even felt that she could leverage the Empire's economy. Jonas laughed and said, "Heh, it's in my head." "Oh? Is that so?" Many businessmen have praised her as a rising star in the business world, who, in a short period of time, managed to build Jinyun into the largest business association. But now, after listening to Jonas's words and insights, she felt that she was far behind Jonas. No wonder Jonas, despite coming from a small territory, dared to set his sights on the Empire. Jonas said, "Try to understand this first." Mum. Jonas watched Liliana deep in thought as she looked at her notes, and he was in a good mood. He took a sip of the milk next to him. With Liliana's feedback, his mind is working even better now, and his understanding of the theories from his past life is becoming clearer. I wonder what the forging techniques are like in this world. He is a military enthusiast. There might be an opportunity later to replicate some terrifying war machines here. It seems like there's an opportunity to find a genius in this field. Once you're familiar with forging, you can actually create some things by hand, giving the world a unique and awe-inspiring experience. Thinking of this, Jonas subconsciously touched Liliana's soft neck, the skin of which felt slightly cool. The pale purple coils made her neck appear even whiter. Liliana is very sensitive. Jonas gently touched his neck twice, and his earlobes turned red. "Oh no. Oh, okay, then I won't bother you anymore." "No. No, you can use some force." As she spoke, Liliana's voice grew softer and softer. "Jonas?" On his way back to Destiny's headquarters, Deswin passed by Regenberg. He saw the stones being moved and piled up, and frowned as he said to his confidant beside him, "What are they doing? Build city walls?" A trusted confidant nearby said, "It seems so. Moreover, they built a huge wall around it. This is a massive undertaking, traversing the mountains in front of Regenberg." Desvin, huh? Building city walls during this time of war? What a joke. The construction of a city wall would take at least several years, let alone such a massive one. What are they trying to do? He thought that Jonas would take over Tal's city and move Regenberg there to become the king of the land, but he never expected that Jonas would build city walls here. Although Regenberg was easier to defend than to attack, building walls in this natural mountain range was still an extremely difficult task. I don't know, I think they're just daydreaming? If our destiny truly allows us to mobilize troops, we could raze this place to the ground in less than a month. This so-called city wall, which looks like nothing more than a few small earthen mounds, is simply a joke. Desmond, that makes sense, but don't be careless. With Jonas's methods, he's not someone to be trifled with. What might have been the purpose of building the city walls? There might be a trap. Let's hurry and bring this message back together to join the battle preparations. The people of Tail City are united now. We need to be wary of them launching a surprise attack from the rear. Yes, sir. Chapter 49, Section 48, Being a Dog is Wonderful. Tail City. Jinyun Chamber of Commerce. After taking complete control of Tar City, Kolos immediately came to find Jonas. I saw Liliana next to Jonas, obediently massaging him. Koros couldn't help but admire him. He was able to win over President Liliana of Jinyun so quickly, even getting her to massage him and act as his maid. I reckon only someone as strong as Lord Jonas could do that. This time, Curis also brought all the magic crystals he had collected after looting these nobles. He left behind the basic operating crystals, giving all the remaining crystals to Jonas. There are a total of 157. Jonas was also very surprised these nobles actually had so many magic crystals. They are all incredibly wealthy. You should know that even his father, Hall, who was the lord of a small territory, only had 4 of these magic crystals. These magic crystals can help people of all professions to cultivate quickly. Absorb the power according to your talent. For an average person, 1 pill can last for a month, while a genius absorbs it quickly and uses 1 pill in just a few days. Most people, even if they have the means, are reluctant to use them, only using them during crucial breakthrough periods. This is why there are more powerful figures among nobles and large families, because the resources they provide are on a completely different level. But now that Jonas has so many magic crystals, he can let Callus and Olivina experience the joy of a large family spending resources. Moreover, in order to ensure the rapid growth of these geniuses and the strengthening of their own abilities, he's about to start plundering too with his S-rank talent. He's arguably among the fastest users of magic crystals in the world. These nobles were all incredibly wealthy. Liliana, who was getting a massage, saw that Curis had brought the magic crystal. He then stood up, turned around, opened his hidden box, and said, I have 81 magic crystals here. My lord, you may take it all if you need it. Liliana's face flushed slightly. She glanced at Koros beside her and felt his gaze lingering on her neck. I couldn't help but feel a strange unease. Wearing the collar made her feel ashamed, but it also felt like a declaration that she was Jonas's woman, which stirred up a strange excitement within her. I'm really. Jonas didn't notice Liliana's unusual behavior and just said excitedly, Liliana, you've really been a great help. Upon hearing Jonas's words, Liliana was secretly delighted and said, It is my honor to be able to help you, sir. In that case, we should go back. At this point, Jonas gently brushed his spatial ring, and a wristband appeared on his hand. He tossed it to Koros in front of him and said, These are the collar control bracers of the nobles and strongmen in the city. You can take them. I've also included communication magic on it. If there's anything you can't resolve, remember to let me know. After these days, Koros's loyalty has reached 20%. I felt completely at ease in trusting this wristband to him. Koros accepted the wristband, and he became excited. He never expected that Lord Jonas would trust him so much. Compared to Kodaga, Jonas is more like a competent leader. With this wristband, he was no longer afraid that those people would disobey him. Moreover, he was able to trample those nobles who had looked down on him in the past under his feet. Oh. Who says being the first dog is bad? Being a dog is wonderful. Jonas was the man he would always be loyal to. Koros knelt down on one knee and said, I am forever loyal to Lord Jonas. Afterwards, Jonas took Liliana back to Regenburg. Regenburg's operations and management are still too outdated, especially with the addition of Liliana and those smaller territories. It is estimated that it can be developed. Once one establishes oneself as king, taxes and various administrative measures can be implemented in the most advanced way to ensure the rapid development of the territory. The people of Regenburg were very excited when Jonas returned. One by one, they all came out to greet Hall. Jonas is a hero in Regenburg for stopping the Divine Army, and many people have already received news that Tal City has changed hands. Everyone knows who is behind this. Lord Jonas is just too strong. Hall burst into laughter and was the first to step forward to greet them. He boasted a lot about his son today and even threw a banquet to celebrate Jonas's return. Walk. Let's go have a drink with my father. Let's celebrate. Jonas, you truly are my pride. Ashur stood to the side with a look of disdain mixed with a touch of envy. Ever since Jonas rose to prominence, his son has been used as a point of comparison. Hall used to say things like, "Sigh. I wish my son had half the ability of your son." Now, Hall said, "Your son won't even cooperate with my son's competition, haha." Damn it, if I hadn't been injured, I would definitely have had a swordsman duel with Hall. However, if you initiate a duel, the other side will definitely say, "Yo. You can't even beat my son, and you want to beat me?" Thinking about this made Ashur even more depressed. From Jonas bringing Alavina into the military camp to now single-handedly taking over the city of Tars, Ashur looked at Jonas and felt like he was dreaming. Feeling the jeers from those around him, Jonas smiled and waved his hand. Jonas said, "Father, drinking is a small matter. We can drink to our heart's content tonight. How's the situation with the city wall going?" When the topic of the city wall came up, Hall became even more excited, waving his hand dismissively. "Jonas, the cement you created and the architectural ideas you provided are absolutely brilliant. With Liliana's help, you wouldn't believe how fast our project is progressing. The most basic foundation of Regenburg has now been laid. I am confident that within 30 days, a massive wall will be erected on the natural barrier of the mountains in front of Regenburg. I guarantee that even the Heavenly Mandate Army will find it unbelievable when they see it. Now let's look at it." Heavenly Mandate Army? Ha, that's nothing. I'm confident I can hold off even the Imperial Army with walls like these. Seeing her father so happy, she smiled and led the way, saying, "Come on, let's go inside and talk." Hall looked at Jonas with increasing satisfaction and pride. Perhaps when Jonas uttered the 9 words, "build high walls, store up grain, and delay declaring yourself king," he was thinking of today. He couldn't help but marvel at how far-sighted Jonas was. Chapter 50, Section 49, You've done very well. Jonas took Liliana back to Regenburg. Jonas also took out 10 magic crystals from his magic space ring and gave them to Hall. "Father, take this magic crystal and use it to cultivate. I've noticed you're always very stingy with your cultivation practice." Hall's eyes widened in surprise as he saw the magic crystal being handed to him. He only had a few magic crystals, but Jonas gave him 10 in one go? Okay. Hall couldn't help but flash his bright white teeth as he received the magic crystal. Hall proudly showed off his good son to Ashel a few times. Ashur couldn't help but roll his eyes. When Jonas returned, Alavina and Callus were the first to greet him. However, because there were too many people present, the two were too embarrassed to go up and be affectionate. The 2 women looked at Liliana next to Jonas with a hint of hostility. Especially when he saw Liliana's chest, he subconsciously looked at his own chest. The hostility only intensified. "That's amazing." Standing behind Alavina, Slinda watched as Jonas brought back another woman. Look at the way Liliana is looking at Jonas. She couldn't help but purse her lips. Another woman completely fooled. To be honest, she didn't know what was so charming about Jonas that made so many beautiful women willing to follow him. And they were all completely devoted to each other. Why don't any beautiful women pursue him? She said instinctively, "Jonas is good in every way, except he's incorrigible." "Oliverina, don't you think so?" Upon hearing this, Olavina's expression darkened even further. "I wouldn't allow you to say that about Master Jonas. With his exceptional talent, who wouldn't want to follow him? I'm just one of them." Oriana sounded a little melancholy as she spoke, and Slinda could easily see Oriana's feelings. They're all protecting him. Grandmas. Jonas has taken all these wonderful women. These days, she has been completely captivated by Oriana. Olavina's skill level has even far surpassed that of her father, Horto. He has become a swordsman at the peak of the black iron rank. This was the first time she had ever seen someone cultivate so quickly without magic crystals. His swordsmanship was extremely sharp. He was even called the White Warrior by the people of his territory. She even doubted that even Jonas might not be a match for Olavina. So much so that now, Oriana has become her instructor, teaching her whirlwind slash. While practicing with Olavina, Slinda actually felt that Olavina was becoming more and more beautiful. Especially after she took off her swordsman outfit and put on a maid outfit. Beneath the white fur, it smelled sweet and soft, making her want to kiss it. Of course, this is just something I'm thinking about. Slinda managed to suppress her thoughts. After all, his fighting ability is now far inferior to Olavina's. Jonas likes this mature type, why don't you, with me? Before she could finish speaking, Olavina coldly said, go practice whirlwind/20 more times. Slinda looked distressed. Nana, I've been practicing for so long. And we're having a banquet today. Don't call me Nana. Go practice right now, or you'll have to fight me tonight. A battle? This person is just using themselves as a punching bag to vent their frustrations. Hey, no. I'll go practice right now. They're all perverts. Slinda pouted. After arranging things, Jonas, along with Liliana, went to find Olivina. He wanted to give Olivina enough magic crystals to increase her strength, thereby enhancing his own abilities. In the meditation room, Jonas looked at the somewhat nervous Olivina and asked, "How's your training going lately?" Olivina replied earnestly, "Master, even when you're not here, I've been practicing very diligently. I've already reached the 3rd level of Whirlwind Slash." She then frowned and said worriedly, "But I still feel that my progress is too slow. It's been so long and I still can't break through to the bronze rank." Slinda, who was practicing next to her, rolled her eyes. Inner monologue, "This is slow? You've already reached the peak of the black iron rank so quickly? I've been practicing for so long. Only green stone. Comparing yourself to others will only make you miserable." Jonas waved his hand and said, "It's not your fault, it's just a matter of resources. Attack me then, let me see what you've accomplished recently." He knew that the other side had been working hard to improve, and the proficiency and ability values in the system backend were constantly increasing. The reasons for challenging Olivina were twofold: first, to offer her guidance, and second, to demonstrate his own strength and inspire her to be more loyal and diligent in her training. After all, with its growing strength and the support of those around it, everyone is prone to letting their guard down, and Olivina was no exception. Well, that makes me look like a capitalist. Looking at Jonas in front of him, Oliver let out a deep breath. "Master, be careful." After saying that, Zheng. The sword rang out clearly. The moment the girl spun around and swung her sword, her hair was whipped up like snowflakes by the sword's energy. The long sword, like a dragon soaring through the air, instantly condensed into a semi-transparent, silver-white blade. Olivina has also mastered the whirlwind slash to this extent. Slinda stared blankly at the terrifying sword aura. Before that, Olivina hadn't even used her full strength in her fight against her father. Liliana, standing nearby, couldn't help but gasp softly. She had met many geniuses in the Empire. However, this was the first time she had ever seen Liliana, at her age, possess such terrifying sword energy. Jonas has such a genius here. However, she was still far inferior to Jonas, who had personally witnessed how Jonas instantly defeated 2 bronze-level swordsmen. Faced with this seemingly terrifying killing move, Jonas did not move. He simply gripped the hilt of his sword lightly, raised it casually, and held the hilt horizontally in front of him, as if he had only casually blocked it. When a crisp clanging sound rang out, and the translucent silver-white blade was instantly blocked by the hilt of the sword. The sword energy scattered and turned into specks of silver light that dissipated in the air. Jonas's sword hilt didn't budge at all, as if Olivina's attack was nothing more than a breeze. Olivina froze instantly, staring at Jonas in disbelief, her eyes filled with shock. She knew the power of her whirlwind slash, a skill she had painstakingly mastered. The sword energy was so condensed that it was almost tangible, enough to easily tear apart any obstacle. However, Jonas easily deflected her full-force attack using only the hilt of his sword. Their proficiency with the whirlwind slash has reached a terrifying level. How is this possible? Olivina looked at her sword and felt a little discouraged. Am I too weak? The master's most powerful sword move, which he had been charging up, was easily broken. There was no point in continuing the fight. How can the young master be so strong? He was like a towering mountain. Every time I grew stronger, I couldn't help but marvel at how terrifying his strength was. Jonas sheathed his sword and patted Olivina's soft head. He said kindly, "Keep practicing, there are still areas where you need to improve. Of course, I'd be happy to help you become stronger. However, you've already done very well." Chapter 51, Section 50, No matter what happens, I will always be loyal to you. Jonas effortlessly blocked Olivina's attack with just the hilt of his sword. Slinda, who was standing next to her, was stunned. No? That's all? He blocked it? You're a monster. She knew about Olivina's talent. She was practically a prodigy, and she devoted so much time to practicing every day. He worked so hard that even he himself was ashamed of his own efforts. But even such a person was easily defeated by Jonas. And didn't Jonas go to Tal City to kill nobles? Where does he get so much time to cultivate? The real genius is Jonas. For some reason, as a fellow young person, she felt that the gap between people was greater than the gap between people and dogs. One person is more talented and works harder than her, while another person is even more talented but doesn't work hard and can easily beat her. Well, Slinda suddenly felt a little discouraged and looked at the sword in her hand. Practicing like this seems to have lost some of its meaning. Olivina heard Jonas say, "You've done a great job." She couldn't help but purse her lips, a surge of warmth welling up inside her. Jonas's owner has been paying close attention to him. Olivina gripped her sword tightly, looking resolutely at Jonas. He nodded. "Master Jonas, I will try my best." She tried her best to keep up with her master's pace. She couldn't let him leave her too far behind. If only I could have a place next to Jonas's master in the future. That was the last thing she wanted to see. Even her master never boasted that he was a genius, so how could she be arrogant? Jonas looked at the spirited Olivina in front of him and felt a surge of joy. That's the drive we're looking for. The harder Olivina worked, the stronger she became. Thinking of this, Jonas also took out a small dark purple bag from his spatial magic ring. He handed it directly to Olivina in front of him. "Olivina, Lord Jonas, what is this?" Jonas smiled and said, "This is a gift for you. Open it and take a look." Upon hearing that it was a gift, Olivina couldn't help but feel delighted. Even when Lord Jonas went to Tale City, he didn't forget about me. Olivina immediately opened the bag. Suddenly, the eerie light emanating from the magic crystal inside shocked her. Magic crystal? So much? She naturally knew what magic crystals were. Even the Lord only has a few. Lord Jonas previously gave 10 to Hall. The way Hall was so happy showed just how precious it was. But Lord Jonas actually gave him so much. This looks like there are 80 of them. Only 10 for the Lord. For a moment, Olivina was completely bewildered. I'm getting a bit incoherent. No, sir, this is for me? Liliana, standing nearby, was also a little stunned. She thought Jonas had brought back so many magic crystals to ensure her cultivation. Unexpectedly, he gave it directly to his own retainer. Although this retainer is highly talented, it's hardly fair to give him 80 stars all at once. Even the most powerful families probably don't have such a grand gesture. Slinda, who was practicing her swordplay, also widened her eyes and stopped what she was doing. Ah! So many magic crystals. As the older sister, I didn't get a single one. Olivina's first instinct was to return the magic crystal to Jonas. Master, this is too precious, I can't accept it. Moreover, you also need to cultivate yourself. You've given me so much, what are you going to do with it? I can't accept it. As she spoke, Olivina shook her head vigorously. Jonas's master was so kind to him that he was momentarily overwhelmed with gratitude. Jonas waved his hand, I don't need these things. To me, you are the future of this territory, and you are my future. It goes without saying what the power of magic crystals is equivalent to for people of all professions. How could anyone not need it? I really don't. Jonas interrupted Olivina directly. He said, all right, take them all. Don't you even want to listen to what I have to say? No, master, I'm just afraid of letting you down. As a swordsman, who doesn't want to become stronger? Such a large number of magic crystals is something every sword would dream of. Upon hearing this, Jonas smiled, gently patted Olivina's head, and said, if you're afraid of letting me down, strive to become stronger. To prove to everyone that Kian Beiju people can also stand at the pinnacle of the world. Go and earn the respect that belongs to the people of Kian Beiju. At that time, you will surely have many followers. At this point, countless low-level Kian Beiju people will inevitably become his backbone. Olivina is the leader. This is a force that should not be underestimated. Looking at Jonah, Olivina pursed her lips. Lord Jonas, he has always known what he wants most. He has been taking care of himself from the very beginning until now. She slightly raised her head and stared blankly at Jonas in front of her. Her beautiful eyes flickered slightly. Master, no matter what happens, I will always be loyal to you. I will definitely work hard for it. Olivina. Loyalty, 70%. Return multiplier, 14x. As the multiplier increased, Jonas could feel the power surging within him. Jonas was overjoyed and took out a finished hairpin from his spatial magic ring. The hairpin is dyed a deep, dark blue, with fine, shimmering light that resembles twinkling stars. This is also a gift for you. Ha! WWW, is this also for me? The hairpin in front of me is really beautiful. I fell in love with it at first sight. Most importantly, it was prepared for him by Jonas's owner. Jonas, of course. This is also a gift I prepared for you. I always felt your white hair was too plain. Jonas gently inserted the hairpin into Olivina's hair. She's my biggest contributor, working so hard every day. How could I mistreat her? Olivina obediently let Jonas take her along, completely unlike her fierce demeanor on the battlefield. Jonas looked at the girl in front of him and said, "She's very pretty." He. She couldn't help but gently touch the hairpin with her hand. Slinda, who was standing next to her, saw Oliverina with pink bubbles in her eyes and a slightly silly smile. I felt completely helpless. It's over, completely hopeless. That damn Jonas, how could he use so many tricks? When Jonas left, Olivina immediately changed into her training clothes. After taking a deep breath, his eyes were full of determination. He said to Slinda, "Shall we continue practicing?" "Oh. There's a banquet tonight. There's still so much time until tonight, how can I slack off? How can I betray Jonas' trust?" Slinda, huh? Chapter 52, Section 51, How fortunate I am to be your retainer. Jonas and Liliana were walking down the hallway. Liliana hadn't expected this in this small territory. There would be a girl with such high talent in swordsmanship who would be willing to follow Jonas. Moreover, with her discerning eye, she wouldn't be mistaken. Olivina will remain loyal to Jonas for the rest of her life. However, what she just witnessed made Liliana feel somewhat uncomfortable. She said with a hint of bitterness, "Lord Jonas has such a beautiful follower?" Jonas turned around and said with a smile, "Is the president feeling unwell?" "No, The next moment, Jonas pulled off Liliana's collar and adjusted it. Liliana instinctively shrank her neck. The purple crystal glowed faintly. This caused Liliana's body to go limp instantly. The next moment, his eyes widened in surprise. What's this?" Jonas supported Liliana's body. Her plump, soft body felt exceptionally comfortable to hold. "President, it's normal for magicians to have some strange and unusual things. Actually, I've been keeping an eye on you all along." When the two arrived at Carlyle's garden, Liliana's face flushed. He was a little unsteady on his feet, so he held onto the stool and sat down. He looked at Jonas with a resentful expression as he walked into the garden. The collar was turned up very high, and the inside was already stained red. Here in the garden of Regenberg, Carlyle pouted. She looked at the magic book with a bit of annoyance, her little feet, clad in purple stockings, dangling in the air. The white skin between the skirt and stockings was particularly eye-catching. So annoying. Is there any magic that makes someone bigger? Does Lord Jonas only like big things? She muttered to herself, looking at what was in front of her, her little face becoming even more troubled. Ugh. Damn it. Why are they all so big? She already felt a little inferior when she saw Oliverina, but now that she saw Liliana, she felt even more inferior. Just then, Jonas appeared behind her. He rubbed his head and said, "What are you thinking about?" The sudden touch made Carlyle involuntarily shrink her head. "Aha!" Then, with delight, he said, "Lord Jonas." "No. I wasn't thinking about anything." Jonas immediately took out 2 magic rings. This was obtained from the 2 mages killed in Tar City. He handed it to Callus in front of him and said, "A gift I brought for you." "Ha!" Carlyle immediately accepted the ring, looking at it with delight. "That's a gift the adults brought for themselves." Jonas asked, "Can you untangle it?" "Give me some time, I'll look into it. However, it's estimated that some magic crystals will be needed." Carlyle said somewhat awkwardly. She knew that magic crystals were very rare. Jonas smiled, then took out a large bag of magic crystals and handed it to Callus in front of him. "Is this enough?" Callus's eyes widened at the sight of so many magic crystals. There are far too many. The extra amount is for you to cultivate properly." Ha! This magic crystal is so rare and precious, how can I, young master, accept it? Jonas repeated the same line he had given Olivina, leaving Karis with no choice but to accept the magic crystal. With bright, small eyes, he vowed to work hard in his cultivation from now on. Jonas said, Tail City has been taken. Do you want to go back and take a look? Upon hearing this, Carlyle's excited eyes involuntarily dimmed. That place holds her darkest past. Compared to now, that place was like hell. She initially wanted to say she wouldn't go back, but then she thought about it and realized that her friends and sister were there too. I'm lucky enough to have met Mr. Jonas, but what about my sister and best friend? Could it be that it has already been sold and is now in some kind of hell? If I hadn't met Lord Jonas back then, I probably would have been thoroughly ravaged in that filthy place behind the tavern. Call. Now that she has the power, it seems she's going back to save them. My lord, I will go back. But that place still left a lot of trauma for her, and she couldn't help but be afraid. Jonas patted her head. With his eye of desire, he knew exactly what Callus wanted. Don't worry, I'll go back with you. Ha? Really? Lord Jonas. Jonas, you're so busy, are you really going to come back with me? Great. Mr. Jonas is the best. Get Karis sorted out. Jonas took Liliana to familiarize herself with Regenberg, and at the same time prepared her to take over Regenberg's management of public finances, including tax collection, safekeeping, and expenditure of public funds. Make her the new treasurer of Regenberg. As Liliana familiarized herself with Regenberg, she still felt somewhat conflicted. Magic crystal, aren't you going to keep it for yourself? He was clearly the one who needed it most, yet he gave most of it to his retainers. This was the first time she had ever met a leader like this. Jonas said with a smile, I never mistreat my retainers. You are my future. And you, Liliana? Develop well here, and one day I will make you the head of the Baker family. Believe me, that day isn't far off. Will you never be treated unfairly? Lord Jonas, I am truly fortunate to be your retainer. Chapter 53, Section 52, The Sharpest Blade. Giant Spirit City. This was the first major city captured by the Divine Mandate Army during the revolution that broke out when the eldest and second sons of the ruling family were at war in Postana. There are 6 such large cities in the state of Postana, and originally the eldest son and the second son each occupied 3. The eldest son resides in the capital, while the second son enjoys greater urban resources. The Heavenly Mandate Army captured one of the 3 major cities of the eldest son Giant Spirit City. Now, the Heavenly Mandate Army is storming into the city and purging the remnants of the Imperial forces within. As the supreme leader of the Heavenly Mandate Army, Dessler could not feel happy as he looked at the endless stream of captured supplies and nobles. He frowned and said to his trusted aide beside him, Has Desvin not returned yet? Not yet. Don't worry, sir. It's possible that Lord Desvin is already enjoying the fine wines in Tail City. You know about the decision to release these aristocratic pigs? Desley shook his head and said, Desvin wouldn't do what I arranged. Something big must have happened over there. Just then, a commotion broke out outside. Desvin returned in a hurry. Seeing Desvin's anxious look, Desley couldn't help but stand up. He asked, What happened? Something terrible has happened, brother. The 6th Legion of the Heavenly Mandate Army has been scattered. Ah? What did you say? How could that be? Dessler immediately went to the battle map and said, This place is far from the Empire, so it's impossible for the Empire to deploy troops here. How could the 6th Army possibly be broken up by the city of Tars alone? Seeing his elder brother's incredulous expression, Desvin said bitterly, This wasn't even destroyed by Tars City. Instead, they were scattered by a small territory? Ah? What did you say? Tens of thousands of people were scattered by a small territory of a few thousand? What is Aurelius good for? Even if the 6th Army is a newly incorporated legion with low overall quality and combat strength, it's still impossible for a small territory to cause trouble for them. Desvin, you could even say it was someone, a man named Jonas. Who is he? The son of a lord. A powerful figure who has been hiding for many years. It was he who single-handedly broke through the army and took control of Aurelius. Otherwise, the 6th Army would not have been able to collapse. What? Dessler sat down and said, Alone, wait for me to calm down. They had initially thought that attacking major cities would cause problems, but they never expected that the problem would arise from this very spot. Dessler sighed and said, "So what's the situation now?"
Desvin said, "This man named Jonas, within 2 days. They swiftly captured Tar's city and, having united with the surrounding lords and nobles, have presumably begun constructing defenses."
Given his abilities, this is probably an extremely tough nut to crack. Dessler pulled over the map. The city of Tales is located diagonally below the city of Giants.
The surrounding noble territories are scattered among the mountains.
If this place has been united, it can be said to be a crucial position that stands between the Heavenly Mandate base and the Giant Spirit City.
It's as uncomfortable as having a fishbone stuck in your throat. In order to clear out this small city and territory, he even sent out a legion, but he did not expect it to be routed.
Dessler frowned and said, "If we want to take Tar City, we must first get past Regenburg, a small territory that is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Even if one were to deploy an entire legion, it still wouldn't be enough to ensure stability."
Desvin waved his hand and said, "There's no need to worry about that. The walls of Regenburg have already collapsed under the attack of the 6 armies.
Now they are building city walls there." "Huh? Building city walls at this time?" "Yes, I investigated when I came back. Regenburg is building walls there. However, I think this is just a smokescreen."
They estimated that they would set traps along the only route they could take, and then retreat to Tales to hold their ground.
Dessler frowned. "This is troublesome.
Desvin, brother, let me lead the 3rd Army to wipe them out."
Dessler tapped the table and said, "Have you forgotten how the 6th Army collapsed?"
Desvin said dismissively, "I am not a piece of trash like Elolius, and the strength of the 3rd Army is more than several times that of the 6th Army. The 6th Army was nothing but a bunch of mobs that scattered at the slightest touch." Dessler shook his head and said, "No, the remnants of the Empire in Giant Spirit City have not been completely wiped out yet.
We must keep the army in case the eldest son leads a counterattack.
If they retake Giant Spirit City, all our previous efforts will have been in vain.
We cannot send any more legions until the defenses of Giant Spirit City are fully in place." "Desvin, then what do we do? Are we going to keep Tar City indefinitely? Its position is so awkward.
If Jonas were to be a little bolder, he could even cut off our supply lines to the rear."
"Brother, you should understand what this means. Dessler, there's no way around it." "Wait, actually, it all started because of Jonas, didn't it?" "Deswin, yes, without Jonas, I'd probably be drinking in Tal City by now. I know him.
He's always been considered a good-for-nothing by outsiders, but he suddenly rose to prominence during this chaotic time. They have big ambitions, and it's probably been planned for a long time.
He is a very powerful person."
"Desli, in that case, let Yaluo come to see me and have her kill Jonas."
Desvin said with some concern, "Can Yura really kill Jonas? Jonas's strength should not be underestimated." "Don't worry.
Yaluo was able to break through so many powerful figures to kill the governor, so dealing with Jonas would be more than enough."
"Have you forgotten her abilities?"
Upon recalling Yaluo's abilities, Desvin's body trembled involuntarily. "She is the most talented assassin I have ever seen. Many times, the Heavenly Mandate Army's victories relied on assassinations by Yaruo. And Yao Luo's abilities were constantly improving with each encounter.
He's simply a prodigy. Go and find her.
It's an honor for Jonas to die at the hands of Yuru."
"There's one more thing." Deswin quickly sent a message to the next department.
"To prevent Tale City from amassing a large military force and then annexing other smaller territories that Jonas had not yet united with."
"Yes, Chief." After Desvin left, Dessler was still drinking his tea. Not long after,
behind him appeared a woman dressed entirely in black, her face veiled in black, her tight black bodysuit accentuating her graceful curves. Her waist was slender and delicate, and her hips were full and perky. She stood there quietly, yet exuded a deadly allure that could make anyone's blood boil at a single glance.
"You're here?"
The woman remained silent. Those exposed eyes were as beautiful as stars, yet as cold as frost and snow, so cold that not a trace of emotion could be seen.
"Go, kill Jonas of Regenburg. These nobles all deserve to die." "Yes. However, this mission is extremely dangerous. If things don't go well, remember to stay alive. You are the sharpest blade of our destiny." After saying that, the woman turned and disappeared into the darkness. Looking into the darkness, Dessler felt a vague unease for some reason. They still called a few people over. "Follow Yaluo. If the mission fails, even if it costs you your lives, you must cover her escape." Yes. Chapter 54, Section 53, Thriving Development. After Jonas appointed Liliana as the treasurer of Regenburg, the territory seemed to be infused with a new soul, and change began from the bottom up. Jonas personally led the effort to break the shackles of racial discrimination and completely eradicate the slave trade. Let Olivina be the supervisor. After Liliana ventured into business, she also made full use of her talents. This has brought a continuous stream of vitality to this territory. Thanks to her efforts, everyone in the territory, no matter how lowly their origins, was able to find work and earn their share of the money. With the joint efforts of the entire population, cement houses rose from the ground. Looking at these brand new houses, the slaves and commoners of Regenburg were filled with disbelief. For them, living a life of hardship and sleeping outdoors was already the norm, and now, under the arrangement of young Master Jonas, they were able to live in houses as comfortable as those of nobles, which would have been unthinkable in the past. They compared the old, dilapidated houses that used to sway precariously in the wind to the houses built with cement, which can now withstand even blizzards. The people within the territory couldn't help but exclaim, "It's all thanks to the reforms promoted by Lord Jonas. Working only 9 hours a day and getting so much money is simply a benefit for people like us." The 996 work system implemented by Mr. Jonas is simply brilliant. I feel like I could stay in this stable job forever. Fleeing to Regenburg was the wisest thing I ever did. Amidst the surge of public enthusiasm, the construction of the city wall accelerated rapidly. Standing on the lookout tower, Paul stared at everything before him, his eyes filled with disbelief. The construction of the city walls and houses was carried out so quickly, in stark contrast to the past. In the past, he always had to order the slaves and workers to do work, and they were always unwilling and made excuses. Today, the workers at Regenburg are extremely enthusiastic about their work, chatting and laughing, their faces beaming with happiness. Paul even found it hard to imagine that a slave could smile. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Jonas, the systems you've implemented are truly effective." This 996 work schedule has indeed greatly improved the efficiency of construction projects. Jonas smiled slightly, looked into the distance, and said, "Father, this is just the beginning. I want to make Regenburg a place where everyone who comes here wants to stay. In this way, Regenburg would naturally become the most powerful place." Paul paused for a moment, then nodded, "What you said makes a lot of sense. Jonas, father, he who wins the hearts of the people wins the world." Popular sentiment. Outside of Regenburg, after the meeting in Tal City, other lords also migrated here. They had witnessed Jonas's ruthless methods and knew his power. Rather than passively waiting to be plundered, it is better to actively surrender, which may preserve one's own life. However, many lords of the territories couldn't help but curse. The great city of Tars will not be built. They huddled in a Regenburg. The city walls had all collapsed. If the heavenly mandate army attacks again, what will we use to resist? Are we really going to rely on Jonas all by ourselves? When these people moved here, they looked at the unfamiliar Regenburg. Everyone stared wide-eyed. A massive city wall stands between the mountains. Although it's just a rough draft, you can already get a rough idea of what it will look like in the future. The city wall spans a mountain range. There were workers above, holding something that looked like mud, constantly filling it in. The young lord who arrived first couldn't help but lick his lips. He could even imagine it. With the help of this city wall and the natural barrier of the mountains, the Regan family can easily repel any number of armies. The person next to him stammered, "Skok, is this magic? How is that possible? Such massive walls are impossible to construct, even with magic. This is Jonas's work? It's absolutely terrifying." As the Lord himself, Skok couldn't help but sigh, "No wonder he gave us the choice back then. It seems we weren't even a necessary part of Regenburg's life." When these minor lords were brought to Regenburg, they met an old acquaintance named Liliana. Now, as the president of the Jinyun Chamber of Commerce, the first chamber of commerce, she has become its treasurer. She wore an unusual high-neck long dress that completely covered her arms and long legs, appearing much more conservative compared to her usual glamorous attire. They were just a little slow. Liliana personally arranged for them to move into rows of neat houses. These houses are arranged in a staggered and orderly manner, giving people a great sense of novelty. The lords looked around in astonishment. They hadn't expected Jonas to arrange such a wonderful place for them. Such a tough material is comparable to the finely decorated houses of many nobles, and it probably wouldn't be afraid even if a blizzard came.
At first, they thought that Jonas's alliance with them was simply to give them a place to develop on their own.
Use them as cannon fodder.
Unexpectedly, Jonas had already arranged everything for them. It can indeed be described as the common development he mentioned back then. Looking at the thriving scene within their territory, the young lords couldn't help but sigh. In this chaotic world, seeking refuge in Regenburg is not a bad choice.
They knew all too well that if minor noble lords like themselves fell into the hands of the Heavenly Mandate army,
those natives who hate the noble lords will surely tear them apart by 5 horses.
Later, with the addition of surrounding smaller territories, Jonas broke them down into smaller units and incorporated them into the army. Regenburg's army suddenly became very powerful.
At the same time, Jonas also selected many talented individuals from among these people and had Callus and Olivina lead them respectively, forming a dedicated swordsman army and a mage corps. While Regenburg was developing rapidly, news of Jonas's defeat of the 6th Army of the Order of Heaven also reached Postana's capital, Spandau City.
However, news later broke that Jonas had taken over Tal City. Because of the information blockade against Koros, no news was relayed back. Chapter 55, Section 54, The Assassination on a Stormy Night. Post-Ia State. The Central Conference Room in Spandau City. Atticus Hashimoto is furious. Redfoot, that damn bastard. Damn it. And you bunch of idiots, look what you're doing.
Just one day after the Civil War broke out, Giant Spirit City was captured by those damned natives of the Heavenly Mandate Army.
There's still no information. They couldn't contact the remaining troops. What use are you to me?
Atticus was the governor's legitimate son, and according to the system of succession, he should have inherited the governor's position. However, his father's death, coupled with Redfoot Hashimoto's insistence that he was responsible for his father's death, made him a prime candidate for the position. They even produced evidence.
He simply couldn't deny it.
As a result, a civil war broke out. Once the civil war broke out, the earls in charge of the 3 cities immediately sided with their damned younger brother. If it weren't for the fact that I gradually gained power while my father was still alive, I wouldn't be in control of 3 major cities now.
The situation is only going to get worse.
And this damned native destiny army has suddenly risen to prominence. They captured their giant spirit city in no time.
He couldn't even react. That damned Redforth must have made a secret deal with these natives. Otherwise, how could everything be such a coincidence?
He now wants to reclaim Giant Spirit State, but he also faces pressure from Redfoot's army.
There simply weren't enough troops to carry out the attack.
However, if it were to fall completely under the control of natives like the Heavenly Mandate Army, it would be difficult to take it back.
Time is of the essence.
This dilemma drove him crazy. Losing a major city so soon after taking power will disappoint many people. Post-Ia also has many neutral forces, given this situation. She will definitely submit to her younger brother.
At that time, I will only become more and more defeated. Post-Ia will also fall into the hands of his younger brother. At this thought, Atticus couldn't help but clench his teeth. Isn't there a single subordinate who can give me peace of mind?
The next moment, a trusted confidant rushed in.
Lord Atticus, good news. Giant Spirit City did not fall completely.
The city of Tars, beneath the city of Giant Spirit, is still holding out. They even scattered the 6th Army of the Heavenly Mandate Army.
What did you say?
They scattered an entire legion.
Tail City? As he spoke, Atticus suddenly appeared on the battle map.
After seeing the location of Tail City,
Atticus's eyes widened in surprise. Tail City is still mine? Etc. This location perfectly separates Giant Spirit City from the Heavenly Mandate Army. Heaven is helping me. Who can break up an entire enemy legion? I will definitely reward you handsomely when the time comes.
The confidant whispered. According to information from Tars City, it was a young master from a small territory who led the group to break up the enemy lines.
His name is Jonas. Is it true or false? The young master of the minor lord? After verification, it is genuine. Okay. I never imagined I would have such brave subordinates. Jonas. Well done, ha ha ha.
Immediately send a message to Tail City, instructing them to hold their ground with all their might and prepare to cooperate in retaking Giant Spirit City. As the sharpest knife behind these destined natives.
Yes. Atticus pulled over the battle map and stared intently at it. It was extremely difficult to retake Giant Spirit City.
However, if Tal City can cut off the resource supply to the Destiny base, then, with the help of both inside and outside forces,
he has a way to take it back.
However, this is contingent on the city of Tars being able to hold out.
He gritted his teeth. Don't disappoint me if you can scatter an entire legion. Regenberg.
Today brought unprecedented heavy rain.
The construction of the city wall had to be stopped out of necessity.
In the past, if such heavy rain had occurred during the construction of city walls, it would have been an extremely troublesome matter.
But Jonas's magical cement is impervious to heavy rain. Even Hall couldn't help but marvel, Jonas always manages to bring something magical to life. I was reminded of Jonas's formidable strength. I wonder what this kid is doing now. He might be secretly practicing his swordsmanship in his room again.
Kid, with such high fighting skills, you still have such thoughts.
He was also extremely worried about Regenberg's future. Inside the room. Sizzle. Whoosh whoosh. Jonas, President, remember to wear that more conservative outfit again tomorrow.
On the other side.
On the walls built in Regenberg.
The torrential rain was washing over everything. Several figures could be vaguely seen. Yaluo, Katarina's body seemed to blend into the surrounding environment. At this moment, her cold, black eyes were fixed on the figures in front of her.
A cold voice, what are you doing here?
The Lord sent us to assist you. The target of this assassination is extremely difficult.
He's overthinking it. The governors all died by my sword. He was just a minor lord, what was there to fear? And on such a stormy night.
It can block out the view and also cover up all sounds.
For me, it's the best disguise. No one can escape my assassination. Jonas is doomed. Yes. Katra looked at the city wall beneath his feet. He let out a soft breath.
To be able to build such a city wall in such a short time. This will inevitably bring great trouble to the Heavenly Mandate Army in the future. That nobleman deserves to die.
Thinking about it, I disappeared into the rain. Inside the room. Liliana leaned against the window, breathing heavily. Gently, gently. Jonas smirked. Be gentle, okay? But it seems the student council president doesn't really want things to be done gently.
With his keen eye for desire, Jonas could discern the desires of those around him.
Liliana's current desires are quite obvious. Jonas couldn't help but tug at the rope in his hand. President. I still have a lot. Jonas hadn't finished speaking.
The next moment, under the scrutiny of the eye of desire, he suddenly sensed a strong killing intent.
A terrifying killing intent amplified under the gaze of desire.
His body reacted instinctively, and goosebumps rose on his skin. The playfulness in Jonas's eyes vanished instantly, and his gaze suddenly sharpened. The next moment, he suddenly lifted Liliana up from the window.
Then throw it onto the bed. In that very instant, the window pane in the room suddenly shattered. The magic lamp was destroyed, and the surroundings instantly went dark.
Immediately afterwards, a shadow, like a black lightning bolt, rushed into the room amidst the torrential rain and biting cold wind.
It was like an extremely dark arrow suddenly shooting in. Splash!
A glint of cold light flashed before his figure, aiming for Jonas's throat. In this darkness, the blinding light was unsettling.
Chapter 56-55. Now that you're here, don't leave. This moment. Jonas's eyes widened.
It was as if time stood still at that moment. The icy wind, carrying shattered glass and raindrops, swirled wildly in the air like scattered light.
A chilling killing intent and a cold glint were mixed in, and it arrived in an instant.
From the moment the window shattered to the moment the cold light pierced through, it was only a fleeting instant.
Such speed, and such suddenness, meant that most people simply couldn't react in time.
However, Jonathan was no ordinary person with his eye of desire. He knew of this moment's existence beforehand.
When the completely black short blade was only 2 handspans away from Jonathan,
it felt as if, in the next instant, the needle could be plunged into his throat and severed from his trachea. Jonathan had just rescued Liliana and his body hadn't fully turned around yet. Katra was surprised and puzzled as to why Jonas had discovered him today, even though he had hidden himself so well and had never been discovered before. And today it's raining heavily. Even someone 2 levels above her wouldn't be able to detect it.
But she didn't have time to think about it anymore. Her dagger was right next to Jonathan. This person is doomed.
Ha! He gave up the best opportunity to evade in order to prevent the woman in front of him from getting hurt.
This Jonas is indeed as rumored, obsessed with women.
Even in death, I will die among women like these.
However, in the next instant, Catral's eyes narrowed instantly. Bang! As Jonas's chest flashed, a thin barrier exploded out. Jonas's shirt button then shattered.
Those were protective magical items he made for himself.
This is precisely to prevent assassinations like this from happening now.
If he could give each of his retainers so many magical items, he must be armed to the teeth himself.
However, Yaluo, Catra's attack was still too fierce.
They were actually trying to forcefully break through this barrier.
Hiss! An extremely unpleasant sound rang out. The barrier is cracking more and more.
In an instant, it was on the verge of breaking apart. But in just a moment, Jonas had enough time to react. As Jonathan's spatial ring shrank, a sharp sword appeared in his hand.
The Gale Slash was unleashed instantly. It struck the incoming dagger with tremendous force. The immense force caused the two objects to collide with a deafening metallic clang. When
Catral stared incredulously at Jonas in front of him. A tremendous force of recoil came from her hand, almost cracking her entire palm.
The next moment, Jonathan's aura surged forth. Bang!
The force of the recoil separated the two people instantly.
Thump!
At that moment, Liliana collapsed onto the bed, her head hitting the mattress, and let out a soft, painful groan.
Ah!
Her mind was blank, she didn't even know what had happened.
Did lightning strike and break the magic lamp? Why is the window cracked? Catral ignored Liliana's expression and stared intently at Jonas in front of her.
I was deeply shocked and incredulous.
With his own talent and abilities, how could he possibly discover his own? I've never been discovered before. Moreover, even if it is discovered,
such a close distance. She knew better than anyone the immense explosive power and destructive force of her thrust.
Even the governor's guards couldn't react in time.
And now, it can be resolved so easily by the other side.
How could Jonathan be so strong?
A flash of lightning streaked across the sky, and in that extremely brief instant, she caught a glimpse of her target's face. A handsome male face, with golden hair fluttering slightly in the torrential rain and strong wind. His pale golden eyes were staring straight at him, a strange, disdainful smile playing on his lips. It was as if, in the blink of an eye, the roles of hunter and prey had been reversed. Suddenly, her heart trembled for no apparent reason.
Fear actually arose in my heart. Jonas walked forward step by step, facing the raindrops and strong winds brought by the broken window. He lightly twirled the iron sword in his hand, like the elegant Grim Reaper.
Then, he suddenly took a step forward. His figure shot out like lightning.
Since you're here, don't leave.
The next moment, the long sword he held tightly in his hand unleashed a torrent of sword energy. Like a dark beast, it lunged to devour Caterola.
Chapter 57, Section 56, You got away today, and I'm the one who. Seeing Jonas's sudden attack, Catra's eyes widened immediately. Such momentum. Is this the frosty silver steps? How is that possible? How could a young lord like Jonas possibly be frost silver?
It should be noted that even the governor's strongest bodyguard is only as strong as frost silver.
And how old is Jonas? Catral had specifically investigated Jonas. The person opposite is not even 20 years old yet. No wonder Jonas was able to take Elolius's head right through a massive army. This person was so well hidden, Elolius's defeat was not unjust. The thought flashed through my mind like lightning. But the current situation leaves Caterola no time to think about it anymore. The opponent's terrifying sword energy was already upon his face. Catra retreated frantically. The body merges into the darkness under the influence of its own energy, like a venomous snake hiding in the bamboo forest.
They wanted to avoid Jonas's attack. However, Jonas's chaotic sword energy still managed to strike Catra. Under the impact of this sword energy, her eyes widened instantly, and her mind went blank for a moment.
Flutter. A smear of blood drifted down. But strangely enough,
despite the terrifying attack, she was blown away like a leaf in a strong wind, landing right back at the broken window. Jonas was caught off guard by the subtle movements of the movement.
What the hell? The next moment,
the shattered glass swirled in Catra's hand. She endured the intense pain. They used a special technique to throw the glass at Jonas like an arrow.
Splash! Jonas's whirlwind slash left him completely defenseless. The shards of glass flashed faintly in the lightning bolt's beam. It looked exceptionally beautiful. However, Cattrall didn't even glance at Jonas. He stepped onto the bottom threshold of the window. He turned and fled. Having missed her first attack, she decided not to continue the fight. However, after being struck by Jonas, she looked extremely disheveled. Seeing the actions of the other side, Jonas's expression hardened. The assassination failed, and you still want to escape? Damn it! If it weren't for raising Olivina's loyalty to 70%, the return of the 14 times terrifying power, and Olivina's recent increase in magic crystal power, this allowed him to break through to the frost silver level of swordsmanship. He was truly in danger at that moment. The opponent's sudden attack would have been impossible to defend against without the presence of the Eye of Desire. If such an assassin gets away, he'll never be able to sleep or eat in peace again. Without the slightest hesitation, Jonas took a step forward and sped away like a whirlwind, the longsword he gripped gleaming coldly as he pressed straight ahead. I vowed to cut this person in two. And when Jonas pressed forward, his mind became slightly anxious. In an instant, danger struck again. Just as Catdala's body was about to fly out of the window, several jet-black throwing knives, under the cover of darkness in the rainy night, suddenly shot towards Jonas. While floating in the air, Catra turned around at an incredible angle. Using a special technique, the throwing knives are launched. What appears to be an escape is actually another deadly attack that is impossible to defend against, catching everyone completely off guard. The jet-black throwing knife shot straight towards Jonas's eyes. He almost didn't notice. This is really troublesome. This assassin. He could sense that the opponent was far weaker than him. However, the opposing team seized every opportunity with remarkable skill and cunning. It's impossible to defend against it. If it weren't for the Eye of Desire, the magical artifacts would have given the user the strength of a frost silver level swordsman. Most people would have died countless times by now. Jonas's eyes narrowed, and he swung his longsword forward with a sudden movement. In an instant, magical power surged within him, flowing along the sword and onto its tip. The once dull and lifeless sword now flickered with a faint light, as if it had been ignited. The firelight illuminated the surrounding darkness and highlighted the deadly throwing knives that were hurtling towards them. The throwing knives flew rapidly through the air, making a sharp whistling sound, like streaks of lightning, aiming straight for Jonas's vitals. However, Jonas reacted extremely quickly. His longsword flashed like lightning, carrying a few sparks, and he accurately blocked the throwing knives one by one. The throwing knife clashed with the longsword, producing a crisp sound. The sounds of bang, bang, bang echoed in the silent room, making one hold their breath in anticipation of this thrilling scene. Jonas intended to press his advantage and capture the assassin in one fell swoop. However, just as he was about to make his move, he suddenly caught a glimpse of the trajectory of the last throwing knife, and his heart tightened. The last throwing knife wasn't even aimed at him. Instead, it flew straight toward Liliana, who was completely unprepared behind him. Jonas's expression turned cold. Damn it! Without hesitation, he turned around and threw the sword in his hand as fast as a meteor. The sword drew an arc in the air, carrying a sharp momentum, and chased straight towards the throwing knife. Just as the throwing knife was about to strike Liliana, the sword finally caught up with it like lightning. With a loud clang, the sword and the throwing knife collided violently. The force of the impact was so great that it forcibly changed the trajectory of the throwing knife, causing it to deviate from its original direction. Finally, with a bang, it was firmly nailed to the wooden board at the head of the bed. Seeing this, Jonas felt somewhat relieved. With a flick of his right hand, a powerful surge of energy emanated from his hand, drawing the longsword that had been knocked away back to his right hand. The longsword drew a graceful arc in the air and landed steadily in Jonas's hand. At that moment, a fierce wind, mixed with raindrops, blew in relentlessly through the open window. The curtains were being blown about by the strong wind. Jonas looked out the window. Where is the man in black who came to assassinate Jonas? Jonas let out a long sigh. His eyes were cold. You took one of my swords. You got away today, this is the one. Chapter 58, Section 57, Just what kind of ruthless character did I assassinate? Jonas finished speaking. He gently swiped his left hand across the spatial ring, and a sphere appeared in his hand. Then, Jonas cut the ropes binding Liliana with his sword, but without harming her skin. He tossed the ball in his hand to Liliana, who was still a little dazed behind him. He quickly said, "This is a magical item I made. It can negate one danger." Go find Oliverina right now. Liliana, who was behind her, immediately nodded.
Ignoring the disarray of his clothes, he said.
I know, then be careful.
Looking at the sharp blade on the bedside table and the broken window,
she immediately understood just how dangerous that moment had been.
Thankfully, there was Jonas. Jonas gripped his sword tightly and casually picked up a throwing knife stuck in the ground.
It's all right, this assassin won't get away. She's the one who should be careful. Jonas leaped directly out of the window.
The wind howled, bringing with it a torrential downpour.
Looking at the situation in front of him, Liliana no longer cared about being shy. I just threw on any clothes.
He grabbed the magical item Jonas had given him and immediately ran towards Olivina's room. In the midst of a downpour, it can affect movement, hearing, vision, and perception.
Otherwise, given Jonas's frost silver rank perception,
even without the Eye of Desire, one should be able to spot this assassin. Of course, this affects not only him, but also the other side. However, the other side seems to possess some kind of ability hidden in the darkness.
However, since the other party dared to come, Jonas had no intention of letting them go back. Moreover, after being hit by your attack, the opponent definitely won't be able to run far. However, regardless of the assassin's stealth ability, it was still about explosive power, and the fact that the opponent managed to throw those impossible flying knives while trying to escape. All of this proves that the assassin on the other side is ridiculously strong, far from being an ordinary assassin. That does fit the type of genius I've always been looking for. Grandma's. If I catch her, won't I put 10 different collars on her?
In the midst of a downpour, several flashes of lightning streaked across the sky, occasionally illuminating a disheveled figure below. Despite the heavy rain, he suffered such an injury. However, Catra was not slow at all in his escape. She clutched her stomach. A dull, sharp pain emanating from her lower abdomen made her clench her teeth.
What kind of terrifying monster is this? It was just one strike.
That's how you can allow yourself to suffer such trauma.
This was even after he hid in the shadows and avoided most of the damage. Moreover, it seemed as if all his methods had been seen through by this person. Such a person is simply not someone he could kill alone.
Fortunately, the other person was someone who cared a lot about women.
Otherwise, he wouldn't have even had a chance to escape just now. Damn it, damn it, damn it. How could such an outrageously talented prodigy appear among the nobility? Catdala looked ahead.
The city wall is just a short distance away, where my companions will be waiting to meet me. She was incredibly grateful that Dessler had sent a few people to meet her. However, she had just calmed down. There was a slightly strange sound coming from the wind behind. She was startled and turned around abruptly.
A faint golden light shimmered in the darkness.
A figure sped toward him through the raging wind and rain.
Where are you going? Little mouse. Upon hearing this voice, Catra's body tensed involuntarily.
A hint of surprise flashed in his cold eyes.
What kind of speed is that? How could they catch up so quickly? Ignoring his surprise and his injuries, Catral forced himself to calm down.
Several more poisoned, jet-black throwing knives were hurled toward Jonas behind him.
Tear. The flying knife in the dark rain is unpredictable.
The throwing knife shattered the raindrops, which were the size of beans. In the sporadic rain, they flew towards Jonas's eyes, chest, and genitals respectively. Seeing the tricky angle, Jonas had no choice but to stop and parry with his sword. In the instant of parrying, the opponent once again fled into the distance, disappearing completely into the darkness. Seeing the figure disappear on the other side, Jonas knew that the other side had not gone far. The injured body simply couldn't support the speed at which this person, a frost silver warrior, could escape. The only possibility is to use the darkness to sneak around.
Catra, lurking in the darkness, watched Jonas without noticing him. He couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. With such innate talent, he was born to be the king of darkness. Even a frost silver level expert would find it difficult to locate themselves in the darkness. All I need to do is hold on until I run out of energy and escape this place. He watched as blood seeped out from his lower abdomen. A faint feeling of weakness crept over me. But can I really persevere? The next instant, Jonas's deep voice rang out. Do you think you can get away today? She instinctively looked in the direction from which the sound came. Jonas stood there. He waved his right hand slightly, as if something in his hand was flickering with a faint firelight. What? What is he doing? Before she could see clearly, the next moment,
Suddenly, a flash of light appeared in the sky. Immediately afterwards, a piercing sizzle sound rang out.
then, a series of bang 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 sounds followed one after another. Clusters of blazing flames suddenly exploded in the air.
Under the intense surge of magic, these flames quickly converged and condensed, eventually forming 12 enormous fireballs. Like a small, imprisoned sun, it burned fiercely in the air, radiating suffocating heat and dazzling light. Even the rain in this area didn't fall at this moment, but evaporated in the air. This sudden change illuminated everything around us instantly, as if it were daytime. Katra's body froze completely, as if under a spell. A look of despair crossed her face as she stared intently at the 12 enormous fireballs in the sky. His face grew increasingly pale.
He murmured, "What kind of ruthless character did I assassinate?" Chapter 59, Section 58, You Shouldn't Have Came. 1 minute ago.
Olivina looked at Liliana, who was disheveled, with some whip marks and ligature marks on her body, and was holding a magic ball in her hands.
A head full of questions. No. What brings you here?
She had only ever seen these whip marks and strangulation marks on slaves.
Now it appeared on Liliana's fair skin. It creates a striking contrast. Moreover, Liliana usually wears a gold dress, which makes her look exceptionally noble and elegant. This is what it looks like. With her mind a little blank, Olivina couldn't help but ask, "You were captured and enslaved by the nobles, and now you've escaped?" For a moment, she didn't even hate Liliana as much anymore. Instead, she felt a sense of sympathy for her. But that doesn't make sense either. Didn't Liliana have dinner with them before?
At the same time, Phil also went out of the room.
She is well versed in books. He looked at Liliana with a strange expression. Did Liliana just run over from the young master's room? Does the young master have a taste for this? How about I modify my sister's appearance myself? Seeing the two of them, Liliana blushed.
He subconsciously covered himself with his clothes. But she couldn't care less about that at the moment and immediately said,
Quickly go help Jonas. An assassin is trying to kill him. He's in danger."
As soon as she finished speaking, Olivina frowned and said,
"What did you say? Is Jonas's master in danger?"
The next moment, a tremendous sound rang out. This made each of them's hearts skip a beat.
Boom! Several people instinctively ran out of Regenburg.
Suddenly, the 12 fireballs came into view, hanging high in the sky like blazing suns.
It illuminated that dark, stormy night as if it were daytime.
Beneath the fireball, Jonas twirled his sword with a graceful flourish, the blade gleaming with a faint blue flame.
He said calmly, "Keep running."
Before him stood a so-called assassin, who seemed somewhat bewildered, whether from fear or injury. It looked just like a little mouse with nowhere to run. Upon seeing this scene, the group of people were all stunned.
Phil went even further, saying, You call this dangerous? How does she feel? Why does this assassin look so pitiful?" Olivina stared blankly at Jonas beneath the fireball. It looked exceptionally elegant.
Compared to the day he blocked the 6th Army, young Master Jonas seems to have become much stronger. The commotion here also attracted the attention of those who came to meet Katra. At this moment, these people were looking at the huge fireball and Jonas below.
Everyone was stunned. The assassination target, Jonas, actually possesses such strength?
Some people have already started to back out, whispering,
"The 6th Army's defeat at this man's hands was not unjust. Should we just leave? Go my ass. You know how important Miss Yaluo is to Destiny. Moreover, the leader ordered us to rescue the young lady. How can we run away? Go. As long as we can rescue her, it's worth it even if we die."
At this moment, Jonas walked slowly and deliberately toward Katral. His senses had locked onto the other side. There was no way they could escape now.
That's amazing. I almost fell for their trick. Let me guess, it's Destiny. Jonas looked at Katral in front of him.
Soon, her information appeared in the system.
Katra. Race, Nightshade. Title, Demon Luo. Level, Bronze level 5.
Information: the number 1 assassin of Destiny, with a mysterious background, was manipulated by others.
The person who assassinated the governor. Assassin talent, S rank. Abilities, Shadow Cloak, Backstab. Shadow Escape, hides in the darkness, making it difficult to detect and attack. Backstab, attacks from behind, dealing 400% damage. Upon seeing this skill, Jonas was taken aback.
Assassins are already known for their swift attacks, and this backstab actually dealt 400% damage.
This is absolutely outrageous.
The two skills of Katarina in front of me are simply born for assassins. In addition, he has such high assassin talent. No wonder the governor was killed by this assassin despite being heavily guarded.
These two abilities are absolutely incredible. If you could gain the other side's loyalty and then acquire this ability, wouldn't that be like taking off instantly?
Thinking of this, Jonas checked the loyalty level on the other side.
50%. Jonas? Seriously? Such a huge negative number? How can he possibly swipe that? The person in front of me is still very loyal to Destiny. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be possible to swipe it. But Jonas looked at the information provided by the system. I was taken aback. This person had a tragic past and was being used by others. It seems like it's not impossible to try. Jonas was not in a hurry. He walked slowly and deliberately, each step feeling like it was treading on Katra's heart, making her heart pound even harder. Katra gripped the dagger tightly in his hand, his palms already soaked with sweat. At this point, they had no choice but to confront Jonas head-on and fight to the death. The next moment. Bang! Several items were thrown in front of her. Suddenly, thick smoke erupted. The smoke quickly spread, forming a thick barrier in the darkness of the night, completely obscuring everyone's vision. Then, several people appeared silently in front of Katral. They were the people Dessler had sent to meet her. At this moment, the leader said, "Let's go. Destiny still needs you." However, Katidra pursed his lips. He said with a hint of despair, "You shouldn't have come." Even with his exceptional ability to conceal himself, Jonas was able to detect him. What could this smoke do? The person in front of her gave her an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. What? You? Before he could finish speaking, a sudden gust of wind swept in. The powerful airflow swept away all the smoke in front of them. Jonas waves to him. Wind-based minor spells appear so violent in the face of his extremely high magical affinity. There's more than one little mouse. The people in front of them were all stunned by what they saw. What kind of ability is this? The fear in my heart was beyond measure. Run! However, before he could finish speaking, he hadn't moved. Jonas has already drawn several swords. Whoosh! The sound of the sword energy slicing through the air and tearing through the rain was sharp and piercing. Before the group could react, the sword energy had already rushed in with a swift whoosh. Tear! The sword energy pierced through the bodies of those people in an instant. They stared wide-eyed and fell to the ground in disbelief. Katra forcefully gathered his energy to block in front of him, but it was no use at all. He was also sent flying far away by the sword energy. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Then he collapsed to the ground, looking extremely miserable. At this moment, she could no longer muster the strength to withstand the wind and rain. The rain was getting heavier and heavier, and Katra was completely soaked. Her night clothes were already very thin, and after being soaked, they clung tightly to her body, perfectly outlining her curvaceous figure. Jonas's gaze swept over. He spared them. None of them died, using them as pawns to sow discord between the opposing side. The woman in front of him had an outrageously good figure. Compared to Liliana's suppleness, the person in front of her possessed a body with a bewitching curve and suppleness. Jonas tore off the black face mask from the other side. He was taken aback. The other person's eyes held an icy coldness that seemed unyielding for millennia, yet within that coldness lay an elegance and arrogance that made one feel ashamed of their own, and it was so natural, yet so captivating. It was in the heavy rain, her hair was plastered to her face, making her look both downcast and noble. Looking at Jonas in front of her, Katdella knew his character and understood how she would be treated if she fell into his hands. Without the slightest hesitation, she intended to commit suicide with a poisoned needle. However, Jonas was faster than her in the first place. He grabbed her fair neck with one hand. The next moment, a surge of electricity coursed from his neck throughout his entire body. Ugh, Katra's body thrashed violently like a dying fish, and after only 2 moments, he passed out. Chapter 60, Section 59, The Destiny of the Working Class. Day. At this moment, Olivina also came to Jonas's side. Jonas said to Olivina behind him, "These are assassins sent by the Heavenly Mandate Army. You should search these people thoroughly, including their teeth, to prevent them from committing suicide."
Then lock them in the dungeon, and use whatever methods are necessary, just don't kill them. Then Jonas looked at Katra, who had fainted in front of him, and continued, as for this person in front of me, I will interrogate him myself. Inside the room, Jonas looked at Katra, who was bound hand and foot. He clapped his hands, admiring his own technique with satisfaction. He's getting more and more skilled lately. Someone with a figure like that is perfect for being tied up. Very nice. Looking at the information about Katra provided by the system, Jonas is also becoming increasingly interested in local affairs. Nightshade is a species. Their unique racial talents make them natural-born assassins. At the age of 15, Katra was already an outstanding member of the group. Once, Deslai, the leader of the Destiny army, was once pursued by the Imperial army, but was rescued by Katra, who came out from the Nightshade clan. They were rescued and returned to their own tribe. Deslair saw so many terrifying assassins here and knew that if he could use these assassins for his own purposes, his destiny could easily rise to power. They extended an invitation to the Night Demon clan to join the Heavenly Mandate army. But only Ketral wanted to use his talent and agreed to join. Other Nightshades disagreed. They only wanted to live a peaceful life on this chaotic continent, far away from strife and killing. Moreover, given their talent, as long as they don't show up, no one will be able to find them, and they even expressed dissatisfaction with Ketral saving Deslail. Although the other party refused. But Dessler didn't want to let this opportunity slip by. At that time, his heavenly army was like a rat running around in front of the nobles. If he didn't seize the opportunity with the Nightshade clan, destiny dictates that destruction is inevitable. So he directed and acted in a play all by himself. He planned to have his men poison the Nightshade clan, rendering them powerless. Then he had his men impersonate Imperial legions and kill several members of the Nightbringer clan. He wanted to sow discord between the Nightbringers and the Empire, so that he could use the Nightbringers to achieve his own goals. However, Deslai overlooked one crucial factor. While the Nightshade race possessed exceptional assassin talents, their resistance to drugs was extremely weak. So much so that the poison Dessler used, although not very toxic, still caused the death of most of the Night Elves, while a few of the stronger Night Elves did not die. However, they were unable to move and were almost completely wiped out by the Imperial army that caught up with them. Catral, who was with Dessler, survived by sheer luck and witnessed this scene, in addition to Dessler shifting all the blame onto the nobles. As a result, Catdala's personality changed drastically, and he developed an unprecedented hatred for the Imperial nobles. He even changed his name to what his tribe called the Grim Reaper, Yoro. I joined Destiny and vowed to help Destiny kill all the Imperial nobles. In order to gain Jonas's loyalty, the system provided extremely detailed information. Upon seeing this, Jonas couldn't help but sigh. They really are destined to be wage earners. I was framed and then had to work for someone else for so many years. Katra killed so many people, and the only time he saved someone was by the very person who had caused the annihilation of his entire clan. That's what I've been thinking about. For a moment, Jonas couldn't help but feel a little sorry for Ketral in front of him. Oh, how pitiful. It seems we can't put 10 collars on her, so we'll just put 5. Thinking it over, Jonas took out 5 collars with different effects from the ring and put them on Katra's neck, feet, and arms. These collars are self-adaptive and fit perfectly in an instant. Just after putting it on, Katra slowly woke up. When I woke up, I found myself tied up and hanging in the air. The person was in an extremely strange posture. So much so that her icy gaze suddenly softened, a flicker of panic crossing her eyes. The body kept struggling. It started to shake. Gritting his teeth, he said to Jonas, "Let me go." But the more she struggled, the tighter the ropes binding her became. To the point that she eventually felt like she was suffocating. She tried to use her strength to break free, but found that she couldn't muster any power at all. Jonas waved his hand and said, "Don't waste your energy. See the circle on your hand? It can suppress your energy. Don't even think about committing suicide. I've searched every part of your body. Poison needles, poison. Ahem. I've taken them all off." Upon hearing that they were being searched, Katara's eyes widened immediately. My defenses crumbled instantly. "You damned nobleman! How dare you touch me with those filthy hands? You deserve to die. Damn it! Jonas, actually, I'm afraid you'll commit suicide. Idiot. Dead dog. Trash." Catral broke down and launched into a tirade against Jonas using what he considered the dirtiest language. Jonas shook his head as he looked at Catral in front of him.
can't we just talk properly now? Damn it, cough cough, idiot.
She was about to say something when Jonas covered her mouth with his hand.
Ugh.
Jonas said slowly, I've heard that your nightshade race doesn't have high drug resistance.
Upon hearing this, Katara's eyes widened instantly.
After saying that, a small white pill was shoved into Katral's mouth. Chapter 61, Question 60, The muddier the water, the more advantageous it is for us.
Katara wanted to spit out the small white pill.
But Jonas wouldn't give her that chance. He pressed down on her delicate tongue and then forced the pill down her throat.
Ugh, cough. In his current state, Katral is not listening to anything he's told. What he needs is for the other side to calm down.
As for how to calm down, he knew exactly that.
Anyway, that's how Liliana usually calms down.
Jonas watched as Katdella swallowed the medicine, then released his hand from her chest. Katra raised his head, his eyes filled with shame and anger, staring intently at Jonas in front of him, about to speak.
You. Before the words could be spoken, the next moment,
she then felt herself becoming extremely hot.
The words I was about to say became inexplicably unclear. Katral instinctively clenched his fist.
Everything before my eyes became blurry, despite the cold weather.
She was sweating profusely.
She dug her nails into her palms, rubbing them together as if she were suppressing something.
Toe. Ugh, you damn thing.
Katra gritted his teeth and spoke slowly, suppressing any strange sounds he might make.
Jonas looked calmly at Katra, who was hanging in the air. He said, Miss Yaluo, you're still unusually stubborn, aren't you? You know me?
As soon as he spoke, Katra felt that his breath was slightly warm. My whole body felt tingly and numb.
What exactly did you give me to eat?
Jonas stood still. Don't worry, they're just some trinkets that nobles often own.
You bastard. He. Jonas smiled, turned around, and left. Katral, seeing that the other side didn't seem to have any intention of doing anything to him, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If one were to fall into the hands of a noble enemy, the outcome would be predictable. But now it seems that the situation isn't so bad.
But she soon realized her mistake. As the effects of the medicine spread throughout her body, she felt like her whole body was about to burst into flames. Her physical desires suddenly took over her entire being. She wanted to move but couldn't. She longed.
Ah.
But at this moment, Katra finally understood why the other side chose to leave at this time.
You damn thing, I will definitely kill you. I definitely will.
Katra cursed angrily, but his voice was clearly changing, and there was an involuntary sob in his voice.
Upon hearing Katra's words, Jonas stopped in his tracks as he was about to leave. He calmly turned around and said, Miss Yaluo, I hope you can still speak in an hour.
Don't worry, there's still plenty of time. I'm willing to wait until you've calmed down before we can have a proper talk.
As soon as he finished speaking, the door closed slowly. The room lost its light and became dim. Watching Jonas's departing figure, Katra felt a surge of longing.
But now all that's left for the girl is despair.
Jonas walked out of the room. He clapped his hands casually. The Nightshade clan doesn't have high drug resistance, so it's unknown what kind of torment this little pill will bring her.
Of course, given her bronze-level physical abilities, she wouldn't die anyway, and it wasn't poison. Soon after, Hall came to see him.
Jonas, are you alright? Jonas waved his hand and said, It's alright.
I did manage to catch the trump card of destiny, but who knows, it might become my trump card in the future. The assassin lady is quite stubborn.
Father, how are those people? Holt, people destined for greatness are always stubborn. We do need you to come. He vaguely remembered what Elliot looked like before.
After Jonas used his methods, he looked so pitiful.
Jonas, no rush, they can't escape anyway, let's leave them hanging for a while. How are the city walls, defenses, and troops doing?
Hall, they are all developing rapidly.
It will be completed soon.
With these city walls and army, I am confident I can hold off an army of tens of thousands under heaven's mandate.
Jonas shook his head and said, Father, we must worry about an attack from at least 2 legions of destiny. You know our geographical location.
If our vital supply lines are cut off at any time, the enemy will definitely target us with a heavy hand. The reason we're not taking action now is simply because we need to control Giant Spirit City, and at the same time, the eldest son is involved. This assassination attempt was the first such attempt. If I wasn't the target, the others would probably be dead already. This assassin is the same one who killed the governor.
Holdu, huh? Was the governor assassinated? Jonas nodded.
Moreover, the second son was involved in the assassination attempt on the governor, otherwise, the governor would not have been so easy to kill.
Moreover, the deal between Destiny and the second son involved more than just these. The situation is more complicated than I thought. So what do we do now? The two legions of heaven's mandate are not easy to withstand.
Jonas said, "No rush, Lord Atticus, the eldest son, has always wanted to return to Giant Spirit City. It's estimated that the second son, Retfoot, is also eyeing the situation covetously. If heaven dares to attack us, it should think about the consequences.
And I also want Giant Spirit City.
Nobody knows our true strength. The muddier the waters, the more advantageous it is for us."
Of course, if he could gain Miss Carter's loyalty, everything would be simple.
His own strength, coupled with these outrageous assassin skills.
But it's not certain that many people can withstand his assassination attempt. He had a cup of tea and gave some pointers to Olivina and Karis.
Jonas can also go and see dear Miss Carter. He still needs to adjust the loyalty level, which is down to 50%.
Jonas returned to the dimly lit room. Catra was completely exhausted. Chapter 62, Section 61, interesting. Now. Catra was completely exhausted. He hung limply from the rope.
The rope was pulled very deep, leaving some red marks. He stared blankly at the floor in front of him. This is only the second time in Catra's life that she has felt like crying.
I sensed Jonas entering the room.
The torment of her pride and shame made her wish she could disappear into a crack in the ground.
But because of that wicked little pill, she can't even move a single finger now. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it.
Even after so long, the burning sensation inside her body had not subsided, and desire tormented her constantly.
If it weren't for Catra's strong willpower, anyone else would probably have been driven insane by the torture. Jonas's entry brought a ray of light into the room.
He admired his masterpiece with satisfaction.
Because of Nightshade's unique drug resistance, Cutral performed even worse than he had imagined.
It seems I'm not bad compared to those veteran players.
Jonas reached out and gently lifted Cutral's chin. The girl's body couldn't help but tremble.
Catra's eyes were now as red as water, her originally pale face flushed red to her ears, and her lips were slightly dry. Looking at Jonas's expression, he subconsciously swallowed.
This medicine is exceptionally effective. Jonas said in a slightly nasty tone, "We meet again, Miss Yaluo."
The clothes he had changed for Catra were now completely soaked, with sweat dripping onto the ground and forming a small puddle.
This dehydration is quite severe. It seems I can't give Cutral so much medicine in the future. You bastard. Catdula cursed weakly. I'll kill you sooner or later. I'll kill you. Upon hearing this, Jonas couldn't help but chuckle softly.
Looking at that smile in front of her, Catra clenched her teeth and stared at him stubbornly.
It was as if they were saying that they would not give in. However, his current appearance is not very convincing.
Her eyes were red and swollen because of the long time the rope had cut into her breasts, and her skin was still slightly red.
Jonas, this makes me really want to do it.
He shook his head, clearing the evil thoughts from his mind.
Jonas laughed and said, "It seems our assassin lady still has some energy. We have plenty of time, let's try again."
As he spoke, another small white pill appeared in Jonas's hand. Looking at the small white pill in Jonas's hand,
Catrade felt a chill run down his spine.
Even though she was very weak, she began to struggle, her eyes filled with shame, anger, and resistance. She knew all too well how miserable she had been during that period. They were simultaneously cursing and yearning.
Just like the prostitutes in the pub.
They have no shame or moral bottom line. The puddle at the bottom might contain more than just his own tears and sweat. Only now, after the effects of the medication have worn off considerably, has she regained a much clearer sense of consciousness. But even when Jonas just touched him, he was still sensitive.
What if we let him experience that feeling again?
It would be better to just let her die.
Watching Jonas slowly approach with the white pill in his hand, Cutral said instinctively, No, I was wrong. Cough cough. Jonas, Miss Assassin just angered me, so you can't refuse her. As he spoke, another small white pill was forcefully shoved into his mouth.
Soon, Catra felt the small pill melt in his mouth, then turn into a warm current that lingered in his body. That feeling from before surged back all over me. I. Catdella tried to clear her mind and think about other things, gritting her teeth and remaining silent. The next moment, she felt Jonas grab her foot. Sensitive as she is, she tried to pull her foot back but couldn't, and could only curl it up tightly. Ugh, you. The girl let out a strange cry, a whimper that was difficult to decipher. The embarrassing sound made her instinctively want to cover her mouth. But he found himself already tied up tightly and unable to move. For a moment, looking at Jonas in front of him, he spoke with a slight sob in his voice, his words trembling with difficulty. You, how could you still hit me? It's all gone, no longer the same cold and aloof appearance it had at the beginning. Jonas pressed down on him. He said calmly, I am the most detestable nobleman in your eyes. I never said I would do nothing. The Nightshade clan, with their low drug resistance, is truly something to look forward to. Jonas's calm voice made Catra curse inwardly, but he dared not utter a sound. She feared that if she were reborn, Jonas would do even worse things. Or, what might happen if I make a sound that would embarrass her? Stop it. Catral's voice was pleading. With his keen eye for desire, Jonas naturally knew what the other party wanted. The next time, he hooked the sole of Catra's foot. The next moment, she began to writhe like a fish. You. Jonas rubbed Catra's lower abdomen again. It made her famous. The thoughts in one's heart are about to be revealed. I. Call. Want. However, such a thought had barely arisen. Jonas went straight up and untied all the ropes binding Catra. Without the support of the rope, Catra leaned against Jonas like a lump of mud. He leaned on Jonas's shoulder, his breath warm against Jonas's body. His eyes were unfocused and hazy. What exactly do you want? Jonas carried her to the bed. My dear assassin, it's not about what I want to do, but what you want to do. The pill I just gave you wasn't a small medicine. It's just candy that ordinary people like to eat. The medicine I'm taking out now is the one I gave you. As he spoke, Jonas took out a familiar little pill from his hand. Jonas's words left Catral's mind blank. He paused, momentarily stunned. He opened his mouth slightly, looking at Jonas in front of him. Could it be that she came up with it herself? Loyalty, 35%. Not yet. Before she could react, Jonas spoke again. Miss Assassin, you must learn to accept the facts, and also accept yourself. You. Catral panicked completely. How could there be such a despicable person? I'm not that kind of person, I'm not. Seeing the girl in front of him break down and her loyalty plummeting to negative levels, Jonas smiled with satisfaction. Then they put the girl on the bed. Get some rest. Don't waste your energy running away. The 5 rings on your body each have various effects. See that anklet on your foot? That's for generating electricity. You can't afford to get shocked again. You bastard. No, actually, it's not me who's the bastard, it's the person you've always been loyal to. Actually, I'm here to help you, Miss Catra. Things back then weren't as simple as you think. Upon hearing this, Catra's eyes widened instantly. What did you say? Catdella? How did the other person know my name? What happened back then? Don't go. Jonas, get some rest, Miss Catral. If you want to see me then, I'd be happy to sit down and have a proper talk with you. For someone who tried to assassinate me, this is the greatest leniency I can offer. I don't want to see a pathetic creature kept in the dark all alone. You. Catral watched intently as Jonas left. His gaze grew increasingly complex. In the corridor, Jonas was secretly thrilled. If you say it directly, the other person definitely won't believe you. By gradually guiding the other party and planting a seed of doubt, you can make them more likely to believe your suspicions. After all, no one would doubt their own thoughts. Now, he's moving on to the next step of his plan. Jonas took out 2 magic cards. This was just imprinted using magic. Inside the card, Katarina's eyes were glazed as she leaned softly against Jonas's shoulder. Her body was slightly pink, and her hair was a little damp and draped over her body. The two appeared extremely intimate, like lovers. Interesting. Chapter 63, Section 62, Your so-called Lord Yaluo is exceptionally dependent on me. Giant Spirit City.
The weather was great the next day. The sunlight shone warmly on the ground, and everything in Giant Spirit City was gradually being taken over by the Heavenly Mandate Army. With the second son, Retfoot, involved, the eldest son dared not make any rash moves. The Heavenly Mandate Army was about to possess its first major city, and gradually moved its base there, thus establishing a firm foothold. Because of the Empire's brutal rule, they could recruit soldiers from the local natives more quickly, giving them the ability to compete with the eldest and second sons in the future. Dessler stood on high ground, looking at everything that was thriving, but his brows furrowed with anxiety. He couldn't help but ask his trusted confidant again, "Has there been any news from Yaluo yet?" The subordinate replied respectfully, "Boss, not yet." "Why has it taken so long?" "Chief, it's still quite a distance from here to Regenburg. We might have been delayed on the way." "Don't worry. Lord Yaluo has never failed a single mission. What's more, you even sent people to meet her. They've gone to great lengths to kill Jonas. Surely a lord's son can't be harder to kill than a governor? Moreover, given Lord Yaluo's strength, even if she fails now, no one will be able to stop her." Only after hearing his trusted confidant's words did Dessler nod in relief. He said, "Perhaps I'm overthinking it. Yaluo has never let me down." Sizzle. Ugh, Flutter. Catra collapsed weakly onto the bed, her body still twitching slightly, her white feet curled up. The purple silk robe could not conceal her proud figure. The glimpse of her fair skin was enough to make anyone who saw it swoon. If the people in the Heavenly Mandate Army were to witness this scene, they would probably find it hard to believe that it was their usually cold and ruthless Lord Yaluo. At that moment, she was breathing heavily, her chest heaving violently. Whoosh whoosh. The fine downy hairs on the forehead stood up straight. After a long while, she looked at her thighs with a resentful expression. Above was an exquisite purple leg ring, tightly digging into her thigh. The rapid electric current had just been released from it. This magical item seemed to be sentient. It emitted electricity whenever I tried to run away. It made me so afraid to even leave my bed. Catra couldn't help but tap on Jonas's bed. Damn it! Damn bastard! Regenburg. The dungeon. Perhaps sensing something, Jonas couldn't help but smile. A Regenburg guard led Jonas to the dungeon and said respectfully, "Lord Jonas, those assassins from the Heavenly Mandate Army are all here. Please go in and take a look." This guard is a low-ranking person. Because of racial issues, he could only live a life of begging in Regenburg with his younger siblings. "I thought that this would be how my life would be from now on, and that I would probably die in some snow disaster." But he never imagined that one day he would become a guard in Regenburg, and at the same time have such a big house, living a life that seemed like that of a nobleman. He had tested the cement house. Even if a stone axe were to smash it, it wouldn't cause much damage. It is more than enough to withstand the snow disaster. Thanks to the business reforms, his younger siblings also got jobs, and everything in Jonas's hands actually became prosperous. So he was really grateful to Jonas. Compared to the destiny of the indigenous uprising and the brutal rule of the empire, he felt that Lord Jonas was more suitable to be the leader. Because he truly knew what these ordinary people needed. "Now that I have this kind of life, my younger siblings' future is secured. Even if they face an army several times larger than mine from the Empire or fate, I'll have the courage to face it and die in battle." Looking at the guard in front of him, Jonas smiled and said, "Thank you for your hard work." Sensing Jonas's humility, the guard was flattered. "It's no trouble at all, Compared to the disgusting faces of other nobles, the adult smile is always like a gentle breeze. Before he could finish speaking, Jonas went into the dungeon and said, "Close the door for me." Yes. Inside the dungeon, the assassins who came by divine intervention were beaten terribly. Several magic lamps were placed in front of them, preventing them from resting, and everyone's eyes were filled with unprecedented exhaustion. This is when their psychological defenses are at their weakest. Jonas simply picked up a basin of water from the side and splashed it on them. This instantly brought the group to their senses. The water also contained chili salt, which caused several people to groan in pain. They were tied to benches, gritting their teeth as they stared at the blond, noble-looking man in front of them. He gritted his teeth and said, "Damn aristocratic dog. If you have the guts, kill me. We, the Heavenly Mandate Army, are not cowards. Yes, to give our lives for destiny." Jonas didn't say anything, but slowly walked over to a stool. They weren't as ruthless as the other interrogators. Even with a smile. However, that warm, spring-like smile sent a chill down their spines. "Ha, I'm wondering, you gave your lives for destiny, but what did your leader take you for? Useless victims?
The person in front of him sneered and said, "Ha, the loyalty of us chosen ones is something you nobles will never understand."
Jonas, loyalty? What did your leader send you here for? You think you can do something even a demon can't do? Why send you here to die?
Upon hearing the words sending them to their deaths, several of them couldn't help but purse their lips.
Lord Yaluo, we need cover. Cover? TSK. You're just here to die, you're utterly worthless.
One of them gritted his teeth and said, "Don't try to sway us. Lord Yaluo is just like us, he will never submit to you noble dogs."
Really?
Jonas chuckled and tossed the magic card he had just imprinted right in front of them.
Inside the card,
Katerina, her eyes glazed, leaned softly against Jonas's shoulder, her arms wrapped around his back. Her cheeks were slightly pink, and her hair was a little damp, hanging down her body. The two appeared extremely intimate, like lovers. Upon witnessing this scene, the group of people were instantly stunned, their bodies trembling slightly. They wouldn't recognize Lord Yaluo, but this appearance was completely different from his usual appearance.
How could Lord Yaluo have become like this? That's impossible.
Seeing Lord Yaluo like this, they were suddenly reminded of the infatuated woman in the tavern.
You. Jonas smiled and said, "The imprints of magic cards cannot be faked. This is common knowledge in the Empire, and you should know it better than I do. Is this the loyalty that you people from the Mandate of Heaven keep talking about? Your so-called Lord Yaluo is extremely dependent on me." Chapter 64, Section 63. How exciting! Your so-called Lord Yaluo is extremely dependent on me.
Jonas's words lingered in their ears like the whispers of a demon. The group of people were stunned, their eyes filled with a hint of despair. If Lord Yaluo submits to the other party and becomes their plaything?
What about those who would rather die than not protect Lord Yaluo? As Jonas said, it's worthless?
Even now, they still find it hard to believe.
As one of the most important people in the Heavenly Mandate Army, what methods did Jonas use to turn the usually aloof Lord Yaluo into such a lovesick woman? Jonas continued, "Is this someone worthy of your loyalty?" Several people opened their mouths. One of them clenched his fist tightly and suddenly opened his mouth, even if. However, the moment his words left his mouth, a cold light flashed like lightning. With a sharp rip, Jonas's longsword came crashing down. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere, like a blooming crimson flower blossoming in mid-air. The person who was speaking just moments before has now been cleaved in two. His body fell limply to either side like a ripped rag doll, and his eyes still held the disbelief of that moment, as if he was completely unaware that he had been decapitated. Blood gushed from his body like a fountain, splattering onto the people nearby and creating shocking bloodstains. Jonas, with an elegant leap, easily dodged the splatter of blood. Through his eyes of desire, he could tell how many of them were die-hards. Several people's resolve has already wavered. Kill all the stubborn ones, and leave two of the wavering ones as pawns that will suffice. Such a scene.
The eyes of those people widened to their maximum size in an instant. His pupils contracted, and all the muscles in his body tensed up with fear.
Jonas, now let's settle your score. I don't want to. Tear. Another person has been decapitated. The remaining people stared wide-eyed. What does he want to do? Isn't this an interrogation? How could he have killed everyone?
A person was forcibly split in two. Look at this scene.
They could even feel the icy chill emanating from the iron sword. Jonas, actually, the Destiny Army doesn't care about you, and I care even less.
Next, with a rip sound, another head fell to the ground.
Until Jonas's gaze fell on the last two people.
One of the last two men, named Arts, was so scared that he even urinated. His body was trembling uncontrollably. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Liquid was dripping from under the stool. Jonas looked at the last two people and tapped the floor with his iron sword.
You two weren't so lucky. Surviving would be even worse. What did you say? Jonas looked at the message from the system.
They were looking at what the two of them were most afraid of.
He smiled. I have always been ruthless towards my enemies. The next moment,
the screams of a pig being slaughtered echoed from inside the dungeon. The despair and horrific atmosphere sent chills down the spines of the guards outside the dungeon.
Yet, he secretly began to admire Jonas.
They interrogated them for a long time but to no avail.
These Destiny natives were like rocks in a cesspool, stinky and hard. But how long has it been since Lord Jonas went in?
Upon hearing the sounds, each of them knew that the other side had absolutely surrendered.
You absolutely mustn't mess with Jonas. Inside the dungeon.
Jonas sat on the stool, the ropes binding the two people in front of him already untied. The two men knelt before him like pigs. His body was still trembling. He stammered, We are willing to be loyal to Lord Jonas, please stop torturing us.
They finally understood why even Lord Yaluo would submit to Jonas without hesitation. He's a devil. Jonas nodded in satisfaction, observing the loyalty of the two men. He said to the two people in front of him, I've placed some magician gadgets on you. These little gadgets can kill you at any time.
Of course, you can also seek out a magician to unlock the solution. But as far as I know, you natives of Destiny don't have any powerful or skilled magicians.
Of course, you can also disobey me, or commit suicide.
But this thing can make you experience 10 times more hellish scenes than today.
Don't doubt what I say, I always tell the truth. The two men kowtowed repeatedly, saying frantically, Yes, we could never betray you. Today seemed to be the most desperate day they had ever experienced. They finally understood why Jonas had said they weren't so lucky.
Jonas smiled as he looked at the two men who had been properly trained.
I'll let you two go back. Arts, huh? Jonas, as my mole, give me first-hand information. That magical device can contact me.
Yes, sir.
Jonas, of course, there are more important things for you to do.
When you return this time, bring these two magic cards to your leader, Deslayer.
Tell them that Yaluo has already pledged allegiance to me.
This was something you secretly copied outside, which resulted in the deaths of many people.
Only the two of you managed to escape by risking your lives. He was also seriously injured. The two men instinctively said, First, no, Deslayer is naturally suspicious, he probably won't believe it. Jonas said with a smile, he will believe it. When you get back, tell them. Catdala brought you a message. You are the one who poisoned me, Deslayer. What happened back then will be repaid tenfold. Go. Don't let me down.
At this point, Jonas tapped the stool with interest. I was unaware that Deslayer was the leader of the Destiny army.
What kind of expression would one have upon seeing such a magic card and learning this news? This is really something to look forward to.
Gaining Catra's loyalty is also something that can be put on the agenda.
After acquiring her abilities, few could stop Postaya. Thinking of this, Jonas was also extremely happy. If you're happy, you should do things that make you happy. Liliana was frightened by the assassination attempt, and I should go and comfort her. What kind of knowledge should we use? Chapter 65, Section 64, You're the one who's laughable. Liliana's loyalty, 75%. Liliana's loyalty, 80%. Jonas let out a soft breath. They carried Liliana, who was slumped by the window, back to bed. To be honest, Liliana's loyalty is really easy to raise. They were the ones who were bound to the group for the shortest time, yet their loyalty was the highest. Olivina, which was bound from the beginning, is only at 70% now. Jonas stroked his chin. Looks like I need to consider increasing the distance between us. Inside Olivina's room. Olivina was a little stunned. Her mind was filled with the image of Liliana coming out of Jonas's room earlier. Fair-skinned and plump, she looked pitiful, and her body bore the marks of her virginity. Young master, do you like this? But this is just too embarrassing. Phil, standing beside her, looked at his sister. You still want him? Your young master has been snatched away. All you do is practice with that crappy sword of yours all day long. Olivina, but this is the only thing I can do. And I must catch up with the young master. He says I'm his most important retainer. Phil slapped his forehead and said with a look of exasperation. What are you thinking about? You've been practicing your swordsmanship so much lately, wearing that swordsmanship uniform like a soldier. Who would want you? Who wouldn't love someone as sweet, soft, and gentle as Liliana? Ah. Hearing this, Olivina felt a little sad. He subconsciously touched the calluses on his hands from holding the sword too much. Oh dear, sister, look at you, you've become weak again. It's not that I'm stopping you from practicing swordsmanship. Listen up. I'll teach you. Wear this. I specifically asked the bar hostess for this. I heard that the young master has liked this style for a long time. As he spoke, Phil took out a black garment.
It was less like clothing and more like a piece of cloth and a few black ribbons. There are also small accessories to wear, such as anklets and bracelets.
Upon seeing the dress, Olivina's face immediately turned bright red. You want me to wear this? How can this be covered up? Phil rolled his eyes and said, if it's covered up, would you still be allowed to wear it? Think about it carefully. Have you noticed that since Liliana came, the young master has been visiting less often? Phil patted Liliana and said, my dear sister, you don't want the young master to lose interest in you, do you? I believe in you. Sizzle.
After a shudder, Catra curled up and lay on the bed like a salted fish. His gaze was fixed silently on the ceiling. It twitches occasionally. She didn't know if it was because the leg rings were too tight, but she felt like she was being electrocuted to the bone marrow.
Damn it! Just then, Jonas opened the door, walked into the room, and said, Miss Yaluo, you really are persistent.
In a short period of time, my device has been triggered 11 times.
You really want to run away?
After 11 electric shocks, Jonas began to suspect that the other person was addicted to being electrocuted.
Catral didn't say anything, but just stared intently at Jonas.
Of course, it would still be terrifying if it didn't twitch from time to time. Or it might suddenly twitch, accompanied by the electric shock of the tuft of hair standing on end.
But it actually makes her look kind of cute.
Jonas waved his hand, sat down on the edge of the bed, and said,
Don't look at me like that. I'm not your enemy, unlike some ungrateful person.
I've been far more merciful to you by letting someone who tried to assassinate me live until now.
Katarina propped himself up. What do you mean? Jonas looked into his dark green eyes. He said, it doesn't mean anything.
At least when I drugged you, it didn't mean that the person from before would have poisoned half of your clan. When this matter was mentioned, Katara's eyes suddenly turned cold.
How did you know about this? And how did you know my name?
Jonas said with a smile, Miss Catral, you should know that there is a profession called prophet.
It allows one to see into the past and the future. Although I am not as powerful as a prophet, there are still some things I can know. Catra, you? The prophet?
The profession of prophet has not appeared for more than 10 years because it is too overpowered. She had originally wanted to make a few sarcastic remarks to Jonas, but then she thought of Jonas's terrifying swordsmanship, magical abilities, and terrifying perception. He was speechless for a moment. It's not an exaggeration to say that such a prodigy would possess some prophetic skills. Upon hearing Jonas mention this matter, Catra's murderous intent surged. But looking at the 5 rings on his body, he couldn't help but feel discouraged.
He turned his head to the side and said, so what if you know?
This is nothing but a despicable tactic by you imperialists. That meant our entire race was involved, not a single posted noble would be spared. She witnessed the imperial army slit the throats of their own people.
He would never forget that intense hatred. But what can she do now?
Recalling what had just happened, Katara felt a surge of helplessness and shame.
Haven't I also become a plaything of the nobles?
Jonas reached out and turned Katra's head around. Looking at her face, he said, actually, it wasn't the imperial army that caused the annihilation of your people, but your leader, Deslayer. Upon hearing this news, Catral was taken aback at first, then couldn't help but sneer and say, Jonas, what you're saying is truly laughable. Jonas suddenly grabbed her chin, lifted it up, and made her face him.
He said, is it ridiculous? But I find you even more ridiculous.
A young knight phantom. Driven by curiosity and arrogance, he brought the culprit who had killed his entire clan back to the tribe. To this day, they are still kept in the dark, helping the culprit commit murder.
If your more than 100 dead people knew what you were doing now, I doubt you'd be forgiven even in hell. Jonas's words struck Catra's heart like hammer blows.
It was as if that bloody day was replaying before my eyes.
You're talking nonsense.
She turned her head, trying to break free from Jonas's hand, but she couldn't.
Jonas's voice remains harsh and repressive. I farted? Ha! With your nightshade's ability to conceal themselves, do you really think the Imperial Army would show up there beforehand? As for poisoning, do you really think the Imperial Army would have had the opportunity to poison someone? Use your murderous brain to think. Stop thinking about getting stronger and seeking revenge all day long. Instead, he became a fool who couldn't even recognize his enemy and was used from beginning to end. You. Jonas suddenly let go, causing Catra to fall back onto the bed. Jonas, think about it carefully. The assassins who have been trying to kill me are of no use to me.
I just don't want to be a pathetic wretch kept in the dark from beginning to end.
Caterola looked at Jonas's face and clenched her fist.
My resolve began to waver.
Many details surfaced in my mind. Catra. Loyalty, 10%. I won't believe you. Even Catdala himself was starting to waver after hearing those words.
Jonas looked at the loyalty rating and smiled slightly. Once the seeds of doubt are sown, there's no fear of future developments. It's time for Dessler to make his appearance.
Miss Catdala, believe it or not, just wait and see? It has nothing to do with me. I will give you plenty of time to think these days. But to prevent you from running away and causing me some trouble.
Please bear with it for a moment.
Jonas skillfully pulled out the red string. What are you doing? What? Don't. Wah. A few minutes later.
Looking at the figure hanging in the air opposite him, Jonas nodded in satisfaction.
You need a good enough physique and a strong body to complete this difficult move. Liliana couldn't do that. But Catra is a perfect fit.
Jonas tickled Catra's soles, making her sway in the air. Get ready, Miss Catral, I have already sent word to Dessler.
Next time we meet, he'll probably be the one to make the first move. For someone who is aloof and resistant to aloofness, the first thing to do is to break through their aloofness and resistance.
These actions can induce the other party to submit to them.
The rest was easy. When Catral fully accepts this fact, she will definitely break down and collapse. That was the time for him to boost loyalty. He's determined to get those two skills, stealth and backstab. Posta, the eldest son and the second son. But when I have this ability, I wonder how you will face it. Chapter 66, Section 65, Lady Yaluo, she has betrayed us. Beep beep. Jonas received a message from Koros.
Logically speaking, after Curus took over the City of Tales, everything was under his control and in an orderly manner. Sending him a message through a magical device means something must have happened.
Jonas asked the bracelet, what happened? We received a message from Spandel City. Atticus, the eldest son, wants our cooperation in taking the City of Giants. Jonas, he probably doesn't know that Tales City has changed hands yet, right? I don't know.
When I took over Tales City, I had already completely blocked the news.
They still call me Kodaga. Lord Jonas, should we refuse? With the current strength of over 100,000 Heavenly Mandate army troops in Giant Spirit City, we'll work with Atticus to take it down. It's no less than moths drawn to a flame. Jonas smiled, refuse what? Reply directly, we in Tales City will fully cooperate with them to take down Giant Spirit City. And they promised we could help them take down an entire legion. Ah.
But, our troop strength.
Jonas interrupted Karas, saying, that's what you say, but that's not how you do it. If Atticus hadn't been holding back the chosen army, we would have been in serious trouble.
Now, with their help, the waters are getting muddier and muddier, and maybe we really can take down Giant Spirit City.
Moreover, if the eldest son makes a move, the second son's actions are probably not far off. That'll get interesting. Kulis was a shrewd man, and he immediately understood what Jonas meant. Lord Jonas, I understand.
I will do my job well in making it look good.
By the way, how's the slave I asked you to find coming along?
My lord, slaves and people from various families are being sent to Regenburg in a steady stream.
Okay, thank you for your hard work. Serving adults is not hard work. Only after becoming the city lord did he realize how great that position was. Be a dog? He'd be willing to lick the soles of Lord Jonas's shoes right now. After cutting off contact, Jonas couldn't help but stroke his chin in thought. After being oppressed by the Empire, slaves and people received different treatment upon arriving in Regenburg, quickly gaining loyalty and developing their fighting strength. He discovered geniuses in various fields, and Regenburg was one of those who developed rapidly. Now it all depends on how Deslay, the leader of the Destiny Army, will act. If the situation becomes chaotic, he could even launch a counterattack and take over the Heavenly Mandate Army's base. However, the gift I gave to Deslade should have arrived by now. Giant Spirit City. Tianming Army Camp. Dessler frowned and asked, how is the situation in various parts of Giant Spirit City? Subordinate, they've basically all taken control. Chief, why are you in such a hurry? With the Great Legion here, and the towering walls of Giant Spirit City, do you think we're afraid of those damned Imperial troops? You don't understand, Jonas's Regenburg is the biggest threat right now. In this situation, a single move could have far-reaching consequences. I cannot rest easy unless he is eliminated. At this point, Desley frowned and said, "By the way, why haven't we heard anything from Yura yet?" "I don't know, could something have happened?" This. As if he had thought of something, Dessler felt increasingly uneasy. Just then, a messenger came in and said, "Chief, the assassin squad is back." Dessler was delighted. You're back? How did the mission go?" The messenger paused for a moment, then said, "They did return, but only 2 of them came back, and they both suffered extremely serious sword wounds." "What? What about Yao Luo? He didn't come back." "What? Take me to see them." When Dessler met the 2 assassins, it was on the sickbed of the Destiny Army. The 2 were in extremely poor condition, with visible sword wounds on their bodies. Dessler felt a chill run down his spine upon seeing this. He immediately went up and asked, "What happened? Where is Yao Luo?" Seeing Desley's anxious expression, Adel weakly tried to get up and said, "Something's happened, sir. Lord Yao Luo, she's betrayed us." "That damn thing, she sided with Jonas." "Ah." Perhaps the wound was touched, for he couldn't help but let out a groan. "What? Impossible. Yao Luo would never betray us." Upon hearing this, Dessler stood up abruptly, his face contorted with anger. "Yao Luo helped him kill so many people. I have always had a good grasp of her feelings, so how could she possibly betray me?" Thinking this, Dessler suddenly drew his sword and held it against Atur's neck. "Are you lying to me? Actually, you're the one who betrayed us." "Atur! You damned thing! Tell me the truth." Dessler had a very strong presence. Most people would probably have been too intimidated to tell the truth. However, these 2 men had been trained by Jonas and had anticipated this situation. "Atur, chief, no. Don't kill me, I'm telling the truth. Otherwise, with Lord Yao Luo's abilities, how could he not have killed Jonas?" Dessler was taken aback, but said sternly, If you say another word, I'll cut off your head." In the realm of destiny, sowing discord among others, and even demonic forces. "I think you 2 are asking for death." The sword was about to slit his throat. Adel immediately took out 2 magic cards and tremblingly handed them to Desley. "Sir, it's true, everything I'm saying is true. If you don't believe me, just look. We really tried our best. There's no other way." Desley snorted and snatched the magic card. However, when he saw the above content, his muscular body trembled involuntarily, and his eyes widened instantly. He almost dropped the sword in his hand. In the photo, Catra, her eyes glazed, leaned softly against Jonas's shoulder, her arms wrapped around his back. She exhaled warm breath gently, her cheeks slightly pink, and her hair was damp as it draped over her body. Chapter 66. You're lying to me. These 2 magic cards appear somewhat blurry, perhaps because they were printed in a hurry. Dessler clenched his fist, even making a crackling sound. When he first saw Catra, he was struck by her beauty. That stunningly beautiful face was deeply imprinted in his mind, constantly appearing in his thoughts. From that moment on, he knew that Katila was the woman of his future. They cared for her meticulously and attentively, not only using the resources of the Heavenly Mandate Army to fully support her cultivation, but also personally guiding her practice and helping her continuously improve her strength. However, despite his deep affection for Catra, Catra's need for revenge and the demands of the Destiny Army's development meant he never made a move on her. He knew that only after the Heavenly Mandate Army won the war would he have enough time and energy to properly pursue her. But the people I treat like this. How could she do this to herself? He could even see the deep marks and red welts on Catra's fair arms, and her clothes that were already soaked. That way you can find out what the other person has been through. Why? Why is this happening? He had never even seen Catra show him any other moved expression. Atesh trembled slightly as he looked at Desley's furious expression, which seemed to be so intense that he could crush the hilt of the sword. That's terrifying. If it were Jonas in front of him, Desley would probably chop Jonas in 2 with his big axe. A woman you wouldn't even dare to touch was treated so brutally, and yet she was so infatuated with him anyone would be furious. To be honest, the image of Lord Yao Luo in the magic card is a stark contrast to his usual self. Even now, he finds it hard to believe that the cold and aloof Lord Yao Luo would turn out like this. Not only Arts, but everyone around him stared wide-eyed at the magic card, but when they saw Desley's terrifying appearance, they all instinctively looked away. I dared not utter a sound. Hiss.
The fact that the leader can maintain this level of patience is already quite impressive.
If it were them, they would blow it up.
Seeing the slightly evasive look on the person next to him, with a curious look in their eyes, Dessler was even more furious, gritting his teeth as he spoke to the person next to him.
Get out, all of you. Go out. Yes, Chief. After everyone had left, Dessler took a few breaths before speaking to Arts in front of him. Where did you get this magic card copied? Arts pursed his lips and said weakly, This is deep inside Regenberg, in a room. You think you can escape by making a copy of this? Arts choked out, My lord, Lord Yelluo, Inconvenient.
And there was a torrential downpour at the time.
Go on.
Atesh swallowed hard, seeing his usually gentle leader so irritable for the first time. He continued, The entire assassin squad, the rest of them all died while covering for us.
I was also injured by Lord Yelluo's flying knife if I hadn't been lucky enough to survive. I might never see you again, Chief.
As she spoke, she lifted her clothes, revealing a horrific knife wound on her stomach. This was a throwing knife that Jonas left behind, specifically to make cuts on their stomachs. Upon seeing the knife wound, Dessler's eyes darkened further.
Dessler knew about Yalluo's throwing knives and immediately recognized that he had been injured by Yalluo. Damn it! Jonas!
He suddenly felt an intense urge to lead his entire legion to raze Regenberg to the ground.
Dessler stared at the two people in front of him with a gloomy look. Looking at the two of them made me feel uneasy. Dessler tried to calm himself down. Magic cards can't be wrong, so has Yarrow really betrayed them? Etc. Nightshade's drug resistance isn't high, could it be that Catra was drugged? Otherwise, how could she, who was always cold and aloof, suddenly change like this? But that's impossible.
There was still a glimmer of reason in Catra's eyes. The more Dessler thought about it, the more he felt like he was about to explode. The rational man wanted to smash Jonas to pieces as soon as he saw the photo.
That despicable, damned nobleman.
However, he forcibly suppressed his anger and clenched his fists.
Suddenly, he said, So, only the two of you came back? You're lying to me. Cathedra was forced into it. You two are the traitorous scum. The tone wasn't one of speculation, but of certainty. Arts immediately shook his head. No, how could I possibly side with a nobleman? You know my methods. No, Chief. Dessler's methods? Compared to a demon like Jonas, what is this? Dessler didn't say anything, but simply picked up a small knife.
As he slightly raised his head, dark flames clung to it, flickering gently. This was what he used when interrogating nobles.
When a knife cuts open a wound, it creates an intense heat that is worse than death.
A group of men went to assassinate Jonas, and the two men returned so late. Regardless, both of them were going to die, so he preferred to kill the innocent rather than the guilty.
As for Yalluo, he still didn't believe she would betray him. There must be a reason for this. After all, Yalluo was one of the absolute heroes in the Rise of Destiny. Seeing Dessler's actions, Arts said tremblingly, Lord Yalluo said something when we were running away. For the chief. Whatever you said, you're all going to die today. She said, you were the one who poisoned me, Dessler. You will pay tenfold for what happened back then.
Upon hearing this, Dessler froze on the spot.
The black flame on the knife in his hand went out instantly. What did you say? Chapter 67, Taking full control of Giant Spirit City and sending troops to raze Regan Fortress to the ground. What did you say? Say it again. You're the one who poisoned me, Dessler. You'll pay for what happened back then tenfold. This. Having heard clearly, Dessler took 2 steps back. He said subconsciously. How did she know? That's impossible. He had covered his tracks perfectly back then, deceiving everyone without a doubt. Even those in the Heavenly Mandate army who knew about it at that time. To prevent the news from leaking out, he killed them all one by one. This news was clearly known only to him, and it was practically buried in his own mind. How could Catra possibly know it? Seeing Dessler's stunned expression, Arts breathed a sigh of relief. Just as Lord Jonas said, when he said such a thing, the other party believed him. Jonas is truly a genius. Dessler put the knife away, his expression uncertain. If Catra knew what happened back then her betrayal would be a certainty. After all, Catra joined the Heavenly Mandate army out of hatred and then went on to slaughter nobles.
If she knew that she was the one who poisoned her, causing the deaths of her entire clan, she would surely want to tear her to pieces, given her personality. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but feel a surge of irritation.
Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!
Dessler sat there for a long time with a gloomy face. He bent down, patted Atesh's clothes, and said, "I misunderstood you."
What else did Yaluo say?
The rain was pouring down, and I didn't hear what she said after that. I only saw her nestled in Jonas's arms.
Bang!
Dessler suddenly slammed his hand on the table next to him, causing it to dent.
Damn it, you bitch! Damn it, someone who's so dissolute acts all high and mighty in front of him.
Therefore, Yaluo had long wanted to betray them. However, knowing that he could not defeat the Heavenly Mandate Army and the Imperial Army, he remained in hiding.
Until Jonas's force emerged.
Then, taking advantage of this mission, he directly defected.
No wonder she didn't want any other assassins with her.
If it weren't for being seen by the team members, he would still have considered Yaluo a confidant. Think about it, with Yaluo's abilities, even if the opponent can't kill him, they can still seriously injure him. Thinking of this, a chill ran through Dessler. Fortunately, during the war, to prevent assassins from the Empire, his strong guards never left his side by more than 5 meters.
Damn it!
If Yaluo falls into my hands, she should be reduced to a damned tavern prostitute. Dessler suppressed his anger. Looking at the heavily injured Atesh in front of him, he said, "I'm sorry, it's my fault."
You two really brought back very important information. Now that we're back here, let's treat this place like our own home.
Take good care of yourself and recover.
Once you're fully healed, report back. You've made a huge contribution, you'll be promoted 2 ranks. Artis was secretly pleased and said, "Thank you, Chief."
He thought he was going to die when he came back, but he didn't expect to survive and even get promoted. This was a wonderful surprise. As expected, Jonas was right. Recalling Jonas's methods, Arts became even more determined. From now on, Jonas would be his only master. After leaving the ward, Dessler immediately spoke to his trusted confidant beside him.
Convene an emergency meeting immediately. Meeting agenda, raise Regenberg to the ground.
On the other side.
Bansdale City. Central Conference Room.
Atticus asked his trusted aide, "Has there been a reply from Tars City?" "Sir, a reply has arrived."
"Quick, let me see what they said." "Tails City can help us hold off a legion of the Destiny Legion and cut off supplies between Giant Spirit City and the Destiny base."
Upon seeing this news, Atticus was secretly pleased, but then he couldn't help but frown.
Can the city of Tails hold off an army?
The confidant couldn't help but say, according to what they've heard, Tails City has united with the surrounding territories, and the 6th Legion has been annihilated by Regenberg. It should be possible to hold off an entire legion. Atticus muttered to himself, the 6th Legion of Destiny, although it is a legion of 10,000 men, consists of natives who were temporarily recruited. It is simply incomparable to other legions. The general standing to the side said, "But, my lord, this is our last chance to retake Giant Spirit City. Otherwise, once the Heavenly Mandate Army has dealt with all the remaining troops, completely taken control of Giant Spirit City, and then spared time to deal with Tal City, they would have no chance. With the walls of Giant Spirit City, it would be impossible to take it without several times the number of troops.
If we can't retake Giant Spirit City, then we'll inevitably be at a disadvantage in future wars with Redforth.
Furthermore, my lord, Spandau City possesses Postea's most powerful magical device, the Arcane Missile Launching Array.
Redfoot certainly wouldn't dare to attack rashly.
This was achieved by the governor at the time by spending enormous human, material, and financial resources to equip Spandau City with numerous mages.
It can be said to be the last and most terrifying weapon. I heard this."
Atticus looked at the location of the city of Tars on the map. After a few minutes of silence, he suddenly slammed his hand on the table.
"Pass on my orders. Assemble the army. To support the remaining troops within Giant Spirit City and coordinate with Tails City. Target, Giant Spirit City. Giant Spirit City.
The Heavenly Mandate Army Conference Room.
At the round table.
Dessler sat in the main seat and said to the Legion commanders below, "Everyone knows how important the location of Tars City is.
I propose it.
I personally led 2 legions to raise Tars City to the ground. The other 3 armies remained to garrison Giant Spirit City." The other Legion commanders exchanged bewildered glances. This action was unlike anything their usually composed leader would do.
It seems that what I just heard is true.
This Jonas, the son of this minor lord, actually dares to touch the chieftain's woman.
Seeing the slight silence around the table, Dessler tapped the table and said, "What are your opinions?"
The legion commander next to him said, "The remnants of the Imperial army in the East City have not yet been completely wiped out.
There are also some from the south of the city." Another person said, "The same goes for the one in the North City."
The other side is familiar with the terrain of the city, so it will probably take some time before they can take it down. Chief, if we rashly send troops, and these remnants join forces with Atticus's Imperial army to launch a counterattack, it will be a huge problem.
Or we can wait until we've wiped out the remaining troops before we take action. Moreover, Giant Spirit City has enough resources to sustain us for a long time.
Even if Tail City cuts off our supply lines, we can deal with them later.
Dessler clenched his fist. He really wants to kill Jonas now. But he couldn't help but calm himself down and asked, "How's the contact with the second son, Redfoot?"
The confidant said. The other side replied that they would help us hold off Atticus's army, but there is no sign of any troops from the cities of Redforth heading towards Spandel City.
Instead, they've been making unusual moves towards our Giant Spirit City.
Dessler grunted. Damn it, he's trying to reap the benefits without doing anything.
Although Redfoss and Destiny have cooperated, both Destiny and Atticus are his future enemies.
Redfoot was more than happy to see a fight break out on their side. Dessler sighed. He knew he couldn't rush things. The more hasty they are, the more likely they are to lead the Heavenly Mandate army to its demise. Due to its extremely high walls and natural mountain advantages, Giant Spirit City can withstand forces several times its size. They were able to take over Giant Spirit City by assassination, smuggling troops, and coordinating from within and without.
If we wait until the remnants of the army are cleared out, given the unique advantages of Giant Spirit City, we won't be afraid of the Imperial army.
Thinking of this, Dessler said,
"Once we've fully taken over Giant Spirit City, we'll send troops to raze Regenburg to the ground.
I will make Regenburg a battlefield littered with corpses. By the way, have the Magic Guild send 20 magic orbs to me. All you Legion commanders and captains should prepare several magic orbs."
You all know about Yarrow's abilities. Yes. Chapter 68 Shaman. After Atticus gave the message to Koros, Koros quickly contacted Jonas. "Lord Jonas, Atticus has agreed to launch the attack." They launched a full-scale attack, striking from several sides of Giant Spirit City. "We hope to launch an attack from the rear and cut off Giant Spirit City's supply lines." Jonas couldn't help but laugh. Does this eldest son really think of using Tail City as an expendable resource? Young master, what's the next step? Let's hold back then. What if Atticus discovers this and changes his plans? They are the ones who are anxious, not us. The supplies for the Heavenly Mandate army will be cut off at Regenburg.
Of course, once you've done the superficial work well, you should know what to do.
Understood, sir. Jonas stroked his chin and laughed.
Now things are interesting. The Imperial army has launched an attack.
I wonder if the Heavenly Mandate army will attack us or defend the city. If they defend the city and do not come out.
As time went on, without supplies, the Heavenly Mandate army would be finished, its strength waning and its resources dwindling, leading to desperate measures.
Moreover, the base of the Destiny Bureau will suffer. I won't be polite to the other party. If they were to send troops against him, how would Atticus's army possibly resist? And there's also Redfoot watching from the sidelines. Thinking of Redfoot, Jonas pulled over the battle map. My gaze involuntarily fell upon the 3 cities occupied by this second son. He said to Koros, "Did you find out anything about Redfoot?" Koros nodded and said, "I found out. This second son was timid from a young age and was often bullied by his older brother. He also lacked any professional talent. Amidst the turmoil of the Empire, he did something that surprised everyone. They voluntarily went to cities far from the capital. I thought I would just live an ordinary life like this. He rose to prominence unexpectedly when the governor fell seriously ill. This caused the 3 city lords to defect simultaneously. Then he became the adversary of his brother Atticus." Jonas stroked his chin. "Then, in alliance with Destiny, they assassinated the governor and cooperated with Destiny to take over Giant Spirit City.
Then they used a large army to besiege the capital. By besieging them without engaging in battle, they forced the Heavenly Army and Atticus to fight, thus depleting their forces. Finally, they reaped the benefits." Koros continued, "This second son has never attacked any cities. Instead, he has slowly eroded remote places and small territories." Jonas nodded. He did the right thing. The capital city has an array for launching Olympiad-level magic bullets. It is an extremely powerful war machine. Besieging it without attacking and cutting off its supplies is the optimal strategy. The strategy was to encircle the cities from the countryside and seize power by force. The current situation has been achieved without losing a single soldier or exerting any effort.
This second son is far more terrifying. Logically speaking, how could someone who has been timid since childhood have such courage? Or perhaps it's hidden too well.
Or, the person in charge has been replaced, or they've been taken over.
Jonathan pulled up the map and looked at the area behind the three cities.
That was an endless expanse of yellow sand. When Posta was founded, the Imperial Army drove out all sorts of races they considered inferior. Some of these races died, some perished, but one race gradually grew stronger.
That is the Sand Tribe.
And they established countless sand barbarian tribes there. Even before the empire was in turmoil, the rebellion of the sand barbarians had been a constant source of trouble for Postana. They plundered Postea's resources countless times. The empire wanted to wipe them out, but due to the location of the Sand Clan and the sandstorms, it suffered countless setbacks. Logically, these barbarian tribes should have made some big moves during this period of turmoil in the empire.
How come things have calmed down now? There hasn't been a sandstorm for 2 years. Moreover, the second son was a superior nobleman. Where not to go?
Instead, they went to this chaotic and turbulent city. If you're not afraid of danger, then you must have ulterior motives.
Jonas couldn't help but laugh. Sandman, huh?
It seems that with the empire in turmoil, many races are beginning to stir.
Is Redfoot still the same second son?
At this point, the pledge of loyalty I had given to Redfoot should have arrived.
It's good to pick random things.
Nothing much to do today, let's play around with Yaluo.
Saltevsky City.
It is the city with the best resources in Postaya. This place once produced the most magic crystals and was one of the main cities occupied by Redfoot.
Central Conference Room.
Redfoot looked at the information his men had intercepted. Gently brush the golden hair behind your ear with your fingers. Then, stroking his fair chin, he smiled and said, "My dear Atticus, you finally dared to make a move. Shaster, you will lead the First Army, along with the First, Second, and Third Armies, to Giant Spirit City."
They showed a strong determination to seize control of Giant Spirit City.
Taking advantage of the momentum, the Fourth Army secretly infiltrated Spandel, ready to cut off Atticus's supply lines at any time.
And when Atticus attacked the City of Giants, if his entire army couldn't take the capital, how could he not take another city?
Handing power over to that fool Atticus was the most foolish choice the governor ever made.
Then, a trusted aide brought another message. News has come from Tars City. They are willing to submit to us.
Redfoot, submit to us? She looked at the map. The city Lord of Tales is quite clever.
They know that submitting to us is their only way to survive. It seems this attack on Giant Spirit City is still because of Tales City.
Yes. Redfoot, but they just surrendered like that? At this moment, the trusted confidant next to him took out a lot of magic cards. He said, "The new city lord is Curus, a retainer of the former city lord. This is his pledge of allegiance." When Redfoot looked at it, he saw that it depicted the murder of various nobles and city lords. He remembered that these were all people from Atticus's lineage. They were all killed. This Curus is a man who can judge the situation carefully. By utilizing the geographical location of Tars, Atticus was able to launch an attack, thus holding back the chosen army and temporarily preserving his own safety. Knowing they couldn't survive in either the Heavenly Mandate or the Imperial Army, they sent us a message to surrender.
Interesting. TSK. Atticus probably never imagined that all his men would be killed. Subordinate, could this be a trap? What kind of tricks could he possibly have, coming from a city deep behind the Heavenly Mandate? It was just a desperate measure to save his life. This Curus is clever, he knows only we can save him. Send troops down to cooperate with Tar City to take down Giant Spirit City if there is an opportunity while the two sides are fighting. Giant Spirit City is difficult for others to attack, but for us? That makes things much simpler. Your Excellency is wise.
As he spoke, the man turned into a handful of yellow sand and merged into the ground.
Redfoot looked at Giant Spirit City, still claiming to be the mandate of heaven? TSK. Chapter 70, 69. 10 times stronger than him, the advantage is mine. 1 day later. Giant Spirit City was subjected to a fierce attack by the Atticus Empire's army.
But thanks to the towering city walls, the Heavenly Mandate army managed to defend against the attack. However, the Imperial army, along with the remaining Imperial troops still trapped in the city, also caused great trouble for the Heavenly Mandate Lord.
Giant Spirit City. Central Conference Room. What's going on now? Dessler asked, inwardly frustrated.
The Imperial army launched attacks on our side from the southeast and north. The combined remnants of the army have caused us considerable trouble.
What about the base area?
Starting with Regenburg and ending with Tars, they began to cut off our supply lines.
The situation is not optimistic in all aspects. Dessler, hold on. Atticus intends to hold out at Tars to cut off our attack line and capture Giant Spirit City.
Originally, in front of the Heavenly Mandate army, Region Bayo was nothing more than an insignificant little mouse. Now, it has become the key to the overall turmoil.
No one expected it to turn out this way. Dessler, has there been a reply from Redfoot?
They keep saying they'll help us keep Atticus occupied.
Restraint? Restraint my ass.
They've all come to our door, fucking thrashing around.
What's the situation over there now?
They are advancing towards my city, but at a very slow pace.
You can't catch up. Given Resford's character, we might have to deal with Retfoss after we deal with Atticus. Damn, neither of those brothers is easy to mess with.
Despin said from the side, brother, no, chief, let me lead the team to wipe out Regenburg. Otherwise, he would have continued to cut off our supply lines to the base.
This would inevitably put Giant Spirit City in grave danger. Dessler, I have to go. Despin hurriedly said, no, chief, you must stay in Giant Spirit City and face these two brothers. If you are not in Giant Spirit City, the army's morale will easily collapse. Given the current situation, the remaining 4 legions will inevitably have to be stationed in Giant Spirit City. Let me lead the 2nd Legion.
I am familiar with the situation and terrain there.
I guarantee I can complete the task. Upon hearing this, Dessler frowned.
Thinking of the 6th Legion and the assassination attempt, a vague unease crept into his heart.
He hesitated for a moment before asking, can you take it down with just 1 legion? Despin, of course, chief. No matter how powerful Tail City is, it is still just a small territory formed by a small city. There weren't even any proper city walls there. Moreover, our 2nd Army of Destiny is not a piece of trash like the 6th Army. There are more than 50,000 available troops. No matter how good Jonas is, he can't possibly handle so many of us. The city of Tars had only a few thousand troops. 10 times stronger than him, the advantage is mine. How could I possibly not be able to get it? Do they really think Jonas is a god descended from heaven?
Dessler hesitated for a moment before continuing. A major factor in Jonas's ability to defeat the 6th Army was his terrifying magical power. To avoid this situation from happening, I will send the mage corps of the 3 armies with you. Dessler initially wanted to refuse, but seeing Dessler's determined look, he agreed.
Yes. Dessler patted Despin heavily and said, you are the person I trust the most. Bring that bastard Jonas and that bitch Yarrow back to me, dead or alive. Yes. Dessler was still worried about Despin. He took off the runestone that was wrapped around his hands and hid it on Despin's shoulder. If there's any danger, remember to run. Brother, give this to me, you. It's alright, just don't let a situation like Eurolius being beheaded amidst a vast army happen again. Don't worry. I won't give him any chance. In front of Fort Regan, a massive city wall stands across the rugged mountains. On the city wall, Callus also inscribed special runes. This is what she received when she acquired the Magic Academy ring. It can greatly increase resistance to magic. At this moment, Jonas stood atop the city wall, looking at it with satisfaction. It depends on this terrain. It's estimated that the Heavenly Mandate army was in a desperate situation when they came to attack. Ding ding. Jonas looked at the flashing bracelet on his wrist and a slight smile appeared on his lips. The Heavenly Mandate army has finally arrived. A legion, haha. Perfect timing, he's short-staffed. He said to Catral beside him. Miss Assassin, your chosen army is here. Catral was standing next to Jonas. He was forced to stand upright, his large black robe covering his curvaceous figure. Only a blushing face was visible. Beneath the black robe, his body was bound in an extremely shameful position with red hemp rope. His body trembled. You must always maintain your balance. You bastard. Jonas said nonchalantly, I want to take those little white pills again. You. Jonas, do you think the Destiny Army can rescue you from me? Catdala remained silent for a moment.
Before us stood a city wall built against the natural terrain, inscribed with various runes. A direct breakthrough would be virtually impossible. She really finds it hard to imagine. In such a short time, how could this wicked person have erected such a towering city wall in such a dangerous place? What's even more unimaginable is that, despite being a small territory, its development in all aspects is in no way inferior to that of big cities. Swordsman's Guild, Magic Guild. Catdara, let me go if you dare. She really wanted to go back and warn the Heavenly Order that Jonas was the biggest potential threat. Jonas took a sip of tea and said with a smile, when it's time to let you go, I will naturally let you go.
Miss Carter. Let's make a bet.
I'll bet you're one of the greatest contributors to the Heavenly Mandate Army.
Did the Heavenly Mandate Army come to kill you, or to save you? Catadila, ha, are you kidding me?
Despite her doubts, she didn't believe a word Jonas told her.
Given his position in the Heavenly Mandate Army, how could the other party possibly kill him? Jobs waved his hand and said, we'll see. But, hey. Today, Lord Yaluo doesn't seem as resistant as usual. Upon hearing this, Catdara was immediately filled with shame and anger. Impossible. Miss Carter, have you gotten used to it? No. You're talking nonsense. Ouch.
Before Catdara could finish speaking, he instinctively let out a strange cry.
Jonas tugged on the rope.
Something on the other side was unsteady and landed next to him.
Compared to her initial icy demeanor, Catdara is much more fun now. Catdara gritted his teeth and said,
Your smugness won't last long.
From your location in Regenburg, await the arrival of the Army of Destiny.
You are doomed to die.
Jonas, I've been waiting for them to come. Claiming its destiny is laughable. I bet within 2 months, my destiny is over. Bullshit. Do you think the Heavenly Mandate Lord is like those weak Imperial armies? Ha ha ha.
I wonder what expression Katla will have when she reaches the end of her destiny.
This way.
Desvin raised the sword in his hand. He addressed his army. A forced march, and in one day, we'll crush Regenburg.
Chapter 71, Question 70, This could have been built in such a short time? Beware of ambushes and traps on the road. Now that we've arrived here, we should proceed slowly.
Make sure everything goes perfectly, Desvin said to his troops. Although he made a guarantee in front of Dessler. But having witnessed Jonas's ruthlessness and methods, he knew he was a formidable opponent. Moreover, when they left, they saw the soldiers of Regenburg setting up traps in a grand manner under the guise of building city walls. This mountain range is probably not as easy to traverse as one might imagine.
Yes, sir.
Many of the Heavenly Mandate Army soldiers looked at the surrounding mountains. He said with some concern, My lord, with such mountainous terrain, it would be easy for us to be trapped by the enemy if we came in.
Desvin waved his hand and said, Don't worry.
With their forces, at most they can only set up traps or hide behind the city walls.
As for surrounding us from the opposite direction? Are they really going to surround our tens of thousands of troops with only a few thousand of their own? This is between Giant Spirit City and the Heavenly Mandate base. The Imperial Army cannot cross over there yet. We have more than enough to deal with them. The subordinate nodded.
Sir, you are right. Let's wipe this force out properly. They've lived long enough. However, before the Heavenly Mandate Army could actually reach Regenburg, they were blocked by a huge city wall.
The city wall rises straight up from the mountains, and its material, which is unknown, appears exceptionally dark in the sunlight. Desvin was stunned to see this massive city wall standing there. He stared blankly. No. When did this towering city wall appear?
He remembered very clearly when he came to explore this place before it was just a few small mounds of earth back then.
How long has it been? So, this is how a city wall is erected? Is this some kind of magic?
No, this can no longer be called magic, it's practically a miracle. The trusted confidant beside him was also one of his subordinates who had come with him to investigate at that time. At this moment, his mouth was wide open. They initially thought Jonas was using the construction of the city walls as cover to set up an ambush in this mountain range.
It seems they've really built a city wall. No, this is a mountain range. The difficulty of building this city wall is unimaginable. How could this have been built in such a short time? Moreover, the height of this city wall is even comparable to that of Giant Spirit City.
You know, Giant Spirit City is famous for its towering city walls. And those garrison troops above. Upon seeing the Heavenly Mandate Army's massive attack, they were all extremely excited.
Desmond's lips twitched. What was this excitement thing?
Having conquered so many noble territories, they were mostly filled with fear and tension. This was the first time they had seen such excitement upon witnessing their own large army.
On the city walls, the original lords were reassigned by Jonathan based on their abilities.
They were divided into smaller units and assigned to various armies as junior generals.
Looking down at the approaching celestial circle, the former lords felt extremely fortunate.
Fortunately, they had already sided with Jonas. Otherwise, facing such an army, their territory would be 100% annihilated. And for those who were originally lords or nobles, their fate after being captured by the natives of the Heavenly Mandate Army was predictable. In contrast to the past, we saw so many well-equipped Destiny Army soldiers. They have already begun to choose to escape. But at this moment, instead of running away, they were extremely excited. Because they knew better than anyone how sturdy the city wall was. Jonas also set up a huge reward for killing the Heavenly Army and bringing back slaves and resources. They can even obtain magic crystals. Moreover, they knew that this lord had never broken his word. On the city walls, the army was composed of more than just the territorial troops of the past.
There were also many slaves that Jonas had taken in. These slaves underwent systematic military training by Jonas and Liliana.
They are of extremely high quality and absolutely obey orders.
At the same time, these slaves were also extremely grateful to Jonas. Jonas gave them jobs and money.
The pay in the military is much higher than in other jobs.
Many slaves who wanted to join the army were even denied entry.
Lurald was once a slave. But now, he is a glorious warrior of the Regan territory. He received a high reward, and at the same time, his daughter became a member of the Magic Guild.
He became a high-ranking magician.
Rurald still feels like it's a dream. I'm afraid that if I wake up in the middle of the night, it will all be a dream. But when I woke up, all I saw was that sturdy cement house. Under the oppression and turmoil of the Empire, he had already lost all hope for the future. But now, I'm incredibly looking forward to the next day.
Everything flourished under Jonas's leadership. He is the savior of this area.
As for the so-called divine mandate that saves slaves and lowly races from suffering, and the brutal imperial army,
that's nothing.
If they were to attack Lord Jonas's territory and disrupt his life, he would not recommend letting them taste the sharp weapons in his hands. On the city walls, there were many slaves who had experienced similar hardships to him.
After the reforms, they became Lord Jonas's most loyal soldiers. Desmond frowned. He wanted to eliminate Regenburg at an extremely fast pace.
Unexpectedly, such an obstacle was encountered right from the start. He gritted his teeth and said, "The construction of the city wall requires laying a solid foundation step by step. What use could a city wall built so quickly be?" The group of monks moved forward and built a tall tower. Other legions established protective barriers.
Blow a huge hole in the middle of the city wall. Deswin is now very fortunate.
I'm glad I didn't act recklessly and bring 2 magic groups with me.
However, when countless dazzling magical beams, carrying immense power and destructive force, slammed into the city walls, Desvin realized he was wrong.
The surface of the city wall was covered with faint green ripples. As the runes manifested, they absorbed the magic. No, it even has runes engraved on it.
Why should I?
Most importantly, even if runes are engraved.
Under such terrifying bombardment, the city walls would also loosen due to the powerful vibrations.
However, the newly built city wall did not budge in the slightest.
Is the strength of this city wall even comparable to that of Giant Spirit City? Deswin's lips twitched. This could have been built in such a short time? Chapter 72, Section 71. He blocked it all by himself? With things as they were, Desvin gritted his teeth and said, "Intensify the bombardment. Each rune has a limited durability."
They blasted a huge hole in me. There were only a few thousand people on the other side. Without this city wall, they are nothing more than pigs waiting to be slaughtered.
Despite saying that, Deswin felt increasingly uneasy.
They hadn't even reached Regenburg yet, and they'd already encountered such a huge obstacle.
Yes. Now.
Jonas also arrived at the city wall, followed by Callus and Katra.
Grown-ups.
As Jonas arrived, every garrison soldier bowed respectfully, their eyes filled with admiration.
Catra was still wearing the same black robe.
However, two delicate black anklets were now adorning her fair ankles, their decoration swaying slightly with her movements, causing her body to tremble slightly. This is Jonathan's latest magical gadget. The more violently Catrati moves, the more strange pain it will suffer. This was also an item to prevent Katila from escaping. Meanwhile, Callus, dressed in a purple magical robe, floated slightly beside her.
She wasn't wearing shoes.
Purple anklets were wrapped around her smooth ankles, their fine patterns resembling flowing ancient runes. They shimmered with a cold metallic luster as she swayed with each step, as if magic were flowing through them. The purple lace-footed stockings gently wrap around the slender ankles, with the lace edges subtly revealing openwork patterns that complement the ankle rings, exuding an irresistible and alluring charm as they sway. These outfits were a gift from Jonathan, and also allowed Callus to levitate using magic.
This gift surprised and delighted Carlyle.
He marveled at how Jonathan's magical abilities far surpassed his own. Jonas stood on the city wall, looking down at the menacing Heavenly Mandate army.
But he shook his head and said, "Is this all the Heavenly Mandate army has sent? What a disappointment." Looking at Jonas's expression, Desvin couldn't help but snort coldly. "You bunch of aristocratic dogs, all you can do is boast, you have no other skills. So few people? This is a legion, tens of thousands of people."
Compared to the few thousand men he could command, it was an overwhelming victory.
Jonas wasn't angry, he just chuckled. Tens of thousands of people? They couldn't even breach a city wall.
Those who dare to claim to be chosen by heaven are nothing but a bunch of useless trash.
You. Jonas waved his hand and pulled Catra directly in front of him.
The speed at which they were being pulled caused Catra to let out a soft groan.
"So you've come here to rescue our dear Miss Yaluo?"
As he spoke, he pinched the soft flesh on Catra's waist like a wicked nobleman.
"Miss Carter, the Destiny Army has come to rescue you. Aren't you happy?"
Catra pursed her lips, said nothing, and simply turned her face away.
She didn't want to stay here. It's not because of anything. But what if someone saw what he looked like under his black robe? She estimated she would feel unprecedented shame. Jonas was clearly the culprit behind everything.
His words, coupled with a series of actions. Surprisingly, in addition to hatred, I also felt a complex mix of emotions.
Watching the interaction between Caterola and Jonas, Desvin, standing below the city wall, couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of phlegm. "Damn it, you damn noble dogs and slutty bitches." Catdala's eyes widened. "What did you say?"
"I have done so much for the mandate of heaven, and am one of its greatest contributors." Even after falling into Jonas's hands and suffering such humiliation, he never revealed any information.
Now, in Deswin's words, she's a so-called cheap bitch? How could he say such a thing? Desvin, what can I say? Stop pretending.
Everyone in the Heavenly Mandate army knows you've sided with Jonas.
She became the plaything of this nobleman. Such fawning is utterly repulsive. You. What about Dessler? That's what he thought too.
You traitor, don't mention my brother. It was him who listed you as the #1 traitor of the Destiny level. Any member of the Heavenly Mandate army who sees you will be killed. I'm here today to take Jonas's body and your body, you bastard, back with me.
What did you say? Am I a traitor? Did Dessler list himself as Schicksal's #1 traitor? What did I do to become the #1 traitor?
She did so much for Destiny, even risking her life multiple times.
This #1 traitor? The sudden influx of information made Catra feel a little dizzy.
She gritted her teeth and looked back at Jonas. But they found Jonas with his legs crossed. Her long, golden hair swayed gently in the breeze.
He flipped the Catrat bracelet in his hand and the control coin on his ankle bracelet. He said with an innocent yet flippant tone, "Don't look at me like that. I didn't do anything."
On the contrary, Miss Carter, it seems the leader of the Destiny army doesn't trust you. The greatest contributor has become the #1 traitor.
I wonder what Miss Carter is thinking right now. Should we confront Dessler and ask him directly? Ha ha. You damn bastard. Am I supposed to die? He. At least I'll give you the right to live. Instead of giving you death the moment you stabbed me. Otherwise, you will always be seen as a traitor in the eyes of the Heavenly Mandate Lord, a so-called lowly whore who surrendered. You agree, right? You.
Think about it carefully, Miss Carter.
Think about what I said. Stop running away from reality. Reality is sometimes crueler than you imagine. And I am the one who can help you the most. Is there anything else Cat Della wants to say?
But as Jonas flipped the magic coin in his hand, she let out a soft groan, went limp, and sat down on the ground like a duck. Jonas walked up to her and lifted a strand of her long hair. Take a good look at your so-called heavenly mandate army. They're nothing but a bunch of useless cowards who dream of seizing imperial power. Desmond's anger surged even more as he looked at the two figures on the city wall.
Damn it, what are you saying?
Magic Guild, activate the first array, amplify magical energy, and blast open the city walls.
After Desmond gave the order, the two mage regiments of the Heavenly Mandate Army quickly adjusted their formation.
Countless mages began chanting incantations, and magical light gathered in their hands.
The spells of both mage groups were cast simultaneously.
Powerful magical energy, carrying various elements, surged towards the city walls like a tidal wave, its target Jonas. Upon seeing this, Jonas not only did not retreat, but instead walked to the front of the city wall. Her long, golden hair shone brightly under the magical light. There was no panic in his eyes as the magic drew near. He slowly raised his hands. The moment the palms were pushed out, the air suddenly solidified into an amber-colored barrier. The magical torrents from the two mage legions crashed into the invisible barrier and exploded with a deafening roar, with ice shards and flames swirling around him. But the moment it touched his long golden hair, it turned into tiny starlight. As he traced a line with his fingertips, dark gold patterns seeped from the distorted spatial cracks. Like chains binding the out-of-control magical energy, it crushed the howling hurricane and exploding fireballs into dust. The light and dust dissipated between the two armies. It made everyone feel that it was exceptionally beautiful and dreamlike. Staring blankly at the city wall. He blocked it all by himself? Chapter 73, Section 72, Then I'll grant your wish. Desmond's lips twitched as he looked at Jonas, who was floating in the air.
My whole body is numb? One person held off an attack from two groups of mages? How is that possible? What is his magical ability? Frosty Silver? He suddenly understood Elliot a little. I figured it out now, that's why he was able to be captured by Jonas amidst a sea of soldiers. The mages of destiny were also stunned. There was no output of magic power for a while. As mages, they knew better than anyone the strength of that attack. If someone said that one person could withstand an attack from a group of mages, they would all think that person was crazy or stupid. But the reality is exactly what happened. The person in front of me single-handedly blocked the attacks of two magic groups. Everyone who becomes a magician feels like they are God's favorite, a genius. Now, seeing Jonas so young, and how easily he blocked the attacks from both of their magic groups, they suddenly realized how ridiculous their past pride was in front of Jonas. Carlyle watched from behind Jonas. Lord Jonas has become stronger again. Sigh, when will I ever catch up to him? Cuttrall, standing beside him, pursed his lips, a stark contrast to the fiery sun that shone on the 12th. Jonas's aura is becoming increasingly profound. No. How can someone's abilities grow so quickly? Jonas, floating in the air, addressed the army below. I'm giving you a choice, submit or die. As soon as Jonas finished speaking, a loud noise suddenly came from the rear, left, and right directions of the Heavenly Mandate Army. Immediately following was the sound of orderly stamping of feet and shouts of battle. Dust billowed as two armies surged forward rapidly. The two armies did not launch a direct attack. One was the swordsman regiment led by Olivina. There was also the army led by his father. They stopped in an orderly fashion on the left and right sides behind the Destiny Circle, sandwiching the Destiny Army between them. They blocked their only escape route. Let the atmosphere change accordingly. Desmond was startled when he saw the flag above. How could the Legion territory have gathered so many troops in such a short time? Despite his inner unease, Desmond still shouted, "Do you think an army of only 10,000 men can stop our army of 60,000? Surrender? Since the flames of battle were ignited, our Heavenly Mandate Army has never yielded or been afraid." Jonas smiled dismissively. At this moment, the mage group led by Callus stood beside him. With each person's magic surging, it continuously supplied Jonas. Faint magical ripples formed on his body. This is the magic gathering array he obtained through the two rings he captured, and it is also an important array for every army to be equipped with a mage core. Gathering magical power can unleash magic at a higher level.
However, it places an enormous burden on the person casting the spell. However, Jonas has 100% magic power, which allows him to maximize the potential of such a formation.
It can even reach the magical strength of the molten gold level.
As countless magical energies gathered, the air around Jonas became slightly distorted. Desvin immediately ordered archers, mages, interrupt his spellcasting. Instantly, countless arrows, combined with magical attacks, hurtled towards Jonas. However, such attacks were ineffective against Jonas. One hand gathers magic, while the other hand stretches forward. It created faint ripples of magical energy, and the powerful defensive magic shut out all the air. He said softly, "If you won't submit, then die." With a sudden chill in his voice, he slowly raised his hands. In an instant, the situation changed dramatically. The surrounding air changed slightly, and a chill suddenly descended.
Everyone instinctively flinched.
Suddenly, they all looked up, and a tiny crystal condensed slightly in the air. The next moment, a blinding cold light, like stars, instantly filled the entire army. It completely enveloped the 60,000 soldiers in front of it.
At first glance, everyone was dazzled. Upon closer inspection, everyone was terrified.
Those were sharp swords formed from solidified ice, densely covering the entire sky. Each arrow flashed with a sharp, piercing light.
They could even feel the chilling aura emanating from above, bringing them to the brink of death.
This caused them to instinctively stop their attacks.
The terrifying ice arrows felt like blades were being placed under everyone's necks.
It was as if they could take their lives with the slightest movement.
Instantly, goosebumps rose all over my body.
If they previously thought the Sixth Army had been defeated by Jonas, they considered the Sixth Army to be cowards and useless.
Looking back now, they would only think Jonas was the devil. A person so young. How did they come to control such a force that could change the course of events? Oh my God.
Standing behind Olivina, Slinda's eyes widened, she covered her mouth, and opened her lips, unable to close them for a long time.
Jonas, how could he be so terrifying? Not long ago. It seems he only used the fireball spell, right?
Hall, standing next to him, also twitched at the corner of his mouth. No wonder Jonas was confident he could hold off the 2 legions of the Heavenly Mandate Army. This, combined with the Mage Squad, allows them to exert such decisive power on the battlefield.
Jonas was even more capable than he had imagined. Looking at the scene below, Jonas said calmly, "I still stand by what I said, surrender or die." Desvin swallowed hard as he looked at the sky full of ice arrows.
He suddenly regretted taking on this mission. Such city walls, and such mage abilities to decide the fate of the battlefield. How could it be possible for him to take it down with just 1 legion?
No wonder Yao Luo would side with someone like that. Jonas certainly has the ability to overthrow the Heavenly Mandate Army. But surrender? Oh. Deswin looked straight at Jonas.
Our Heavenly Mandate Army is the spark of rebellion, the future of every race. On the battlefield, there is only death in battle, there is no surrender. When the flames of destiny spread here, one day, your Regenberg will also be crushed by our Legion of Destiny. Besides, with your limited forces, the outcome is still uncertain. Jonas chuckled, "Well said, only death in battle, no surrender of any soldiers."
Then I will grant your wish. Chapter 74, Section 73, so tell me now. Surrender, or death? The next moment, a barrage of ice arrows suddenly fell on the area where Desvin was located. The ice arrows, like the merciless scythe of death, rained down with overwhelming force. Deswin felt the air around him freeze instantly, the biting cold almost freezing his soul. His eyes were fixed on the ice arrows, and a sense of despair welled up inside him. However, just as the ice arrow was about to pierce his body, the green runestone that Desley had given him suddenly emitted a soft yet powerful green light. The light acted like an invisible shield, instantly enveloping his entire body. The ice arrows collided with the green light, producing a crisp cracking sound, and turned into dust, dissipating into the air. Looking at the dark green rune in his hand, he felt a sense of relief. However, when he looked around, his heart sank to the bottom. The soldiers around him, his comrades who had fought alongside him, were now lying in pools of blood. The ice arrows pierced their bodies mercilessly, sending up terrifying shards and ice flowers. The blood flowed down, but it was quickly frozen. Their bodies lay scattered on the ground, none of them survived. It was as if they were suffering a natural disaster, and there was nothing they could do about it. Deswin's ears were filled with their screams. "No," Desvin murmured. He stared wide-eyed at Jonas, who was floating in the air,
as if he were looking at a god. Jonas wasn't bluffing under such magic, they were utterly powerless to resist.
Moreover, the obstacles to retreat were completely blocked. Their entire army is going to die here. What can they use to fight people like that? Jonas looked at the green runestone with some surprise. He said coldly, "Is this your choice?" Desvin. Desvin looked up, his eyes filled with anger and despair. He gritted his teeth, trying to stay awake. "Jonas. The flames of our heavenly mandate army will never be extinguished. One day, we will return. To die on the battlefield is the glory of the heavenly mandate army." Jonas sneered, "Flames? What do you think the deaths of your soldiers will bring you? Died on the battlefield? Utterly ridiculous. There will be no war in front of me, only one-sided slaughter, and you are nothing but a bunch of lowly ants dying at my hands. Those who die on the battlefield are heroes, for they died defending the battlefield against the enemy. And you died in vain at the hands of someone who could kill you without leaving a trace, your death's meaningless and worthless. No one will remember you. I just think you guys are overestimating yourselves. And you evoke pity. You." Upon hearing Jonas's low voice, Deswin froze, his anger barely contained, yet he remained speechless. Jonas snapped his fingers, and a dense barrage of ice arrows rained down once more, pressing down on the minds of everyone present. The bloodshed in Desvin caused many people to take a step back. In just a short time, thousands of people died. The members of the heavenly mandate army swallowed hard. At this moment, they had lost all will to fight and only wanted to escape. This situation may well be a turning point, which could also be the moment when the troops collapse. Seeing this, Jonas knew the time had come. "Warriors of Destiny, I ask you, why did you choose to join Destiny?" Jonas said in a deep voice, his voice carrying clearly to everyone. "You don't need to answer. I know, and everyone knows. The empire you live in is tainted by long-standing oppressive rule and an unjust future. It is the empire that has been squeezing your living space step by step. The food you crave is being sold at exorbitant prices thanks to the hype from the nobility. Without food, there is only death." Apart from Jonas's voice, the scene of tens of thousands of people suddenly became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop, and everyone stared at Jonas in the air, lost in thought. What Jonas said was exactly what they were thinking. And the nobles of the great cities of the empire lived in magnificent castles. They indulge in delicacies every day, revel in jewelry and fine wine, and live a life of extravagance and debauchery. This is what you envy, are jealous of, and crave the most. I hope that I, my family, and my descendants can all live that kind of life. This is how the heavenly mandate army came into being, and how it expanded. Jonas's voice softened, and he spoke to everyone's heart. What Jonas said was exactly what they longed for most. They had suffered for too many years as slaves and as a lowly race, and they did not want to endure suffering any longer, nor did they want their descendants to suffer anymore. Seeing the hesitation on these people's faces, Jonas changed the subject. The leader of the heavenly mandate army has ambitions to dominate Posta. What did you get after he used you? What did your family receive? Ha! It's nothing more than a change in the power and oppression of a different group of people. You are fighting for yourselves and for your relatives, descendants, and race. If you die by my hand today, what will you gain? Prestige? Honor? Ridiculous. So what have you lost? What you have lost is your life. If you can die without fear, then what is your reason for joining Destiny? If you die, what will happen to your families, your race? You dare not think about it. Jonas grinned. Then I will tell you one by one. Your parents have lost their future, their only support. Some of your wives will remarry and become someone else's wife. Your child will suffer abuse and even be driven away and abandoned in a strange family. They suffer endless scorn and bullying from the world, and no one will protect them. What will become of the so-called base of Destiny under my command? You can imagine. So you guys are really not afraid of dying? In any era of war, the first thing to mention when persuading someone to surrender is their family, and this will always be the most effective way to persuade them to surrender. A person may not fear death, but the people they care about most and cannot give up are always their family. Jonas spoke them out one by one, and each word struck the deepest part of everyone's heart. The resulting effect was undoubtedly magnified many times over. Immediately, the heavenly mandate army was thrown into turmoil. Many people had tears on their faces, along with confusion and panic. Looking at these people, Jonas continued.
It would be incredibly simple for me to kill you all, there's no need to waste my breath on you.
But I'm willing to give you a choice.
A choice with a bright future.
Jonas hovered in the air, his gaze sweeping over the tens of thousands of wavering soldiers below.
Enlarge each magic card with magic.
I see it clearly.
In my territory, every laborer can live in a stone-built cement greenhouse with walls thick enough to keep out the extreme cold and roofs covered with snow-proof asphalt tiles. In winter, there's a peat fire in the fireplace, and the children can gather around it to eat roasted potatoes. The land here does not belong to the nobles. You cultivate your own allotted land, give 1/3 of the harvest to the territory, and keep the rest for yourselves. There will never again be overseers whipping you to work your lives, nor will nobles steal your winter rations under the guise of exorbitant taxes. During spring planting, the territory will distribute free wheat seeds and farming tools. After the autumn harvest, the mill will grind flour for you free of charge.
Under imperial rule, would you dare to even think about these things? His voice suddenly deepened, yet carried an undeniable power. Your descendants will not have to be born inferior like you.
The school was open to all children, whether they were the farmer's son or the blacksmith's daughter.
They can all learn magic, swordsmanship. One could even become a scholar or a monk.
No one should be deprived of a future because of their low birth, as long as they are willing.
The Heavenly Mandate Army promised you to overthrow the Empire, but have they given you any concrete tomorrow?
They will only offer you so-called promises with glory and sacrifice, making you pave the way for their ambitions with your own flesh and blood.
And what I'm giving you is tangible reality.
The moment the words fell, the breathing of tens of thousands of soldiers merged into a heavy hum. The air was thick with the stench of blood and the chill of ice, yet it also carried a faint but burning scent of hope.
Jonas couldn't help but smile. So now, tell me, surrender or death? Chapter 74. I have to say, we're really amazing.
From the very beginning, Jonas never intended to destroy this army. Moreover, with the system around, he can clearly know the loyalty of everyone and has no fear of traitors.
Once the income is collected and a wave is purged, these will be the most loyal soldiers. Because I can provide them with what they want most. With them, the destiny base behind Tail City would also be his for the taking.
But a young soldier suddenly spoke, trembling.
We betrayed. Betrayal?
Jonas's gaze fell on his face, with a hint of cruel pity. What is the leader of the Heavenly Mandate Army drinking while your wives and children are gnawing on tree bark in the cold wind? When you used your blood and flesh to conquer cities and territories for them, did they ever share even half a field of wheat with you in the future they promised?
What has become of your former Lord Yaluo, the greatest contributor to Heaven's mandate? What is betrayal? They are not worthy of your loyalty at all. I'll ask one last time.
Jonas's voice was deep and resonant, each word striking like a hammer blow.
Surrender or death? The first to drop his weapon was an old soldier missing half an ear.
Trembling, he unfastened his Heavenly Mandate Army token from his waist and threw it to the ground with a clatter. I want my daughter to have bread to eat. Then, a second, a third, more and more weapons were abandoned. The clanging of metal created a symphony of despair. Some people cried, while others numbly removed their armor.
One by one, their bodies knelt down, surrendering before Jonas.
Desmond looked at everything before him, as if all the blood in his body had been drained. He wanted to roar, to draw his sword, but found himself powerless. Jonas descended from the sky and walked step by step toward Desmond in front of him.
This is your destiny? How disappointing. Desmond gritted his teeth. Now I understand why a small territory was enough to scatter the 6th Army. Because Jonas alone has the ability to decide the course of a battle.
How could these indigenous people, who were filled with hope and longing, resist such a brutal attack on their spirit? Just then, something unexpected happened. A poison arrow shot out from the chaotic army, aimed straight at Jonas's heart. However, before the arrow could even get close, the sword cleaved it in two. Jonas's eyes turned cold as he looked at the chaotic army.
Some people are still resisting. You're courting death.
A cold glint flashed in Jonas's hand, and terrifying sword energy surged forth.
Sizzle.
The man's eyes widened, the crossbow in his hand clattered to the ground, and he remained with a ferocious expression until his death. This sudden massacre stirred up the crowd that had just calmed down. Jonas, however, remained unconcerned, his gaze sweeping over each terrified face. I do not kill those who lay down their weapons, but among them are traitors and rebels, and only death will suffice.
As he spoke, the floating ice arrows descended, and those who had not yet lowered their weapons were pierced by them before they could even react.
Another chorus of wails erupted. At that moment, looking at the dead people around them, those who had laid down their weapons and surrendered couldn't help but feel a sense of relief.
Jonas moved with unimpeded ease, arriving right in front of Deswin amidst the Destiny army.
Come on, go sit at the same table as Elliot.
Die. Deswin grabbed his iron sword and tried to cut off Jonas's head.
However, his proud swordsmanship was full of flaws in front of Jonas, who casually cut off Deswin's arm with a single sword stroke, sending it flying into the air.
This also brought out Deswin's enormous wail. Ah!
Then the back of a sword struck Deswin on the head, knocking him to the ground and rendering him unconscious. Jonas looked at the banner of destiny, slashed it in half with his sword, and said, "Return to the city. From this day forward, you are no longer the Heavenly Mandate Army." Jonas looked at the arm on the ground that was still gripping the iron sword.
I think Dessler will like this gift.
In the rear, the army went to receive these surrendered defeated soldiers.
Holthu, you won?
He thought that with less than 10,000 troops, they would face a fierce battle against the nearly 60,000 strong Heavenly Mandate Army.
But I never expected to win so easily. Slinda nodded from behind, it seems so. What did we do? Well, I have to say, we're really amazing.
I can hardly imagine that one day, our Regenburg will be able to take over so many troops and supplies. It should be noted that the territory originally had several thousand people, but the army numbered less than 1,000. Now, it has increased several times over. Slinda pursed her lips and said, although Jonas is a bit awful, everything really is thanks to him. She instinctively looked at Olivina, the joy of victory making her want to hug the sweet and soft Olivina. But Olivina stared intently at Jonas, her eyes filled with infatuation.
His expression was blank, and I didn't know what he was thinking. Her face still had a rosy glow. TSK. How boring. Regenburg has expanded and can easily accommodate these people.
After Jonas returned to the city wall, the defeated soldiers gradually passed through the city gates and entered Regenburg.
Katra, standing on the city wall, stared blankly at the Destiny army. Jonas's words still seemed to echo in my ears. Take a good look.
Your so-called Heavenly Mandate Army is nothing but a bunch of useless trash who dream of seizing the Empire's power. This is the second army of Destiny, which can be called the elite of Destiny. However, such an army appears to be so vulnerable under Jonas's command. The barrage of ice arrows also gave Cutral a better understanding of Jonas's strength. Just when you think Jonas's ability is limited, he always manages to surprise you.
Jonas went straight up to Cutral.
He reached his right hand directly into the black robe and tightened the rope inside. This immediately caused the stunned Catra to exclaim in surprise.
You. Jonas didn't say much and took her back to his room. What do you want to do?
Jonas pulled her to a chair, lifted her black robe, revealing her in an extremely shameful position, bound by ropes. Different rings were also worn around the neck, hands, and feet. It's estimated that the Heavenly Mandate Army would find it hard to imagine that the former Lord Yao Luo would be treated this way. You vile bastard. He was clearly such a strong person, and also had such a strong mind.
Why would someone like that have so many messy things going on?
These things made her feel even more ashamed than the cruel torture.
Jonas shook his head and said, "Thank you for the compliment. Miss Yaluo, as the #1 traitor of Destiny, what are you thinking? This time it was Dessler's brother who came to kill you, but next time, will his axe just fall on your head by itself?" As he spoke, he tied Catdilla to the chair in a humiliating position. Catdilla wanted to retort, but remembering what had just happened, she fell silent and couldn't say anything. Why do you think Dessler would label you as the #1 traitor of the Destiny army? I think it shouldn't be hard for Miss Yaluo to guess, right? Are you still deceiving yourself? Catadila, He. You just can't accept that you killed your entire clan, and then you've been wholeheartedly helping the culprit. So even with the facts laid bare, I still can't believe it. Jonas's actions essentially tore open Catral's bloody wounds. This made her excited. I didn't. I'm not. Wah. Jonas flipped the coins in his hand. After a soft chuckle, she sat gracefully on the table. Don't get agitated, Miss Carter, you already have the answer in your heart. After so much preparation, it's time for him to reap the rewards. He first attacked the other party's arrogance and erased their coldness, and now he is winning their heart, all for the sake of loyalty. Catdira, then let me go back. Jonas, soon we will take over Giant Spirit City, and then you will naturally meet Deslai.
I will not get involved in your feud, you can settle it yourself.
But as for your past grudge of trying to assassinate me, now, it's time to make amends. No. You, mum. Don't worry. Miss Carter, I will avenge you, whether it be the Destiny Army or the Imperial Army.
Believe me, I would never stoop to lying. Moreover, if you can find the Holy Spirit clan later, they might even be able to help you resurrect your people.
Loyalty, 5%. Loyalty, 0%. The room was slightly dimly lit. Looking at Jonas's appearance and thinking about his powerful demeanor. In a daze. Katrad could not help but succumb. What was the purpose of everything she did? Maybe this is good enough. Gradually, she stopped struggling. Loyalty, 5%. Loyalty, 10%. Chapter 75. Lord Jonas will not mistreat anyone who is loyal to him. Bite. Gained abilities: Shadow Step, Backstab. Shadow Escape, hides in the darkness, making it difficult to detect and attack. Backstab, attacks from behind, dealing 400% damage. Upon seeing this news, Jonas couldn't help but smile. He gripped the slippery hard, which elicited a slight hissing sound from below. Loyalty has finally turned positive. It's understandable that I've done so much. And with this ability, Atticus and Lethfors are in danger. If Cutral were to attempt an assassination, she would have to be mindful of many things, since she wouldn't be able to use her Shadow Step ability in well-lit areas. But I didn't have so many concerns. With a single annihilation spell, everything would be dark again at night. At that time, with his Frost Silver level strength and these two heaven-defying skills, Postia might not have many people who could withstand his assassination attempt. If all the leaders are dead, the remaining soldiers are no longer a threat. Miss Cottrell, you've really given me a wonderful gift. As a reward, I will give you a perfect night. No, on the other side. Even into the night, this heavenly mandate army was still being incorporated. Those traitors who were more loyal to fate and harbored wishful thinking were laid bare under the system and were directly killed by Jonas with a barrage of ice arrows. Of the remaining people, judging by their loyalty, at least they won't betray you. As for loyalty growth, it will naturally increase once these people join Regenburg. Compared to the Empire and Destiny, Regenburg was practically paradise under Liliana's rule. Compared to his previous life, Jonas is no longer afraid of their lack of loyalty. Liliana was still managing and incorporating the surrendered troops. Most of them were natives and slaves. In between her busy moments, Liliana glanced at Jonas's room with a hint of resentment in her eyes. He hasn't played it in a long time. Jonas seems to have been interrogating that female assassin lately. But even though it was supposed to be an interrogation, she could tell something was wrong just by looking at the female assassin's gait. Looking at those hesitant movements, and even the figure beneath the black robe, I could easily imagine it. She couldn't help but murmur, "What a philandering man." He subconsciously touched the collar around his neck. I think I kind of look forward to being like that. As one surrendered soldier after another stepped through the city gates, the surrendered soldiers' attention was gradually drawn to the scene before them. They had imagined Regenburg to be a small territory, but what they saw before them was a vast and magnificent city. Regenburg has expanded to more than 10 times its original size, and the former small territory is now covered by rows of neat cement houses. The streets were bustling with activity. There are people of all different skin colors and races here, including indigenous people and those considered inferior. However, contrary to the expectations of the surrendered soldiers, these people did not show any signs of despair or inferiority. Instead, they were all busy with their own things, each with their own job, moving about the streets and alleys. Even the children of the Kian Beju people, who were considered the lowest of the low, were running and playing happily in the streets and alleys. Their laughter and shouts echoed in the air, giving a sense of vibrant energy. The sight startled the surrendered soldiers, as if they had entered another world. Recalling what Jonas had said from his high and mighty position, they initially thought Jonas was lying to get them to surrender, but now they see the truth. It seems like everything is real? The Regenburg soldiers nearby patted the surrendered soldiers on the shoulder and said, "What are you looking at? Let's go." Even this soldier was once considered a lowly race. If it is everything, they would also angrily call these soldiers lackeys of the Empire. Now it seems, if Jonas can deliver on everything he says, then Regenburg is their future, their destiny. With this in mind, many people lowered their guard. I've actually developed a sense of belonging to this place.
After receiving this group of surrendered soldiers, Regenberg also gained a lot more supplies. This includes military equipment such as weapons, armor, and horses.
These can be used to replenish the losses of their own army or for trade.
They also received 2 magic orders.
These magical orders will be incorporated into Callus's magical orders after Jonas's processing.
At that time, with Callus's 100% magical affinity, plus the bonuses from these magic groups, she will be able to achieve her goals. Even if Jonas isn't in Regan City, she can still hold off at least 2 legions. After defeating the Heavenly Mandate army, a banquet was also held in Regan territory, which Jonas specially organized. The banquet was attended by every race and native capital, and the wine at the banquet was brought back by Jonas from the nobles of Tars City. Now everything has been brought to the forefront.
Then they set up bonfires. Long live Lord Jonas. Lord Jonas is our savior. He's practically a god. He can defeat an entire army all by himself.
Under Lord Jonas's protection, we will all have a bright future.
I wish I could marry Lord Jonas. Fine wine, delicious food, and a bonfire.
Everyone wore a smile that seemed out of place as they made wishes over the campfire. At this moment, it doesn't seem like a time of turmoil and war for the Empire. The surrendered soldiers, still being incorporated into the army in the distance, swallowed hard and stopped. I don't know why, but I suddenly felt envious.
Lei Jinchang's soldier said impatiently, "Are we leaving or not? After we've recruited you all, I'm going to a party too."
The surrendered soldiers looked at the soldiers in front of them. The soldier in front of him was a Qian Beiju person, who was even paid the lowest price as a slave, yet he had become a soldier here.
One of the surrendered soldiers, watching this scene, said in a daze, "If we joined here, could we have a life like this?"
If they joined destiny in the past for this kind of future, for the sake of their families, then. But now, the future they've been hoping for seems to be right in front of them.
Qian Baijuai was taken aback, then said, "Lord Jonas will not mistreat anyone who is loyal to him." Can you imagine?
His chief retainer and chief swordsman was a man of the 1,000 white jade.
Chapter 76. This is the life a lord should have. Ah. A nobleman, the chief swordsman, is actually a Qian Beiju person? This. Moreover, the chief magician was once a lowly race.
She used to be a prostitute in the back street of the Tales Tavern, rescued by an adult.
Ha! This. So here you can see equality.
Lord Jonas is not an imperial nobleman, he is the brightest spark of our future.
This is the best place, far better than the freedom and liberation that your divine mandate advocates. That's why he mocked your so-called destiny. Let's go. The fact that you have been allowed into the territory means that the adults have enough trust in you. With sufficient talent and loyalty, adults will not be stingy. Click, 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 click. Inside the room, Jonas put down the now limp Catra. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. No. I'm not coming anymore. My dear assassin, would you like to go down and check on the campfire? No. I'm so tired.
Before she could finish speaking, she was put down and immediately hunched over, shrinking into a corner of the bed. Soon, the sound of steady snoring could be heard. Looking at Catra, who resembled a white, slick lobster, Jonas couldn't help but smile. It seems she was really exhausted.
Only Catral's physical attributes could hold him up for the first time.
Jonas smiled when he saw that the loyalty level had reached 15%, and then removed all the rings from Catra's body.
These rings, once removed, still left faint marks on her fair skin.
When it was taken off, Catdala was still a little uncomfortable. She swayed her calves slightly, her slender legs flashing across the moonlight, appearing exceptionally white. He muttered a few words. Jonas covered her with a blanket and, after making some preparations, planned to go to the bonfire party.
As the main character, he has to be there. There's likely to be another big battle tonight.
The campfire reflected off the wineglass, making Olivina's face appear slightly flushed. As if she were trying to make a decision, she drank quite a bit of alcohol tonight. Because of the alcohol, she felt a little dizzy, and the tufts of hair on her forehead stood up slightly. As for Callus, she has already been carried back.
Phil whispered, "Sister, Lord Jonas still hasn't shown up."
"I saw him walking with that assassin lady."
"Do you think Mr. Jonas might lose control?" "Olivina, you're talking nonsense." "Whether I'm talking nonsense or not, you know." Look. At the beginning, you were the only retainer beside Lord Jonas, and you didn't appreciate it. Now they're all arriving one by one. Let me tell you, if you don't seize this opportunity, Jonas might never talk to you again.
Upon hearing this, Olivina, whose eyes had been slightly dazed, suddenly panicked.
How could that be? Why not? Look, ever since you captured that assassin lady and Liliana came to Regenburg, have you noticed that Lord Jonas has been coming to see you less and less? Be good. Go and put your clothes on properly.
Sister, you're so beautiful, young Master Jonas definitely won't be able to resist you.
No.
Phil saw through Oliverina's thoughts and immediately stuffed something into her arms. I'll invite young Master Jonas to your room later.
Do you want to see him? Here, Jonas arrived at the campfire. I will inevitably have to give a speech. Compared to his appearance on the battlefield, Jonas now seems much more approachable. My people, I am Jonas Rekin.
Before the words had even finished, a burst of enthusiastic cheers erupted from the crowd.
Long live young Master Jonas. Long live the Lord.
Jonas felt a surge of warmth in his chest as he heard the spontaneous cheers, and a sense of accomplishment and satisfaction filled his heart. The territory has also developed to a certain scale. When the shouts subsided slightly, he pressed his hand down. In the past, the Mandate of Heaven and the Empire were terrifying behemoths to us, but now, even the so-called elite of the Mandate of Heaven army cannot break through our city walls. Even without relying on others, we can gain a foothold here. In the midst of the turmoil in the Empire, Regan is where everyone belongs.
I can assure you that we will all have a bright future. That's right. Following young Master Jonas, there wasn't a single day when we went hungry. The 996 work schedule is simply the best help we can receive. Finally, we're free from the extortion and whipping of slave owners. Lord Jonas is merciful.
Jonas, the celebration ball was made for this purpose.
My people, enjoy this day to the fullest. Now, let the ball begin.
Jonas snapped his fingers, and flames shot up with a bang, bursting into dazzling sparks that instantly ignited the atmosphere of the entire square. In addition to barbecue, bread, fish cakes, beer, and beef will be distributed in succession, and the party will continue into the next day.
Everyone was happy.
These were things they had never seen when they were natives and slaves. Halfway through the meal, Jonas also felt slightly tipsy. He leaned back in his chair, watching girls of various races sway their hips around the campfire, and felt immensely gratified.
White fur, purple fur, pink fur. There are even cat ears. This is so pleasing to the eye. This is the life a lord should have.
Just then, a catwoman, who was dancing, sat directly on Jonas's lap, looked at him, and suddenly kissed him on the cheek. The cat ears felt slightly soft and itchy.
Its tail curved slightly and hooked around Jonas's waist. His breath gently brushed against Jonas's neck. My lord, you were once my hero too. Before Jonas implemented the new policy, the orc cat people could only be the lowest level of slaves. Playthings that fill aristocratic circles, devoid of dignity and future. Many more died on cold winter mornings. After Jonas implemented the reforms, he purged the aristocracy, and the land was free of slave owners. They were liberated, and at the same time, they were given jobs. It brings about tremendous productivity. She herself finds it hard to imagine. I want to be able to stand under the sunlight I crave, talk to people, gain the respect I desire, and have a stable future. This inevitably reminded her of the time when Jonah went to Tails City to select slaves.
Jonas's temper, which had just subsided, flared up again because of this small gesture.
He felt,
it's necessary to give the girl in front of me a proper reward.
When it was time to get up,
Phil, standing nearby, said in a panic, Sir, my sister drank ale and is vomiting in her room.
Please go and check on her.
Phil casually tugged at the hand of the catwoman next to him, urging her to leave Jonas.
This elicited a disgruntled snort from the catwoman. Jonas frowned slightly. Is there a problem with drinking ale? Without giving it much thought, he headed towards Olivina's residence on his own. After taking a couple of steps, he turned his head slightly and saw Phil behind him with a relieved expression. Jonas immediately understood and couldn't help but smile. Olivina's loyalty should also be mentioned. Chapter 77. Now I don't blame you anymore. Jonas was just too strong. Slightly intoxicated, Jonas arrived at Olivina's room.
Seeing Phil sneaking around behind him, Jonas casually waved his hand. A very small spell was enough to make Phil faint on the ground. Phil still smelled of alcohol, but the cleaning maids who came later would take care of her.
Click. Gangxiao opened the door and entered Olivina's room. Jonas then spotted a figure.
Oliver was leaning against the window, most of her body shadowed. The body is no longer as dry as it initially appeared. With better nutrition, it has developed an attractive shape. Perhaps it was due to the alcohol, but her head was slightly tilted against the window, her white hair falling loosely over her bare shoulders. Bathed in the white moonlight, her stunning profile was captivating.
Jonas gently closed the door and slowly walked towards Olivina by the window.
The room was quiet, with only the sound of the two breathing. Hearing the voice behind her, Oriana slowly turned her head, her eyes shining brightly like stars in the darkness. Perhaps it was because she had drunk too much, but Olivina's eyes were filled with infatuation, and Jonas could even feel her warm breath. As Oleg emerged fully from the shadows, under the moonlight.
Upon seeing this, Jonas's breathing became hot. She actually wore such clothes. Olivina didn't have much on her.
The few scattered decorations in minimal black fabric contrasted sharply with the white of her outfit.
Just like a black line in the finest mutton fat jade, it is alluringly white. Dog day. She walked barefoot on the exquisite wooden floor. He approached Jonas step by step.
Perhaps it was because he had drunk a lot of alcohol, but Oliver was not as shy as usual, and instead, like a cat, slowly snuggled up to him. It was a stark contrast to usual.
I can't be as open as Catwoman. And she doesn't have Liliana's figure or skills either. So I can only wait for you here. Jonas looked directly at him. What clothes did Phil tell you to wear? Do you like it? Jonas did not say much. Honest and hard-working children should not be rejected, they should be rewarded.
Compared to ripe and tempting peaches, buds that are about to burst open have a more delicate fragrance. He bent down and slowly brought his cheek close to Olivina's. I felt the gentle breeze blowing against my nose, like a spring breeze that plucked at my heartstrings. Then he suddenly hugged her tightly.
With a soft exclamation, Olivina instinctively tightened her legs around Jonas's waist. Then, Jonas gently pressed his lips to Olivina's lips. Loyalty, 75%. Loyalty, 80%. Loyalty, 85%. Loyalty, 90%. Liliana was leaning against the headboard at that moment.
She pursed her lips and fiddled with the collar around her neck. Then they saw Jonas walk into Olivina's house.
A feeling of jealousy welled up inside me. Sigh, what a biased man.
Although she felt a pang of jealousy, she didn't have any other thoughts. She knew that Jonas was such an outstanding person.
Many people will inevitably follow.
All she could do was stay by Jonas's side and push him to the throne of the empire. He exacts a severe revenge on his family while becoming an indispensable person to Jonas. With that in mind, after washing herself clean, she put on a silk nightgown, leaving it untied and unbuttoned. Then he gently put on some of Jonas's magical gadgets. I sat cross-legged in bed, with a soft, plush pillow behind my back.
Jonas opened the book that his owner wanted him to read.
Jonas's owner is really amazing. Many of her ideas are things she couldn't come up with even if she racked her brains.
Whoosh!
Her excited restlessness made her unable to contain her excitement. As I watched, my thoughts drifted off to who knows where.
The movements were not the same as before. The next day. That concludes our mission.
I never expected that cleaning up trash would earn me such a good reward. The work that Lord Jonas gave me is so much easier than anything I've done before.
Last night's bonfire party was the most wonderful night I've ever experienced.
The dances of the ladies from all races were truly captivating.
Such a phenomenon can probably only be seen in Lord Jonas's territory.
If life can be like this in the future, then even if the most elite troops of the Imperial Army come to attack us, we will have the courage to face them.
Trust in Lord Jonas. With his power, there will always be a moment when he overthrows the Empire. Sometimes I feel sorry for Lord Jonas.
To have such thoughts and abilities at such a young age is enough to make someone a genius.
It must have taken extraordinary effort. Yes. Morning. Jonas looked at the white-haired girl clinging to him like a tree kangaroo.
He couldn't help but rub her head. Her soft hair was especially nice to touch.
Olivina grunted twice in dissatisfaction. She curled up in a ball, sleeping in a corner of the blankets.
Her long white hair covered her face, making her look like a glutinous rice ball. Jonas covered himself with the blanket.
He simply got up. There are more important things to do today. After yesterday's events, the loyalty of the surrendered troops has improved considerably.
As the saying goes, they draw big pictures and then give you sticks. Only in this way can we ensure a steady increase in loyalty. Today he is going to reorganize the army so that he can attack the base of the Mandate of Heaven. With the addition of this Heavenly Mandate army, attacking Heavenly Mandate's base would be extremely easy. The magic crystals here are almost used up, and resources need to be plundered. The Destiny base is a good choice. But now, I can go and see Desmond. The dungeon. After a night of writing, Desmond, who had lost an arm, looked even more haggard. Although he managed to stop the bleeding, the physical pain prevented him from resting and sleeping. Last night, he saw what was happening outside through the cell window. Outside, there was a bonfire, delicious food, and a celebration by several races. He found it hard to believe that this was something a nobleman could do. What Jonas promised them actually came true. Elliot was next to him. Last night, Aurelius was also a little envious, looking at the scene outside. Those captured from the 6th Army have been incorporated into the army. They partied last night, enjoying their bright future, while I remain locked in the dungeon. Having been here for so long, Aurelius's opinion of Regenberg had changed. This seems to be what they've always wanted to pursue. Desmond looked at Elorius, whose expression was complicated, and said in silence, "I originally had some dislike for your 6th Army. I don't blame you now. Jonas was just too good. Alas. I am also deeply sinful." Well. While Desmond was speaking. Click. Jonas opened the door and came in, the blonde nobleman sporting his usual wicked smile. Desmond gritted his teeth. "I will not compromise with you, and you will not learn anything about destiny from me." "Jonas, who told you to compromise?" Men, break both his legs and hang him on the city wall. Question mark. I. Shut his mouth. Fine, let's break the other arm too. Wa'ada. Chapter 78. Everything was ultimately just a wedding dress for herself. Ugh. When Deswin was beaten unconscious and then dragged out. It really startled Aurelius, who was standing nearby. When Jonas looked over. He waved his hands frantically. No, I'll tell you whatever information you want. I've already surrendered. You can't treat me like this anymore. He had no doubt about the man's ability to carry out his orders. This man was practically a demon. Jonas patted his face. "No, don't worry." Jonas hung Desmond on the city wall, below which were the newly surrendered soldiers. Looking at that man whose body was less than half its original size, everyone could feel Deswin's despair at that moment. Jonas walked up to these people. He said, "You will be incorporated into the 3rd Army of the Regan Legion. I believe you have all seen what happened here and what happened last night. I guarantee that everything I promise will come true. Can you offer your loyalty?" It could be the immense pressure from Desmond, or it could be my feelings from last night. Someone responded immediately. It's the person who talked to the soldier last night. He clenched his fist and placed it on his chest. I am willing to offer my loyalty. As soon as he spoke, the rest of the people immediately shouted back. I am willing to offer my loyalty. I am willing to offer my loyalty. Jonas scanned the list and, finding no traitors with negative loyalty, said, Regenberg is your second home. Tomorrow, Lei Jinbao will set off to attack the Tianming base Qinghadu. There, your wives and children, your families are. There were also the Guardians of Destiny. Yesterday, you should have known about my abilities. I don't want to cast that kind of magic again. I will lead you to attack the base of Destiny. You should try to persuade your compatriots in the base area. Merging with Regan means a bright future and a better life. Otherwise, this is the outcome. As he spoke, he pointed to the German inscription hanging on the city wall. I will never be merciful to my enemies. After a moment of silence, the sounds immediately came from inside the army. Yes. Yes. Jonas smiled slightly. By controlling this base of Destiny, he can reap a great deal of resources. At the same time, they also controlled the lifeline of the Heavenly Mandate army. At that time, Dessler saw Desvin's arm. With Atticus and Redfoot caught in the crossfire, Dessler estimated he would have no choice but to attack Regenberg. At this time, he also reaped the heads of the high-ranking members of the Heavenly Mandate army. When I took over the Heavenly Mandate army, that's about enough. It's time for Giant Spirit City to change hands. All that the Heavenly Mandate army has conquered is nothing more than a wedding dress for themselves. On the other side, the fighting in Giant Spirit City is fierce.
although the Heavenly Mandate army repelled wave after wave of attacks. However, Disley was not very happy.
Without supplies from the Rira Schicksal's base, their defeat was only a matter of time.
He said to his subordinate, "Has there been any news from Despin yet?" "Sir, nothing." Although the battle report didn't arrive so quickly, just like last time, Disley had a bad feeling. Although he had never met Jonas before, the man's every move repeatedly exceeded his expectations. Report. Explain. This was sent from the direction of Tail City. What's inside?
We've checked it, it's an arm and a bloodstained letter, but there's nothing else dangerous.
What did you say? Bring the things up. Disley's unease grew stronger as he opened the delivered box.
His face turned pale, and he staggered back 2 steps. He knew this arm better than anyone. It belonged to his brother Desvin. If even Deswin, the leader of the Second Army, had his arm cut off, the fate of that army was predictable.
Ah.
After letting out a low growl, Dessler forced himself to calm down. He addressed the soldiers in front of him.
When was this delivered? 1 hour ago. What?
It takes an hour plus the journey to get it delivered.
What does this mean?
This means that the Second Army had already been defeated by Jonas yesterday.
How could that be? An army of over 60,000. How could they possibly be defeated by Jonas in such a short time?
Dessler swallowed hard and, with a slight tremor, pulled his arm out.
I checked it once.
This isn't a trick by the other side, this is his brother's arm.
How so? Damn it. Jonas, or Jonas? What right does this damned, worthless nobleman have? Ah.
Seeing their usually composed leader suddenly go berserk, the surrounding soldiers instinctively took a step back. After a barrage of insults and venting, they wiped away tears from the corners of their eyes and slammed their hammers hard onto the battle platform. It took a long time before I calmed down. He stared intently at the map.
Jonas offered him this arm because he wanted him to make an irrational decision. I can't fall for it. Ah.
He poured the water next to him over his head, forcing himself to calm down.
Looking at the map. If the Second Army has already been defeated,
then the supply line of the Destiny base will be blocked by Tar's city. Now, the city of Giant Spirit, where they are located, is surrounded by 3 forces.
Atticus, Retphos, Tal's city. Their own heavenly army and Giant Spirit city. In their eyes, it was no less than the biggest piece of fat. Although Giant Spirit city has extremely high city walls.
However, under siege, the supply was cut off as supplies dwindled. They were destined to die.
But why did Jonas offer his arm to him at this moment? It's definitely not just about provocation, it's more likely that they're trying to lure themselves out of Giant Spirit city.
Atticus took the city of Giant Spirit without bloodshed.
Without Giant Spirit city, how would they face Postea's main force? They can't choose either path, so what should they do now? Dessler was completely stunned.
He never imagined that everything he had prepared could be so easily destroyed by the son of a minor lord.
How could a mere lord possibly defeat 2 of his armies? Jonas. Go, find the Legion commander. Meeting. This concerns the very survival of the Heavenly Mandate army. Chapter 79. He was indeed injured.
The morning light filtered through the gauze curtains, weaving delicate golden spots onto the bed. The dryness of her lips slowly roused Catrol. She unconsciously stretched her waist lazily. It seemed that her movement was too large and touched something, causing her to gasp softly.
My eyes widened instinctively.
Hiss.
Whom?
She looked down and saw several clear red marks on her fair waist. Looking at these red marks, the madness of yesterday's battle surged into my heart once again.
I've thought about how can be transformed into several different exaggerated forms. No matter how much I begged for mercy, it was no use. She couldn't help but purse her lips. Jonas, how could she do this? They show absolutely no mercy or tenderness towards women. What a bastard.
Amidst the cursing, she couldn't help but recall her state of mind the previous night. It was as if Pandora's box had been opened. It was as if they had lost all rationality.
Catarola's eyes held a strange complexity. How could I have come to be in that state?
She sighed softly. If Jonas were standing in front of him, would he still have the urge to draw his sword? She frowned, and then she felt a sense of relaxation in her body. She felt different.
Catra suddenly threw off his blanket.
But she discovered that all the restraints on her body, including the rings that bound her, were gone.
There were only faint marks on the smooth skin.
Having been confined for so many days, she suddenly felt a little uncomfortable with this sense of freedom and relaxation.
Catrol was taken aback. He just let me go like that? Isn't he afraid of running away?
With her abilities, as long as she hides in the shadows, it's not certain that anyone will be able to catch her. Moreover, he was the one who assassinated him, yet the man trusted him so much.
Catra looked at the table in front of him, where a breakfast had already been prepared. Bread and milk.
There was a piece of paper under the milk, and next to the paper were several purple spirulina flowers. The Lingluo flower is exceptionally beautiful and is a rare sight in Posta.
Such flowers typically only bloom at night and are extremely difficult to preserve.
The fact that it's been preserved so well must have taken a lot of effort.
Catra was secretly delighted and instinctively tried to stand up.
However, just as she was about to get up, the tearing sensation made her stumble. She suddenly grabbed the wall next to her for support. His body trembled slightly. Unconsciously, her fingertips traced the hollow of her collarbone, winding down her waistline to reveal the creases and indentations on her rounded thighs. As she propped herself up, her breasts trembled slightly, and the silk fabric draped over her curves, sliding down to her waist, outlining the alluring curves of her full hips and waist.
The blanket slipped off, revealing the marks on her body. Ugh, that damn Jonas.
After adjusting to the tearing sensation, she slowly walked barefoot to the table.
I picked up this flower and smelled it.
The familiar feeling made her like it. Since helping Destiny eliminate dissidents, she doesn't seem to have bothered to look for flowers like these.
Catrol couldn't help but gently stroke it. How did he know I like that? Catrol picked up the milk next to him and drank it. I did lose a lot of water yesterday.
She wasn't afraid that Jonas would tamper with things, because Jonas had already given her all the food he was supposed to give her.
Get rid of all the messy thoughts in your head. Catrol picked up the paper. Hashtag. Dear Miss Carter.
By the time you read this letter, I will probably already be on my way to the Destiny base.
Seeing you curled up in bed, I really couldn't bear to wake you up. Was Miss Carter unusually sensitive yesterday? I wonder what method Miss Carter prefers. The moonlight was beautiful last night, but it couldn't compare to the way you swayed in the breeze. I've prepared a Lingluo flower for you. I saw this flower. I wonder if Miss Carter still remembers how innocent Nightshade looked back then.
In fact, for Miss Carter, carrying hatred is not the only way to survive.
May your future, like this Lingluo, bloom freely. Wait for me to come back here. I will give you everything you want. Of course, as I said before, only I can and am willing to help you. Jonas. Next to her are the rings that used to be on her body. They come in all shapes and sizes, each exquisite and unique. Upon seeing these rings, Katara's expression became complicated. There was also a note left next to it. Hashtag Miss Assassin, I've taken these little gadgets off you.
Of course, if you misbehave one day, I'll put them on for you one by one.
I don't want to end up like that again, do I? Upon seeing this sentence, Catra couldn't help but bite his lip. It's as if you can see Jonas's nasty expression when he wrote that sentence. That damned guy. Loyalty, 20%. Catra picked up the clothes that had been prepared next to him and put them on.
She stood in front of the mirror and found it surprisingly fitting. Jonas knew his body very well.
But what kind of clothes are these? The mirror reflected her languid yet aggressive beauty.
The tight-fitting short skirt barely covered her rounded hips. The taut skirt perfectly accentuated her curves. As she tiptoed to fix her hair, the hem of her skirt rolled up slightly, revealing a section of her breasts tightly wrapped in black stockings. The black stockings gleamed with a cool sheen under the warm light, the fine mesh weave digging into the plump flesh of her thighs, creating two full folds at the base. Combined with the original slightly reddish marks, it looks especially alluring.
Never mind. This is much better than the embarrassing situation before. Catra opened the window, and outside, people of all races lived together peacefully. It was as if the mandate of heaven had been fulfilled. Jonas is ruthless to his enemies, but exceptionally kind to the people of his own territory. Perhaps this is the place the chieftain has always wanted to settle down. Oh.
The sounds of martial arts practice below caught her attention. It was Slinda leading the fencing class in training.
Practice hard and study hard.
This whirlwind slash was specially improved by Jonas. Once you learn it, you can be like Jonas, cutting through obstacles on the battlefield.
This is way too difficult. But I heard that Lady Olivina learned it in just 1 month. Lord Jonas is even more powerful than Lady Olivina. How can you compare? Jonas is practically a god. Wait. Lady Olivina isn't leading the team in training today? You know, Lady Olivina has never missed a single day.
Even when injured, keep practicing.
Why are you off today?
Slinda said with a complicated expression.
Olivina is indeed injured.
But it's hard to say where the injury will be.
Chapter 81, Question 80. The only way to survive is to seek refuge with me. Olivina, hiss. Inside the room.
Seeing the troubled look on Olivina's face, Phil couldn't help but chuckle. Oh, the great Lady Olivina hasn't gone to practice her swordsmanship yet.
As such a skilled swordsman, he still trembles when he walks. Sister. You're actually quite bold. One night. Jonas's owner is really amazing. Olivina blushed with anxiety.
Phil, she called out angrily, like a frantic duck.
While angry, her expression was complicated. How could I do such a thing when I've been drinking? Last night's feelings were indeed very complicated.
Jonas's master was gentle, but also exceptionally brave.
Phil, fly. Sister, what do you think the members of that swordsman's guild would think if they saw the mark on their revered Lady Olivina's neck?
Phil said, looking at Olivina's neck with a slightly mischievous glint in his eyes.
Olivina clutched her neck tightly.
Because of Chen Baijua's exceptionally fair skin, these marks appeared particularly noticeable. So much so that Olivina was too ashamed to even show her face when she came to the hospital.
Master Jonas, you don't even cherish my dear sister properly. Phil, you're dead. Hiss. Oh, do you think you're still the same person you used to be? They didn't even dare to take big steps. Ah. Could you describe how you feel? You're dead, Phil. Oh, Lala, don't forget, I'm the one who prepared these clothes for you. Outside Giant Spirit City. Atticus was getting impatient because he couldn't capture the city of Giant Spirit after a long siege. What are you people good for? It's been so long, and we still haven't been able to take down these natives. Moreover, the Second Army of Destiny has already sent troops to Tal City.
The other side has lost one of its main forces.
How come you still can't get through? If Tails falls, supplies will come from the rear of Giant Spirit City. We're even less likely to succeed. What should we do then? When Atticus was angry, his confidence came up. Message has arrived from the direction of Tails City. Atticus, what information? He frowned. Could it be that Tas City has fallen in just 1 day?
Upon hearing Atticus's words, the confidant was taken aback. Then he immediately said, the Second Army of Destiny has been completely defeated at Regenburg.
What did you say? How could that be? Atticus immediately pulled up the battle map,
looking at the area where Regenburg was located. A small territory, even with the support of Tar City, has an army of less than 10,000 men. The Second Army of Destiny has a full 60,000 men, and is also equipped with a dedicated Mage Corps and Swordsman Corps.
How could we possibly lose?
But according to the information that came back, they were all defeated by Regenburg the next day.
It said that Jonas single-handedly unleashed a powerful spell. This directly caused the entire Tianming army to collapse. It seems we haven't lost a single soldier tonight. Ah? Atticus's eyes widened. Is this news true?
His voice trembled slightly.
His confidant quickly nodded. Absolutely true. How could Jonas possess such strength?
Jonas's defeat of the Sixth Army was already quite an achievement, but now he's managed to take down the Second Army.
Atticus let out a sigh of relief and said, it shouldn't be that exaggerated, the truth is probably overstated.
However, the destruction of the Second Army of Destiny was a foregone conclusion. Without this army, and with the supply lines of the Heavenly Mandate Army cut off,
it's only a matter of time before Giant Spirit City falls. Send a message in the direction of Tails City. Tell them to guard the area.
To prevent the Heavenly Mandate Army from going all out, we will send troops to support them.
Later, we'll have them cooperate with our army to break through Giant Spirit City.
The Imperial campaign hinges on this victory, and after its success,
everyone will be a great contributor. Yes, sir. Atticus, now the one I need to be wary of is my brother. Damn Retfoot. Would these damned native inhabitants, having nowhere else to turn, possibly seek refuge with him? Although these natives and the imperial nobles were sworn enemies. But when it comes to life and death, what hatred can't be let go? Inside the elegant conference hall, Redfoot sat alone in the main seat, looking at the information his subordinates brought him. The Second Army of Destiny has been defeated? And so quickly. Jonas and Cross are quite formidable. They've kept their true strength well hidden. Although he also looked down on the Destiny Army, this group of natives. However, the fact that they were able to take down Giant Spirit City so quickly shows that they do have a certain level of combat skill. And now, how could Jonas have defeated the elite Second Army so quickly? This demonstrates that Jonas's abilities are extraordinary. Redfoot looked at the battle map, and the various forces came to mind. Then the Heavenly Mandate Army is doomed. TSK, TSK, TSK. Someone come here. Exist. Send a private letter to Deslai, the leader of the Destiny Army. Tell him. His only way to survive now is to seek refuge with me. Be our dogs, and let him take control of Giant Spirit City. Otherwise, he should know what his fate would be. I don't think he'll refuse. If the Heavenly Mandate Army and the city of Tars both believe they are in control. In addition, there were troops stationed deep in the rear. Atticus is probably in danger. Dear brother, I'm sorry. Although the situation is very favorable. However, Redfoot couldn't help but feel a little worried. The defection in Tails City went too smoothly. Jonas's individual ability still worries him a bit. After all, he alone has the ability to dominate the battlefield. Chartel. Your subordinate is here. Let the two elders of the clan come over. Yes. Redfoot tapped his finger lightly, and fine yellow sand swept across his fingertips like sand through an hourglass. Posta, it's time to change masters. Giant Spirit City. The Mandate of Heaven Army. Deslair addressed the remaining 4 Legion commanders. The Second Army has been wiped out by Jonas. What are your thoughts? Now Jonas in the back has completely messed up the game. What should be done about the future of the Heavenly Mandate Army? Chapter 82, Section 81, You forced me to do this. What should I do? What can I do? We've tied down the main force of the Atticus Empire's army here. Desvin, leading the elite of the Second Army, couldn't even capture the city of Tars. In just one day, they were even completely defeated. What can we do? Our Dongcheng Shocheng is already doing quite well. Atticus is still reinforcing his forces, while Redfoss is still observing. To be honest, Destiny is like a piece of fat meat waiting to be slaughtered right now. Normally, these Legion commanders wouldn't say anything to the leader's brother. However, if they fail to capture Tars, it means their supply lines will be cut off. Everything is descending into a slow death. Furthermore, Atticus's attacks were intensifying. Between life and death. They had no choice but to lose their temper. Deslair looked at the Legion commander in front of him, snorted coldly, and said, Do you really think Deswin got his position through inside connections? His abilities surpassed those of anyone present. The Second Army was able to collapse in such a short time. There must be an unstoppable reason for it. Now is not the time to point fingers. Instead, we need to discuss the next steps. Given this situation, what should we do? Fourth Army Commander Rengar snorted coldly and said, What can we do? We might as well defend Giant Spirit City to the death. Alternatively, they could use all their forces to launch a counterattack on Tars City and reclaim their base in the Heavenly Mandate. Otherwise, given Jonas's ability to take over the Second Legion, do you really think he has no designs on our Destiny base? The Third Army Commander beside him said, Instead of holding out in Giant Spirit City like a turtle in a jar, we should send all our troops south. Use all available forces to break through Tars City, return to our base, and then make further plans. Dessler, do you think I haven't thought of this idea? Without the massive walls of the Giant Spirit City, and with Atticus's chosen army relentlessly tearing us apart, we were left helpless. What can we use to defend ourselves? A massive city wall has been built in the direction of Regenburg. With the entire army exhausted, we will be dragged down and killed. Even if they break through Tars City and return to their base. The Atticus Empire's army was known for its ruthless and thorough approach. They will surely attack me, and without high walls, how can we defend ourselves? Rengar, the corps commander of the Fourth Army, was a man with a bad temper. This won't work, that won't work, so what should we do? I'd rather fight with dignity than be trapped and die here.
None of them could have imagined that the situation would turn out this way, and they could be dragged down by a small territory.
Dessler, there is another way. The most powerful force in Postia now belongs to his second son, Retfos.
We sought refuge with him and sought his protection.
Perhaps there will be a chance to make a comeback. Rengar glared at Dessler. The uprising of the Mandate of Heaven was to overthrow the rule of these nobles. You're telling me you're going to side with Retforth now? Given Resford's methods, what will the Destiny army under his control go through? Don't you know? You really want to be a lackey of the nobility? Dessler was also enraged. What else can we do? Do you want to destroy the army we've worked so hard to build? Destiny is my life's work, I cannot watch it be destroyed.
So you chose to be the dog of the noble empire.
Then what distinguishes you from those lords who curry favor with nobles and fawn over them? You. Our fourth army will fight to the death. We will never surrender a single soldier to the Imperial Army.
I suggest we head south back to the Tianming base. It's better to die a glorious death than to live a life of ignominy as a dog. To leave behind the seeds for future uprisings.
You're absolutely ridiculous. What nonsense are you talking about, Deslai? I've had a problem with you for a long time. How many resources were plundered for the war? Have you ever thought about the soldiers' homes and families? Our war is about building a better life and a better future, not about plundering. You know nothing?
The other Legion commanders fell silent for a moment, and the meeting ended unhappily. Several Legion commanders returned to their original positions where they had been defending the city.
Dessler was left alone in the center of the meeting room, looking at the battle map in front of him.
His face was ashen. Suddenly, he roared in fury and shoved the water glass in front of him aside.
A bunch of damn bastards. They're all fucking asking for it. Jonas. You deserve to die. The water glass flew to the corner, but surprisingly, it didn't break.
Instead, it was gently lifted up by a handful of yellow sand. A gray-robed figure slowly emerged from the shadows.
Oh, why is our heavenly Mandate army leader so angry?
Deslai stared intently at the man in the black robe, his spatial ring flashing. A huge, blood-red axe appeared in his hand.
What are you doing here? You are not welcome here. Although his face showed anger.
However, he was also very surprised that the other party could appear here so quietly. The fact that the surrounding guards were not alerted indicates that the person was extremely strong. It even reached the level of frost silver. The man in black robes slowly placed the water glass in front of Dessler.
Don't get excited, we're here to discuss cooperation.
As the leader of Shixel, it seems you can't even control your own subordinates right now.
I wonder how long you can hold out under Atticus. This is the center of destiny. Believe me or not, I can give the order at a moment's notice.
Even with your frost silver level strength, you can't escape.
The man in black robes laughed and said, so what if you can't escape? Your fate is nothing but a dead end. You.
The man in black robes took out a collar and said with a smile, our Sand Clan has made a deal for you. Submit to us properly.
We will help you eliminate all voices of opposition within the Heavenly Mandate army.
At the same time, it will help you annihilate Atticus, including all of Jonas's army.
Giant Spirit City is still yours. Destiny remains your army. So, you want me to bring this? Impossible. Besides, do you really think you have the capability? Strength?
Surely the leader is quite familiar with this. The man in black robes opened his right hand and took out a jade seal.
The unique blood pattern markings made Desley's eyes widen. This is Redfoot's keepsake. Redfoot is one of yours too?
The other party used this token to instigate the assassination of the governor.
So, Desley, do you think we still have the strength?
Looking at the man in black robes in front of him, Desley suddenly felt goosebumps all over his body.
The second son, Redfoot, now controls 3 cities and most of the surrounding territory.
If Red's attire belongs to them, it means the Sand Clan is operating without being detected by others.
They have already quietly invaded most of Postia. The Sand Clan actually possesses such strength?
In comparison, his own divinely ordained uprising seemed like child's play. Dessler stared in shock at the man in black robes before him.
The man in black robes was very satisfied with Desley's appearance and said with a smile, Dessler, your vision is too narrow. Our enemy has never been Poston's army. It's on top, not on the bottom. even if they gained power in post-Aya. To behemoths like the major families of the empire, we are nothing more than ants.
These are resources they want to reclaim at will. What you call a divinely ordained uprising is, in their eyes, as laughable as a joke.
D-Slay fell silent for a moment.
The man in black robes said, "You have no chance to negotiate with us.
We're just giving you the choice, wear it or not. Offer your loyalty or your death."
The man in the black robe spoke slowly, sounding particularly somber in the darkness. "Even with this, you will still be the leader above all others.
Otherwise, they will only face certain death.
I think that as Lord Deslai, you will think this through carefully."
He.
After speaking, the person turned into a wisp of yellow sand and slowly disappeared from the spot. It was as if it had never existed. Only the collar left on the table, along with some yellow sand, testifies to its existence. Deslai stared blankly at the collar on the table, his eyes gradually hardening.
"You forced me to do this."
On the other side.
On the carriage.
Carlyle knelt inside the carriage, massaging Jonas's thighs. The purple stockings, slightly bulging into her fair skin due to her kneeling posture, added a unique allure. Jonas squinted his eyes slightly in comfort at the sight of her delicate little hands.
"Lord Jonas, is this pressure appropriate? I also cast a little magic. It's tingly and numb, not bad." Jonas responded.
At the same time, he pulled open the curtain of the carriage and spoke to the soldiers outside.
"How far are we from Kinghadu?" "It's estimated to be another 3 hours."
"All right, now that we've taken over the heavenly mandate space, we can go and meet our eldest and second sons."
Chapter 82. Joining Regine is the only way to have a bright future. Kinghadu. In order to launch the attack, the Heavenly Mandate Army took away most of its troops.
The forces remaining at the Tianming base numbered less than a legion. If the Heavenly Mandate Army were to capture Giant Spirit City and all the areas to its south, their base would be deep in the rear, allowing them to rest easy.
However, the city of Tars now includes Regenburg, which lies between Giant City and the base.
Subsequent supplies could not be delivered, and if Tal City had enough troops, it could even directly attack the Heavenly Mandate Army stronghold. This is why the Heavenly Mandate Lord wanted to quickly eliminate the city of Tars. Rexer was the leader of the troops left behind by Mandate of Heaven.
Everything is clear, yet there is only worry and helplessness.
He needed to leave troops behind, and it was impossible for him to spend a large number of troops to break through the city of Tars.
We can only hope that Dessler's side can break through. But after all this time, the flag of Regenburg still flies over Tal's city.
This caused him to gradually lose confidence in the advancing Heavenly Mandate Army.
If we completely take over Giant Spirit City and use it as a base, how could we not even be able to take down Tal City? Rexer let out a long breath. It seems that destiny is in danger. The subordinate next to him immediately said,
"No, Chief Deslai is that strong." Rexer shook his head without saying a word, but couldn't help but sigh. Although the uprising war of destiny drove away and killed a large number of nobles. However, war also plunders the vast majority of the people's resources. Compared to those imperial armies, if they get caught in a protracted tug of war, it's fate that will ultimately prevail. Take over Giant Spirit City and participate in the war between the second son and the eldest son. It was less of a revolution and more of a life or death gamble.
Just as he was thinking about things,
his subordinates rushed up. "Something terrible has happened, sir. An army has come to our door."
"What?" "Kinga Dukian." Looking ahead, the city walls are hardly even rudimentary defenses. Jonas shook his head slightly. The base of destiny, Qinghe, was even poorer than he had imagined. What a disappointment. It seems we'll have to plunder those incredibly wealthy nobles next time. He looked at the army behind him and said, "You have 1 hour to persuade the troops inside to surrender. I don't want to see death or injury, and of course I don't want your families and loved ones to be harmed." The soldiers below looked at each other in bewilderment after hearing Jonas's words. His eyes held a complex mix of emotions, fear, but mostly helplessness. "I never imagined they would return here one day as surrendered soldiers. The moment they became soldiers, they dreamed of returning home in glory, but at this moment, they felt more shame than honor." But looking at the simple city walls and the surrounding environment, compared to the rich Regenburg, everyone's eyes became resolute. The best future for these people is not destiny, but Regenburg. Jonas already had the ability to directly and forcibly destroy Qinghe City. This is giving them a chance. This is also a show of kindness towards Kinghadu. Yes.
As one person shouted loudly.
The rest of the people shouted in unison. Yes. Yes.
The newly formed army slowly walked out and headed towards King Hadu in front of them. Rexer stood atop the high wall, looking at the army before him, and coldly shouted,
"Stop in your tracks, or you'll die."
The surrendered soldiers looked at each other, and at the same time, they all took off their helmets. Then he put down his weapon.
This action startled Rexer on the city wall. They surrendered before the fight even started?
One of the generals below the city wall remained silent for a moment before loudly proclaiming, "We were once soldiers of the Second Army of Destiny, but now we have been incorporated into Regenburg.
We've come to persuade them to surrender." "What did you say?"
Rexer's eyes widened in surprise. He said subconsciously,
"Fate cannot be cast."
However, before he could finish speaking, he saw those familiar faces. His face showed helplessness, but also an unprecedented determination. Those were the iron-blooded warriors of the former Second Army of Destiny. Rexer froze in place, stunned by the sight of these people.
The Second Army of Destiny is the elite of the Destiny Army. How could they just surrender like that and become soldiers of the nobility? And there are so many of them. What if elite forces like the Second Army of Destiny surrendered? So what is the current situation of the entire Heavenly Mandate Lord? For a moment, Rexer didn't even dare to think any further. How could you possibly surrender? How could you?
A look of sorrow appeared in the general's eyes.
Destiny is no match for true strength.
We are willing to die gloriously in battle, but not in a meaningless one. There are still countless young and old people and families in the Tianming base area that deserve our protection. We can no longer see them living in such conditions and suffering such hardship.
Surrender, Rexer. Joining Rikin means a bright future. Chapter 83 Children, Surrender. Surrender, Rexer. Joining Rikin offers a bright future.
Looking at the familiar face in front of him, Rexer slightly opened his mouth. He still found it hard to accept that these words came from the mouth of their elite Heavenly Mandate Army.
If the elite of the Second Army of Destiny are like this, then what about the rest of the Destiny Army? How could Jonas have turned these tough warriors into this? He gritted his teeth and said, "You bunch of traitors, do you remember what you said when you left Qinghe capital? This is how they become the Empire's lackeys. Have they lived up to the expectations of the people of King Hadu? Do your families want to see you like this? What about your beliefs?"
The general was silent for a moment, then said, "Without experiencing that kind of despair, you can never understand our state of mind. So-called faith is not destiny. It is a fight for a better future.
Moreover, Jonas is not a lackey of the Empire. Within his territory, all races lived in peace.
There was no discrimination, no disputes, and no unrest. He should be the new king we support. Instead of Slay, who plundered resources to wage war.
What will become of us, the people? What will become of our future? Compared to the walls of Regenburg and Tal City, Qinghe doesn't even have a decent city wall to speak of right now." Rexer was slightly taken aback. "You?" He knew these former comrades in arms better than anyone else.
The flames that overthrow imperial rule burn brighter than anyone else's.
What exactly did they experience? What kind of scenes did they witness? That's why it has become what it is today.
Looking at his former comrades, he let out a sigh of relief.
"It seems you've been brainwashed. Jonas harmed so many of our compatriots, how could he be like what you say? War inevitably results in casualties, which is unavoidable. Rexer, stop resisting. You will die. You really can die. I'm doing this for your own good." "Rexer, for my own good? I'd rather die standing than live like you, kneeling on my knees."
Seeing that the other side was stubbornly refusing to understand, this person became anxious.
"Please, surrender.
Go check on Regenburg, and make sure Lord Jonas doesn't get involved."
"I really don't want to see you die."
Rexer felt a surge of anger rise within him when he saw the look in the man's eyes.
"And Lord Jonas? What are you saying? Surrender before the battle even begins?" After some debate and persuasion, none of the garrison troops in King Hadu were willing to surrender.
Instead, they all looked at these surrendered soldiers with righteous indignation. They never imagined that the elite Heavenly Mandate Army they had been waiting for would turn out to be.
They actually became Lei Jinbao's prisoners.
And conversely, they hope they will surrender.
It's incredibly disappointing. Many people even shouted curses.
We were in Kinghadu, praying for you every day, you bunch of spineless cowards. Why would the elite of the Heavenly Mandate Army, capable of conquering the nobility of the Empire, surrender to a small territory? If I become an elite member of the Second Army of Destiny, even if I die, I will never surrender like a guy like Jonas. His cities of Tars and Regenburg are blocking our supply lines. Looking at the flushed faces of these young soldiers. These were originally things that the Second Army of Destiny was in a great hurry for, but had no choice but to do. If Jonas had unleashed such terrifying magic back then, probably none of the soldiers in Qinghe City would have survived. At this moment, Jonas slowly walked forward.
It's almost time. Upon hearing Jonas's words, the surrendered soldiers immediately panicked. Lord Jonas, please, let's try again. Don't make a move. Jonas waved his hand and said, Step down. Not everyone can seize this opportunity. People say you can't teach someone, but you can learn something in one go. Go back now, don't make me say it a second time. Jonas's tone gradually became more forceful. The soldiers had no choice but to retreat, glancing helplessly at the people on the city wall. Then he sighed. Lord Jonas, please show mercy. Jonas didn't say anything, but simply walked to the center of the battlefield. The sound, amplified by magic, echoed throughout the area. Surrender or die, I don't have time to play house with you. Rexer watched as Jonas stood alone in the center of the battlefield. He was riddled with weaknesses, as if he could take the life of the other person at any moment. But it's precisely this casual demeanor that makes it possible. This made Rexer very uneasy. Without absolute strength, how could someone dare to stand alone in the middle of the battlefield? Despite his inner unease, he said without the slightest hesitation, Shoot the arrow, I'll throw it at you. Before he could finish speaking, an intensely hot wave suddenly swept over him like a raging torrent. The sudden heat wave caught him off guard, and his body instinctively raised his head. The next moment, the dazzling light in the air almost blinded him. 12 enormous fireballs were floating in the sky above Qinghe City. These fireballs, like burning suns, circled each other in the sky. It formed a huge ring of fire, radiating a terrifyingly high temperature. Rexer subconsciously swallowed. He was looking at Jonas, who was in the center of the battlefield, his hands surrounded by flames. Without the slightest doubt, what kind of casualties would Qinghe suffer if such a fireball were to fall upon it? They struggled to withstand even blizzards, let alone a fireball like this. What terrifying strength does this Jonas possess? For some reason, he suddenly began to understand these surrendered soldiers. He instinctively said, Stop. Don't fire. Flames slowly swirled around Jonas. Jonas said slowly, The Imperial Army is also my enemy. By incorporating you into Regenburg, I can give you a better future. I'm too lazy to lie to you. Whether you listen or not is up to you. A fireball falls every 5 seconds. You will either surrender or die. Rexer, you don't. Jonas couldn't be bothered to say anything more to the other party. Sometimes actions and deterrence are more direct and effective than words. Jonas said to himself. 5, 4, 3. Stop. Let's talk this out. Let's talk this out. The young soldiers nearby also panicked. Everyone broke out in a sweat, whether from the fireball or from cold sweat, it was hard to tell. The hair on his forehead was slightly curly. They could imagine what would happen if such a fireball fell. They'll probably turn into coke. They had originally dreamed of going to the battlefield to fight and gain glory. But reality is incredibly cruel, especially when faced with overwhelming power. This is not a war at all, it is nothing more than a one-sided massacre by the other side. Some of the new recruits were even trembling with fear and sat down in terror. No. No. Upon seeing this, Jonas's lips curled into a smile. Courage is never just something you say. Compared to the thousands of ice arrows blessed by the magic group that day, not a single member of the Second Army of Destiny retreated. These greenhorns were actually more incompetent. Jonas projected Regenburg's magic cards into the air. This is Regenburg, where every race of commoners can enjoy their dignity and rewards. Jonas pointed to the dilapidated city walls in front of him and the land that had been almost completely dug up. Is this what you call the Heavenly Mandate base? They weren't even enough to eat or wear. And the Heavenly Mandate army you were hoping for will never return. Surrounded by Atticus and Leatherforth, they couldn't even break through a small city like Tars. What else can you expect them to do? Even if I don't come, all that awaits you is destruction. And my coming here is for you. It is kindness, it is charity. It is also giving you an opportunity to embrace a bright future. Do you really want the thousands of families behind you to die with you? Aurelius, come forth. To prove whether what I said is true. Behind them, Aurelius, wearing his familiar mage robes, walked out step by step. He looked at King Hadu in front of him with a complicated expression. He sighed and said, "Children, surrender." Chapter 85, Section 84, Welcome to Rekin. Children, surrender. Aurelius said these words. He swallowed hard. He tugged at his collar, revealing a distinct black collar on top. After what happened with Deswin, he didn't hesitate to pledge allegiance to Jonas. Now. He stared at that with a slightly dazed look in his eyes. 12 enormous fireballs in the sky. The terrifying energy allowed him to feel the extremely high temperature even from such a distance. Compared to that time, Jonas's strength has increased by more than tenfold. What kind of monster is this? How could he grow up so fast? Even at their peak, the Heavenly Mandate army would have found such a terrifying attack extremely difficult to handle. What kind of magic can one person possibly perform? The garrison was stunned as Aurelius emerged. Did Aurelius also surrender? He was once the corps commander of the 6th Army. The person they once longed for. How could he surrender? How could you surrender? Aurelius, this is not surrender, it is choosing a new destiny. Do you really want all the troops to die in battle, as ordained by fate? What about the countless families behind these soldiers? Aurelius, we did not rise up for deslay. It is for equality, freedom, and a better future. Lord Jonas's territory holds the future we all yearn for. And the respect and equality you want. Did you see the magic in the sky? He could have avoided negotiating with you. However, as an enlightened lord, he is willing to give you this opportunity. So, surrender. Children, stop being so stubborn. No one will remember your sacrifice. It's pointless, it only brings heartache and despair to your families. Aurelius was, after all, one of the 6 legion commanders at the time, and an object of worship for many. These are the kinds of words that came out. The opposing team's fighting spirit vanished instantly. Crackling sound. With the sound of weapons falling, video clips showed the surrender being announced. To kill someone, you must first destroy their spirit. A combination of carrot and stick is necessary. No one can withstand such methods. Rexer watched the video of the surrender. He let out a helpless sigh. He looked at Aurelius in front of him with a complicated expression. After all, he set off on his campaign full of vigor back then, but now his eyes show not only helplessness but also a lot of compromise. Seeing this scene, the trusted confidant pursed his lips and said, "Chief, this." Rexer exhaled and said, "Surrender. What will happen to your sister if you die in battle? She's only 4 years old." "I'm sorry, sir." Rexer glanced outside and drew his sword. As a general, he could not accept his own surrender. The next moment, he drew his sword and slashed it across his neck. Just then, a hand reached out and pressed down on his hand. Jonas smiled and said, "General, what brings you here? Qinghe is already yours, so why are you doing this? My entire army has surrendered to you. How can I face my family and elders back home?" Jonas released his grip and flicked his fingertips. The sword floated in the air as if drawn by an invisible force, its blade reflecting Rexer's astonished face. What kind of outrageous strength does the opponent possess? You care about your own shame, but have you ever considered how difficult it would be for your family to survive in the barren Qinghe capital if they lost you? Jonas raised his hand and made a grasping motion. The 12 fireballs that had been floating in the sky suddenly dimmed, turning into starlight and falling to the earth, creating a series of faint rumbling sounds. If I want to massacre a city, I can do it with a wave of my hand. But what I want is not ruins, but people who can work with me to create a new world. I need you, General Rexer. As Jonas stood up, the light and shadow behind him distorted, revealing the Phantom of Regenburg, with farmland, workshops, and schools arranged in a neat and orderly fashion. Not as a surrendered general, but as the city lord of Qinghe New City. They transformed the barren green fields into the shape of Regenburg. At that time, you will not bring shame to your family,
but rather make them their greatest pride.
Clang.
Looking at Jonas in front of him, Rexer dropped his sword to the ground. The young man in front of me spoke calmly and moved gracefully, yet he seemed to possess a powerful presence, and his words carried an irresistible authority. It was as if he were a born leader.
Jonas patted the stunned Rex. Welcome to Rekin. Rexer. Loyalty, 10%. Rexer, you're just handing Qinghe over to me like this? I trust my intuition. Moreover, if the general hopes that the people will get better and better, then I will not betray your trust. There's a reason I subdued Rexer.
He wouldn't do something that wouldn't benefit him for no reason. Rexer, as a veteran and a good general who cares deeply about Qinghe, he enjoys great prestige here and is deeply revered and loved by the people. His death would undoubtedly ignite the spirit and anger of many remnants of the Tianming army or local people. Their refusal to surrender, even at the cost of their lives, will undoubtedly pose a significant obstacle to Lei Jin's development.
With Rexer's descent, there were no longer any obstacles to taking over Qinghe.
Then it would be natural to take over the mandate of heaven in this way.
Chapter 86, Section 85, Counterattack on Giant Spirit City. After subduing Qinghe under Jonas's orders,
people of all races marched in great numbers to Regenburg.
Looking at the group, Rexer asked with some concern, can Regenburg really accommodate so many people?
Don't worry, I will keep all my promises. The race that the Empire despises is, in my view, the greatest driving force for development. Rexer paused for a moment and then said, Jonas, Qinghe City is a barren place.
You took this place just to blackmail the Heavenly Mandate army soldiers of Giant Spirit City, didn't you?
Jonas said with a smile, I just don't want unnecessary casualties among people of all races.
Give them a chance to survive. I hope so. Regenburg.
The moonlight, as clear as water, streamed through the window. After taking a bath, Catra sat by the window, her silver-gray silk robe trailing along the marble windowsill.
It subtly outlines her voluptuous and elegant curves.
She lazily curled one leg up, sat barefoot on the cushion, and the silk slipped down her knee, revealing a section of alabaster skin, which was gilded with a hazy halo by the moonlight. Her loose, curly hair was casually tied into a loose bun, with a few stray strands falling over her shoulders. Looking at the moon, a sense of worry welled up in her heart.
It's unclear whether the concern is for Qinghe or for Jonas. However, with that bastard's strength, he should have taken over Qinghe by now. Catra was still thinking.
Suddenly, a large hand wrapped around her waist.
Catdolo was startled. What? How could she not have noticed anyone approaching her at night?
The next moment, a tremendous force pulled her over. Catra instinctively twisted his body, using his powerful waist and abdominal strength to propel his elbow directly towards the figure behind him.
Bang!
However, this terrifying blow was caught steadily by the person behind with one hand.
Catra tried to struggle, but the large hand behind him held her firmly in place like a vice. You! The next moment, she heard that familiar yet nasty voice. Don't get agitated, Miss Carter.
Jonas's breath brushed against Catra's earlobe, causing her ear to blush. He gently massaged with his right hand, causing Catral to twist his body.
You, how did you get back?
She turned to look at Jonas.
I was taken aback. Jonas has become stronger again, if only I could still detect his movements at night before.
So now, he's so close to me, and I still can't notice him.
It's only been a few days, does he not need a reason to become stronger? Jonas pinched Catra's beautiful earlobe. Then she said, since Miss Carter didn't choose to leave, does that mean she chooses to trust me?
I don't trust them. Since you don't trust me, then I'm sorry, but I think Miss Carter will like this new circle.
This is even more exciting than the previous ones. No. I trust you.
Jonas noticed that the marks on Catra's waist had almost disappeared and couldn't help but tease her, saying, Miss Catra, you've recovered quite well. He gently brushed against Catra's slender waist.
What do you want to do? Catral instinctively hugged her ample chest and leaned against the windowsill behind her. Jonas laughed and said, I don't want to do anything. I think Miss Carter would be very willing to become the new leader of Destiny. Catra was originally one of the great contributors to Schicksal and had a very high prestige in the army.
At the time, Dessler had no reason to list her as Schicksal's #1 traitor, which aroused dissatisfaction throughout the army.
And he is the perfect fit to be the new leader of Destiny. Catral looked at Jonas in front of him with some surprise. Aren't you going to take on the role of leader? Having done so much, why hand over such a leader to someone else?
Jonas smiled and said, "To be honest, I don't think much of this leader of the Heavenly Mandate Army. My ambitions are quite grand."
Posta? That's not all. You. If it were Postia, then it would be the entire empire.
If a minor lord had said this to her, she would have found it laughable.
But since Jonas spoke so calmly, she felt there were endless possibilities.
"Jonas, get ready, Miss Carter, I'll show you the truth of what happened back then." As he spoke, Jonas took out 40 magic crystals. It was placed directly in front of Katra.
"I will never mistreat those who are loyal to me.
The resources that the Heavenly Mandate Army gave you, I will give you 4 times as many.
If you need more, just ask me." Katra was momentarily stunned as he stared at the glittering magic crystal on the table. Why make her the leader and give her so many magic crystals to cultivate? What is she trying to do?
To be honest, Jonas was ruthless to his enemies, but ridiculously kind to his own people. It's no wonder that so many geniuses have gathered around him. Jonas took out a leg ring made of a spirit flower, shook it in his hand, and placed it in front of Katra. She said, "This leg ring will look even more beautiful with the outfit you're wearing today." The leg ring is a magical item that stores 3 layers of magical defense.
I can also use it to monitor you, and there's even a little surprise inside that you wouldn't expect. Keep practicing diligently. Miss Carter, you won't let me down too, will you? Character, Katra. Loyalty, 25%. The supplies that the Heavenly Mandate base originally intended for Giant Spirit City have now all flowed into Thunder Gold City. With the support of these supplies, Lei Jincheng's resources were rapidly replenished in all aspects. Jonas immediately gave the magic crystal to Karis and Olivina. The strength of the 2 individuals is his future asset. In the hall, both Kalis and Olivina, who had each received a bag of magic crystal power, stared at Jonas with sparkling eyes. They knew how precious magic crystals were. Even wealthy city-states only pay a few coins or even 1 coin when hiring swordsmen. Unlike Lord Jonas, who gives them out bag by bag. Moreover, once the adults have captured a city and obtained spoils, they will think of them first.
"Master, do you really not need it?" Jonas patted one of their heads with each hand and said with a smile, "As my best retainers, your good practice is my greatest reward. Of course, Olivina, come to my room later, I'll give you some unique guidance."
Oliver nodded slightly, then bowed his head slightly.
"Oh." Her face appeared exceptionally rosy against the backdrop of her white hair.
Not long after,
Liliana was also receiving a large number of people of various races coming from Qinghe in the rear.
Under Jonas's development and dissemination of various modern knowledge, Regenberg has seen tremendous development across all sectors.
A large number of people are needed to drive this, and these people who have come before can fill that gap perfectly.
After settling these people in, Jonas then had his father, Hall, organize an army and, along with Katra and others, launched a counterattack against Giant Spirit City. He then used the skills fed back by Katra to infiltrate the darkness. He traveled alone to Giant Spirit City. He was going to meet the leader of the Heavenly Mandate Army, whom he had never met before. And then came stealth and backstab.
Even with ambushes and numerous powerful opponents, he managed to defeat them.
Chapter 87, Section 86, You All Deserve to Die. Inside the Heavenly Mandate Army. Because of the immense offensive pressure exerted by Atticus from the outside,
they were forced to convene another meeting.
Tianming needs to quickly determine the army's battle strategy. Will they choose to stay or withdraw? In the conference room.
At this moment, the commanders of the various legions were still at the conference table.
Dessler sat at the head of the chieftain's seat.
Compared to the last meeting, everyone looked much more disheveled this time.
They were all suffering under Atticus's all-out attack.
Despite the ongoing conflict, tensions and friction remain high. 4th Army Commander de Yengar, with a dagger firmly strapped to the conference table.
He said coldly to Dessler, "Whoever wants to defend this dilapidated city can defend it. Our 4th Army Corps chose to withdraw.
Rather than be trapped here like a turtle in a jar, I don't believe we can't break through the so-called Tail City.
Back in Qinghedu, we still have a chance to make a comeback." The remaining 2 legion commanders echoed this sentiment.
After all, the current situation is becoming increasingly unfavorable for them. With various forces eyeing the city covetously, remaining inside would be nothing more than a slow death for them.
Dessler stared coldly at Rengar in front of him. He said, "Stay here and defend the city. I have a way. I cannot give up Giant Spirit City to anyone else.
It's even less likely that we'd just stand by and watch our destiny be shattered.
Rengar snorted coldly. You have a solution? You have no solution whatsoever. If you have a way,
it would send Deswin with the Second Army, and even 2 Magic Corps, to Tar's City, where they would be completely wiped out. You're practically trying to drag the heavenly mandate to its death.
Rengar, watch your words. I am the leader of destiny. The leader of the mandate of heaven? He. I can't stand it. Those are the fools who led destiny into such a desperate situation. Cheer.
A massive, blood-red axe appeared in Dislair's hand and slammed down on the conference table in front of Rengar.
You orcs are truly disgusting.
Aside from his muscular physique, his brain is like it's filled with paste. Especially you, covered in smelly, unkempt hair. The Fourth Army would be a waste in your hands. It's better to make you a carpet for those nobles than a legion commander.
Rengar's large blue eyes were fixed on Disley in front of him.
His voice was low, as if it carried a hint of a roar.
A slight warmth escaped from his nostrils.
The sharp blade in his hand turned bright red under the force of the energy.
Dessler, say it again if you dare. I don't mind if fate changes the leader.
You weren't like this when you first convinced our Orcish legions to join Destiny.
Dessler gave a dismissive smile. Oh.
When the Destiny was founded, it shouldn't have been divided into several legions.
These should all have been my army. This meeting isn't about soliciting your opinions, it's about giving you choices. Submit properly, or you will die. Upon hearing this, Rengar couldn't help but chuckle.
Dessler, you are ridiculous. The Orcish legions will never be slaves. To submit to a dark-haired brat like you is out of the question. He stood up abruptly, turned around, and prepared to leave.
I will lead the 4th Legion away from Giant Spirit City. Whether you follow me or not is up to you. And I will go to seek a new destiny. As for Desserel, well,
I think his courage is even less than that of that young Lord Jonas. However, as soon as he stood up, 2 men in black robes appeared in front of him. Rengar was startled when had these 2 people appeared in front of him.
What kind of strength is this? Frosty Silver? He was just about to make a move.
A gentle stream of sand flowed slowly down his throat. At the same time, the black-robed man in front of him said in a low voice,
Stand still and don't move.
Otherwise, I can't guarantee that the quicksand in front of you will turn into the strongest dagger. Your throat isn't as sharp as your claws. Rengar said with some difficulty.
Sand Tribe? What? How did the Sand Clan get involved? Deslai, you fucking surrendered to the Sand Clan?
The man in black robes laughed and said, It's not just the Sand Clan, it's the Retfers. Your beloved leader of the Heavenly Mandate Army has completely surrendered to Lord Letfers.
He's much more pragmatic than you are.
They also knew this was their only way to survive.
Rengar became furious.
He stared intently at Dessler, who was sitting in his seat.
Damn it, you traitor.
It was agreed that the mandate of heaven would rise up and lead the people to resist tyranny and the nobility.
You fucking leader. To be the first to surrender to the nobility, your very nature is utterly despicable. The other 2 leaders also blared angrily at Disley.
Dessler ignored their insults and simply said slowly and deliberately, A bunch of pedantic rubbish.
This is the only way for the Heavenly Mandate Army to survive. Do you understand?
And I am still the leader of Destiny, and the master of Giant Spirit City.
And you all deserve to die.
From the darkness, the last remaining figure in black robes emerged. There were 3 black-robed figures in total, and their powerful aura filled Rengar with despair.
3 Frost Silver level experts, how did they escape? Deslai waved his hand and said,
Get rid of them all, and I will arrange for new people to take their place. I don't want to see these discordant voices within the military.
Just as the 3 men in black robes were about to strike,
the 3 Legion commanders exchanged glances and instantly reached a consensus. Rengar roared, unleashing the unique talents of the Lion Man race. The 3 men in black robes around him were momentarily stunned. Rengar's dagger turned crimson in an instant, and with a backhand motion, he plunged the blade into the throat of the black-robed man behind him.
Sizzle.
Rengar was secretly delighted, and then, just when he thought he had succeeded. But he found that his dagger was as if it had been plunged into the lava, and was slowly swept away by the mud and sand rolling on the black-robed man's body.
Then I fell deeply into it.
He wanted to detach himself, but he couldn't even do so. The yellow sand slowly flowed down his dagger and onto his body. Then slowly it was wrapped up, leaving only one pair of desperate eyes. Is this the strength of a frost silver level cultivator?
How can someone be so strong? Chapter 88, Section 87. One collar isn't enough, let's get another one.
Then slowly it was enveloped, leaving only Rengar's last pair of desperate eyes. Is this the strength of a frost silver level cultivator?
How can someone be so strong?
Seeing this, the other two Legion commanders were alarmed and also attacked the other two men in black robes with all their might. However, the difference in strength was too great, and their attacks were like ants trying to shake a tree. They were quickly subdued by the man in black robes. The quicksand will slowly erode your lives, draining your blood and energy.
Commander, relax. It's normal to feel a little dizzy. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Desley snorted coldly, a bunch of idiots who are asking for death. Do they really think that destiny alone can overthrow the rule of the Postian Empire? That's wishful thinking. Just hang them.
However, the words had barely left his mouth.
The next second, a strong magical vibration occurred.
The surrounding magical orbs were all destroyed at that moment. The scene was plunged into darkness in an instant.
What?
The magical orb vanished, leaving only the faint moonlight illuminating the surroundings. Several Frost Silver level Sand Clan members looked at each other, all seeing the surprise in each other's eyes. To be able to destroy the magic orb without them noticing, this person's strength is at least equal to theirs, and may even be stronger than several of them.
Another formidable enemy has arrived.
As darkness enveloped him, Dessler's body involuntarily tensed.
Has Catral arrived?
But with her strength being only at the bronze level, and now facing 3 Frost Silver level experts, wouldn't she be courting death by coming here?
Day.
Just then, a person slowly walked into the conference room and sat down in a chair at the conference table.
Gentlemen, do you mind having one more person at the negotiating table?
Dessler narrowed his eyes, looking at the person in front of him. They became increasingly familiar with each other.
Who are you?
Jonas laughed and said, "My dear leader of destiny, you really are forgetful.
This is our first meeting. My name is Jonas. I think you've probably heard of me before. Do you like the 2 gifts I gave you?"
2 gifts, one was a magic card with Catra, and the other was Deswin's arm. Every single one of these attacks broke through Dessler's defenses. Dessler stood up abruptly, glaring furiously at Jonas in front of him. "You damned beast, it was you." The soldiers outside were already trembling because of the broken lights.
Chief, what happened? Is there such a moment? Dessler breathed a sigh of relief and said, "It's nothing, just a little accident. Military secrets, you are not allowed in."
Yes. Looking at Jonas sitting in the chair, looking so awful,
Dessler could no longer hold back.
With a flick of his blood-red axe, he swung it fiercely at Jonas in front of him. The crimson axe blade, accompanied by a furious gust of wind, cleaved toward Jonas's face. The sharp whistling sound of the blade cutting through the air was particularly jarring in the silent conference hall. Dessler's arm muscles bulged with veins, this strike gathering all his strength, determined to cleave the bastard in 2. However, just as the axe was about to touch Jonas's nose, his seemingly slender right hand shot out like a ghost. There was no earth-shattering energy burst, no dazzling magical light. Jonas's fingers simply and casually pinched the side of the axe blade.
When? A dull clang of metal rang out, and Dessler felt an overwhelming force coming from the axe blade.
His arm, which he had poured all his energy into, was clamped in an iron clamp and he could not move. The momentum of the blood-red axe was instantly halted, and the blade even twisted and deformed slightly under Jonas's fingertips, scattering tiny sparks.
Iron tempering technique. How could he possibly master such advanced magic so easily?
Dessler's pupils constricted as he stared in disbelief at how easily his weapon had been lifted by the other man. He could clearly feel that the force from Jonas's fingertips seemed gentle, yet it was indestructible.
No matter how hard he tried, the axe could not move forward even an inch. How is this possible?
Dessler's voice trembled slightly with shock, and a fine layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He was a peak bronze rank expert. The power of this strike was enough to cleave through an indestructible barrier, but in Jonas's hands it was like child's play. Jonas's lips curled into a mocking smile. With a flick of his fingertips, Dessler felt a numbness in his arm, and the blood-red axe that had been with him for many years fell to the ground with a clang. He stared in horror at his empty palms, then looked at Jonas, who stood calmly opposite him.
You.
The next moment, Jonas teleported in front of him, grabbed Dessler by the neck and slammed him onto the table. The speed was so fast that even several Frost Silver level experts around them didn't have time to react. Several Legion commanders stared in shock at the only eye exposed.
What is Jonas's skill level? This is an outrageous speed. Cough cough. Jonas looked at the collar around Dessler's neck and said with a smile, "Oh, when did our noble leader of the Destiny army become someone else's dog? Let me guess, Redfoot's dog? One collar isn't enough, let's get another one." As they spoke, they forcefully placed another collar, which had been prepared beforehand, around his neck. Now it's fair.
Your life no longer belongs only to Redfurs, but also to me.
What the hell is this fairness?
Dessler finally lost his temper and tried to break free, but found that he couldn't budge Jonas's hand at all.
What the hell is that monster? He glared at the three men in black robes beside him and said fiercely, "What are you looking at? Let's get started. Am I just going to stand by and watch him put this on me? What a bunch of useless trash." Ah.
After several men in black robes subdued the Legion commander, they surrounded him, but none of them chose to attack.
Jonas's speed was something they were very wary of. According to His Highness, Jonas, haven't you already submitted to him? What are you doing here?
If you dare to betray His Highness, when our Sand Clan's million-strong army descends, your little city of Tars will be nothing more than an ant's tragic destruction.
Jonas slowly drew his frost sword and said with a smile, "This is the headquarters of Destiny. You can't escape here, so that's fine. I just searched the area, and there are only a few Sand Clan members here." Chapter 89, Chapter 88, Keep Running? Jonas slowly drew his frost sword and said with a smile, "This is the headquarters of Destiny. You can't escape here, so that's fine. I just searched the area, and there are only a few Sand Clan members here." To prevent any accidents, Jonas specifically took the frost from Olavina's hand, so that he could maximize his strength. Arrogant brat. As soon as Jonas finished speaking, 3 jets of dark sandstorms erupted from the palms of the 3 men in black robes. The sand condensed in the air into the shape of a ferocious bone claw, and with a shrill whistling sound that tore through the air, it rushed straight towards his back. Although the 3 were wary of Jonas's speed, what good was speed in this enclosed space? Moreover, they sealed off all possible escape routes. Ha! Jonas flicked his wrist, and the sword drew a half-moon arc of light. The seemingly casual swing of the sword unleashed a blinding silver light the moment the blade touched the sandstorm. The attacks condensed from the frosty silver chi turned into sand and fell to the ground like snowflakes exposed to the blazing sun. How so? The black-robed man closest to the sandstorm frowned. He could feel his magic power being swallowed up by the sandstorm. The magical countermeasure brought about by 100% magical affinity. Jonas didn't even glance at him. He lightly touched the ground with his toes and floated upwards like a willow catkin, just avoiding another swirling sand whip. Then he flipped over and stomped Dessler's head under his foot. Dessler's face stung with pain. He watched helplessly as Jonas so easily deflected the 3 attacks. No. This is a Frost Silver level expert. How could he possibly dodge so easily? He wanted to open his mouth, but the foot on his head prevented him from even doing so. For the first time, he felt the terrifying power of Jonas. He finally understood why his younger brother, who led the elite of the Second Army, had been sent back with only an arm. The other Legion commanders who were being controlled nearby also stared wide-eyed. They knew perfectly well how strong these Frost Silver level Sand Clan members were, yet Jonas managed to evade them so easily. Moreover, he was also controlling Dessler beneath his feet. Jonas narrowed his eyes. The next moment, the sole of the shoe rolled over Dessler's cheekbone, knocking him unconscious. In that instant, the 3 sand whips had already twisted into a dense net like an iron barrel in front of him. The sand and gravel solidified in the air into the shape of ferocious bone claws, cutting off all escape routes with a sharp whistling sound that tore through the air. Jonas's longsword burst forth with a blinding silver light as he slashed out. The sword energy, like a whirlwind, swirled and churned the sand. Sizzle. The sound of the sword blade slicing through the sand was sharp and piercing. The scattered sand tried to hit Jonas, but was swept away by the wind and couldn't get close. Jonas moved like a ghost, his wrist flicking as he advanced. The next moment, the silver-white sword blade emerged like a serpent from its hole, aiming straight for the throat of the black-robed man closest to him. Puff! Spots of blood bloomed on the tip of the sword, the black-robed man's pupils contracted sharply, and a hoarse sound came from his throat. His withered fingers instinctively reached for the wound, only to touch a grain of sand that was crumbling away. The next moment, sword energy swirled wildly. Like a meat grinder.
But the blood that should have splattered turned into black sand and fell to the ground, and the entire body disintegrated like a sand dune blown away by the wind.
How is this possible?
The pupils of the remaining two men in black robes widened in shock, and one of them exclaimed in disbelief. In such a small place, their talent for controlling sand is unparalleled.
Fine sand is incredibly penetrating. Even a tiny grain of sand can become a terrifying killing weapon if it gets close.
However, under such fierce sword energy, not a single grain of sand could get close.
On the contrary, it can even retaliate against one of them.
Jonas was also a little confused at this moment.
It doesn't feel right. Is Frost Silver a weak class?
However, the scattered sand suddenly reformed into a human shape 3 steps away. The wound on his neck was being filled with sand at a visible speed, as if the fatal blow had been an illusion. This Jonas raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes.
That's interesting.
He had heard that the Sand Clan possessed the talent to manipulate sand, but he never expected it to reach such an unbelievable level. At the Frost Silver level, one's body can even transform into elements, making them impossible to kill with ordinary attacks.
The controlled Legion commanders stared wide-eyed, their Adam's apples bobbing laboriously as they felt suffocated.
They had seen Sand Clan soldiers use sandification techniques to pass through city walls at the border, but they never imagined that Frost Silver warriors could use this talent to the point of limb reconstruction.
How come it can't be killed even like that?
Suddenly they understood why Dessler had called them naive compared to such strength. Their chosen army was indeed somewhat laughable.
What's the use of being stronger? See that? This is the gift of the Sand Clan.
The black-robed figure on the right raised his sand staff, sand gathering in his palm into a spiraling blade wheel.
Before absolute elemental control, your sword is nothing but scrap metal.
Now, I'm giving you a chance to surrender. It's not too late. With such formidable strength, if you pledge your loyalty to the Master, he will certainly not treat you unfairly.
TSK. Your parents aren't worthy. Court death.
We have countless opportunities, but if you are hit by even one of our attacks, the sand will kill you like a bone-deep infection.
Humans are utterly insignificant before our Sand Clan. He's just a swordsman, he can't do anything to us.
Before he finished speaking, the 3 of them had already surrounded him in a triangular formation, and the stone bricks on the ground were cracked like a spider web under the sand transforming magic.
Jonas suddenly laughed. The body did indeed disappear into the darkness the next moment, vanishing into thin air. What?
Don't worry, it's just an assassin's trick. Cover this area with sand, he can't escape.
Just as the other party made their move,
Jonas had already reached the back of the opposite side. Based on the feedback from the sand, the person on the other side turned around and swung the sand blade until he reached the spot.
Just a little trick. Jonas took a half step back to avoid the sand blade, and blue flames gathered on his fingers.
That was because the fireball spell had reached its peak proficiency under continuous compression. The temperature had reached its limit.
He lightly brushed the frost sword.
Pale blue flames clung lightly to the sword like liquid.
As the enemy attacked.
The next moment, he drew his sword and swung it, creating a dazzling blue arc.
Laugh.
A white mist suddenly rose up, and the sand grains flying in the air turned into translucent crystals the moment they came into contact with the liquid, like solidified amber.
What?
The black-robed man in the middle took a half step back in shock. He felt the sand element in his palm suddenly lose its fluidity. The sand that had accompanied him for decades now seemed to be poured into the ground, falling heavily. Jonas pressed forward, a blinding blue flame rising from the blade at temperature high enough to melt sand.
The essence of Frost Silver sandification is elemental mimicry. Jonas is extremely fast.
His sword sliced through the air, and the sand grains, scorched by the high temperature, instantly turned into glass, spreading a smooth layer of glaze on the ground. But the main component of sand is silicon dioxide. Before he could finish speaking, Jonas suddenly flipped his wrist, and the frost sword, wrapped in blue flames, swept past like a startled swan. Wherever the blade passed, the air hissed and crackled.
Puff.
The sword light struck the black-robed man in the middle with precision at his shoulder and neck. This time, instead of the sand grains collapsing and reforming, a crisp sound like rocks shattering rang out.
It condensed into this state at extremely high temperatures, and you're still running? Chapter 89. I will treat you well.
The man in black robes let out a shrill scream. His right shoulder, which had been slashed, revealed a charred, rock-like texture, and the spreading silicified patterns crawled towards his neck like a spiderweb.
No!
The man in black robes stared in horror at his lifeless arm. Those body parts that once turned into sand at will are now becoming heavy and stiff. The sand and gravel at the shoulder and neck area suddenly vitrified under high temperature, forming a translucent crystalline fracture. The other two men in black robes were shocked to see their talents so easily suppressed.
This is impossible,
the black-robed man on the left said in a trembling voice. He tried to transform into a sandstorm to escape, but to his horror, he found that it was useless. Jonas sneered, the blue flames on his sword intensifying. Nothing is impossible. When the temperature reaches the melting point of silicon, your sand-transforming talent is nothing more than a pile of molten glass. The next moment, Jonas twisted his right hand. The sword energy swept through like a meat grinder, and the terrifying heat made it difficult for the person in front of them to take shape.
It was later cut into pieces of glass like glass.
It fell to the ground and shattered. The other two men in black robes exchanged a glance and couldn't help but feel fear. The Sand Clan, with their unique talents, are arguably the most difficult race to kill. That's how they were able to survive in such harsh conditions and establish a kingdom. And now they have even reached the frost silver level.
Jonas's seemingly simple sword strike proved to be utterly ineffective. None of you will escape.
Jonas touched the ground with his toes and shot towards the black-robed man on the left like an arrow. The blue flames on the frost sword had not yet died down, and the blade left a trail of sparks as it sliced through the air.
Sand waterfall burial.
The black-robed man on the left roared and raised his sand staff. Suddenly, several cracks appeared in the ground, and black sand shot into the sky like a fountain. The meeting room completely collapsed. Black sand dunes converged in mid-air to form a sandstorm vortex that blotted out the sky. Driven by magic, the sand transformed into countless sharp pyramids, shooting downwards with a sharp sound like tearing metal. This move is a ranged killing technique from the Sand Clan's secret arts. At this point, they couldn't care less about anything else and unleashed their strongest killing move. The dense sand cones blocked all of Jonas's evasive angles, and even the dust in the air was stirred up like blades by the sand transforming magic. As Jonas spun around, his toes traced an arc on the ground, and the frost sword slashed horizontally, causing the blue flames to suddenly surge 3 feet as if alive. The sword energy did not slash out in a straight line, but instead transformed into a rotating blue barrier.
The next moment.
The moment countless sand spikes struck the wind barrier, the intense heat caused the air to explode. Before the sand could even touch the blade, it was burned into glassy shards, which then solidified into transparent blade fragments that floated in mid-air in the whirlwind.
It looked exceptionally beautiful. An under-attack parry.
The sand vortex lost the support of the attack from below, and the black sand flow began to become turbulent.
Jonas seized the opportunity, lunged forward, and left 3 blue afterimages in the air with his frost sword.
With a single thrust, the sword pierced through one of the men in black robes. The next moment, terrifying flames erupted from his body. A piercing scream instantly echoed throughout the scene. The last man in black robes felt his hair stand on end upon seeing this.
Turning into a wisp of yellow sand, I just want to run away.
He had never imagined that there were such powerful beings among humans. One person actually annihilated all 3 of them with overwhelming force. You should know they can use frost silver. With their innate abilities, even if they encountered a powerhouse at the molten gold level, they could exchange a couple of blows and then escape.
Where did this monster come from?
Looking at the patch of yellow sand, Jonas sneered. He moved like a ghost, instantly catching up with them. Then he raised his hand and swung his sword. Blue flames clung to it, and the sword energy burst forth dozens of meters away, leaving a dazzling blue trail.
Backstab, 400% damage.
Under the terrifying attack, this person was directly shattered into countless fragments of crystalline light. The Sand Tribe, feared by all, was treated like a toy in his hands.
The series of exchanges lasted only a few seconds.
The other soldiers below were stunned.
Isn't this their destiny meeting room?
Who are these people?
Moreover, what a terrifying attack this was.
Even from such a distance, they could feel the extreme temperature.
Go inside quickly. It's dangerous. Protect the leader. Enemy attack.
Seeing so many people, Jonas dodged and disappeared.
A long rope bound Drosly and several legionaries.
Then, with a single step, he intended to flee this place. He only came here to take hostages, and he never expected to encounter such a situation.
But it doesn't matter. Since they'll all be enemies in the future anyway, I might as well just kill them while I'm at it.
The next moment, Jonas tossed it with his right hand. With a magic spell, it suddenly exploded in the air. As the magic surged, the surrounding magical orbs instantly dimmed. As countless people rushed towards him, Jonas used his speed and stealth abilities to instantly disappear into the darkness. Then they left the place. Looking at the terrified Legion commanders behind him, Jonas said with a smile, "Don't worry, I'll treat you well." Among Lei Jin's army. Now, they have already set up camp far from the city. Olivina and Karis were sitting by the fire. A few sparks danced lightly on several graceful figures. Such attire is exceptionally pleasing to the eye, Carlyle said with some concern. Lord Jonas disappeared a long time ago. I wonder what they're doing right now. Olivina, don't worry, Lord Jonas has always been mysterious in his actions. I still haven't fully grasped his true strength. No matter how hard I try, he seems like a towering mountain standing before me, unforgettable. At this point, Carlyle agreed wholeheartedly, saying, "You're right. Every time, I felt like I had learned some amazing magic and wanted to show it off to Lord Jonas. Then he casually used an even more powerful form of this magic. Compared to his abilities, my supposedly impressive magical talent doesn't seem as formidable as I imagined." That's the strength of an adult, like a towering mountain. Olivina said, "The adults told me that we live in a remote place. A wider world, more geniuses we have yet to see. Right now, we are simply more gifted than those around us. Therefore, we must become stronger with a humble attitude." This has always been Jonas's mindset. He never boasted about his strength. Upon hearing this, Callus nodded. The master also gave us most of the magic crystals. If he had used these magic crystals to cultivate himself, his strength would have been unimaginably powerful. Olivina, yes. Therefore, we must work even harder to catch up with the adults. Katerina, who was standing nearby, stared blankly at the fire in front of her as she heard what the two were saying. Rare geniuses were so common around Jonas. He witnessed Oliverina's exquisite swordsmanship, saw Callus leading several mage legions and unleashing unprecedented magic, and witnessed Liliana's terrifying management and operational capabilities in her territory, ensuring that all the various races who had submitted to Regent Bayo had work to do and goods to receive. Everyone has a significant role to play. Liliana, standing nearby, asked Catra, "What are you thinking about?" "I have no idea." She is now confused. Liliana swayed her golden skirt and said with a smile, "Since you've chosen to stay by Jonas's side, then don't think about anything else. He will give you everything you want. Ensuring loyalty is what you need to do. This person is incredibly capable." That's really impressive. It's hard to imagine that the son of a minor lord could one day develop to such a stage. With Jonas's current strength, plus so many mage groups and swordsman groups, perhaps they could go toe-to-toe with the Heavenly Mandate army at its peak. Just then, bang! Several people, wrapped up like rice dumplings, were thrown in front of them. Jonas also emerged from the shadows. He pointed to the unconscious Dessler in front of him. Smiling, he said to Catral, "Miss Carter, go and verify the answer you need." Chapter 90. I hope you can still call out then. Beep beep. When Dessler woke up, they found themselves tied up under a dark tree. The man before him, Catra, was dressed in unfamiliar clothes, holding a dagger, and staring at him with a sinister expression. "How did I end up tied up here?" Memories from before falling into a coma surfaced. Jonas fought against 3 opponents single-handedly. No. The 3 men in black robes were not only of Frost Silver level strength, but also members of the Sand Clan. They even took him away from the very center of the Heavenly Mandate army? What kind of incredible ability does Jonas possess? Day. Catdala walked forward step by step. The pure white moonlight made the skin appear exceptionally fair through the black fishnet stockings. Her chest rose and fell accordingly. Her voluptuous figure looked exceptionally alluring and seductive in this unfamiliar outfit. The contrast between her without her night clothes and her current appearance is striking. She resembled a stunning beauty. But at this moment, Dessler was no longer in the mood to appreciate it. The dagger in the opponent's hand gleamed with a chilling light under the moonlight. This gave Dessler goosebumps. I recalled what Catrat had once told me. She will repay tenfold for what she did in the past. Thinking of this, Dessler couldn't help but shout excitedly. "You bitch, go ahead and kill me if you dare. I was the one who poisoned him back then, so what? Come on, kill me." Catra has assassinated so many people and extracted information from many others, she knows her methods best. Rather than falling into her hands and being cruelly tortured, it's better to provoke her and let her kill me to end it all.
When he was brought here, he knew he was finished, that his fate was sealed. I heard Deaslay's voice in front of me. Catra stopped and gritted his teeth. His body swayed slightly, and he gripped the dagger tighter and tighter. Just as Jonas said. She still held onto a sliver of hope and a bit of luck. If only he wasn't the culprit back then. That way, at least my years of hard work and revenge won't look like a joke. However, the other party's blustering yet cowardly demeanor turned Catra pale. So it's been so many years. She has always been helping her enemies kill their enemies. They even, at the time, they regarded him as their only support and hope for survival after losing their family. She said that destiny was her final destination. For a moment, she found it hard to accept. A strong feeling of nausea welled up inside me. Dessler looked at Catral's appearance and shouted, "What are you pretending for?" He had been hiding within the Heavenly Mandate army, waiting for an opportunity to defect to someone else. "Damn it, you bastard, you bitch, you even killed Deswin. Fate has been ruined by your own hands. Like those dead Nightshade, they're all a bunch of filthy trash." Upon hearing this, Catra's eyes glazed over for a moment, then turned to extreme anger. Their bodies began to tremble. "Damn it! The person in front of me deserves to die. He's a complete beast." "Ah!" With a roar. The next moment, Catra's dagger suddenly thrust forward. It unleashed a terrifying force, as if it were about to pierce a huge hole in Dessler in front of it. "See here." Dessler also revealed a triumphant smile. "Die. Anyway, it's all over." When? Just as he was about to kill Deslai, Jonas suddenly thrust out his sword. The attack was concealed. Catral involuntarily took a few steps back. Catral couldn't help but glare angrily at Jonas beside him. Jonas said with a smile, "Miss Carter, don't worry. If you kill him now, how can you let him enjoy 10 times your revenge? You should know that what he did to your people went far beyond this." Catral was taken aback when he heard this. Meanwhile, Dessler, who was tied to the tree, was getting anxious. "Jonas, that damn bastard, that damn trash. If you're so capable, then kill me. Otherwise, one day you will die by my hand." Jonas chuckled coldly, walked over to him, and whispered, "It must be incredibly frustrating. My dear brother died at my hands. The Heavenly Mandate army, which I relied on, was scattered by me. Even your favorite person is now preparing to tear you to pieces. Oh, right, the aloof Catra, the Catra you once loved. It's different here. It's very moisturizing and feels very comfortable. She was even willing to pose in different ways for me." Upon hearing Jonas's whisper, Dessler's eyes suddenly turned red, and the veins on his head bulged. He shouted, "Ah! Damn Jonas, you're a beast. How could there be such a disgusting nobleman as you?" Jonas smiled and then patted Dessler's face. "Enjoy it." Then, turning to Catdella beside him, he said, "My dear Miss Catdella, it's your turn. If you don't hit him hard, I'll hit you hard." Dessler, "Ah!" The magically created ropes rattled and creaked as he struggled. Jonas gestured for them to leave. There are things that Catral needs to vent. But if Catilla doesn't vent her anger properly, then I'll have to vent it all out on her. "Deslai, bitch, bastard." Catra let out a soft breath, his eyes filled with anger, yet surprisingly calm. "I hope you'll still have the strength to shout it out later." After saying this, she took out a bottle of special medicine and applied it to the dagger. In an instant, the dagger burst into dark flames. "In the end, you taught me this interrogation method. You deserve to die. But I will absolutely not let you die so easily." Chapter 92, page 91. Rather than calling Jonas an aristocrat, it's more accurate to say he's our new destiny. Look at your aloof demeanor in the destiny circle. Deep down, I probably couldn't contain myself for a long time. Look at what you're wearing now, and then look at the necklace you're wearing. She was nothing but a plaything of nobles, a whore. "Ah! Ah!" Dessler wailed and cursed. "Cat Darila! Don't touch me, ah!" Hiss. "Ha ha ha! Actually, someone from your Nightshade faction saw me poison someone, and it was a woman. Ah! Ah, go ahead and kill me if you dare. Nightmare tastes really good." Catra remained silent, his lips almost bleeding from being bitten, but his hands did not tremble at all. The sharp dagger moved like a leaping sprite, gently rubbing against his flesh.
They were completely absorbed, as if they were sculpting a work of art. I will carefully cut off every piece of your flesh to mourn my people. Hopefully you'll still be able to call out later. On the other side. Jonas then approached the other 3 legion commanders. Olivina poured him a glass of ice water and stood respectfully to his side. Jonas took a sip and then smiled at the 3 legion commanders, saying, I believe you all know each other, so I won't introduce myself.
Rengar is still as hot-tempered as ever. Speak your mind. Orcs will never be slaves. As for surrendering, you shouldn't discuss that. We would never surrender to such despicable imperial dogs as you. I know you're powerful, kill me or do whatever you want with me. Jonas didn't mention surrendering instead, he sat down quietly and said.
I'm thinking that all the leaders of your Heavenly Mandate army have been removed.
Will the Heavenly Mandate army fall into chaos? If Atticus were to launch an attack at this time, do you think the city of giant spirits would fall?
You should understand better than I do what happens if your Destiny army falls into the hands of the Imperial Legion.
What will the outcome be? And you female orcs are exceptionally popular among the nobility. Rengar, you. If your orc legion were to be wiped out, what would happen to the orc families of Qinghe capital? Do you think these noble soldiers will let them go? Bastard! Roar!
The characteristics of a lion man appeared, and Rengar's eyes turned red. Jonas took a sip of water, waved his hand, and said with a smile, Don't worry, Atticus hasn't started organizing an attack yet. However, your Heavenly Mandate army is in great turmoil, and it won't be long before it does.
The 2 legion commanders beside him said in deep voices, What exactly do you want to do? Jonas, I want you to submit to me.
Note that it is me, not the Empire.
Submitting to your oppressive imperial aristocracy? Impossible. We, the Heavenly Mandate army, rose in rebellion to overthrow you nobles. Jonas, it's better not to say things too early. Oliverina, go and bring the person up here.
As for what I just said, think about it carefully.
The words fell. Olivina brought many people up with her.
There are orcs here, as well as people from 2 other races.
Why don't you 2 have a chat? I'm sure you'll have a lot in common. After saying that, Jonas walked out.
Rengar snorted and said,
Talk? Talk my ass. Even if you brought the gods here,
Then he hadn't finished speaking. Then he could clearly see the people who had come up in front of him. He instinctively froze on the spot.
Ha! Father! Mother? Jonas returned to his tent, with Liliana following beside him. Liliana is beautiful in the moonlight.
Her long gold satin dress shimmered like beeswax in the evening breeze, and as her crossed ankles swayed gently, a section of her calf encased in gilded fishnet stockings was revealed. The silky texture of the stockings dug deeply into her rounded thighs, and the tight cut of the skirt outlined the amazing curves of her waist and hips, with a deep V-neck at the back that plunged to her tailbone. As she turned around, the moonlight brushed across her trembling shoulders. The gold fishnet stockings were stretched taut by her plump thighs, and the lace trim at the top of the stockings dug into her soft flesh, leaving ambiguous marks.
Jonas felt a surge of excitement upon seeing this.
The dress I designed myself suits me exceptionally well in my past life. I was quite daring with my red carpet outfits. The stockings were a little small, which made them even more alluring. Liliana watched Jonas's reaction with satisfaction. Jonas designs clothes for himself that are bold and beautiful, and he likes them very much. However, she also found it hard to imagine that a wise and strong person like Jonas would have such abilities. She raised her fair hand, a delicate gold chain adorning her wrist, making her hand appear exceptionally slender. My lord, if you weren't in a time of war, you could have a very high status in the capital by designing clothes for the nobility.
Jonas laughed and said, Ha! I'm glad you like the clothes I designed for you. These are just my own little quirks. Liliana changed the subject, saying, We took over Qinghe for this very day. You have the future they want. Their families are enjoying a life in Regenburg that is completely different from what they used to live, so how could they possibly go back to the way things were before? And you are also aiming to overthrow the rule of the empire. How could they not surrender? You said it, winning the hearts of the people wins the world. With such prior control, how could they not submit to you? Jonas pulled her into his arms and gave her a squeeze. The soft flesh around the waist is smooth and feels good to the touch. Liliana couldn't help but let out a few soft hums. Jonas, you know me best. Liliana hugged Jonas back. I used to think you had no chance against a behemoth like my family. But now, it seems like anything is possible.
Jonas casually reached in and said with a smile, "Of course it's possible.
And it's highly likely. You have to be careful. Even if you rule Posta, a behemoth like the Empire won't let Posta fall into the hands of outsiders. They will definitely send someone to seize the spoils of victory."
Aha!
Jonas helped the limp Liliana up. "Don't worry, I understand. Let's go." "Wait, don't make a sound." On the other side. Inside the tent.
Rengar considered himself a tough guy and would never surrender under any circumstances. But these parents and family members are right in front of them.
He's completely baffled now. When did Jonas already acquire Qinghe? What kind of speed is that? Rengar's father stared blankly at his son.
Jonas told him to meet someone, but it turned out to be his own son. The father and son had very complicated expressions in their eyes.
After a long silence, Rengar finally spoke. "Father, didn't you say that orcs would never be slaves?"
Aldo pursed his lips and said with some difficulty, "Orcs will never be slaves," but Jonas said that food and lodging are included.
"Your sister has been born. Are you going to let her eat those unhealthy green foods? And what do you do when a blizzard comes to a house with those conditions? The environment in Qinghe is harsh.
Last year, your grandmother was bedridden due to a blizzard.
How are we going to get through this year?"
Rengar wanted to refute, but found that he couldn't refute it no matter what he did.
Aldo continued, "I objected when you were following Dessler.
I saw no trace of love or kindness towards the people in his eyes, only a lust for plunder." Upon hearing this, Rengar lowered his head and said, "He has already betrayed us and sided with the nobles."
"Yes. I knew he couldn't do it. But father, how is Jonas any different from him? They are both imperial nobles." Aldo shook his head and said, "You'll understand once you've been to Regan City.
There, every laborer can live in a stone-built cement greenhouse with walls thick enough to keep out the extreme cold.
They might even be able to get their own land.
The school is open to all children, where they can learn magic, swordsmanship, and more.
One could even become a scholar or a monk.
There is no discrimination against us because we are beastmen. Even the 1,000 white jade people can become swordsman captains. What you, the mandate of heaven, have been pursuing has already been achieved in Lei Jinchang.
How can I not surrender? If I don't surrender, I'll be preventing them from moving towards a better future, and I'll be a sinner, won't I? Therefore, rather than calling Jonas an aristocrat, it's more accurate to say he's our new destiny." Chapter 93, Section 92, Should Someone Like Me Go to Hell?
After listening to his father's words, Rengar remained silent for a long time.
Really?
The reason I started this rebellion was because of the long-standing oppressive rule, the unjust future, and the terrible environment of King Hedu.
Is this resolved? It's no wonder Jonas emphasized that they were only subject to him, not to the imperial nobility. Aldo, of course it's true, why would I lie to you? At first, they didn't believe it, but when they arrived at Regenburg, they were shocked.
Looking at those rows of cement houses, and seeing such a different way of life.
It's as if they don't belong in this world. Surrender. You actually have no reason to fight Lord Jonas.
Even now, people are still migrating from Qinghe to Regenburg in Tal City. Lord Jonas and Treasurer Liliana introduced the 996 work system and 9 years of compulsory education, giving everyone a fair chance to live.
They even allocated houses and land. I have never had such good conditions in life before. If you continue fighting Jonas, the people of Qinghe will likely all be on your side. He thought Jonas had kidnapped these families and villagers, but he had directly captured them both physically and mentally. Aldo continued, "Now, the Second Army and the garrison of King Hedu have all surrendered. Most of his subordinates are with him. As fellow members of the Heavenly Mandate Army, I don't want you to kill each other." Rengar remained silent for a moment. After a long while, he sighed, his previous resistance and sharpness gone. He said, "Father, I need time to think. Too many things happened tonight. We were already under attack from Atticus, and during the meeting, the leader defected to Retfos, who was a member of the Sand Clan and was killed. They were rescued by Jonas again, who single-handedly brought them here from 3 opponents. So much had happened in such a short time that even his Orcish mind was a bit confused. Sigh. In the end, if Jonas hadn't saved me, Father, you wouldn't be here to see me now." An hour later. Jonas covered the slightly trembling, pale figure beside him with a blanket and then came out of the tent. Liliana is still so irresistible. Indeed, decisively recruiting Liliana was the right decision.
Imparting modern knowledge and theories to her will make the territory prosper, and such development will also have a great effect on winning people's hearts. Moreover, with the feedback from her abilities, his mind became clearer and his understanding of the theoretical knowledge from his previous life became more and more lucid. Jonas walked toward where Dessler was. They arrived at the place where Dessler was, but Dessler was already dead. His body was cut open as if by a master butcher.
Jonas was slightly taken aback.
Catra, standing beside him, stared blankly at Dessler in the firelight, tears slowly streaming down her face. He taught me this torture method, and it always works when used on nobles.
He said he poisoned most of our Nightshade people, and that the Nightshade saw him poison them, but he killed them. That Nightshade hadn't even grown up yet.
I can picture his cruel smile and the girl's despair.
And
I've been helping him all along, for this one person, for his ambition, and even helped him build such a large army. They fought so hard for him, and even once relied on the Heavenly Mandate army.
Jonas, do people like me deserve to go to hell? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even know this now. Jonas was right, only Jonas would help him. Character, Catra. Loyalty, 35%.
As he spoke, Jonas also saw through the firelight that the other hand already had several knife marks, deep enough to expose the bone. But Catrad, standing before him, seemed oblivious to it all. It seems that knowing the truth about what happened back then was no less than a huge torture for her. He preferred the stubborn assassin girl who hadn't surrendered before, to this version of herself. Jonas went up and took her hand, and a faint green glow appeared. It illuminated Catra's pale, tear-streaked face.
The healing magic made the marks on his hands fade away. But Catdala just stared blankly at him. Jonas brushed her black hair aside and said, "There's another way."
The place where you, the Nightshade clan, died was the Ghost Forest, a place where elements of darkness and death gather, making it difficult for souls to dissipate. When I stand at the pinnacle of the world and learn the legendary, apocalyptic holy magic, I will have the chance to resurrect your people. Jonas brushed his hair aside, stroked Catra's face, and made her look into his eyes.
And now, I need you.
As he spoke, he leaned forward and looked into Catral's eyes. I felt the cool, soft sensation on my lips.
Character, Catra. Loyalty, 65%. Chapter 94, Section 93, Take them down, leave no one alive. Feel that softness. Jonas's hand touched the back of her neck.
The moment my fingers touched her earlobe, I could feel the muscles in the back of her neck tense up suddenly, then slowly relax under the soothing touch of my fingertips. Her earlobes were cool like pearls, but gradually warmed up during the kiss.
At last.
Jonas patted her back, and under the magic of his hand, Catra slowly fell asleep.
As she fell, Jonas caught her around the waist.
He could clearly see the fine lines on the peaks of her lips, and the earlobe he had just kissed still had a faint pink tinge, like a ripe peach.
Never mind, just get some rest. Jonas carried Catra to another tent.
I gently touched her face and covered her with the blanket.
Jonas then came out.
We need to give Catral a period of calm. He checked his own condition and found that his strength had increased significantly.
Katarina was originally at the peak of the bronze level. This wave of loyalty is coming in. Jonas immediately felt his strength increase dramatically.
With the combined support of Callus, Olivina, and Catra, he instantly reached the peak of Frost Silver. With such strength, and the super-powerful skills of every S-class talent monster, Jonas felt that he could even put up a fight against Molten Gold.
Interesting.
Next, with Giant Spirit City as the defense, I can go and have some fun with the Sand Clan.
It has stealth and backstab capabilities.
He can eliminate the Sand Clan's elite combatants and commanders while ensuring his own safety. As Regenberg grows stronger, and with the power and allegiance of its race to accept destiny, the time for a major counterattack will come. Thinking of this, Jonas couldn't help but smile. There's still one genius spot that hasn't been bound yet. I wonder if there will be any surprises in the Sand Clan land.
When Jonas arrived at the location of Rengar's tent once again, Rengar has now transformed into a completely different state.
It used to be a fierce lion orc, but now it looks much more docile.
The other two Legion commanders behaved in the same way. Jonas smiled and said, "How did the chat go?" The Legion commanders looked at each other in bewilderment. They all couldn't help but sigh. Rengar, with his straightforward personality, was the first to kneel on one knee. "Commander of the 4th Legion of Destiny, Rengar, is willing to pledge his loyalty to you." The other two then also knelt on one knee. Asphalt, commander of the 5th Legion of Destiny, is willing to offer his loyalty to you.
Jonas had already anticipated this when he saw the 3 Legion commanders kneeling on one knee in front of him. He said with a smile,
"In that case, follow me in our counterattack on Giant Spirit City. Then, take it completely." At this moment, a messenger came up and said, "Atticus's army has arrived. They hope to join us in the final assault on Giant Spirit City."
The information they brought states that if they successfully storm and capture Giant Spirit City, you will be listed as the greatest contributor. Upon hearing this person's words, the 3 leaders were momentarily stunned. He immediately looked at Jonas. His eyes held a hint of surprise and doubt. Seeing the way those people looked, I smiled back then.
"Don't be nervous, this is just superficial information.
Go forth, the 2nd Army of Destiny and the garrison of Qinghe capital await you. Take down this reinforcement, join me in entering the Heavenly Mandate Army, and then drive the remaining Imperial Army out of the city."
They truly took control of Giant Spirit City. This will be the 2nd Regenburg.
Upon hearing this, the 3 Legion commanders couldn't help but shout,
"Yes."
Outside the camp of the Divine Army, Misala sat steadily on his black warhorse. He held a silver dagger in his right hand, intently using it to remove wax residue from under his fingernails. He was the commander of the 3rd Regiment of the Posta Army, holding an extremely high position. At this moment, a lieutenant rode up to him and said respectfully, "My lord, His Highness Atticus has instructed us to cooperate with Jonas's army in launching an attack." Misala slightly raised his head, glanced at his deputy, and a disdainful smile appeared on his lips. He said with a slightly sarcastic tone, "He's just a lord of a small territory, yet he expects us to cooperate with him?"
The lieutenant looked at Misala somewhat nervously and cautiously explained, "My lord, it's His Highness Atticus's order." Misala interrupted him, "I know His Highness Atticus's orders, but that doesn't mean we should blindly obey them. Moreover, I am undoubtedly the greatest contributor to the recapture of Giant Spirit City."
This Jonas, fueled by rumors, seems to have been elevated to a god-like status.
Day. Jonas then led his men out. Looking at the army in front of him and its excellent equipment, he couldn't help but laugh.
It seems that Atticus also sent his more elite troops, intending them to be the spearhead that would penetrate the city of giants.
"You must be Jonas."
Misala's voice was deep and powerful. This wasn't a simple question, but rather a confirmation.
Jonas frowned. The gaze from the other side seemed to be scrutinizing them. "Take your troops under control, obey my orders, and follow us in the attack.
When the war breaks out, you will form the first wave of attack," Misala continued, his tone leaving no room for negotiation.
Jonas laughed.
These nobles were still as wicked as he had imagined. The fact that Tail City could hold out here and cut off the Heavenly Mandate Army's supply lines is already a great achievement. Under normal circumstances, the casualties would have been devastating. It's only because of my existence that things are better.
Does the other side mean they're sending their army to be cannon fodder from the start? Jonas, there are so many idiots in the Empire. Thank you for sending the magic crystals and equipment. What did you say?
Jonas drew his frostbite sword and shouted, "Take them down.
Leave no one alive."
The next moment, as Jonas's magic surged violently, a massive fireball exploded in the center of the enemy army.
The moment the fireball exploded, Misala's black warhorse reared up in fright.
The soldiers in the front ranks of the Imperial Guard were blown away by the blast wave, their gilded shields crashing into the mud like kites with broken strings. In the rain of burning armor plates, several knights who tried to raise their shields to block were burned to charred pillars along with their warhorses.
"What?"
Misala's hand gripping the reins bulged with veins, and the silver dagger fell to the side of the stirrups.
"Jonas, you've betrayed us."
The next moment, Jonas took a step and arrived in front of him. A sword slashed down fiercely.
No, Misala felt a surge of immense fear.
The next moment, a terrifying sword cleaved the man and his horse in two. "Release the arrows," the Lieutenant Lucius roared hoarsely, only to hear the sharp sound of a bowstring snapping.
The mage group's attacks erupted from behind.
When the frost sword cleaved Misala and his horse in two, the surrounding soldiers immediately swarmed out.
They are all warriors destined by fate.
Blood splattered under their sharp blades, and the enemy had no power to resist.
The setbacks of the war in recent days seemed to have been swept away. Rengar burst forth from the darkness, unleashing a ferocious burst of energy. "Imperial dogs. Die, all of you." Saltov. Conference room.
Retfoot sat quietly in his luxurious seat, frowning as he said to his trusted confidant beside him, "Have the 3 elders not returned yet?"
There is no news.
In the past, they would pass on the news to me whenever there was the slightest disturbance. This time, not even a message came back.
It seems they're not coming back. A trusted confidant beside him exclaimed in surprise, "How is that possible? The elders are all at the Frost Silver level, how come they can't come back?" Impossible? Redfoot shook his head and said, "Nothing is impossible.
It seems that an uncontrollable factor has indeed emerged.
Is this a new force, a new strongman, or Jonas? We Sand Clan are born with extremely strong escape abilities.
To be able to kill 3 in a row means the opponent must have at least the strength comparable to the Molten Gold level."
Redfoot had a plan all along.
Cut off Atticus's supply lines, raid his second city, then take control of Destiny and Tars, and finally besiege Atticus.
After pushing all of this forward,
most of Postia belonged to him. When only Spandel remained, even with the destructive magical power of the capital, he could slowly erode its remaining forces and then take it over.
To ensure the success of the plan and to control Destiny, he even dispatched 3 Frost Silver level experts.
It was all to prevent accidents, but unexpectedly, an accident still happened.
Is Jonas really that good? Or? The trusted confidant beside him said with some concern, "Sir, what should we do now? If the plan continues, Giant Spirit City is probably doomed."
When it's time to make a decision, make a decision.
Go and inform the army next to Giant Spirit City.
They secretly introduced weakness dust into Giant Spirit City and plague blood poison into the city's water sources. Then freeze the flowing water sources outside the city.
If I can't have it, then I'll destroy it all.
Yes, sir.
Chapter 95, Question 94, What exactly happened? Deep within Giant Spirit City, the Heavenly Mandate Army's camp has descended into unprecedented chaos.
The 3 Legion commanders, including their leader, were mysteriously kidnapped, causing morale to waver. Many people have already begun secretly plotting how to escape this chaotic battlefield. Despite the remaining generals' attempts to suppress the news, panic spread like wildfire through the army, instilling fear in everyone. At this moment, these generals were gathered in a tent.
The 1st Legion's second in command gritted his teeth. "Now, what do we do?"
The general of the 4th Legion, an Orcish legion with a volatile temper, slammed his fist on the table and roared, "You're asking us what to do?"
"We were asking you what to do. If it weren't for that damn meeting held by D-Slay of the 1st Legion, would several Legion commanders have been kidnapped together?"
"Damn it, I don't know how to explain this meeting to the brothers stationed in the north of the city,"
someone nearby said.
"If they could kidnap our Legion commander in full view of everyone and with people talking about it, then killing them shouldn't be difficult."
"Killing us is not difficult at all."
A general's voice was low and gloomy, as if despair welled up from the bottom of his heart.
"The balance of power is already extremely unbalanced. Add to that the external and internal troubles. There are some things that have to be said, or else."
He stopped abruptly halfway through his sentence, but everyone already understood what he meant. For a moment, the camp fell into a deathly silence. They were trapped inside the city, and their supply lines were cut off. The leader and Legion commander were captured, which barely managed to keep the morale of the troops from collapsing.
That's already a miracle.
Perhaps when news of Atticus' renewed attack arrived, escape would truly be the last resort.
Just then, a loud bang was heard.
Immediately afterward, soldiers rushed in, their faces pale and their voices trembling. "It's terrible. The east, west, and north gates are under fierce attack at the same time, and the remnants of the army inside the city are also launching a counterattack immediately."
Upon hearing this news, everyone's expression turned even more grim. First, they captured the Legion commander, and then launched a full-scale attack to support the remaining troops in the city. After such an attack, what can they possibly use to defend themselves?
The lieutenants looked at each other, their eyes filled with despair.
Still, someone asked, unwilling to give up, "What about the South Gate? What information is there about the South Gate?"
The messenger's voice was low. "They didn't attack the South Gate immediately. They want to see our leader and then open the gates to surrender."
What a joke! Rengar's lieutenant looked at the people around him.
"Gentlemen, you should also know what will happen if we fall into the hands of the Imperial Army.
Resist fiercely. The flames of destiny have been ignited by us, and even if they are extinguished, we will show these Imperial dogs our final resolve."
Meanwhile, in the southern part of Giant Spirit City, Jonas's army had already advanced towards the city gates guarded by Rengar's orc legions. Seeing that the opposing soldiers outnumbered them several times over, a hint of despair appeared in the orc's eyes. Jonas slowly stepped forward, his voice calm yet carrying an undeniable power. open the city gates.
I don't want to hurt you.
Standing atop the city wall, the Legion commander's lieutenant, Lostar, roared back, "Don't even think about it. We, the Orc Legion, will never be slaves, and we will fight you to the last breath.
Even if you have."
Before he could finish speaking, Jonas waved his hand, signaling the 3 Legion commanders behind him to come out. Losdale was stunned when he saw the 3 Legion commanders below. He froze on the spot.
Ha! The war has just begun, and our own leader has already fallen into the hands of the enemy? How did you get here?
Rengar stood below the city walls, looking at them with a complex expression. He exhaled and slowly said, "Surrender, Losdale. The Destiny Army has a new leader.
Dessler has already pledged allegiance to the Empire.
Only Jonas can revive the Celestial Army and truly make Giant Spirit City our new base." Vice Admiral Losdale stared at Rengar as he walked out, and upon hearing his words, he was completely stunned, as if he didn't recognize the person in front of him anymore.
What did you say? Is the person in front of him still the same fiercely independent Legion commander he knows? Why did he immediately ask for surrender the moment he reappeared after being kidnapped? What exactly happened?
Chapter 96, page 95, Tonight, let's fight to our heart's content. Rengar exhaled, pulled out a token from his robes, raised it high, and his voice, booming like a bell, echoed before the city gates. 4th Legion, open the city gates. On the city wall, the defenders looked at each other, hesitant and undecided. He slammed his hand on the shield beside him, creating a loud bang that shook the defenders from their hesitation. He shouted coldly, "This is a military order. Anyone who dares to disobey will be punished according to the merciless laws of the military." At the same time, familiar faces appeared one after another in the attacking army, former brothers, and even people from King Hadu. The soldiers guarding the city wall no longer hesitated. With a heavy creaking sound of gears turning, the city gates slowly opened. However, the Orc Legion was still a little confused when they saw their Legion commander return.
"I don't understand what's going on."
Rengar stood before the city gate and announced loudly, "Dessler has sided with Retforth.
Lord Jonas unified the rear.
The life, peace, equality, and respect that we once desired have been realized in Reginald.
Houses, land, schools, life. Your family can rest easy.
Now the Imperial Army attacking the southern city of Giant Spirit City has been completely killed, and Jonas is the new destiny. The armor of the soldiers and the blood on their hands are proof. Rather than being chased by the Imperial Army, we should follow Lord Jonas and fight back. At last. I pledge my loyalty to Lord Jonas." His voice carried a fanatical faith, as if every word struck the hearts of the Orc Legion with tremendous force.
Rengar's aura and the token in his hand are undeniable proof.
It was Rengar who raised the banner of rebellion, and he had an absolute faith in the army.
After a moment of shock, the lieutenant shouted, "I pledge my loyalty to Lord Jonas." After a moment of silence.
At this moment, a deafening roar erupted from the entire Legion. "I pledge my loyalty to Lord Jonas. I pledge my loyalty to Lord Jonas."
I witnessed this scene. Jonas looked at Rengar's army with a hint of admiration. Although the Orcish legions are volatile, they express their emotions more directly. Subduing them was easier than I imagined. Once Rengar is dealt with, everything will be fine.
Jonas slowly walked up to the platform, raised his hand slightly to signal everyone to be quiet, and then said, "After fighting for so many days, I believe everyone is filled with anger and helplessness under the suppression of the Imperial Army. Now, I will lead you in a counterattack."
"Army, yes, sir."
"Alafina, take the swordsmen and the Orc Legion to support East City, take down the remnants of the Eastern City Empire, and repel the Imperial Legion.
Callus, take a mage corps, Aurelius, and you take the Second Army to support the West City. As for you 2 Legion commanders, I think the morale of the army will stabilize once you return to your posts. That will be your time to shine."
Yes, the crowd responded in unison, their voices filled with determination and loyalty.
Jonas concluded by saying, "As for the northern city held by Desley's First Army, mage troops, follow me. Let's take over Giant Spirit City completely. Let's fight to our heart's content tonight." Yes. North City. This is where Postea's Second Army attacked.
Although Giant Spirit City has extremely high walls, making it inherently easy to defend and difficult to attack, the defenders on the walls have been retreating steadily under the offensive of the Postea Army's Second Army.
Second Legion Commander Tasley looked at everything before him, a cold smile playing on his lips. This is the so-called Heavenly Mandate Army? How laughable.
The fact that such a fortified city could be taken by such an army is simply a bunch of useless idiots. He originally thought that the towering walls of Giant Spirit City would make the attack extremely difficult. But now it seems that this so-called Heavenly Mandate army is nothing more than a bunch of incompetent natives. They are utterly vulnerable, he said to the soldier beside him. The opposing team has lost all fighting spirit. Let the mages bombard me, and let the archers unleash their arrows. Crush them to death, then charge with me. Today, I will be the first to rush into Giant Spirit City and become the greatest contributor. The Third Army, don't even think about taking it from me. As his command was issued. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying explosive magic, like a ferocious beast, raged across the city walls, exploding wildly. Each explosion was accompanied by a dazzling flash of light, illuminating the entire city wall and allowing every defender to clearly see the rain of arrows that filled the sky like locusts. These arrows rained down relentlessly, as if they were free, carrying a sharp killing intent and a deadly threat. The defenders on the city wall cried out in agony as they were bombarded by a hail of arrows. Where's the leader? We need a leader. Where is he? If he doesn't come out and boost morale, we're doomed. A team leader shouted hoarsely, his voice standing out starkly in the chaotic battlefield. However, no one answered him, only the sounds of magical bombardment and the whistling of arrows intertwined, creating a sense of despair and helplessness. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream ripped through the night sky. It was the sound of a soldier being struck by magic. Then, more screams rang out, and the entire city wall was shrouded in the shadow of death. Amidst this hellish scene, a knowledgeable general chuckled bitterly and said, "Chief? What chief? Dessler has already been kidnapped. Even he's been kidnapped, how are we supposed to fight back? We're finished, ha ha ha, we're finished." His words struck everyone's hearts like a hammer blow, causing an uproar in the army. What? Dessler has been captured. Is the leader dead? Dead, ha ha ha, we all have to die. Despair spread like a plague through the army, soldiers' morale began to collapse, and the defenses that had been barely holding on began to crumble. Reinforcements. We need reinforcements. Help, my leg. Where did the reinforcements come from? Only us, only ourselves. We're surrounded by the Imperial Army. The Mandate of Heaven Army is a joke. Ha ha. It's over. Many soldiers have begun to abandon their positions and retreat. Looking at the carnage on the city walls, Tasliwi couldn't help but laugh. This is the so-called Heavenly Mandate Army. They're nothing but a bunch of incompetent fools. How dare they claim to be the will of heaven? The magic corps charged up, blasting open the city gates. If the gates didn't open, the other soldiers, armed with siege weapons, charged. Yes. As soon as Tasliwi gave the order, a blinding magical aura suddenly erupted from the ranks of the Second Army's mages. Dozens of mages simultaneously plunged their staffs into the soil, and the crimson crystal magic core embedded in the staff head instantly swelled to the size of a heart. The flame runes that appeared on the surface twisted and moved like living things. The dry air crackled and popped as it burned, and blue flames ignited around the mage group, becoming the fuses for spells. Buzz. A deep resonance erupted from the center of the mage array, and a phantom of a giant serpent made of pure flames hovered in mid-air. The python's body was coiled around tongues of fire as thick as bulls, and with each swipe of its tail, countless sparks flew, scorching the armor of the soldiers below with sizzling marks. It's the start of burning sky flames. A knowledgeable centurion's pupils constricted sharply. Even from this distance, you can feel the intense heat hitting you. It's over, this is the most famous mage formation of the Imperial Army. If we fall, we'll all die. Run, run fast. Where are the mage group? Interrupt them. The mage corps has collapsed. The phantom of the giant fiery python gradually solidified as the mages chanted, and a fireball began to gather in its mouth, expanding continuously. This fireball was not the orange-red color of ordinary flames, but rather an almost transparent incandescent white. The air around it distorted into ripples, and even light was swallowed up by the high temperature, creating a strange blind spot. Even from dozens of feet away, the soldiers guarding the city wall could feel a slight burning sensation on their faces. Laugh. Ready. Tasliwi stood behind the magical barrier, his face filled with fanaticism. He seemed to see the city of giant spirits collapsing in flames. Let these fools see what the wrath of the Empire is like. Meanwhile, some of the remaining defenders on the city wall turned and ran wildly into the city. The next moment, the giant fire serpent lunged at the city gate. Wherever it passed, the air instantly ignited, making a crackling sound.
It's over.
The soldiers looked on in despair. It was only by relying on these towering city walls that they were able to defend against the other side.
But what if the city gates are breached now? What can they use to fight the other side? Chapter 96 Retreat or Death. What can they use to fight the other side? Just then, a figure appeared in front of the city gate. Jonas let out a soft breath. His right hand slowly reached forward. As the fiery serpent, carrying a destructive heat wave, lunged at Jonas, countless tiny points of light suddenly illuminated his body. He calmly took a step forward, and with a light wave of his right hand, the air crackled like shattering glass, and the ferocious fiery serpent eerily froze. This scene stunned everyone present.
Those who were preparing to escape on the city wall all stopped. They stared in disbelief.
What's going on? How could such terrifying magic stop? The most shocked were the people in the enemy camp. Tasley's fanatical gaze momentarily froze. It stopped? How is that possible? This is heaven burning flames. Tasley's voice was filled with disbelief, that proud magical offensive. Before that figure at the city gate, he was like a toy held in the grasp of an invisible hand. No. Who is this person? Could one person withstand such an attack? Just then, the members of the Imperial Mage Corps maintained their casting postures, only to be horrified to find that magic power was flowing back into their bodies like a burst dam, and the magic core embedded in their staffs emitted a hum that could not bear the burden. No, the magic formula has been reversed. If magic is to be defined as terrifying attacks transformed from natural magical power, therefore, the sorcerer's reversal is to transform this terrifying attack into the most basic natural magic. How so? This person has 100% magical affinity? How is that possible? At that moment, a pale blue magic circle appeared in Jonas's raised right palm.
The magic light array continued to grow larger. The runes flowing within the formation correspond perfectly to the runes of the giant fire serpent, yet they exhibit completely opposite operating trajectories. The giant fire serpent trembled violently under the pull of the mage group and Jonas's combined forces, and suddenly burst apart, transforming into thousands of fluttering butterfly shadows. Like light and shadow, it flashed across a patch of the city wall. Refer to Doctor Strange's fight against Thanos.
Such a scenario. The soldiers guarding the city wall gaped, forgetting to breathe.
They watched as the death magic that had once filled them with despair was transformed into a dreamlike spectacle in Jonas's hands.
Is this a god? What kind of magic is this? He single-handedly dispelled the attack of an entire magic guild? Who said there are no reinforcements? He alone is the strongest reinforcement. After blocking the attack, Jonas also felt a slight weakness in his body.
Compared to the magic core of the Heavenly Mandate Army, the magic core of the Post-Empire Army is far more powerful. Such a fiery serpent cannot be dispelled many times. The next moment, he clenched his right hand. The members of the Regenbird Magic Guild walked onto the city wall, their magical energy surging with each person. After linking with Jonas, I frantically poured magic points into him.
With the help of the Regenbird Magic Order, Jonas's magical power surged once again. Then he floated up and stood between the two armies. Then he addressed the Heavenly Mandate Army on the city wall. Deslayer sided with Retfors and has now been killed by me. If any of you still want to live, then follow me and start the counterattack. I am Jonas.
Several of you Legion commanders have already defected to me.
Now, I am your only ally, and also your new destiny. On the city wall, the members of the 1st Legion of the Heavenly Mandate Army looked at each other in bewilderment. Jonas? This is not the former leader of Tar's city. How did I end up here? Is he the new destiny? However, at that moment, magic cards were projected out one by one. The soldiers on the scene had no choice but to believe it. That was the loyalty the Legion commanders offered to Jonas. Did Deslayer side with Redfoot and even put on a magic collar? And the villagers of Kinghadu, living in Lijan Bayo. After a moment of stunned silence, everyone had no choice but to accept the truth. Deslayer is actually that kind of person? I believe that even Jonas, who was once an aristocrat, can accomplish all of this and become the new leader of our destiny. Now that we are in defeat and facing life and death, salvation is on our side. And they made so many promises. I'm willing to follow Jonas. I am willing to pledge my loyalty to Lord Jonas. I am willing to pledge my loyalty to Lord Jonas. I am willing to pledge my loyalty to Lord Jonas.
As the shouts continued, the soldiers on the city wall gradually came to agree on a slogan.
Jonas nodded in satisfaction. They looked toward the Imperial army. Then he said calmly, "Do you choose to retreat, or to die?" Chapter 97 Meteor Stream Fire. Are you Jonas?
Tasley frowned, his gaze sharp as he stared directly at the person before him.
No, weren't you attacking the southern city of Giant Spirit City with Misala? How could Jonas have such strength? One person can withstand an attack from an entire group of mages?
Jonas used levitation magic to slowly rise into the air, looking down at Tasley with a hint of amusement in his smile. Misala's third army has fallen. Go back and tell Atticus that Giant Spirit City is mine now, and it's not too late to withdraw.
Upon hearing this, Tasley was slightly taken aback.
He quickly realized what was happening, and his voice deepened, carrying a hint of anger and disbelief.
Traitor! So you've been sending messages to Spandau City, using our Imperial army to hold back the mandate of heaven?
Jonas, however, remained unperturbed and said with a smile, "It's not about restraint, the heavenly mandate army is mine now too." His voice was calm and resolute, as if he were stating a very simple fact.
Tasley paused slightly.
As far as he knew, Jonas was just the son of a minor lord, and on the post-battlefield, he was nothing more than an insignificant cannon fodder.
But now, he has become the leader of the Heavenly Mandate Army and has even occupied Giant Spirit City. Jonas said calmly, "I don't actually want to fight you. The real enemy is Redfoot, who has occupied 3 cities in the east. Don't want to fight us? You seized the Giant Spirit City that rightfully belonged to Prince Atticus, and now you say you don't want to fight us? Ha!" Tasley sneered, his face full of mockery.
"If you leave Giant Spirit City now, Prince Atticus might not blame you for your past service.
Atticus is nothing but a fool who lives off his father."
"He's not worthy," Jonas said.
"Unworthy? You really don't know your place." Tasley's face instantly turned ashen. Jonas, not wanting to say anything more, went straight to the point. "You, retreat or die? Someone who spouts nonsense. When we storm Giant Spirit City, you will all die." Jonas shrugged. "Since that's the case, then. I'm sorry."
He had no magic wand, but he slightly opened his arms, and the air around his body began to tremble slightly, as if some power was gathering. As the magic power of the magic group converged on him, a huge red magic circle appeared in the air, radiating a powerful light. Tasley was startled by what he saw, but quickly regained his composure.
He calmly commanded, "It's just one person and a group of mages. What waves can it create? Mage group, prepare to interrupt."
The assassin group sought an opportunity to assassinate Jonas, but as a mage, his melee abilities were inevitably extremely weak.
Other soldiers, charge. Giant Spirit City can only belong to the Empire. This way. Jonas's group of mages felt their magic power being drained as Jonas unleashed his terrifying magic.
Many people turned pale, and large beads of sweat rolled down their foreheads.
To absorb so much magic power, one must possess immense strength, and Lord Jonas is now even stronger than before. How strong must one person be to drain an entire mage squad dry?
As the Imperial Army's Mage Corps gathered its power, and with the renewed momentum of burning sky flames, another giant fire serpent took shape and charged towards Jonas in the sky. Sensing the immense magical fluctuations from Jonas's magic circle in the air, every mage felt a great threat. However, terrifying magic also requires an extremely long charging time. Interrupting it will end the process directly. Despite the terrifying attack, Jonas simply raised his right hand, a hint of disdain in his eyes.
Then you pinch forward. This terrifying attack crumbled completely at his feet.
The Empire's magicians were stunned by what they saw. Their faces were filled with disbelief and fear.
What is this? How can we fight like this?
While they were in shock, the magic circle in the sky suddenly began to spin rapidly, each rotation accompanied by a ringing sound that caused ripples in the air. Immediately afterwards, countless crimson pillars of fire erupted from the center of the formation. They were extremely scorching flames. They split and exploded in the air, turning into thousands of burning meteors that streaked through the twilight with long, fiery tails, illuminating the area. At that moment, every soldier below stared wide-eyed. Their faces were filled with horror and disbelief.
What? It's over.
They shouted it out instinctively, their voices trembling slightly.
The next moment. Boom, 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 boom.
On the ground, the shields of the armored soldiers cast trembling reflections in the firelight. The moment the fire fell, the air was suddenly ignited, producing a crackling sound. The first fireball struck the front row of the formation, and the scalding lava instantly melted through the steel armor, scorching the shield bearers and the ground together with charred craters.
The next second, more streams of fire fell like a torrential downpour.
Some exploded into a rain of fire in mid-air, while others crashed directly into the ground, creating scorching airwaves that swept up dirt, rubble, and debris into the air. In the distance, the military flag twisted and burned in the fire and wind. The soldiers' shouts were swallowed by the flames, leaving only the sizzling sound of melting metal and the rumbling of the cracking earth.
The Empire's magic guild stared wide-eyed at the sight.
Each mage instinctively raised their scepter, then gathered a ring of azure magical water. Immediately, a huge magic shield gathered under the faint fluctuations of water elements. The eerie blue of the magic circle intertwined with the crimson of the flowing fire. The terrifying flames even caused every wisp of air to boil after burning on the magic shield, as if it were divine punishment.
Every member looked up and couldn't help but swallow hard. This is the magic of molten gold, meteor stream fire? No, how could he possibly do this?
I've seen high-level mages use it, but I've never seen such a massive meteor shower.
This is just too outrageous. Just how high must their proficiency with this magic be? Oh no, our mana is burning up way too fast.
Tasliwi, who was in command at the rear, was completely stunned when he saw this scene. His face was filled with shock and disbelief, and his eyes held a hint of fear.
What the hell is this? Chapter 98, Offering My Loyalty to Lord Jonas. He gritted his teeth and said, Hold on. Charge. Don't retreat. By the assassin time. His attacks can't last.
However, the flames in the air surged even more fiercely the next moment, as if the entire sky had been set ablaze. Jonas's hands traced complex trajectories in the air, as if he were controlling the firepower of the entire world.
As he moved, the enormous red magic circle shone even brighter, as if it were about to devour everything.
Boom! Another wave of even denser streams of fire descended from the sky, crashing onto the ground like a meteor shower. These pillars of fire are no longer just simple flames, but are mixed with the high temperature of molten gold, each one carrying the power to melt steel. They crashed onto the ground, instantly melting the hard rock into liquid. The earth seemed to be torn open with countless fissures, and thick smoke billowed from the black cracks. The Imperial soldiers screamed in terror as their shields softened under the intense heat, even dripping molten metal.
The soldiers struck by the stray fire were instantly engulfed by the flames, their bodies rapidly carbonizing under the intense heat, leaving only charred remains.
The air was thick with the pungent smell of burning metal, mixed with the screams of soldiers and the hissing of burning metal, turning the entire battlefield into a living hell. Tasliwi's face had turned deathly pale, and his hands gripped the scepter tightly, his knuckles turning white from the force.
What is that? How many more times can he unleash his power? He roared at the top of his lungs, Hold on. Where's the assassin? Where is the assassin?
His voice sounded so insignificant amidst the roar of the flames, as if it might be swallowed up at any moment.
Now. The assassins were also dumbfounded.
They had planned to assassinate Jonas while he was casting his spell, but now, faced with the overwhelming flames, they didn't even have a chance to get close. Their figures appeared so small in the firelight, as if they might be swallowed up by the flames at any moment.
How do we get on this?
First, they thought that as assassins, magicians were physically weak and vulnerable.
But now that I see Jonas, I realize that the terrifying magician doesn't even give them a chance to get close. On the walls of Giant Spirit City.
The soldiers of the First Legion of Destiny on the city wall were stunned when they saw this scene.
Is Jonas really that strong?
They had initially thought that Jonas, alone with a troop of mages, couldn't possibly lead the resistance against the Imperial army.
Looking at it now, there's no need for any resistance at all.
It seems like he could wipe out the entire opposing team by himself.
If such magic were to fall into Giant Spirit City, they really couldn't imagine what kind of hellish tragedy would be taking place inside the city. Suddenly, they were all relieved that they were no longer Jonas's enemy.
Boom! Another wave of fire fell, this time directly hitting the middle of the Imperial Army's mage corps. Although the mages raised their magic shields, they were instantly shattered by such a powerful attack, and flames surged in like a tidal wave, engulfing them. Their screams echoed through the sea of fire, then gradually faded away, leaving only a scorched earth. At this moment, the Imperial army completely lost its morale.
Run! What are all these things? This devil is simply a devil.
Under the ravages of the terrifying fire calamity, this Imperial army, which was originally regarded as an elite force, suddenly scattered and fled in terror like disturbed locusts. Their discipline and courage seemed to have vanished at that moment, leaving only the fear of death. Even Tasliwi was not spared. He was stunned by the sudden attack and completely lost command of his army. The entire battlefield instantly became empty, leaving only a scene of devastation, the cratered ground bearing witness to the terrible disaster that had just occurred. Meanwhile, the soldiers of the Heavenly Mandate army on the city wall stared in disbelief at Jonas in the air. They originally thought they were doomed this time. Faced with such overwhelming Imperial forces, they had almost no chance of winning. Death seemed to be their inevitable end. However, no one expected that it would be Jonas who would save them. And he alone led the magic group and managed to defeat them.
They won just like that? Everyone is dreamy.
Then he stood up straight and faced Jonas.
Clench your fist and pound your chest.
I pledge my loyalty to Lord Jonas. I pledge my loyalty to Lord Jonas. I pledge my loyalty to Lord Jonas.
Meanwhile, the fighting in the East City was also exceptionally fierce.
Olavina's swordsmen and orc legions, like two sharp blades, plunged fiercely into the defenses of the remnants of the Imperial army.
The swordsmen wielded their long swords, their blades flashing like lightning, severing the enemy's defenses. The orc legions, like raging beasts, wielded enormous axes and roared deafeningly, crushing their enemies one by one.
Rengar finally managed to take down one of the enemy leaders, only to find that blood splattered wherever Olavina's sword passed. They killed dozens of people directly. He was completely stunned.
No. Isn't this Jonas's gentle and kind maid? Even a little maid is this fierce. Moreover, Jonas's army was even more powerful than he had imagined. With the addition of the Regan Legion, Giant Spirit City has fully launched its counterattack. The war continued until dawn the next day. Only then did the entire Imperial army completely retreat.
Watching the retreating Imperial army, the soldiers of the original Destiny army finally breathed a sigh of relief, collapsing to the ground exhausted, still feeling like it was a dream. At the beginning, all the leaders were captured during the Heavenly Mandate army's charge.
This kind of despair is unimaginable. But now, they have actually won, and even launched a counterattack. This is even more unimaginable. I never expected we even had reinforcements. They saved us. I finally survived. This Qian Baijue is really amazing. Looking at these grateful faces, Olavina stood atop the city wall and said, "It was Lord Jonas who saved you. Without him, you would all be dead today. Lord Jonas is your new destiny." Finally, all the troops assembled in the center of Giant Spirit City. Jonas stood at the highest point, his figure appearing exceptionally tall in the sunlight. He looked down at the neatly arranged troops below, a satisfied smile on his face. Note: Sorry. I really can't write about war, it's too difficult.
After we get through the main story, I'll continue writing about collecting geniuses from various races and slowly developing my character.
More than that, I'm looking forward to interacting with girls from all different races. Chapter 99. Those who follow me will surely rise above 10,000 men. On the high platform in the central square of Giant Spirit City, Jonas stood before the crowd, with the Regenberg flag fluttering behind him, its black background and gold patterns symbolizing a new order. His gaze swept over the crowd below: soldiers, civilians, surrendered nobles, and former soldiers of the Mandate of Heaven. Their eyes held a variety of expressions, some doubtful, some awe-inspiring, and some fanatical. The crowd below was still celebrating their victory, and Jonas remained silent, simply watching. The morning sun shone on his stern face. He slowly raised his hand, and the crowd gradually quieted down. The Tianming army and people of all races. We won, but there are bigger battles to fight ahead. Jonas's voice was deep, yet carried an irresistible force. Once upon a time, you have been deceived, enslaved, driven like livestock by those high and mighty nobles. They tell you, this is fate. Everyone stared blankly. Jonas, standing on the high platform, shone even brighter under the sun. Jonas's voice grew louder and louder. But today, I want to tell you. Our destiny is in our own hands. But you, the people, are the true masters of this land. From this day forward, everyone who sheds blood for Giant Spirit City will gain land. Everyone who takes up arms will gain dignity. I don't need slaves. I need warriors. I need your loyalty. I need you to believe that you can live better than you have in the past. Giant Spirit City will be the starting point of a new world. And I, Jonas Regan, assure you. He slammed his sword into the ground, shattering the stone slab and sending shockwaves through the air. Those who follow me will surely rise above 10,000 men. Let the glory of Regan shine upon this land under the distorted rule of the Empire." The crowd erupted in cheers. The soldiers were the first to react. They raised their weapons and roared, "I pledge my loyalty to Lord Jonas. I pledge my loyalty to Lord Jonas. I pledge my loyalty to Lord Jonas." Their eyes shone with a burning light, seeing new hope and a future. They had worked themselves to the bone but received no respect or reward. Now, Jonas's words made them feel that they finally had value and something of their own. The common people were also very excited. They had once been trampled underfoot by nobles and lived a life of hardship. Now, hearing Jonas say that they would become the masters of the land and gain dignity, it was like a dream come true. They shouted Jonas's name. Hall stood in the crowd, his face beaming with undisguised pride. He looked at Jonas on the platform, his heart filled with pride. His own son has grown into a leader capable of controlling the overall situation and guiding everyone towards a new world. Hall couldn't help but pat Asher beside him and whisper, "See? This is my son. Look at how you used to always show off your things in front of me, can you even compare? Just showing off here." Asher looked at Hordu's expression and felt a little helpless. All right, you talk too much. But I really didn't expect that. It was once a small Legion Baobo. The City of Tales was something everyone looked up to, and now we've actually taken over Giant Spirit City." Hall couldn't help but sigh upon hearing this. "At first, all I wanted was for our territory to survive in this turbulent imperial situation. I never expected that we would be the ones to defeat Destiny and become its new masters. They have even occupied Giant Spirit City. Let alone Giant Spirit City, I feel that with Jonas's current strength and potential, there is a chance that we can conquer Posta in the future." "Ha, that's true. Young Master has introduced so many policies and created such a wonderful territory." This completely relieved the soldiers of their worries. "This is the first time I've ever seen a soldier so fanatical and loyal to the young master. This will be a powerful and formidable army." Slinda stood in the crowd, her eyes flashing with a complex light. Looking at Jonas on the platform, she felt both admiration and a touch of disappointment. Jonas was the person she used to look down on the most. She once thought that if the Regan territory fell into the hands of the former playboy Jonas, it would mean certain destruction. Therefore, I constantly strive to surpass him in swordsmanship and strategy. They even performed better in several wars. It made her feel like she was already very capable. Jonas's growth and brilliance were so rapid that she could hardly keep up with him. He can now even take on an entire army single-handedly. This is absolutely outrageous. Sigh, is this what genius is all about? She looked at Olivina beside her. Olivina then removed her hair and looked at the figure on the platform with fervent eyes. She raised her right hand and joined the others in shouting, white hair fluttering in the wind. Damn it, I wish it was her standing up there. She also wanted to train Olivina and experience Olivina's kitten-like gentleness. Ah. She even imagined herself in bed with her. That damn Jonas. With so many maids already, why bother messing with her Olivina? On the other side. Now. Spandau City. Central Conference Hall. Atticus anxiously awaited news of the battle. Seeing his trusted confidant rush in from outside in a panic, he immediately went up to him and said, "How did it go? Did you manage to win?" With so many elite troops deployed, plus Jonas's City of Tales providing support from behind, the situation was dire. "This time, we're sure to win 100%. Seeing his prince in such a state, the confidant couldn't help but swallow hard. He stammered for a moment. I. Speak up. What did you say? As my trusted confidant, you can't even speak properly, can you?" Upon hearing what the other person said, the confidant replied. The major army groups suffered a complete rout, the Third Army was annihilated, and the Second Army suffered more than half of its casualties. The other legions suffered nearly half their casualties. Jonas defected and became the new commander of the Destiny Army. He single-handedly led his mage corps and repelled the Second Army. The remaining troops within Giant Spirit City cannot be contacted, they have likely been completely wiped out. One sentence after another left Atticus completely bewildered. No, what did you say? Seeing Atticus's expression, the confidant gritted his teeth and repeated himself. Really? Battle reports from the front? Your Highness, this can't be fake. No. Ah, Jonas betrayed us? How could he betray us?
And he single-handedly held off my entire army. It even caused more than half of the second army to be killed or wounded.
Look at what you're saying. How is that possible? The trusted confidant handed over the battle report he was holding. My lord, see for yourself. This Jonas is absolutely terrifying. Looking at the battle report, Atticus clenched his fist. My whole body went numb. Why should I? He suddenly slammed his fist on the table twice.
After venting, I fell silent, feeling immense defeat and despair.
It's over, it's all over.
This war will certainly change many of my retainers' views of me.
Moreover, Redfoot's failure to make a move resulted in his own army suffering heavy losses.
His second city, Lotz, will most likely fall into the hands of others as well.
It's over, it's over. Jonas, damn Jonas. You're such an idiot. On the other side, Redfoot also received battle reports from the front. Compared to Atticus's shock and despair, Redfoot frowned. Jonas just took over Giant Spirit City like that? Does Jonas have that much ability?
One man against an army, and now he has unified the Heavenly Mandate army.
TSK. Let's take a look now. Jonas was more troublesome than he had imagined.
They were able to unify the Heavenly Mandate army and capture Giant Spirit City at such a speed.
Jonas must be the one who took down his 3 Frost Silver level elders that day. He originally thought Jonas was just a minor lord clinging to life among several factions.
In order to survive, they constantly try to please and join various forces. It now appears that he was merely stalling for time. To have achieved this much from a small territory in such a short time.
This person is simply freakish. Redfoot looked at the map. He looked intently at Regenberg behind Giant Spirit City.
It seems that the biggest obstacle to taking Posta is actually this young lord.
That's interesting.
Alright, give the order. The 2nd, 3rd, 5th, and 6th armies, make your move.
First, capture Atticus' second city, Loth. As for Giant Spirit City, Jonas, how will you face the city filled with the dust of weakness and the deadly plague? Chapter 100 The Linglian Clan. After conquering Giant Spirit City, Jonas also planned to adopt the Regenberg model. The expansion of territory ensured rapid economic development. Then let the trained Liliana take full control.
At the same time, he distributed the captured magic crystals among his several retainers. Ensure the progress of your own strength.
The city is open to people of all races. With diversified development trends, Giant Spirit City has also flourished.
The people of Giant Spirit City are becoming increasingly powerful, and their lives are a world apart from the oppression of the Empire.
The army is also constantly expanding. But problems soon arose. As more and more people came to live in the city, it seemed as if a disease had been introduced. The once bright sunlight, when it pierced through the city gate, now appeared sickly gray, and there seemed to be a layer of stagnation in the air that was difficult to see with the naked eye, making every breath heavy and difficult. The pedestrian stopped abruptly, leaning against the wall and panting heavily. Despite having no wounds, he seemed to have all his strength drained away. Even the simple act of raising his hand to wipe away sweat was incredibly weak. Bluish-gray blood vessels were faintly visible beneath the skin, as if countless tiny insects were gnawing at the flesh. In a residence home, an elderly person suddenly woke up in the middle of the night, experiencing chest tightness, shortness of breath, and coughing up blood-tinged foam. The young, strong man woke up unable to even get out of bed. His limbs felt like they were filled with lead. Jonas and Callus's expressions turned grim upon seeing this. Many people have fallen ill from the poisoning. It's less of a poison and more of a plague. Callus, Lord Jonas, would it be effective to cast a great healing spell on the entire city with the blessing of the Mage Corps? Jonas shook his head. It only treats the symptoms, not the root cause. The poison of this plague penetrated deep into their bodies. Even if I could withstand the magic output of several mage squads and then cast a great healing spell, it can only last for a maximum of 1 month. To ensure this epidemic improves and does not worsen. The more troublesome thing now is that Liliana has also contracted the plague. This kind of poison seems to be more destructive to ordinary people. If it weren't for the healing magic I kept giving her, Liliana would have been unconscious. However, this is only a temporary solution and not a fundamental cure. Carlyle said with some distress, "How can there be such a potent poison?" Jonas said, "No need to look, it was Redfoot who made the move. Given the current situation, he has a very high probability of capturing Atticus's second city. Then came the illness that dragged down our city.
Then he launched a full-scale attack, which we were completely unable to stop.
Compared to Atticus's inexperience, Redfoss's every move was extremely crucial and terrifying.
If it weren't for my own extremely strong abilities, the 3 Sand Clan elders at the Frost Silver level would have been dead long ago. Then, they easily defeated the Heavenly Army, and after using their own army to capture the second city of Loth, they launched a pincer attack on Atticus. After its destruction, it slowly devoured Postia, eventually besieging it from all sides.
It can be said to be foolproof. If it weren't for his own presence, 5 of Postia's 6 cities would probably already be his. Even Redfoot is somewhat helpless against this plague. Seeing that the two were at a loss, Carter Della came over and said, "There is another way. Even if you, sir, simply go to their door and take Redfoot hostage." However, based on your analysis of Redfoot, he estimates that there are Sand Clan powerhouses of the molten gold level around him. Moreover, Redford, who appears to be in the public eye, might just be a puppet. This method would be extremely risky for you, sir. Another way is to find the legendary Linglian clan. The spirit ripple race was born from the fountain of life at the beginning of creation, the Eye of Artia. Legend has it that the ancient gods mingled star tears with dew from the roots of the world tree, and the first spirit lotus condensed in the center of the spring. When the petals fell, they transformed into a race with transparent wings. The ripples of life from the spring flow in their veins. Their blood can cure all diseases and plagues in the world. And it is precisely because of this characteristic that they are coveted by countless races. So they're just like our Nightshade clan. They hid. We, the Nightshade clan, once encountered them deep in the desert. I have a rough coordinate here. Lord Jonas, with your keen senses, you have a very good chance of finding such a race. If they could join us, Giant Spirit City would no longer fear any poison or plague. Upon hearing what Catra said, Jonas stroked his chin and began to think. To be honest, I could really go to the Sand Tribe. If Redfoot can poison his side, then he has to assassinate the other side. At least delay the opponent's actions. Otherwise, if the plague breaks out and the enemy launches an attack, Giant Spirit City will have little chance of resisting. Moreover, with his stealth and backstab abilities, he has no need to worry about safety at all. At the same time, I have one spot left, which I can use to find out where the Linglian clan is located. Chapter 101, Heading to Lozan City. While we're at it, we can also find out more about this Redfoot. Having figured this out, Jonas said to the person in front of him, "Leave this to me. I'll also take this opportunity to find out more about Redfoot." Catdella immediately said, "Do you want me to go with you? They can look out for each other." After what happened before, Catra has become unusually clingy. In addition, his exceptional physical abilities meant he was willing to pose in many outrageous ways for Jonas. He patted Catra's head and said, "No need, Miss Carter. It's easier for me to go alone. Moreover, the Heavenly Mandate Army now needs your management. Your task is also very important." Then he turned to Karis beside him and said, "Callus, go and inform the Mage Order. I'm about to unleash the great self-healing technique. I'm leaving the rest to you. Cultivate diligently, don't let me down." "Yes." An hour later. All the Mage Orders gathered in the center of Giant Spirit City. Jonas floated in the air, accompanied by violent waves of magic around him. Jonas spread his arms, and the enormous phantom of a goddess that appeared behind him emitted a soft yet powerful light, as if it were the source of life. Her phantom slowly waved the scepter in her hand, and a warm and pure magic emanated from the phantom, quickly spreading throughout the entire sky above Giant Spirit City. The city's residents, who were already weak from the plague, raised their heads, their eyes filled with a mixture of confusion and expectation. They could feel a powerful healing force approaching, as if an invisible warm current was flowing through their bodies. "What kind of power is this?" an elderly man asked in a trembling voice. The bluish-gray blood vessels under his skin gradually became clearer and their color returned to normal. "It's Lord Jonas." A young mother, holding her sick child, exclaimed, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. She saw that the child's previously weak complexion began to turn rosy, and his breathing became steady. The city's residents gathered in the square, gazing up at Jonas and the phantom of the goddess in the sky. They could feel the discomfort in their bodies gradually lessening, and their previously heavy limbs beginning to feel stronger. Many who were in despair knelt down. He clasped his hands together in front of Jonas in the sky. "Lord Jonas is our savior." "Yes, Lord Jonas, you saved us. My child is saved." Indeed, following Lord Jonas was the right decision. Otherwise, why would the other administrators treat us commoners and care about our lives? Undur. Carlyle stared blankly at Jonas.
Receiving so much mana from so many mages at once to unleash such a spell was something she never even dared to imagine.
Jonas is getting stronger and stronger. After casting the spell, Jonas was also somewhat exhausted. He said to Callus, Olivina, and Catra, "The rest is up to you. Wait for me to come back." Yes. Later. After treating Liliana all night, Jonas also left Giant Spirit City early on. The vast eastern part of Postia, with Salwater as its leader, followed by Mount Love and Loyans, occupies more than 70% of the territory. Although these three cities cannot compare with Spandal City in terms of overall strength and heritage, they are the core of Postia in terms of territory and resources. Of these three cities, the one closest to the desert is Loyans. This is also the city that Retfoot once chose to come to. And Loven's city was known to Jonas.
It is now a very special entity, especially in connecting deserts and cities. It is the largest trading place for all races. Its number of chambers of commerce is the highest among the 6 major cities.
Moreover, the members of the Chamber of Commerce here are not only humans, but also many other races.
People of all professions, if they lack any rare or precious items, will never return empty-handed from a trip to Loyunsi City, provided that they bring enough magic crystals.
This is also the largest intelligence center.
In the heart of Los Angeles City, there are numerous renowned chambers of commerce, not to mention countless smaller ones.
Jonas arrived here soon after.
Although this is a city on the edge of the desert, its prosperity is many times greater than that of Tal City.
This place also houses the largest slave market.
Upon arriving here, Jonas was somewhat bewildered, but his immediate priority was to find news of the Linglian clan. He then gave some money to the passerby and asked, "Where around here do you sell information?" The passerby was overjoyed to receive the silver coin. "Sir, of course there is.
In the city of Lovens, there is nothing that cannot be sold.
The Darkstone Merchant Guild in front is the largest intelligence merchant guild.
There, you can ask anything you want to ask."
Following the directions of passers-by, Jonas arrived at the location. The facade of this so-called intelligence guild looks old-fashioned and simple. Behind a huge rock. Behind the stone was a long road.
There are many small rooms along the road.
Jonas went inside, and someone came out to guide him to a small room. The maid took out a piece of paper and handed it to Jonas, saying, "Sir, write down what you want to know. After paying the deposit, it will take 2 days. We will then provide a price, and the transaction can proceed at that time."
Knows everything? Basically, most of the time. If we are also unable to obtain the information you want, we will provide you with corresponding compensation. Jonas, okay. He was quite curious too. Logically speaking, how could such a seemingly rudimentary information association know so much information?
Jonas wrote down the message and handed it to the person in front of him. The person in front of him glanced at it, nodded, folded the paper, and put it into a special box. After finishing everything, Jonas walked out of the small room.
Looking at this area, if so many people come to ask for information. So, where does this information come from? Is it that the Darkstone Merchant Guild has so-called talented individuals, or that these talented individuals possess special skills? Interesting. What if one possessed such a skill? I could use that spot directly on her.
Having such an ability to know everything will be extremely convenient in future wars. Then cultivate her loyalty, acquire her skills, and unlock the next 2 slots.
That's interesting. Night.
Jonas then returned to this place. He wanted to see how this information was obtained. If there is such a genius, we should kidnap her and bring her back to Regenburg. As for loyalty, we can gradually improve it later. Following the delivery of the message, Jonas approached step by step. To be fair, the people who delivered the message boxes were really careful. After many twists and turns, there were still several traps. If Jonas hadn't possessed such an outrageous skill as stealth, even a Frost Silver level expert would probably have been detected.
Chapter 102 Hidden Stone.
Thanks to the delivery of these information boxes, Jonas soon arrived at a new place.
It is a village that looks rather simple. Jonas was also puzzled how could the largest information trading guild be in such a rudimentary place. Could it be that he was scammed? Jonas followed the box delivery men into the village. Most of the people inside are elderly. There were quite a few beggars, and even some prostitutes dressed in flamboyant attire. They are all people from the lower rungs of society in the city.
The further Jonas went, the more puzzled he became.
What's going on?
When Jonas stepped inside, he sensed a familiar presence.
Sand tribe? Moreover, this is an extremely powerful Sand clan member. This aura is at least at the Frost Silver level.
Upon sensing this, Jonas couldn't help but smile. It seemed he hadn't come to the wrong place. Such a large prey right from the start. Moreover, the places where the Frost Silver level Sand clan can operate are believed to be extremely important. The further into the village you go, the more exquisite the houses become. Inside a clean and simple house in the center of the village, a little girl was sitting on the stool. A little girl who was like an angel. Anyone who sees her will be captivated and amazed by her exquisite, almost dreamlike face. She is like a little princess who has stepped out of a painting, very beautiful. She had her hair tied in a very simple braid, looking just like a porcelain doll. She sat there quietly, but her glassy eyes were unfocused. Her lips were very soft, her skin very white, but anyone who saw her for the first time would feel a pang of heartache. Both her lips and her face were too white, almost devoid of any color. There were many slips of paper on the table where she was sitting. They were from the previous message boxes. She was currently focused on writing, noting down the corresponding content on each slip of paper, as well as the magic crystals to be given. Jonas watched all of this from the shadows.
What's going on? So, all the information they supposedly received was written down by the girl herself? Isn't this a bit outrageous? Would someone with such a strong emotional connection like Darkstone Merchants really be able to support himself? Jonas was still thinking.
At that moment, a familiar gust of sand rushed in through the window. The girl felt the fine sand gathering lightly in front of her.
She couldn't help but frown. We've already given you the magic crystals for this month, so what are you doing here?
Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The fine sand in front of her gathered more and more, and soon formed a person in a black robe. The man in black robes clasped his hands together and said with a smile, "Miss Violet.
It's not about asking for magic crystals. I am here on His Highness's orders. There are many things that need to be explained. First, we need you to help us find out about Jonas Rikin's background."
"Huh?
Is there anyone else you're all afraid of? I wouldn't say I'm afraid. However, this person does indeed have the ability to be targeted and assassinated.
The 3 elders of the Sand clan were defeated by him.
But I believe in your abilities, Miss Violet. You'll definitely be able to find out, right?" Violet was slightly taken aback. Were all 3 Sand clan elders killed by one person?
She knew perfectly well how powerful each of the elders was.
How could they all be killed by one person? Violet sighed and said, "I might not be able to find someone this capable. Then I'll do my best.
I believe in your abilities, and I hope to receive information from Jonas next time I visit.
Otherwise, your sister might not be so comfortable. You bunch of bastards."
Ignoring Vildellen's words, the man in black continued, "Your Darkstone members are based throughout the city.
As the daughter of Valor, you have a great deal of influence.
Your Highness, he hopes you can join him. We hope that in future wars, you can also contribute to our cause."
Violet, they are just ordinary people from the bottom of society, rooted in a city. Are you sending them to war to be cannon fodder? They're not cannon fodder, they're all glorious warriors.
Of course, once Post.Ia completely belongs to our prince, you will be the greatest contributor.
As for your illness, there might be a possibility of a cure.
I cannot join your war. I have witnessed the methods of your prince.
Selfish and cruel. Hey, don't be so absolute about things.
In our Sand tribe, there is a form of torture where extremely fine sand can seep into human flesh and blood. We, the Sand clan, are born with the ability to manipulate sand.
Sand flows in the blood. This kind of pain is unbearable for ordinary people. I wouldn't want your sister to suffer from heart disease on top of this pain, would I?
Violet gritted her teeth.
Think about it carefully. Most of Post Estate now belongs to our Sand tribe. Only by joining the Sand clan can you have a bright future.
After saying this, the man in black robes looked at the delicate face in front of him and couldn't help but reach out and touch the small face along the ear. Startled, Violet pushed herself back and gritted her teeth, saying,
"What do you want to do? The girl's skin is still so delicate and smooth." "Miss Violet, I don't want to do anything. I just want you to know that if it weren't for His Highness finding you useful,
your and your sister's fate won't be much better than that of the tavern girl.
Please be clear about your own position." The man in black licked his fingers.
The next moment, it turned into sand and left this place.
He also left behind a message. Think it over carefully, Miss Dale. His Highness doesn't have much time left for you. Next time I come, I hope you can give me the correct answer. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been so gentle this time. Splash. Violet's eyes were unfocused, her gaze fixed on the direction where the man in black had disappeared. He clutched his chest tightly with both hands, his body trembling slightly. But the black-robed man's cold and threatening words kept echoing in his mind. Jonas looked at the girl from the shadows. Just as he had expected, the bustling city was now under the control of the Sand Clan. Utilizing these resources, the Sha ethnic group has experienced rapid development in recent years. Even Frost Silver level experts have appeared in such large numbers. This so-called dark stone can pose such a threat to the Sand Clan's experts, so it must be quite powerful. While Jonas was still thinking, Violet, who was sitting on the ground, suddenly looked in the direction where Jonas was. Come out, how long are you going to hide? Chapter 103's Rank Beast Taming Talent Vildaline. Jonas? How did she know she was here? Violet's gaze was already fixed on him. She couldn't possibly scare him like that. Does this person possess some kind of innate skill? Jonas immediately had the system display the information about the girl in front of him. Character, Violet Davis. Beast Taming Talent, S. Jonas. The person in front of me actually has an S-level beast taming talent. Excellent, excellent. I've searched high and low without finding it, and now it's right here without any effort on my part. Come into the bowl quickly. Disease, photophobia. Shadow addiction. This symptom inhibits growth and gradually causes the person to lose their 5 senses until they lose the ability to think and become a true empty shell. Lost, hearing, smell. Abilities, Hive Network, innate affinity with alien beasts. Hive Network, control and coordination of all lower-ranking insects through the will of the hive. And gain unit vision. Innate affinity with exotic beasts, naturally possesses the ability to establish good relationships with exotic beasts. Affinity manifests as greater ease of taming, commanding, or interacting with exotic animals. Background information. Violet, one of Valerie's adopted daughters. He inherited the Darkstone Information Guild of Hwalier and carried it forward with his own abilities. However, she was targeted by the Sand Clan, who kidnapped her sister Liz and others to use them for their own purposes. The Sand Clan utilizes its abilities. Unearth a wealth of information to allow the Sand Clan to infiltrate the Post-Ian Empire's army. Meanwhile, the Sand Clan used Vildelin's abilities to mine magic crystal mines, greatly enhancing the strength of their army and reaping the magic crystal profits from the 8th layer of Darkstone. Pursuit, to fulfill her adoptive father, Warriors, wish to create a world where even the weak can live well and be respected. Hobby, has no resistance to furry, exotic creatures. Hwalier, a generous and kind-hearted wealthy merchant. It sheltered a large number of people from various ethnic backgrounds, including beggars, prostitutes, and vagrants. At first, Darkstone was just a quiet shelter he set up. As more and more people from various races took in, Hwalier gradually became the object of their common gratitude, and they regarded him as their leader. People of various races were scattered throughout several cities. Later, Darkstone evolved into the Information Trading Guild, which eventually grew into the largest information trading guild under Vildaline's leadership. The eyes and ears of the lower classes are spread throughout several major cities in Post-Ia. Pursuit, to build a world where even the weak can live well and be respected. The pursuit of ideals severely restricted the Sand Clan, and he was assassinated by them years ago, with the assassination staged as an act by the Empire. Therefore, the reason why Vildelin could perceive her was because of the shared vision provided by this so-called insect hive network. So that even if she goes blind, she can still see herself. That's quite a powerful ability. Share vision and information with lower-tier Zerg. There is no place in the world without ants and other low-level insects. With such an ability, one could theoretically be omniscient in terms of information. Moreover, with this ability to control the overall situation, there's no need to fear being ambushed. In addition, there's his talent for taming beasts. This is practically a genius made for him. Having thought of this, Jonas stopped hiding his intentions and came out directly. Violet exhaled and asked, "Who are you?" To be able to hide among Frost Silver level personnel, I believe you possess considerable ability. Jonas, me? I'm the Jonas you were just talking about. Violet was slightly taken aback. What? Are you Jonas? Jonas, the one who could kill 3 Sand Clan masters? It really is me. Violet raised her head slightly and said,
you're really bold to show your face in this place now. Although you possess such strength, if you expose yourself here, you will inevitably be hunted down by the Sand Clan.
After so many years of development, their strength is extremely terrifying. Jonas found a place to sit down and said with a light laugh, "So, Miss Violet, are you going to report me?"
After a moment of silence, Vera finally said, "I won't.
Since you can pose a threat to the Sand Clan, I'd actually be more willing to help you." Jonas said directly, "Since you're willing to help me, why don't you go to Giant Spirit City and become my retainer?" "I'm not going." "Jonas, so you're going to stay here and become a slave to the Sand Clan?"
Violet fell silent for a moment, a hint of helplessness on her delicate face.
"Jonas, with Miss Violet's abilities, you have learned so much information. You should know who killed Warback then, right?" How did you know about this?" Jonas laughed and said, "I not only know this, I also know why Miss Violet could sense my presence." "What?"
Jonas clenched his right hand, and with a slight vibration of spatial magic, ripples spread out like water.
Bang bang. As the magic vibrated, even the insects and ants in the corners and crevices were stunned. Violetine immediately panicked inside the room. You. Just now, Jonas severed his connection with all the insects in the room. She was completely unaware of Jonas. Everything seemed to be in a state of chaos. He truly became blind. Does the other side know about my abilities? How could there be such a person? He has always kept his abilities well hidden. Even the Sand Clan, not even his closest sister, didn't know about it, so how could he know about his abilities? Jonas walked up behind Violet and said, "Miss Violet, don't be nervous."
Having lost sight of Jonas, and hearing his voice behind her, Violet instinctively shrank forward, while inwardly calling out to him.
"Violet, what exactly do you want?"
"Of course, I hope that Miss Vera can become my retainer and be loyal to me. In the future, I can overthrow the Empire, destroy the Sand Clan, and also create the world you and Valhalla hope for. A world where even the vulnerable can live well and be respected."
You.
Violet was speechless. Even though he was capable of gathering all sorts of information, the person in front of him was simply a mystery. On the contrary, the other side knows everything about him. While surprised, Violet said seriously,
"Although you are very strong.
But you still can't do it. You'll never know how powerful the Sand Clan is." The Sand Clan actually had the ability to overthrow Posta long ago, but they had been building up their strength.
What they feared was not the Posta Empire's army.
What they feared were behemoths like the powerful families of the empires above.
As soon as he finished speaking, splash. Now.
Suddenly, spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the ground, and the gray-brown soil surged violently like boiling asphalt. A jaw as big as a millstone burst from the ground, its serrated fangs snapping straight at Jonas. This ant was about half a person's height, its exoskeleton gleaming with a cold, iron-blue light, and its compound eyes, composed of hundreds of rhomboid crystal facets, swirling with a murky scarlet, like countless extinguished candle flames flickering deep within its pupils. 6 barbed limbs suddenly pushed off the ground. The monster launched itself out at a speed defying the laws of physics, its forelimbs slicing through the air with a sharp whistling sound.
The pincers suddenly closed 3 inches from Jonas's neck. Chapter 104 Sudden Attack. Violet originally did not want to kill Jonas. But Jonas knew too much and couldn't perceive him.
Jonas was too much of a threat to her.
However, faced with such a terrifying and sudden attack, Jonas did not retreat.
He raised his right hand and used his iron sword to directly block the pincers. Under the impact of the collision, instead, it produced a metallic clanging sound. The sound of corrosion echoed from the frost sword. If Jonas hadn't used his internal energy to protect it, the surface of the frost sword would probably have been corroded.
Squeak.
Seeing that it couldn't do anything to Jonas, the giant ant issued a threat.
Of course, Jonas couldn't understand it. He turned around, and with a backhand shove, he pinned the ant to the ground. No matter how much the ant struggled with its 6 legs, it couldn't move an inch. Jonas laughed and said, "That's no fun, Miss Violet."
Vera gritted her teeth and stared at Jonas in front of her. She could share Cook's senses and vision. She knew what terrifying power Jonas possessed.
How so? How can someone so young possess such strength?
Miss Violet, believe me, I have the ability.
Do you really want to work for your father's killer while being controlled by them, and even have your dark stones dragged onto the battlefield as cannon fodder?
I am the only one capable of getting you out of this danger, Miss Violet. Violet looked at Jonas in front of her, sighed, and sat down on the bed somewhat dejectedly.
I had no choice.
The Sand Clan kidnapped my sister, and all the children my father adopted were also kidnapped by the Sand Clan. Given their methods, I dare not refuse to do things for them. They even emptied out the dark stones, leaving them without any magic crystals to build their city. Many people have already lost their shelter and died in the dark stone. Well, since her adoptive father died, one thing after another has been overwhelming her, not to mention her illness. She was just a 19-year-old girl, and faced with so many things, she sometimes wanted to escape, leave, or even die. But thinking of my adoptive father's love for me and all my sisters, she had no choice. She really wanted to find someone to rely on. Jonas looked at the tired girl in front of him, gently squatted down, and looked her in the eye.
Miss Violet, I understand your situation.
His voice was gentle yet firm, but please believe me, I have the ability to help you resolve all of this. Violet looked up, her lifeless eyes seeming to search for something. Can
you really do it?
Of course.
Jonas held out his hand.
First, I'll help you rescue your sister and the others.
Second, I also have a way to cure your illness.
Violet's body trembled slightly, but the Sand Clan's strongholds are heavily guarded, and
Jonas made a shushing gesture. You just need to tell me their location, and I'll handle the rest.
Violet hesitated for a moment, then finally made up her mind. All right. I'll tell you. But please be careful, there are at least 3 Frost Silver level experts stationed in the Sand Clan stronghold.
Jonas smiled confidently, just what I wanted.
He stood up and took out a magic crystal that emitted a faint glow from his robes. Take this, it can temporarily relieve your symptoms.
Wait for me to return. Violet took the magic crystal and, sensing the powerful life force within it, couldn't help but show a surprised expression. This is a little gift. Jonas turned and walked towards the door. By the way, your big aunt is very cute. Tell it not to be so fierce next time.
Violet's face flushed slightly. Cook, he's just too protective of me.
Jonas waved and his figure gradually disappeared into the night.
Violet clutched the magic crystal in her hand, a long-lost hope welling up within her. Perhaps, he really can change everything. Meanwhile, Jonas had already slipped into the night. Jonas moved like a ghost through the night, the information provided by Vildaline clearly imprinted in his mind. The Sand Clan had established a massive stronghold beneath the city of Loyens, its entrance disguised as an ordinary warehouse, but in reality leading to a complex network dozens of meters underground. 3 Frost Silver level guards, 12 Bronze level guards, and several Black Iron level guards.
Jonas calculated in his mind. A direct confrontation wouldn't be a problem, but it would alert the enemy.
He decided to use his most effective tactic, assassination. Outside the warehouse, 2 Sand Clan guards were patrolling listlessly. Their bodies were covered in fine sand, a unique defensive tactic of the Sand Clan. I heard they caught a few more spies from the hidden stones today, one of the guards whispered. Humph, those human insects, we'll wipe them all out sooner or later. Another guard replied dismissively, His Highness said that once we take Giant Spirit City, we'll wipe out all the Dark Stone people. Before he could finish speaking, a flash of cold light slashed across his throat. Blood gushed out, but strangely, it remained suspended in the air, not a single drop falling to the ground. Before the other guard could react, he felt a chill run down his spine. He looked down and saw a sword tip protruding from his chest, then everything went black. Jonas gently caught the 2 corpses and dragged them into the shadows. His invisibility skill perfectly concealed all movement. The warehouse door was covered with runic traps unique to the Sand Clan. Any unauthorized touch would trigger an alarm. Jonas, however, ignored them, passing directly through the crack in the door, a special application of his shadow step skill. The warehouse was dark and damp, filled with all sorts of goods. Jonas keenly noticed several unnatural patches of sand on the floor. A trap. He deftly evaded the sentries and arrived at a wall deep inside the warehouse. A simple landscape painting hung on the wall, but Jonas could sense a faint magical fluctuation emanating from it. This is it. He reached out and pressed his hand on the picture frame, and the magic vibrated at a specific frequency. A few seconds later, the wall silently slid open, revealing a downward staircase. At the end of the stairs was a spacious underground hall, where 4 Sand Clan guards were chatting idly. Behind them was a heavy stone door, covered with intricate runes. That human woman named Liz, I heard, tried to escape again today. Ha, if His Highness didn't need her to control that blind man, he would have fed her to the sandworms long ago. Speaking of which, that blind woman's abilities are really useful. His Highness said that once we take Giant Spirit City, we'll gouge out her eyes and make them into magical artifacts. # My income is too low, only about 10 yuan, I really can't continue writing, I'm sorry, hashtag. Hashtag I spend 2 or 3 hours writing an article, but I can earn at least 50 yuan delivering takeout, hashtag. Hashtag plus work, I really can't concentrate, sigh. I'm sorry, hashtag. Chapter 106, page 105, The Ghost. A cold glint flashed in Jonas's eyes. He appeared like a ghost among the 4 guards, his longsword tracing 4 perfect arcs. The guards didn't even have time to utter a sound before they fell into pools of blood. The runes on the stone gate were useless to Jonas. He walked straight through the gate and into a long corridor. On both sides of the corridor were dozens of cells, holding prisoners of various races. In the deepest cell, a frail woman was bound by chains. She had features similar to Violet's, but more mature. Her wrists were raw and bleeding from the chains, and her face was horribly pale.
Miss Liz? Jonas called softly. The woman looked up sharply, warily eyeing the source of the voice. Who? Velodian sent me to save you.
Hearing her sister's name, a glimmer of hope flashed in Liz's eyes, but it quickly faded. No. It's impossible, the Sand Clan is too powerful, you must leave, don't go, and die in vain.
Jonas smiled. Don't worry, it's a piece of cake for me.
He reached out and grasped the chains, and with a surge of magic, the sturdy chains shattered like flour.
Liz stared in shock at the scene. Who are you? Jonas Regan, Lord of Giant Spirit City. Jonas replied briefly, can we leave now?
Liz nodded, struggling to her feet. Yes, but there are still many Dark Stone members locked in the other cells. Jonas thought for a moment. I'll take you to safety first, then come back and deal with the remaining guards. He helped Liz into the corridor and was about to open the other cells when his expression suddenly changed.
Someone's here. Footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor. At least 6 people were approaching.
Judging from the fluctuations in magical energy, 2 of them had reached the frost silver level.
Oh no.
Liz turned pale. Jonas, however, smiled excitedly. Perfect, let's catch them all at once. He told Liz to hide in a corner, while he himself disappeared into the shadows. The footsteps grew closer, led by a tall Sand Clan member whose sand grains gleamed with a metallic sheen, a mark of the frost silver rank. Strange, why didn't the guards outside report it? He frowned.
Maybe he's slacking off again.
Another frost silver rank Sand Clan member scoffed.
His Highness said he's preparing for a full-scale attack on Giant Spirit City. We must ensure everything goes smoothly tonight. Was the information provided by that blind man accurate?
Of course, her abilities have never failed.
It said the Giant Spirit City is already ravaged by plague. Jonas must be in a terrible state.
Before the words were finished, a flash of cold light appeared. The speaker's head flew high into the air, his face still bearing a look of astonishment. The extreme heat caused the flying sand and gravel to shimmer with a faint white light, like melting snowflakes.
Enemy attack.
The remaining Sand Clan members immediately went into battle mode, their sand grains rapidly forming armor. But Jonas was faster. He moved through the crowd like a ghost, each sword strike hitting a vital spot with pinpoint accuracy.
2 bronze-level guards fell before they even saw their enemy. Damn it! There's an assassin!
The leader of the Frost Silver Sand Clan roared, waving his hands and sending countless grains of sand flying in all directions like arrows. Jonas was forced to reveal himself, but showed no fear on his face.
Jonas Regan?
The Sand Clan recognized him, their expression changing drastically.
Weren't you in Giant Spirit City?
It seems your intelligence was incorrect. The 2 Frost Silver level sandfolk exchanged a glance and launched their attacks simultaneously. One manipulated sand grains to form a gigantic hand that slammed towards Jonas, while the other turned the ground into quicksand in an attempt to trap him. Jonas neither dodged nor evaded, and suddenly a ghostly blue flame ignited on his longsword.
Break!
With a single slash, the sand palm was neatly sliced apart. The quicksand also solidified the moment it came into contact with the blue flame. The 2 Sand Tribe members were shocked to discover that they had lost control of the sand grains.
That's impossible. Jonas gave them no time to think.
His figure suddenly split into 3, launching an attack from different angles. The 2 Sand Clan members were overwhelmed and soon had several wounds on their bodies.
Retreat!
We must inform His Highness, shouted a Sand Clan member.
Trying to escape?
Jonas sneered, and his longsword suddenly flew out of his hand, piercing the fleeing man's chest like lightning. Seeing that things were going badly, the last Sand Clan member suddenly took out an hourglass-shaped object and crushed it. Suddenly, the entire underground space began to shake, and sand particles surged in from all directions. Let's perish together, he laughed maniacally.
Jonas's expression changed slightly. A self-destruct spell? Jonas's pupils contracted sharply, and his magical power surged like a tsunami. He slammed his palms into the ground, and eerie blue flames spread from his palms, weaving a burning barrier amidst the quicksand and gravel. Wherever the flames passed, the sand instantly vaporized, and the sweltering heat collided violently with the howling sandstorm, plunging the entire underground space into a chaotic interplay of ice and fire. Trying to drag me down with you? Too naive. Jonas sneered, and with a wave of his hand, 3 flame runes appeared in the void. The runes shimmered with an eerie, ghostly blue light, transforming into chains that bound the sand monster about to self-destruct, forcibly pulling it towards him. The sand monster was horrified to discover that the chaotic magic surging within its body was being suppressed by the flame runes, and the self-destruct spell triggered by the hourglass briefly paused. Taking advantage of that fleeting moment, Jonas moved like a ghost between the cells. His fingertips traced the iron locks, and flame runes automatically imprinted themselves upon them, causing all the cell doors to swing open. The imprisoned Darkstone members stared in disbelief at this legendary city lord. Before they could react, Jonas had already shielded Liz behind him, simultaneously releasing a barrier of fire to separate them from the raging sandstorm. Stay close to me. Jonas's voice, mixed with the crackling of flames, reached everyone's ears clearly. He manipulated fire runes, conjuring a massive dome above his head to incinerate the falling sand and rocks. The flames at the edge of the dome moved like living things, precisely striking down every flying rock that threatened them. Trapped in the fiery cage, the Sand Clan member let out a desperate roar, struggling frantically in an attempt to hasten his self-destruction. Jonas's eyes narrowed, flames surged around him, and runic chains tightened abruptly, dragging the Sand Clan member directly into the center of the fiery barrier. Since you're so eager to die, then let you die a more thorough death. The azure flames engulfed the Sand Clan like a tidal wave. At the moment of his self-destruction, the barrier formed by fire runes abruptly contracted. A violent explosion erupted within the fiery cage, the powerful shockwave being dissipated layer by the flames, transforming into scorching airwaves that crashed against the surrounding rock walls. The runes on the rock walls rattled from the shockwaves, but they could not break through Jonas's fire barrier. As the aftershocks of the explosion subsided, Jonas removed the barrier of flames. His clothes were tattered, his hair disheveled, yet his posture remained upright. Liz looked at the man before her, her eyes filled with shock and admiration. You. Let us get out of here first. Jonas interrupted her, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Since the Sand Clan is preparing for a general offensive, more reinforcements will arrive here soon. He raised his hand and summoned several fiery carpets. Get on, all of you, I'll take you to a safe place. Everyone stepped onto the fiery flying carpet. Jonas glanced one last time at the chaotic underground cell, a dangerous smile playing on his lips. Sand Clan, this game has only just begun. He took out a communication crystal, Katadra, ready to provide backup. A moment later, Katrai emerged from the woods. Seeing Jonas, she visibly relaxed. My lord, it's so good to know you're all right. Noticing the frail Liz, she immediately went to help her. This must be Miss Violet's sister, right? Jonas nodded. Let's take her back to the temporary base to rest first. Also, inform Callus to prepare for defense, as the Sand Clan may launch an attack prematurely. Katral accepted the order and left. Jonas, on the other hand, turned back to Loven City. He had one last thing to do. Inside Vildaline's cottage, the girl waited anxiously. Suddenly, she sensed something through the insect hive network and abruptly stood up. Jonas? The door opened, and Jonas walked in, still bearing the marks of battle. Mission complete. Your sister is safe. Violet's tears welled up. Really? Liz, she was slightly injured, but not in life-threatening danger. Jonas walked up to her. Now, it's time to keep your promise. Violet wiped away her tears and nodded solemnly. I agree to become your retainer. But, the other members of the Dark Stone. I will do my best to rescue them, Jonas promised, but now, we need to move immediately. The Sand Clan will find us soon. Violet quickly gathered several important items, including a delicate little box. Inside are clues left by my kin about the Spirit Ripple clan. Jonas's eyes lit up. Great, this is exactly what I need. Just as the two were about to leave, Violet suddenly froze. Oh no. The Sand Clan pursuers are here, at least 20 of them, and they're led by. Before she could finish speaking, the walls of the room suddenly burst open. A tall figure covered in golden sand walked in. Melt gold level. Jonas's pupils contracted. The newcomer removed his hood, revealing a dignified face. Jonas Rekin, I've long admired your name. Jonas shielded Vildair behind him, Redfoot?
The man smiled. No, I am Saphiel, the High Elder of the Sand Clan.
His Highness is very interested in you and specifically sent me to invite you. Jonas sneered. An invitation? In this way?
Sapphire dismissed it. You attacked our stronghold and killed many elite soldiers. This should be a capital offense. But your Highness is merciful. If you surrender and hand over the blind man, you may be spared. Violet trembled behind Jonas. She could sense that this Sapphire was far more powerful than any of her previous enemies.
Jonas laughed. Interesting.
I was just about to speak with your prince.
Why don't you lead the way? Saphiel narrowed his eyes. You'd better not try anything funny. Jonas shrugged. What tricks can I possibly pull against a molten gold level expert? Sapphire snorted and waved for his men to come forward. Tie them up.
Just as the Sand Clan guards drew near, Jonas suddenly moved. His longsword thrust out at an incredible angle, aiming straight for Sapphire's throat.
You're asking for death. Sapphire roared, and Golden Sand instantly formed a shield.
However, Jonas's sword suddenly changed direction, drawing a strange arc, bypassing the sand shield and stabbing towards Sapphire's heart.
What? Sapphire was shocked and could only dodge to the side.
The longsword left a deep wound on his shoulder.
You dared to hurt me?
Sapphire was both shocked and enraged, his golden sand surging wildly.
I'll make you wish you were dead. The entire house began to collapse under the oppressive force of the molten gold level.
Golden sand churned around Sapphire like boiling magma, the air twisting and rippled with eerie energy under the intense heat. With a casual wave of his hand, 3 golden sand blades pierced the air, instantly melting 3 scorched grooves into the ground where they passed. Jonas dodged quickly, but a bloody gash still appeared on his shoulder, the excruciating pain causing his pupils to contract sharply. This was the terror of a molten gold level expert. Even a casual strike contained world-destroying power.
Before absolute power, your struggle is futile. Sapphire's voice boomed like a bell, making everyone's eardrums ache.
He raised his hands high, and countless golden grains of sand gathered into a gigantic palm, slamming down towards Jonas's head. The entire space was enveloped by this terrifying pressure, and Violet covered her mouth in horror, feeling as if she could no longer breathe. At the critical moment, Jonas plunged his hands into the ground. As the magic continued to spread. In an instant, the surrounding light seemed to be swallowed up by an invisible black hole, and the entire space was plunged into pitch-black darkness.
Sapphire's pupils contracted slightly.
With his powerful senses, he quickly condensed dozens of golden sand spheres that hovered around him, ready to attack any approaching enemy at any moment.
A mere trick.
Sapphire scoffed, manipulating the sand sphere to search around.
The golden sand sphere briefly illuminated areas wherever it went, but it couldn't pinpoint Jonas's location.
His brow furrowed, a sense of unease rising within him. He could clearly sense Jonas nearby, yet he couldn't pinpoint his location.
It turned out that Jonas had used shadow concealment the instant he created the darkness.
His figure blended perfectly with the darkness, his aura completely hidden, like a cheetah lurking in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. He held his breath and carefully circled behind Sapphire, each step like dancing on a knife's edge. The slightest mistake could reveal him.
Finally, Jonas found the perfect opportunity.
He gripped his long sword, its blade gleaming with a ghostly blue light, and silently thrust it towards Sapphire's back. However, just as the tip of the sword was about to touch Sapphire, he suddenly turned around, a flicker of wariness in his eyes. His long experience in battle had instinctively alerted him to the danger.
Too late!
Jonas shouted, his longsword suddenly accelerating. Sapphire's expression changed drastically, and in his haste, he could only gather golden sand to form a barrier behind him. With a loud boom, Jonas's longsword pierced the sand shield, the powerful impact making his hands numb, while the sand shield itself cracked under the blow.
Sapphire was enraged.
Golden sand particles around him surged wildly, forming a massive golden vortex.
You've angered me,
he roared, as the golden vortex swept towards Jonas, cracking the ground in its wake.
Jonas's expression turned grim. He knew this attack contained all of Sapphire's fury and power. If he were hit, he would surely die. He took a deep breath, channeling all his magic power, and the eerie blue flames on his longsword blazed fiercely.
Break!
Jonas roared, charging towards the golden vortex.
The eerie blue flames collided violently with the golden sand, erupting in a dazzling light and a deafening explosion. Amidst the billowing smoke, Jonas's figure vanished again, while Sapphire warily surveyed his surroundings, not daring to be careless in the slightest.
Chapter 107-106 The Treasures of the Linglian Clan.
The golden vortex surrounding Sapphire suddenly split into 9 sand pythons, each as thick as a bucket, their scales shimmering with a molten gold-like luster. They opened their blood-red maws and frantically tore at the smoke. One of the sand pythons precisely bit Jonas's hem and yanked him out of the smoke. Jonas tumbled rapidly in the air, his longsword severing the python's tail in an arc, but upon landing, he discovered that the soles of his boots had been corroded by the sand python's stomach acid, leaving charred holes.
You cowardly rat, hiding your head and tail! Saphir formed a hand seal, and dozens of sharp, golden stone pillars suddenly rose from the ground.
Jonas used the momentum to leap into the air, the stone pillar grazing his feet and tearing his cloak to shreds. Before he could regain his footing, Saphir was already upon him like a golden lightning bolt, sand spikes formed at his fingertips aimed straight for his throat. At the critical moment, Jonas suddenly threw out 3 fire runes. The runes exploded in the air, forming a wall of fire, but Saphir easily shattered it.
However, this brief obstruction allowed Jonas to successfully disappear back into the darkness.
Saphir roared in fury, and golden sand around him turned into a torrential rain, each grain containing the power to pierce through iron plates, leaving the surrounding buildings riddled with holes.
I can't sense any aura, yet I can predict my location.
Jonas hid in the shadows, staring at the golden specks of light surrounding Saphir, the instinctive sense of danger of a powerful being. He bit his fingertip and drew a blood rune on his palm. The ghostly blue flame suddenly turned into an eerie purplish black. As Sapphire once again conjured a massive sandstorm tornado, Jonas hurled his longsword. The terrifying flames coiling around the sword moved like venomous snakes, actually penetrating the sandstorm's defenses. Saphir's pupils contracted sharply, and he hastily raised his hand to block, but the sand shield emitted a tooth-grinding corrosive sound the moment it came into contact with the flames.
What temperature is this? Saphir's expression changed drastically. Jonas seized the opportunity to close in, his flameless hand transforming into chains that bound his wrists. The molten gold level expert struggled furiously, his golden sand frantically cutting the chains, only to find that the chains tightened more and more, continuously draining his magic power. Die! Saphir broke free of his chains, and the sand around him coalesced into a giant golden axe, which cleaved down with the force of splitting mountains. Instead of retreating, Jonas advanced, his figure suddenly splitting into 5, each clone disappearing into the darkness using a stealth technique. Saphir's giant axe cleaved through the void, but only struck the afterimage, while the real Jonas, close to the ground, thrust his flaming longsword towards his ankle. The instant the scales on Saphir's ankle shattered, he roared and soared into the air like a golden meteor. The ground collapsed under the impact of the shockwave. Jonas's longsword only pierced the afterimage, and amidst the flying debris, a thunderous pressure came from above. Saphir, wielding a giant axe, swooped down, carrying a torrent of molten gold. Dark Flame Prison.
At the critical moment, Jonas erected an octagonal wall of fire around himself with purplish-black flames. The instant the giant axe cleaved down, spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the surface of the fiery prison. Saphir grinned maliciously, increasing his power. The molten gold axe collided with the flames, creating a blinding light. Jonas's hand was spurted and bleeding profusely, but he suddenly pressed his left hand to the ground. Reverse. The fiery prison that had been defending against the attack suddenly collapsed, transforming into countless fire serpents that coiled around Saphir's weapon. The molten gold axe groaned under the corrosive influence of the purplish-black flames, and fine holes began to appear on its blade. Saphir, filled with shock and rage, hurled the axe violently. The burning weapon crashed into a distant building like a meteor, exploding into a sea of fire.
You think you can hurt me with such a trivial trick?
The golden sand around Saphir suddenly reformed, and a 3-headed, 6-armed demon god phantom condensed behind him. Each hand held a different sand weapon, and the phantom roared, the sound waves making Jonas's eardrums hurt, and blood instantly gushed from his nose. Before Jonas could react, the demonic phantom unleashed a torrent of sand blades, spears, and halberds, its 6 arms lashing out in unison. Jonas gritted his teeth and raised a fire shield, the purplish-black flames raging, yet several sand blades still pierced through his defenses, leaving deep, bone-revealing wounds on his arms and shoulders. In excruciating pain, he suddenly pressed his blood-soaked hand to the ground. The blood and flames mingled, forming a dark red magic circle beneath the earth.
Shadow Corridor. Saphir's attack suddenly pierced through Jonas's body, striking the building behind him.
Jonas's figure twisted like ripples on water, and in the next second, he appeared behind the demon's phantom. Before Saphir could turn around, purplish-black flames transformed into chains that bound the phantom's ankles. The intense corrosion caused the demon to let out a deafening wail, and golden sand rained down.
Impossible. This is spatial magic? How the hell do you know everything?
Saphir turned around with eyes wide with rage, only to see that Jonas's longsword was already engulfed in 3 layers of flames, a deep blue at the bottom, a crimson red in the middle, and a leaping purplish-black flame at the top.
Dark Flame Trio.
Jonas's voice was hoarse as he swung his sword fiercely. 3 different colored flame sword energies spiraled towards Sappho, emitting a piercing shriek as they passed, and even the space itself rippled. Sappho finally showed a look of terror, hastily gathering all his magic power to form a 100-meter-high golden sand wall in front of him. The moment the sword energy collided with the sand wall, the entire world seemed to fall silent.
A moment later, a deafening explosion erupted, the shockwave blasting away buildings within 100 meters.
Amidst the billowing smoke and dust, Jonas knelt on one knee, blood trickling from his mouth.
Sappho's demonic phantom had vanished. Jonas himself was left with a charred chest, his golden armor shattered, his eyes filled with disbelief.
Violet looked at everything in front of her in shock.
"Chase them!" Saphir roared, "We can't let them get away."
Jonas carried Violet along the street at high speed. The pursuers behind them were getting closer and closer.
"Nas," Violet said weakly, "put me down. You can escape alone." "Shut up," Jonas replied calmly, "I never abandon my retainers."
He turned into a small alley and suddenly stopped. Another group of Sand Clan guards had appeared ahead of him.
"Surrounded,"
Violet said desperately. Jonas gave a mysterious smile, "Perfect." He took out the small box that Violet had given him from his pocket and quickly opened it.
Inside was a crystal-clear lotus-shaped gem. "Tears of the Spirit?" Violet exclaimed in surprise. "Father said this was the last resort to save his life."
Jonas crushed the crystal without hesitation.
Instantly, a dazzling light erupted, enveloping the two of them.
When Sappho, who had been chasing after them, saw the scene, his expression changed drastically. "No." After the light faded, Jonas and Violet had vanished without a trace. When Jonah opened his eyes again, he found himself in a strange space. He was surrounded by translucent blue walls that seemed to be made of water, yet were incredibly solid.
"Where is this?"
Violet asked weakly. Jonas helped her sit up. "Based on the clues left by your father, this place should be the Eye of Artia, the source of the Well of Life." A clear, ethereal voice suddenly rang out.
The two looked in the direction of the sound and saw a woman with transparent wings floating in the air.
Her skin was a pale blue, and her eyes were like the purest spring water.
"The Linglian clan,"
Jonas said softly. The woman nodded slightly. "I am Arya, the guardian of the Linglian clan."
"Humans, why have you come?"
Jonas looked her straight in the eye. "I need help. My city is suffering from a plague and needs the power of the Fountain of Life."
Arya's expression turned serious. "The Fountain of Life is not open to outsiders.
One exception led to disaster for our race." Violet struggled to her feet. "Please wait, my father, Valor, once."
"Wallier?" Arya suddenly became excited. "You're his daughter?"
Violet nodded. "Yes, he told me before he died that if I ever encountered any insurmountable difficulties, I could come here."
Arya's expression softened. "Walgar is a friend of our people.
20 years ago, he saved many of our people." She flew to Violet and gently stroked her face. "You're sick, you have shadow phobia." Violet smiled bitterly. "She's already lost her hearing and sense of smell." Arya pondered for a moment, then suddenly made up her mind. "Come with me." She led the two through a water corridor to the center of a huge cave. There, a crystal-clear spring flowed, and within it grew a luminous lotus flower.
"This is the Eye of Artia, the Fountain of Life," Arya solemnly declared. "The water can cure all diseases, but each person may only drink from it once."
Jonas noticed a stone tablet standing by the spring, inscribed with ancient text, "Only a pure heart can receive life's gifts." Arya fetched 2 cups made of seashells. "Drink from the spring, it will heal your wounds." Violet looked hesitantly at Jonas.
"But, the plague in Giant Spirit City." Jonas patted her on the shoulder. "You drink first, your situation is more urgent."
Violet took the cup and carefully sipped it. Instantly, a warm current flowed through her body, and her pale face quickly regained its color. I can hear," she exclaimed in surprise, "and there's a scent, I can smell flowers."
Arya smiled and nodded. "The Fountain of Life is healing your body." Jonas also drank the spring water.
He felt a powerful life force flowing through his body, sweeping away the fatigue from the previous battle, and even his magic became purer.
"That's amazing," he exclaimed. Arya's expression suddenly turned serious. "Now, you must leave. The power of the Fountain of Life must not be leaked, or it will attract greedy people." Jonas stepped forward. "Wait, my city is still suffering from the plague." Arya shook her head. "The spring water can't be taken away from here." "But..." She walked to the glowing lotus and gently plucked a petal. "The seeds of this spirit lotus can purify the plague." Plant it at your city's water source, and the plague will be cured. Jonas solemnly accepted the flower petal. Thank you very much. Arya then looked at Violet. Your ability is special, it resonates with the fountain of life. If you wish, you can stay and learn how to control it. Violet looked at Jonas in surprise, who gave her an encouraging look. I want to stay. Violet made up her mind. Once I master the control method, I can better help Lord Jonas. Jonas nodded. That's a wise decision. I'll return to Giant Spirit City to deal with the plague first, and come find me when you're ready. Arya waved her hand, opening a portal of water. This portal will send you back to the human world. Remember, the secret of the fountain of life must be kept. Jonas solemnly pledged, I swear on my honor. He glanced at Violet one last time, then turned and stepped through the water gate. A flash of light, and his figure vanished. Outside Giant Spirit City, Jonas appeared out of thin air. He immediately sensed something was wrong. The city walls were lined with vigilant soldiers, and a tense atmosphere filled the air. It seems the Sand Clan has already made their move. He hurried toward the city. The guards recognized him and immediately opened the city gates. My lady! You're finally back. Callus rushed to greet her. The Sand Clan army is approaching and is expected to arrive tomorrow. Jonas nodded calmly. How is the plague situation? It's still worsening. Although your great healing spell has slowed the decline, hundreds have already fallen into comas. It can purify the city's water supply and ward off plagues. Callus carefully took the petal, her eyes gleaming with hope. This is a treasure of the Spirit Ripple clan? That's right. Do it immediately, the sooner the better. Jonas turned to the city walls. As for the Sand Clan army, I'll go and deal with them myself. Catra rushed over. My lord, you've just returned and you're already going into battle? At least rest first. Jonas shook his head, a sharp glint in his eyes. No need. I'll just try out the new power the fountain of life has given me. As night fell, Jonas stood alone on the city wall, gazing at the distant horizon. In the moonlight, the campfires of the Sand Clan army could be faintly seen, as dense as stars. At least 50,000 men. Jonas estimated the size of the enemy force. It seems Redfoot has come out with all his might. Footsteps sounded behind them, and Callus and Catadila walked over together. My lady, the petals have been planted, and the well water is beginning to glow. Callus reported excitedly. The unconscious residents are gradually waking up. Katarla added, the city's defenses have been reinforced, and the mage ranks are ready. But our forces are only a third of theirs. Jonas's lips curled into a slight smile. That's enough. Pass down the order. Open the city gates at dawn tomorrow. The two stared at him in shock. My lord? I'll teach them a lesson they'll never forget. Jonas's voice was as cold as ice. Redfoot thinks the plague and numerical superiority can defeat me? How naive. Callus hesitated, but trust me. Jonas turned to face them. Tomorrow, all you need to do is hold the walls. Leave the rest to me. The darkness before dawn is the deepest. The gates of Giant Spirit City slowly opened in silence, and Jonas walked out alone. He wore a simple black battle robe, and the long sword in his hand gleamed with a ghostly blue light in the moonlight. The Sand Clan sentries quickly spotted the madman who had ventured out of the city alone, and alarms immediately blared throughout the camp. Jonas Regan? Redfoot emerged from the tent, his handsome face contorted with disbelief. Has he gone mad? Elder Saphir, his shoulder wound still fresh, said with a grim expression, Your Highness, be careful, this might be a trap. This guy doesn't play by the rules. Redfoot sneered, 50,000 against one, even a legendary powerhouse like him is doomed. Order the entire army to attack. I'll hang his head on the gates of Giant Spirit City. The Sand Clan army surged out of the camp like a tidal wave, their war drums thundering across the land. Faced with this terrifying force, Jonas simply raised his longsword calmly. Fountain of life, let me see your power. A dazzling blue light suddenly erupted from his body, spreading outwards like ripples. All the Sand Clan soldiers touched by the blue light were horrified to discover that their ability to manipulate sand had vanished. What's going on? My power. The sand won't listen to me. Panic spread rapidly through the Sand Clan army. Redfoot's face changed drastically. Impossible. This is the purifying power of the Fountain of Life? Jonas vanished from his spot and reappeared in the center of the Sand Clan's army formation. With a sweep of his long sword, dozens of elite soldiers fell like wheat being harvested. Stop him. At all costs. Redfoot roared. Dozens of Frost Silver level experts simultaneously pounced on Jonas, unleashing a barrage of deadly attacks.
But Jonas's speed was unbelievable. Each of his sword strikes precisely targeted the enemy's weaknesses, and blood splattered wherever his sword flashed.
Too weak.
Jonas's voice was like the whisper of death.
Is this all the strength you have? Sapphire finally couldn't hold back any longer and took action himself.
Golden sand grains transformed into countless sharp blades that shot towards Jonas, but suddenly lost their power as they approached his body, scattering to the ground.
This is impossible. Sapphire exclaimed in horror as he backed away.
Jonas teleported in front of him, his longsword thrusting straight at him. Your injuries from last time haven't even healed, and you're already in such a hurry to die?
Sapphire barely dodged the fatal blow, but lost an arm in the process.
He screamed as he staggered back, Your Highness!
Retreat! We are no match for him.
Redfoot finally realized the hopelessness of the situation and gritted his teeth, ordering, Retreat!
Retreat the entire army. But it was too late. Jonas's figure flashed across the battlefield, each appearance taking dozens of lives.
The Sand Clan army collapsed completely, soldiers abandoning their armor and weapons, scattering in all directions to escape. As the sun fully rose, only corpses littered the battlefield and prisoners kneeling and begging for mercy remained. Jonas stood in the center of the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, the blue light gradually fading.
The garrison of Giant Spirit City stared in disbelief at what they saw. One person defeated an army of 50,000. Callus murmured, This is beyond human capability. Cateldra's eyes gleamed with adoration, This is, our Lord. Jonas walked slowly back to the city gate, his battle robe spotless. He calmly ordered, Treat the prisoners, inventory the spoils. Also, he gazed into the distance, Send messengers to Loyan City and tell the remaining Sand people submit or perish. A month later, Giant Spirit City had fully recovered from the plague and was even more prosperous than before.
The threat of the Sand Clan was completely eliminated, and Redfoot led his remaining forces to flee into the depths of the desert, never daring to invade again. That day, Jonas was handling official business at the city lord's mansion when a guard suddenly reported, My lord, a lady with transparent wings is requesting an audience outside the city.
Jonas's eyes lit up, Please come in quickly.
Violet walked into the hall, her complexion much better, and her eyes no longer vacant and lifeless.
Most striking were the pair of faintly visible, transparent wings on her back. Lord Jonas, I'm back.
She smiled and bowed. Jonas stepped forward to help her up. It seems you've gained quite a bit from the Linglian clan.
Vildaline nodded, Lady Arya has taught me a lot. I can now fully control the hive network, and I can even.
She stretched out her hand, and a shimmering water butterfly formed in her palm, using some of the Spirit Ripple's abilities.
Great. Jonas said with satisfaction, I just happen to have a task for you. He led Vildal to the city wall and pointed into the distance, See those ruins?
That's an outpost left behind by the Sand Clan. I plan to build a new district there, a trading center for the various races.
Violet's eyes lit up, just like Father once imagined. That's right. Jonas looked at her. I want you to be in charge of this project. Use your abilities in Darkstone's network to build a truly equal and prosperous city. Violet bowed deeply, her voice choked with emotion, It's my honor, and my father's dream. Jonas patted her on the shoulder, By the way, how's Liz recovering? My sister is alright now.
She's organizing the remaining members of Darkstone, and they'll be here to help us soon.
Very good. Jonas looked into the distance. The world is changing, Violet. And we will be the ones leading that change. As night fell, Jonas stood alone atop the highest point of the city lord's mansion, overlooking the ever-growing city. Lights twinkled like stars, illuminating every corner. Callus appeared silently behind him, My lord, what are you thinking about? Jonas smiled slightly, thinking about the next goal. You have defeated the Sand Clan and eradicated the plague, what more do you need? These are just the beginning. Jonas's eyes gleamed with ambition. Postaya, and indeed the entire empire, will be reborn under my rule.
Callus knelt on one knee, Wherever your sword points, we will follow you to the end.
Jonas helped her up, I know. Go and rest, we have more work to do tomorrow. After Carlyle left, Jonas took out a peculiar badge from his pocket, one he had seized from Redforth's tent.
The badge bore an unfamiliar symbol, with the words High Council written on the back. It seems, this world is much more interesting than I imagined, he murmured to himself. Just wait, I'll uncover all your secrets.
A night breeze blew, causing the banners atop the city lord's mansion to flutter. On the banners, the golden griffin emblem gleamed in the moonlight, Jonas's newly designed family crest, symbolizing the rebirth of Giant Spirit City. In the far darkness, countless eyes are watching this rising city.
Some are filled with fear, some with anticipation, and some harbor murderous intent.
But Jonas was not afraid.
He knew that no matter how many difficulties and obstacles lay ahead, they could not stop him from moving forward.
At dawn, the construction site in the eastern district of Giant Spirit City was already bustling with activity.
Violet stood atop the half-finished trading hall, her transparent wings refracting iridescent light in the morning glow. With a flick of her finger, thousands of worker ants moved stones according to her will, each piece precisely placed in its designated position.
The north-facing columns need further reinforcement, she relayed the instructions to the foreman via the insect network. The underground drainage system must be completed today.
Suddenly, she sensed something unusual outside the western city wall. 3 fast horses were galloping towards her, the riders wearing unfamiliar dark purple cloaks. Even stranger, the scout insects she had released all lost contact within 10 meters of the riders. Lord Jonas, she immediately contacted the city lord telepathically. A suspicious person is approaching. Inside the city lord's mansion, Jonas, who was reviewing the border report, paused slightly in his hand, pen in hand.
He put down the document and tapped the table 3 times with his fingertips. What level of threat is this?
Not sure, they can shield me from my swarm. Vildeline's voice carried an unusual tension, but there's this on the saddle. She transmitted a visual image, a silver badge engraved with 3 interlocking gears. Jonas's pupils contracted sharply. The design was exactly the same as the badge he had found in the Redfoot chamber.
Activate level 3 alert.
He stood up and took the long sword from the wall.
I'll go and meet these guests myself. When Jonas arrived at the city gate, 3 riders had already dismounted and were waiting.
The man in the lead removed his hood, revealing a face covered with mechanical patterns. His left eye was a blue glowing crystal that made a faint gear-like sound when it turned.
Lord Jonas?
The man with the mechanical eyes bowed, placing his hand on his chest. Claude Witt, the 7th seat of the Supreme Council and the Grand Engineer of the Mechanicus, has come to pay a visit on the orders of the Speaker. Jonas noticed that as the other man bowed, the missing part of his right little finger revealed a finely crafted metal structure.
He maintained a wary smile. Guests from afar, perhaps you could first explain why you've been interfering with my city's defenses? Claude let out a low, grinding laugh, just guarding against a few insects. After all, what we need to talk about. He lowered his voice, concerns the seed of life you took from the Spirit Ripple clan. The air seemed to freeze. Jonas's grip on his sword tightened slightly. This was his greatest secret. No one except Vildeline knew that he had secretly taken a spirit lotus seed with him when he left the Fountain of Life. Interesting.
Jonas lightly tapped the ground with his sword sheath, an invisible wave of magic sweeping across the 3 messengers. After confirming they meant no harm, he stepped aside to make way. Please, let's discuss this in the reception room. Inside the reception room, Claude retrieved a metal tube from a hidden compartment in the mechanical arm. As he turned the mechanism, a holographic image was projected from within the tube, a canyon shrouded in black mist, with the outline of some kind of colossal structure vaguely visible in the fog.
Shadow Canyon, the anomaly that appeared 3 days ago.
Claude pointed to the occasional flashes of red light in the image. We detected life fluctuations similar to yours.
Jonas frowned as he stared at the distorted space in the image.
The red light did indeed exude an aura similar to the Fountain of Life, but it was mixed with a kind of unsettling filth.
You want me to investigate? He asked directly. More accurately, it's cooperation. Claude rotated his mechanical eye. The chairman believes this is related to the experimental field of the ancient alchemist Mobius.
And according to records? He glanced meaningfully at the sword at Jonas's waist. Only the holder of the Fountain of Life can purify this pollution.
Violet, who had been silent all along, suddenly interjected, how can you be sure the city lord will agree?
Claude took a crystal bottle from his robes, inside which floated a writhing black shadow. This is a sample collected from the edge of the canyon. It's devouring all life in its path, and at this rate. He tapped the bottle, and the shadow suddenly lunged towards Vildair. It will reach Giant Spirit City within 3 months. Jonas drew his sword with lightning speed, and the moment the blade sliced through the crystal bottle, the blue light evaporated the shadow. But at the last moment, everyone heard the shadow emit a piercing scream, a sound like a cacophony of screams from millions.
We'll depart at sunrise tomorrow.
Jonas sheathed his sword, but I have conditions. Claude seemed to have expected this. Please speak. First, I need to access all the High Council's files on Mobius. Second, Jonas pointed out the window to the trading district under construction. The Mechanicus needs to establish a branch there. Third. He stared into Claude's mechanical eyes. Tell me your true relationship with the Sand Clan.
The mechanic's expression shifted for the first time.
The gears in his eye socket spun rapidly before he finally sighed. The first two can be agreed to immediately.
As for the third,
he removed his mechanical arm, revealing the hourglass mark etched on its inner side. There's a traitor among us. Redfoot stole the Sands of Time, one of the 7 holy relics of the Council, which is why the speaker is so eager to see you.
Chapter 108, Section 107, Flickering Light.
The candlelight in the library flickered in the night breeze. Jonas's fingertips traced the faded runes on the parchment scrolls. The words, written in ancient blood ink, seemed to glow, and scenes of catastrophe from 1,000 years ago rushed out through the cracks of time. The manic laughter of the alchemist Mobius, the deafening roar of the fountain of life colliding with the power of the abyss, and the tragic image of the spirit ripple maidens sacrificing themselves to seal the abyssal rift deep within the Shadow Canyon. The edges of the parchment scrolls were already riddled with tiny holes from the passage of time, but when his gaze swept over the words "Seat of Eternity," the faded ink suddenly seeped a dark red, as if the blood curse sealed within the words was awakening. Squeak! The sound of the carved wooden door being pushed open startled Jonas, who looked up abruptly. The flame on the gilded candlestick leaped up half a foot with a whoosh. Callus's silver hair was damp with dewdrops, and the folds of her silver-gray maid's uniform still betrayed the hurried pace of her journey. The silver tray in her arms swayed slightly with her steps, yet not a drop of red tea in the celadon cup was spilled.
"My lady, an urgent letter from the Border Patrol."
She placed the tray on the long table piled high with ancient books. The wax seal on the parchment envelope still held warmth. Animal foes from within 100 miles of Shadow Canyon are migrating. Wolf packs have breached the Silver Moon River's barrier, and rock bears have even overturned the watchtower of the third outpost. Jonas's thumb unconsciously traced the spirit runes on the hilt of the frostmark sword, a unique sealing totem of the Spirit Ripple clan. 3 days ago, when news of Redfoot's escape arrived, he was studying the incomplete notes left by Mobius. Now, the strange activity caused by Callus perfectly matched the signs of the Abyss's revival described in the scroll. When the seal on Shadow Canyon loosens, the beasts tainted by the Abyss's aura will flee the land of death as if driven by an invisible giant hand.
Why do you think Redfoot chose to escape at this time?
He suddenly turned around, the candlelight casting his shadow on the bookshelf behind him, like a giant beast with outstretched claws. The 12 protective barriers of the Starry Sky prison cannot be broken even by high-level mages. Carlyle added a sugar cube to the celadon cup, causing ripples in the amber-colored tea. Old files in the archives show that Redfoot was responsible for analyzing Mobius's experimental logs during the project to restart the Fountain of Life 20 years ago.
Perhaps he's in prison.
Her words trailed off as a sharp hawk's cry suddenly pierced the air outside the window. A night owl engulfed in eerie blue flames crashed into the protective barrier of the window frame, its claws clutching half a charred letter. The barrier flashed with a blinding white light, and the owl instantly turned to ash. The letter, however, passed through the barrier and floated lightly to Jonas's feet. Callus's rapier was already drawn, the runes on its blade gleaming with a wary light. Shadow Raven. Jonas picked up the letter. The gold-embossed emblem gleamed with an eerie purple light in the moonlight. This was a magical pet that only Abyss priests would keep.
It seems our time is running out.
The blood-red words on the letter were fading at a visible speed, yet a few scarlet symbols remained. The seal is about to break, eternity is coming. His temples throbbed. The information in the scroll about the Seat of Eternity crept up his neck like a venomous snake, a forbidden secret technique that required devouring the life force of an entire continent to complete. The shadows in the library suddenly twisted, and a streak of purple light grazed Jonas's ear before embedding itself in the bookshelf behind him. It was an arrow engraved with abyssal runes, its fletching still trembling slightly. Callus hurled 3 poisoned silver needles with her backhand, but they were corroded into black powder the instant they touched the shadows. Summon the knights, prepare the Starfall crossbow.
Jonas tossed the letter into the brazier, the flickering flames instantly turning an eerie blue. Redfoot is to reforge the Seat of Eternity in Shadow Canyon. We must arrive before dawn.
He drew Frost's sword, the icy blue light emanating from its blade illuminating the black vines spreading in the corner, a sign of the Abyss's presence, the library's barrier being eroded. As the first rays of dawn pierced the clouds, Jonas and his silver-armored knights arrived at the outskirts of Shadow Canyon. The once verdant mountains were now shrouded in a grayish-purple miasma, and the valley floor echoed with the deafening crash of breaking chains. The patrol's tattered flag fluttered in the wind, its pole entwined with writhing, tentacle-like creatures, their slime dripping and causing the rocks to sizzle and corrode.
Form ranks.
Jonas's voice boomed, drowning out the howling mountain wind.
Frostmark's sword aura condensed into a massive ice shield in midair.
20 knights simultaneously raised their shields inlaid with sunstone. The golden light wall collided with the abyssal miasma, unleashing a deafening roar. Callus's longbow fired a specially crafted anti-magic arrow, piercing the thick fog, only to be stained black the instant it touched the bottom of the canyon. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently. Countless black vines burst forth from the earth, their surfaces covered with distorted human faces. Their shrill cries caused even the warhorses to rear up in terror. Jonas infused frostbite with magic, and wherever the icy blue sword energy passed, the vines shattered into ice crystals, but new tentacles surged wildly from the ground.
My lord! There's an unusual energy fluctuation in the southeast. A knight pointed deep into the canyon.
Purple lightning tore through the clouds, outlining a massive runic array in the miasma. Redfoot's figure hovered in the center of the array's core, his black robes covered in abyssal patterns. In his hand, a pale green liquid in a crystal bottle was boiling wildly, the legendary fountain of life, containing endless vitality.
Stop! Jonas's roar was drowned out by the thunder, once the fountain of life merges with the abyss.
Foolish messengers of justice! Redfoot's voice seemed to echo from the depths of hell. The crystal bottle was hurled to the ground. 1,000 years ago, Mobius failed. 20 years ago, the Royal Research Institute failed, but today he opened his arms, letting the purple lightning strike him.
The entire continent will be reborn under the light of the seed of eternity.
The moment the fountain of life touched the abyss rift, the world violently distorted. A colossal black vortex formed above the canyon, its tentacles reaching out to blot out the sky. Jonas felt the frost burning in his hands, the spirit runes searing his palms, as if resisting the impending catastrophe. Callus's shield shattered by the tentacles, flying shards carving deep, bone-revealing wounds into her cheeks, yet she still fought desperately, wielding her sword to protect the knights behind her who had set up the meteor crossbows.
Activate the barrier.
Jonas channeled all his magic into Frostmark, causing the sword to erupt with an unprecedentedly brilliant light.
In the name of the Spirit Ripple clan, borrowing the power of an ancient seal.
However, the light dimmed the instant it touched the vortex. Redfoot's figure merged into the darkness, his maniacal laughter deafening everyone. Too late, Jonas.
The seed of eternity is awakening. Deep within the canyon, a pulsating black heart slowly emerged, each beat accompanied by a distant scream.
Jonas watched his hand gradually become transparent, knowing that the abyss's corruption had begun. But he gripped Frostmark tightly, taking a step forward in the clash between ice and darkness. The tragedy of 1,000 years ago must not be repeated in his generation. The carved wooden door was gently pushed open, and Callus entered carrying a gilded silver tray. The aroma of tea mingled with the sweetness of the pastries, dispelling the heavy atmosphere. The silver-haired lady in waiting placed the tea and pastries on the long oak table, then lowered her eyes and reported, "My lady, the Border Patrol just delivered an urgent letter. Animals within 100 miles of Shadow Canyon are migrating northwest.
Wolves have even crossed the Silver Moon River, and even the usually solitary rock bears are now traveling in packs." Jonas's fingers tightened abruptly, crumpling the parchment scroll.
News of Redfoot's escape had arrived 3 days prior. The traitor, who had once worked at the Royal Alchemy Institute, had vanished into thin air within the heavily guarded Stardust prison. The strange activity brought about by Callus now coincided perfectly with the signs of the abyss's resurgence recorded on the scroll. Whenever the seal loosened, the creatures of Shadow Canyon would instinctively flee.
Why do you think Redfoot chose this moment to escape?
Jonas suddenly turned around, the candlelight illuminating his sharply defined profile. This young royal chief investigator, his dark green eyes swirling with a storm, the starry sky prison's protective array is impenetrable. His escape was no accident. Carlyle pushed the porcelain cup toward Jonas, the rising steam blurring the worry in her eyes. According to the records, Redfoot participated in the research to restart the Fountain of Life 20 years ago.
Perhaps he found some clues in prison, related to Mobius's seed of eternity?
Before he could finish speaking, a piercing hawk's cry suddenly came from outside the window. Jonas rushed to the window and saw a night owl engulfed in eerie blue flames crash into the protective barrier, its talons clutching half a charred letter. The barrier's light incinerated the owl to ashes, but the letter drifted down to the windowsill.
Callus's expression changed drastically. It's a shadow raven. This kind of summoned creature can only abyssal priests would keep them.
Jonas picked up the letter. The writing was rapidly disappearing, but a few scarlet characters remained legible. The seal is about to break, eternity is coming. His pupils contracted slightly as he recalled the scroll's contents. Mobius's experimental notes that the final form of the seed of eternity required sacrificing the lives of the entire continent for power beyond life and death.
Summon the knights immediately. Jonas burned the letter. We'll head to Shadow Canyon tonight. Redfoot must be there, he wants to finish Mobius's unfinished madness. The capital city, shrouded in night, was in turmoil. Silver-armored knights mounted their warhorses, and magical lanterns formed a winding river of light along the long street. As Jonas mounted his horse, he caught a glimpse of an eerie purple light flashing in the shadows of the library. He whirled around, only to see flickering candlelight on the wall. My lord, shall I send men to search? Callus gripped the rapier at her waist. Jonas hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. No need. The abyssal power capable of infiltrating the capital is not something ordinary soldiers can withstand. We must reach the canyon before Redfoot. The sound of hooves shattered the night as the knights galloped along the ancient trade route. As dawn broke in the east, the Shadow Canyon came into view in the distance. The once verdant mountains were now shrouded in a gray mist, and a sickening metallic scraping sound echoed from the valley floor, as if something enormous was breaking free of its shackles. Spread out and be on guard. Jonas drew his sword, its blade gleaming with a frosty blue light. This frostmark, forged by the Spirit Ripple clan, was one of the magical artifacts used to seal Mobius 1,000 years ago. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently. Countless black vines burst forth from the earth, entangled the knights' warhorses. The surface of the vines was covered with protrusions resembling human faces, and the distorted faces emitted shrill screams. Callus swung her sword to sever the vines binding her, but the blade was corroded, leaving tiny holes. It's an abyssal tentacle. Jonas infused frostbite with magic wherever the icy blue sword energy swept, the vines turned to dust. Everyone, form an array. Use light magic. Before the words were even finished, a maniacal laugh echoed from the depths of the canyon. Redfoot's figure hovered in the air, his black robes covered in abyssal runes, his right hand gripping a crystal bottle radiating an ominous light containing a pale green liquid, the legendary fountain of life. Jonas, you finally arrived. Redfoot's voice seemed to echo from the abyss. 1,000 years ago, Lord Mobius failed. 20 years ago, the Royal Research Institute also failed. But today, I will complete the seed of eternity, granting the entire continent immortality. Jonas raised Frostmark, its tip pointing to the sky. The fountain of life is a gift of nature, not a tool for your ambitions. The power of the abyss will corrupt everything. Haven't the lessons of Mobius been profound enough? Redfoot laughed maniacally, superficial. So-called corruption is nothing more than the collapse of the old order. Behold, the seed of eternity is about to be born. He slammed the crystal bottle to the ground, and the moment the fountain of life touched the abyssal fissure at the bottom of the canyon, the world changed color. Purple lightning ripped through the sky, and a massive black vortex formed above the fissure, from which countless tentacles blotted out the sky. The knight's light magic proved utterly powerless before the power of the abyss. Jonas gritted his teeth, channeling all his magic into Frostbite. The contractor of the Spirit Ripple clan is here, borrowing the power of the ancient seal. The frost burst forth with a dazzling light, only to dim the instant it touched the vortex. Redfoot's figure merged into the vortex, his voice echoing throughout the canyon. Too late, Jonas. The seed of eternity is awakening. Carlyle suddenly grabbed Jonas's arm. My lord. Look at the center of the vortex. In the purple light, a beating black heart slowly emerged. Each beat was accompanied by the tremor of the earth and the passing of life. Jonas recalled the scroll's final words: when the seed of eternity was fully formed, all life on the continent would be devoured, becoming nourishment to sustain its existence. It must be destroyed. Jonas gripped Frostbite tightly. Callus, notify the capital to activate the entire territory's defensive barrier. I will guard this place. Before the words were even finished, the tentacles of the abyss had already swarmed in. Jonas brandished Frost's sword, and in the clash between ice and darkness, his gaze grew ever more resolute. The catastrophe of 1,000 years ago must not be repeated. Even if it cost him his life, he would protect the peace of this continent. Chapter 109, Section 108, Shadow Assault. Callus paused, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the patterns on the short sword at her waist. Not after being defeated by you. No. Jonas shook his head, his bronze braid sweeping across his shoulders with the movement, gleaming with a cold, metallic sheen in the candlelight. He reached out and fiddled with the candlestick, the flickering flame casting shifting shadows on his angular face, making the old scar on his brow appear particularly menacing in the shadows. The air in the council chamber seemed to freeze. The occasional crackling of the fireplace could not dispel the heavy atmosphere that permeated the room. Distorted light and shadow were cast on the animal hide carpet, and the edges of the parchment scrolls scattered on the oak table were stuck together by candle wax. The battlefield markings in vermilion gleamed blood red in the dim light.
He slammed his knuckles heavily on the wooden table covered with parchment scrolls, causing the still wet ink on the map to tremble slightly. Look at these marks. The skirmish 3 days ago, the Sand Clan cavalry retreated with terrifyingly disciplined formations. Even the rearguard archers maintained a volley rate of fire from 100 paces.
How could a normally routed army possibly organize such a precise counterattack during its retreat? Jonas drew his dagger, the tip darting quickly across the map. Here, the Sand Clan's secret stronghold, occupied for 20 years, suddenly vanished half a month ago. How could a secret stronghold that existed for 20 years suddenly disappear without warning? Carlyle leaned closer to examine it.
Beside the contour lines of the dried-up riverbed, there were faded, crookedly drawn skull markings. A sudden surge of memory washed over her. She recalled last month, while patrolling the border, she had indeed heard caravans complaining of strange metallic scraping sounds coming from the depths of the desert.
Those scattered clues, now connected, formed a disturbing truth. You mean, they planned this all along?
Carlyle looked up, meeting Jonas's sharp gaze. Before Jonas could answer, a bolt of lightning flashed across the window, illuminating the entire room as if it were daytime.
Immediately afterward, a deafening clap of thunder roared, and a torrential downpour began without warning, large raindrops pounding against the window panes.
Jonas suddenly stiffened, a familiar sense of crisis washing over him, the same feeling he'd had 3 years ago when facing the ancient demonic wolf. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end, and his blood seemed to freeze. He pressed his burning hot life seat against his chest. The energy fluctuations emanating from the east of the city carried a familiar, sweet-smelling odor, the lingering shadow magic from the Sand Clan's raid 3 days prior.
Oh no!
He smashed through the window and leaped out, his black outfit fluttering in the wind.
Danger in the trade area! Callus reacted swiftly, rushing to the door to gather her guards.
The wooden floorboards creaked beneath her feet, startling the guards in the corridor, who snapped to attention.
Everyone, listen up!
She drew her short sword, its blade gleaming coldly in the lightning.
Follow me to the trade area, quickly!
When Jonas and his guards arrived, the newly built trading hall was shrouded in a thick, inky purple mist. The clanging of metal echoed through the mist, and Claude's 2 henchmen could be vaguely seen fighting some kind of humanoid creatures with mechanical precision, yet whose bodies were as elusive as shadows. The guards' corpses lay scattered in pools of blood, their wounds stained an eerie indigo blue, clearly marks of shadow magic's corruption.
Back off! Jonas's sword blazed with blue flames as he plunged into the mist.
The moment his life energy touched the mist, a corrosive sizzling sound filled the air. Rain slid down his sharply defined jawline, mingling with blood seeping from the wound on his forehead, forming dark red streams on his armor. The instant his vision pierced the mist, his pupils contracted sharply. Veldaline's slender figure was cornered against the wall by 3 shadow figures, half of the elven race's proud, transparent wings were stained a purplish black, like glass soaked in ink.
Lord Jonas!
Her voice mingled with the sound of rain, and the starlight magic gathering at her fingertips teetered precariously under the shadowy claws.
These monsters can mimic any combat technique they've ever seen. Be careful!
Before she finished speaking, one of the shadowy figures suddenly twisted and deformed, its silver hair and black outfit instantly becoming identical to Jonas's, even replicating the old scar on its brow bone with uncanny accuracy. The mirror image of the figure thrust forward with the exact same opening stance, the blade whistling through the air with a familiar sound. Jonas spun to block, the blue light and purple mist exploding in mid-air as the 2 longswords clashed. The violent impact numbed his hands, and even more terrifyingly, his opponent's swordplay evolved continuously during the exchange, predicting his dodge trajectory with the second swing.
Katadra!
Jonas swung his sword, forcing back the other 2 shadow figures. The blade swept across the ground, sending sparks flying.
Take Violet to find Claude. Everyone else, evacuate.
His roar was swallowed by thunder, but it reached the ears of his royal guard precisely.
Katadra's battle-axe cleaved through the mist, and he seized the opportunity to catch the swaying Violet.
The elven girl's last glance back was filled with worry and reluctance. The number of shadow puppets suddenly surged, with new figures constantly emerging from the ruins of buildings on both sides of the street. Jonas pressed his back against the broken clock tower pillar, the seed of life burning intensely in his chest, yet unable to dispel the ever-growing darkness. He glimpsed a rune array on a puppet's joint. It was Claude's unique alchemical mark, the same array he had personally severed in the final battle 3 years ago. The battle grew increasingly intense, and Jonas's stamina was steadily waning. As yet another shadow puppet, impersonating him, attacked, he suddenly realized that while these puppets moved with precision, they lacked the adaptability and agility needed in real combat. He seized upon a subtle opening in the puppet's attack, forcing it back half a step with an unconventional side-spinning slash.
As the last resident was escorted away, Jonas suddenly sheathed his sword and leaped back. He took out the seed of life from his robes and pressed it onto the blade without hesitation. The seed emitted a dazzling emerald light, turning the entire sword jade green. No matter how well you try to imitate it. He swung his sword, drawing a perfect arc. You can't replicate this. The green light spread like ripples, dispersing the purple mist wherever it passed. The shadow figures let out unwilling roars, turning to ashes in the light. When the last wisp of mist disappeared, Jonas discovered familiar silver sand left on the ground exactly the same as the sand Redfoot had scattered when he fled. Claude rushed over with his modified mechanical device, and gasped upon seeing the scene, the sands of time. Redfoss actually used it to corrupt life energy. He crouched down, picking up a speck of silver sand between his fingertips. A metallic sheen flowed in his palm. This ancient substance can distort time and magic, transforming life energy into shadow power. They probably started collecting it half a year ago. Violetine, supported by Cathedra, walked over. The purplish black on her wings was slowly fading. These are just tests, the real source of the pollution is still in the canyon. Her voice was weak but firm. I sensed an even stronger dark fluctuation, near the abandoned SandClan stronghold we discovered earlier. Jonas wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Overuse of the seed of life had damaged his internal organs. But more alarming than the physical pain were the words spoken by the Shadow Man as he vanished. The voice was clearly Redfoot's. You think you've won? Jonas, this is just the beginning. Callus arrived with her guards after clearing the battlefield. Her armor was cracked, but her eyes remained resolute. We found a strange gear mechanism in the ruins. It must be the core component used to control the Shadow People. She handed over a twisted metal part, covered in intricate runes. These runes are very similar to the shadow alchemy that Lord Claude has been researching. Claude took the parts and examined them carefully, his expression growing increasingly grave. This isn't my technology. Someone added the power of the sands of time to my research, creating this bizarre fusion magic. He looked up into the distance. The torrential rain continued to rage. The alliance between Redfoss and the Sand Clan is probably not just for revenge. Their goal may be the magical balance of the entire continent. Jonas gripped his sword tightly. The light of the seed of life had dimmed, but his eyes remained sharp. Whatever their schemes, we will not stand idly by. He turned to Callus. Summon all the mages immediately. We need to reassess the seal's condition. Claude, you're in charge of analyzing these parts and finding a way to break the shadow puppet. And what about you? Carlyle asked. I'm going to investigate the canyon. Jonas looked eastward, towards the Sand Clan stronghold, the source of the dark fluctuations Violet had sensed. Since Redfoot left clues, it means he's waiting for us. But this time, we won't fall into his trap. Abyss of Time Sand. Jonas tied his blood-stained cloak around his waist, the seed of life glowing faintly green in the moonlight, like a candle flame that might be extinguished at any moment. He looked back at the city lights gradually illuminating. Callus was directing soldiers to repair the breach in the barrier, and Claude's laboratory was already burning with magical light that never went out there. The disassembly and analysis of shadow components were underway. My lord, a reconnaissance team has reported back. Catra's voice carried on the night wind. The burly warrior's armor still bore traces of purple mist corrosion. A Sand Clan mechanical force has been discovered on the eastern side of the canyon. There are at least 300 golems, and the leader appears to be some kind of humanoid war machine. Jonas stroked the cracks on the hilt of his sword. The battle with the Shadow Man 3 days prior had nearly shattered this longsword that had been with him for 10 years. Have the guards wait in the south of the city. We'll take the secret passage. He leaped onto the city wall, his bronze braids billowing in the night wind. Redfoot's wanted to lead us along the main road, but will appear from a place he never expected. The secret passage was filled with the damp scent of moss. In the glow of the torchlight, Violet unfolded a map drawn with stardust. Although the elven girl's wings had mostly recovered, her fingertips still shimmered with a faint purple hue. Based on the trajectory of the energy fluctuations, the source of the contamination should be in the abandoned mine deep within the canyon. That's where the first mage sealed the Lord of Shadows. Her voice suddenly trailed off, and the points of light on the stardust map flickered violently. A dull tremor shook the ground, and rubble rained down from the top of the secret passage. Jonas instinctively shielded Vildair behind him, a purple laser whizzing past their heads and piercing the stone wall. As the dust settled, 3 silver-gray mechanical guards appeared at the end of the passage, their joints shimmering with the familiar luster of the sands of time. Watch out! Their attacks have a time-slowing effect. Claude's warning came through the communication crystal. Jonas swung his sword to block, but the blade frosted over the instant it touched the laser.
He felt time warping around him, each swing of his sword becoming abnormally slow, while the mechanical guard's attack frequency was constantly increasing. Violet's fingertips shone with starlight, countless points of light forming a net that enveloped the mechanical guards. Lord Jonas, their cores are in their chests. Jonas seized this fleeting opportunity, the seed of life bursting forth with its final brilliance, the sword's edge piercing one of the guards' chests like a meteor. The shockwave from the explosion overturned the other two, and in the instant metal fragments flew. Jonas spotted a gear engraved with the Redforth family crest amidst the wreckage. When they finally reached the mine entrance, the sight before them took their breath away. A massive alchemical array covered the entire pit, with purple sands of time flowing through its patterns like liquid galaxies. At the center of the altar stood a 100-meter-tall mechanical behemoth, its heart inlaid with a crystal emitting an eerie glow, clearly a corrupted seed of life.
"Welcome, Jonas."
Redfoot's voice came from the top of the colossus.
His former friend was now enveloped in shadow energy, his right eye transformed into a glowing red mechanical prosthetic. "You think destroying a few shadowmen and guardians will stop me? Look at this." With a wave of his hand, 12 energy towers rose around the mine, chains of sands of time binding Jonas's ankles.
The first mage sealed the Lord of Shadows with the seed of life, and I will awaken it with the corrupted seed of life.
Redfoot laughed maniacally, the mechanical colossus's hand slowly opening, "And you will become part of the sacrifice."
A purple pillar of energy shot into the sky, and Jonas felt his magic being frantically drained, the seed of life beginning to resonate with the altar. At the critical moment, Claude's voice rang out from the crystal again, "Jonas,
sever the resonance.
Pierce the life seed in your own chest with your sword." This mad suggestion made Violet cry out, but Jonas did not hesitate for a moment. He gripped the trembling hilt of his sword and pointed the tip at his heart. The moment the sword pierced through, excruciating pain swept through his body. But a miracle occurred, the corrupted seed of life erupted with purifying light, colliding fiercely with the shadow energy of the altar. Jonas endured the agony, spinning the blade half a turn, channeling the power of the seed of life into the ground, causing ancient sealing runes to slowly illuminate the bottom of the mine. With Redfoot's roar, the mechanical colossus began to crumble. Before his consciousness faded, Jonas saw Violet use her last magic to erect a shield, and Claude's reinforcements burst in from above the mine. He himself, however, fell into darkness amidst the light of the seed of life, Redfoot's final scream echoing in his ears, "This is not the end. The Lord of Shadows has awakened.
No one can stop him." Chapter 109: The Collapsed Crack. After the torrential rain, Giant Spirit City resembled the dissected corpse of a colossal beast, with murky water flowing through the cracks in the collapsed buildings, carrying with it dark red rust. Jonas walked on the rotten wooden planks, when suddenly he heard a soft, crunching sound under his feet. He bent down to pick up a pinch of silver sand, and the grains of sand were slightly warm in his palm, restless as if they were some kind of living thing. The clock tower of the trade district stood askew amidst the ruins, its shattered glass reflecting three figures.
Claude's mechanical arm clicked as gears meshed, tweezers precisely picking up a grain of silver sand.
A ghostly blue light emanated from the gear-shaped eye in his left eye. Ordinary sands of time should have perfect dodecahedrons, but these...
The mechanical arm suddenly trembled violently, the tweezers almost slipping from his grasp. Each facet refracted waveforms of abyssal energy, as if someone had recast their molecular structure with chaos. Violet's wings drooped limply onto the gravel, purple slime seeping from her feathers corroding the ground. Her fingertips traced the sand, her pupils suddenly contracting to pinpoints. "Listen, they're saying, the crack is coming." Before she could finish, the entire expanse of silver sand suddenly levitated, weaving into twisted runes in the air. Jonas instinctively took a half step back, only to find the runes devouring the surrounding light, even the shadows becoming viscous like asphalt.
"Vil, hold on."
Claude's mechanical arm unfolded into a protective shield, its surface displaying complex alchemical arrays. The elven girl trembled violently, the purple aura around her wings spreading like a tide, and runes composed of silver sand began to materialize. Countless distorted human faces, black light flowing from their empty eye sockets. Jonas drew his mithril dagger from his waist, but the blade shattered into powder the instant it touched the runes.
"This isn't simple energy pollution."
Claude's voice was laced with the shrill screech of metal scraping against metal. Abyssal creatures couldn't directly modify the sands of time, unless...
His gear-like eyes suddenly erupted with a blinding red light. "Someone has opened a portal between reality and the abyss."
Violet suddenly let out a monstrous roar, her entire body enveloped in a purple aura. Jonas rushed forward to grab her, but was repelled by an invisible barrier. The face formed from silver sand began to wail mournfully, and the rumble of shifting stones echoed from the depths of the ruins. Claude swiftly inscribed an alchemical array on the ground, blue light spreading along the cracks, temporarily suppressing the eerie runes.
Her primal power is being devoured.
Claude shouted. These silver sands are some kind of medium, forcibly connecting Violet's elven bloodline to the abyss. Jonas looked at Violet's painful struggle and suddenly remembered the unusual downpour 3 days ago. It was this shimmering silver sand that fell through the cracks in the sky. A deafening crash of breaking chains echoed from beneath the ruins, and cracks began to appear in Claude's alchemical array. Violet's wings suddenly unfurled, forming a massive vortex of silver sand that enveloped the three of them. Before his consciousness faded, Jonas saw a pair of gigantic, scale-covered claws emerge from the center of the vortex, the black liquid dripping from their tips corroding the ground into bottomless pits. When he awoke again, he found himself lying in the makeshift alchemical tent Claude had erected. The mechanic was adjusting the energy core on his chest, while Violet huddled in a corner, the purple tinge on her wings mostly faded, but fear still lingered in her eyes. You were unconscious for a full 12 hours. Claude handed him a steaming potion. The silver sand, it all disappeared while you were unconscious.
Jonas took the potion, its bitter taste spreading across his tongue.
He gazed at the ruins outside the tent, the remnants of the trading district gleaming eerily silver in the moonlight. Suddenly, he noticed the sand imprints remaining on his palm. The lines were slowly moving, forming some unfamiliar, abyssal script.
Claude, he clenched his fist, remember you said opening the passage requires a medium? If Violet is the chosen vessel, then this silver sand.
Before he could finish speaking, the sound of shattering glass echoed from afar. The three rushed out of the tent and saw hundreds of silver streaks of light tearing through the night sky, falling like a meteor shower across every corner of Giant Spirit City. Violet's wings tinged with a faint purple hue once more as she pointed towards the eastern port. They're summoning their kind, more abyssal creatures are coming. Claude swiftly deployed the scanning device on his mechanical arm, the gear-like eye projecting a holographic map. Red dots were flashing densely over the port area. Jonas picked up the broken half of a sword from the ground. Black crystals condensed on the shattered blade, traces of abyssal energy erosion.
We need to find the source first.
Jonas gripped his sword hilt.
The torrential rain, the silver sand, the anomaly of Violet, these can't be coincidences.
Claude, can you track the fluctuations of the abyss energy? The mechanic's gear-like eyes flashed with data. At most, I can only pinpoint the location to the block level, but I need time to calibrate the equipment. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble violently. A deafening roar came from the direction of the port, and a massive cloud of black mist shot into the sky, within which enormous tentacles could be vaguely seen churning. Violet covered her ears and crouched down in pain. Silver Sand's whispered voice echoed in her mind once more, the feast has begun. Jonas pulled the elf girl to her feet and looked at Claude. There's no time.
Violet can sense Silver Sand's location, we'll follow her.
Claude, you're in charge of covering the rear and providing support. The mechanic's mechanical arm unfolded into a gun-like form. Remember, if you encounter a complete abyssal creature, retreat immediately.
Our current equipment can't even break through their defenses.
The three traversed twisted and deformed streets, the buildings along the way being swallowed by some kind of black substance. Dense silver sand runes appeared on the walls, and with each place they passed, Violet trembled more violently. As they approached the harbor, the stench in the air almost solidified, and countless sharp hisses echoed from within the black mist. Claude suddenly grabbed Jonas's shoulder. Wait! The energy fluctuations indicate something is moving underground, and it's larger than we expected. Before he finished speaking, the ground exploded, and a gigantic monster covered in silver armor burst forth from the earth. Its head was covered with compound eyes, and each mouth emitted barbed tentacles, the tips of which shimmered with the same eerie luster as silver sand.
It's an abyssal aberration.
Claude shouted, Vil, find its weakness. The elven girl, enduring a headache, saw purple light swirling in her pupils. Its core is below the third pair of appendages on its abdomen.
But
her voice suddenly trembled, countless silver sands flow within its body, like. Suddenly, the monster's tentacle shot out, and Claude's guns fired simultaneously.
Blue energy bullets struck the monster's carapace, leaving only shallow dents.
Jonas swung his broken sword to parry one of the tentacles, the black crystals on the blade instantly spreading to his arm. He gritted his teeth and severed the tentacle, the skin at the wound beginning to turn a strange grayish purple.
This can't go on.
Claude's mechanical arm started overheating and smoking.
We have to find a way to get it off the ground.
Jonas looked at the monster's massive body and suddenly noticed that the silver sand covering its leg joints was thinner. Claude, attack its joints. Val, use wind blades to disrupt its balance.
The three coordinated their attack.
Violet's wind blades drew the monster's attention to the sky, while Claude's energy blast precisely struck a joint.
Jonas seized the opportunity to leap onto the monster's back.
The broken sword pierced a crevice covered in silver sand, and the monster let out a deafening roar, its body beginning to tilt.
Jonas slid along the patterns on its carapace, finally finding the core location Violet had described. Now! He plunged the broken sword deep into the monster's abdomen, abyssal energy surging into its body through the blade. The monster struggled violently, its tentacles flailing wildly, sending Claude and Violet flying through the shockwave. Jonas gripped the hilt tightly, watching as the silver sand within the monster's body began to boil, finally exploding into countless fragments with a deafening roar. But the battle was far from over. More black mist surged from the depths of the harbor, and the silver sand runes on the ground began to glow blindingly. Violet suddenly rushed towards the sea, her body enveloped in a purple aura once more. The source is in the sea. Jonas and Claude exchanged a glance and followed closely behind. When they reached the shore, they were met with a sight that defied all comprehension. A colossal tower made of silver sand floats on the sea, its body bound by chains formed from abyssal energy. At its apex, a figure clad in black robes chants an ancient incantation, causing countless grains of silver sand to rise from the sea and form a massive summoning circle in the air. Violet's wings fly uncontrollably toward the tower, and Jonas and Claude try to stop her, but are separated by an invisible force. That's the leader of the Silver Sand Order. Claude's gear-like eyes flashed violently. Half a year ago, rumors circulated that he had fallen into the abyss. It turns out he's been preparing for this all along. The black-robed man stopped chanting, turned around to reveal a face covered in silver markings, and a twisted smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He raised his hand and summoned a torrent of silver sand, engulfing Violet in the center of the summoning circle. Jonas clenched his fist, the abyssal energy within him resonating with the broken sword. Claude, this time we'll destroy this monster together. The mechanic's mechanical arm reformed into a massive blade of light, just what I wanted. Remember, once you see Violet's vital signs drop, retreat immediately. The two charged towards the torrent of silver sand, while deep within the giant tower, the true crisis was only just beginning to awaken. A torrent of silver sand, carrying a bone-chilling cold, rushed towards Jonas. He rolled to the side to avoid it, but the sword energy unleashed by his broken sword was instantly swallowed by the silver sand. The black-robed cult leader's laughter, mixed with whispers from the abyss, echoed in the air. You think you can stop that hourglass of eternal night from descending? These sands of time, tainted by the abyss, have already woven the timeline of Giant Spirit City into a sacrifice. Claude's light blade cleaved through the torrent, and his gear-shaped eyes suddenly flashed red. Watch out! He's rewriting the rules of space. Before he finished speaking, the ground beneath Jonas's feet suddenly churned, and he plunged into a vortex of silver sand. Countless tiny grains of sand seeped into the gaps in his armor, causing a burning pain on his skin. In a daze, he saw Violet suspended at the core of the summoning circle, her purple cocoon of light being devoured by the silver sand. Jonas! Here! Claude's mechanical arm lashed out, a chain wrapping around his waist, the powerful pull dragging him out of the vortex. The energy core on the mechanic's chest flickered with an unstable blue light. This silver sand is building an abyssal domain. With each attack, the domain becomes more stable. We must find a way to completely sever the energy source. The black-robed cult leader raised his hand, conjuring a giant silver sand hammer. The moment it slammed down on the two, spiderweb-like abyssal fissures split open in the ground. Jonas, pulling Claude along, leaped into the air, only to see Violet's wings suddenly erupt with a dazzling purple light. The elven girl's voice pierced the chaos. They do fear the pure sands of time. Claude's gear-like eyes spun rapidly, data streams exploding in the air. Deep within the clock tower of Giant Spirit City lies the anchor of time, forged by the first city lord from pure sands of time. But his voice was interrupted by a roar. With the current strength of the domain, we simply cannot break through the blockade. Jonas gazed at the gradually forming giant summoning circle, the outline of the abyss plane faintly visible at its core. He gripped his broken sword, letting the abyss energy within him surge freely. You stay here to hold off the high priest, I'll go retrieve the anchor of time. Violet said these silver sands are communicating with her. Perhaps. A resolute glint flashed in his eyes. Perhaps I can use this. Before Claude could object, Jonas had already charged into the silver sandstorm. Countless fragments of memories suddenly flooded his mind, the silver sand falling during the stormy night, the ancient altar beneath the ruins of the trading district, and the lingering purple tinge on Violet's wings. He staggered and grabbed the wall for support, the bricks his fingertips touched turning to sand. Want to pass? The black-robed cult leader's phantom materialized before him. Then let's see how much of the abyss's bounty you can bear.
Before he finished speaking, Jonas was pulled into darkness, where countless mirrors made of silver sand appeared all around him, each mirror reflecting a different future giant spirit city being swallowed by the abyss, Claude's mechanical body being torn apart, and Violet being transformed into a puppet of the silver sand cult.
This is your destiny.
The cult leader's voice carried a twisted pleasure. But you can choose to join us and become the guardian of the hourglass of eternal night. Jonas gripped his broken sword, the tip piercing the nearest mirror. True destiny is one you sever yourself. A sharp pain spread from his arm throughout his body, and the mirrors began to backfire, the silver sand seeping into his veins. Just then, Violet's voice suddenly rang out clearly, "Left. There's a teleportation array under the third stone pillar."
Jonas followed the guidance and found the hidden magic array.
The moment it was activated, he saw Claude being entangled by the silver sand serpent, and the light blade of the mechanical arm was about to go out.
Hold on.
Jonas burst out of the magic circle, his broken sword piercing the silver sand python's vital spot. The sword, strengthened by the abyss energy, finally unleashed its power, turning the python into a shower of silver sand. Claude seized the opportunity to activate overdrive mode, the energy wave erupting from his mechanical arm temporarily repelling the black-robed cult leader.
Get to the clock tower. Claude's energy core warned. My overload can only last 3 minutes. Jonas nodded and sprinted towards the clock tower.
The closer he got to his destination, the more restless the silver sand within him became, as if resisting the call of the pure sands of time. When he burst through the clock tower's doors, he saw an ancient chamber covered in cobwebs. On the central stone platform, the anchor of time, gleaming softly, was slowly turning.
Finally, the one I've been waiting for.
The figure of the black-robed cult leader emerged from the shadows, a silver sand scepter appearing in his hand.
Unfortunately, it's all too late.
He swung the scepter, and the walls of the secret chamber began to collapse, chains of silver sand binding Jonas's limbs.
You think you can reverse things with pure sands of time? These corrupted sands of time have already devoured the timelines of 7 cities. Jonas struggled fiercely, and the anchor of time suddenly trembled in resonance. He remembered Violet's dialogue and focused his mind to communicate with the silver sand within his body. The restless grains of sand gradually calmed down, and fragments of the high priest's memories emerged 20 years ago. A young alchemist, in an attempt to resurrect his deceased wife, stepped into the abyss, ultimately having his mind devoured by the silver sand. You're not a cult leader at all, Jonas said with difficulty. You're just a puppet used by the abyss to control the silver sand.
For the first time, a crack appeared in the cult leader's expression, and the silver sand chains began to loosen. Jonas seized the opportunity to break free of his restraints, grabbed the anchor of time, and rushed towards the summoning circle. The summoning circle was nearing completion, only the final layer remained of Vildeline's cocoon of light. Jonas hurled the anchor of time towards the center of the circle, and the pure light clashed violently with the darkness of the silver sand. The black-robed cultist chanted incantations frantically, and more abyssal creatures poured out from the cracks. Claude! Cover me! Jonas shouted. The mechanic activated the final self-destruct sequence, the mechanical arm transforming into a massive energy barrier to hold back the surging tide of monsters. Jonas seized the opportunity to rush into the summoning circle and grasp Violet's hand. A clarity flashed in the elven girl's eyes, and their combined power resonated with the pure sands of time, forming a pillar of light that shot straight into the sky. No! The black-robed cultist lunged at the pillar of light, only to be instantly disintegrated into silver sand upon contact. As the pillar of light expanded, all the corrupted sands of time began to reverse their transformation, and the abyssal rift slowly closed. When the last abyssal creature vanished, Jonas and Violet fell to the ground, and Claude's tattered mechanical body collapsed not far away. Repair program start. Claude's voice trailed off, his gear-like eyes flashing faintly. Jonas chuckled and patted him on the shoulder. Next time you do something this dangerous, remember to call us. Violet weakly propped herself up, her wings regaining their vitality. The silver sand, it's all quiet now. But I can sense that the abyss won't let this go. The three gazed at the dawning sky, the ruins of Giant Spirit City gleaming softly in the morning light. Jonas gripped the reborn broken sword, the light of the anchor of time flowing across its hilt. Perhaps this was only the beginning of a long war against the abyss, but as long as they remained, time in this city would not be swallowed by darkness. The sea breeze carried a salty scent, and the cheers of survivors echoed in the distance. Claude struggled to his feet, his mechanical arm reassembling. Speaking of which, I saw some interesting things in the High Priest's memories. Perhaps we should go and find the true source of the pure sands of time. Jonas and Violet exchanged a glance and smiled simultaneously. The first rays of dawn pierced through the clouds, illuminating their path. Meanwhile, in a corner of the abyss, countless grains of silver sand were gathering, and a new conspiracy was quietly brewing in the darkness.
Chapter 110: The Secret of Linglian. In the cold, damp underground workshop, rusty gears turned slowly in the darkness, emitting a teeth-grinding creak. Dark brown rust oil seeped from the meshing points of the gears, meandering down the grooves and forming a sticky puddle on the floor. These gears were almost half a person's height, their edges riddled with jagged edges. Each turn was accompanied by a piercing metallic screeching, like the painful gasps of an aging mechanical behemoth. Spiderwebs, like a gray curtain, covered the gear assembly in layers. Occasionally, a black spider would dangle down the silk threads, gently creating ripples on the rusty oil. The steam pipe in the corner hissed intermittently, and white steam, carrying the smell of rust, spread out, churning in the dim yellow light of the gas lamp, making the entire space even more eerie. Scattered on the ground were various discarded parts, rusty screws, broken drive belts, and half a brass plate engraved with mysterious symbols. Near the corner, several iron barrels were stacked crookedly. The rust oil that had congealed on the barrel walls had turned black and gathered into a dark river at the bottom, swaying slightly with the vibration of the gears. The electrical wires hanging from the ceiling had long since lost their insulation, and the exposed copper wires occasionally sparked, illuminating the mottled oil stains and years of accumulated grime on the walls. In this dim and oppressive environment, even time seemed to stand still. Only the ceaseless turning of gears spoke of the workshop's former bustle and present deathly silence. Every creak seemed to be a countdown to some unknown secret, sending chills down one's spine.
The dim light flickered on the cobweb-covered walls, casting distorted and eerie shadows of the three people. The gas lamp hanging from the dome flickered, and whenever a flame leaped up, it illuminated the mechanical wreckage piled up in the corner, making its outlines clear: a broken mechanical arm, dented goggles, and half of a bronze disc engraved with mysterious runes. Jonas whirled around, his boots crushing metal shards at his feet.
His eyes were fixed warily on the mysterious woman before him as he snapped, "What did you say?"
His hand unconsciously rested on the ion pulse gun at his waist, his thumb rubbing the safety. This weapon, a spoil of war he'd captured during the border war, now shimmered with a fine mist from the sweat on his palms. Moonlight streamed obliquely through the overhead vent, casting dappled shadows across his angular face, making the old scar running from his right eye to his chin appear particularly menacing. The woman's body trembled slightly, and an eerie blue light emanated from her ankles exposed beneath her silk skirt. The silver chain around her neck suddenly tightened, and the obsidian eye pendant flashed with a ghostly light.
Broken, reconstructed.
Her voice seemed to come from a distant place, hollow and cold, as if her vocal cords were immersed in liquid nitrogen. Suddenly, her pupils turned vertical, flickering with an eerie red light, and her hair moved without wind, strands of silver-white hair twisting into complex geometric patterns in the air. Her voice also became sharp and piercing, like the friction of metal, adding 3 types of meteorite iron during the 7th quenching. These words, like a boulder thrown into a deep pool, created invisible ripples in the air.
Claude's mechanical fingers tightened abruptly, the titanium alloy armor at his knuckles groaning under the strain.
Hot steam billowed from the vents on the back of his neck, condensing into white mist in the cold air. As the youngest chief engineer of the Mechanicus, he certainly knew what this formula meant. The Tri-Star meteorite, a rare metal that only falls into the orbit of the Gemini stars once every 1,000 years, hard enough to penetrate psionic shields, and page 73 of the Mobius manuscript, a forbidden document locked in the 3rd basement level of the Vatican.
Catila's short sword was already 3 inches from its sheath, its blade gleaming with a cold blue light. The psionic hunter's earlobes twitched slightly, a sign that she was entering combat. "The pattern on your elbow is exactly the same as the murals in the Spirit Ripple Temple. What exactly is the Mechanicus hiding?"
Her voice was like a poisoned dagger, precisely aimed at Claude's vitals. Claude's gear-like eyes clicked rapidly, and the data stream on his iris scrolled frantically. Memories flooded back, the tattered ancient book he found in the ruins when he was 12, the encrypted files he discovered in the archives of the Mechanicus when he was 20, and the half of a metal plaque engraved with the Spirit Ripple totem he found in the abandoned laboratory 3 days ago. He slowly rolled up his left sleeve, and the glowing patterns where his mechanical arm met his flesh became even clearer in the moonlight. The patterns writhed like living things, resonating with the silver chain around the woman's neck, emitting a buzzing vibration. "Because of my heart," he pressed the hidden clasp on his chest, and the moment the metal breastplate popped open, countless tiny nanobots poured out like silver quicksand. Surrounded by these mechanical insects, a pulsating crystalline organ was revealed. The organ took the shape of a blooming lotus, each petal shimmering with a pale blue halo, the very root of the Spirit Lotus, a sacred relic in the legends of the Spirit Lotus clan. Jonas finally drew his ion pulse gun fully, pointing it at Claude. "The Spirit Ripple clan went extinct 300 years ago.
Where did you get this thing from?"
His voice, besides being wary, also contained a barely perceptible tremor. As a veteran of the border war, he had seen the remains of Spirit Ripple clan warriors on the battlefield. Those corpses, still in a fighting posture after death, all had similar glowing crystals embedded in their chests. Claude's gear-like eyes froze in their amber hue, a characteristic that betrayed his fluctuating emotions.
23 years ago, the Mechanicus launched Operation Cleanse, and I was just an apprentice in charge of logistics. His voice, as if squeezed from the depths of his throat, carried a metallic sweetness. They destroyed the Spirit Ripple clan's protective shield with sonic weapons. I watched with my own eyes as those flying warriors were torn to shreds by the mechanical legions. Catdala's short sword suddenly trembled violently, and ancient psionic runes appeared on its blade. This was a sign of the resonance of the Spirit Ripple clan's sacred artifact. She felt her temples throbbing, and countless fragments of memories that did not belong to her exploded in her mind: a magnificent aerial temple, a lotus pond flowing with psionic energy, and the man wearing a bronze mask who was implanting a glowing root into Claude's chest. "Wait," the mysterious woman suddenly spoke, her voice regaining its human warmth. She pulled open her collar, revealing a brand on her collarbone, a sacred mark possessed only by priests of the Spirit Ripple clan. The seventh tempering is the key to restarting the psionic network. The Mechanicus is collecting meteorite iron from the 3 Nemesis planet. They intend to create an annihilation furnace capable of destroying all psionic lifeforms. The gas lamp suddenly shattered, shards of glass refracting airy light across the ground. In the darkness, Claude's crystalline heart pounded faster and faster, each beat sending ripples of psionic energy through the air. Jonas's ion pulse gun began charging uncontrollably, its muzzle emitting a dangerous hum. Catra's short sword transformed completely into a glowing blade, the runes illuminating her shocked face. And the mysterious woman, in the moonlight, gradually became transparent, transforming into countless blue specks of light, finally coalescing into a line of Spirit Ripple script floating in the air. The end is nigh, only the lotus will be reborn. Claude was struck dumb, frozen in place. Sparks flew from the joints of his mechanical arm, illuminating the faintly visible Spirit Ripple patterns. Jonas had noticed these patterns before but hadn't given them much thought. Now, however, they seemed particularly glaring in this eerie atmosphere. "This is impossible."
Claude's voice trembled for the first time, filled with disbelief. "That's the formula on page 73 of the Mobius manuscript. There's no way anyone but the core members of the Mechanicus could know it." Just then, Catra suddenly drew her short sword, the tip pointing directly at Claude, her eyes filled with vigilance and anger. "The pattern on your elbow is exactly the same as the mural in the Spirit Ripple temple. What exactly is the Mechanicus hiding?" Her voice echoed in the silent workshop, breaking the previously frozen atmosphere.
A deathly silence fell over the entire space.
Claude's gear-like eyes clicked rapidly, as if engaged in a fierce internal struggle. Finally, the gear-like eyes settled on an amber hue, his gaze revealing a hint of helplessness and resolve. He slowly rolled up his left sleeve, revealing the junction of his mechanical arm and flesh. In the dim light, luminous patterns resembling those on Violet's wings were clearly visible, radiating a mysterious and alluring glow. "Because of my heart." Claude's voice was low and hoarse as he reached up and pressed the hidden clasp on his chest. With a soft click, the metal breastplate popped open, revealing a pulsating crystalline organ inside. The organ shimmered with an eerie light, each pulsation accompanied by a faint energy fluctuation. "It's made from the root of the Spirit Lotus." Jonas and Catra gasped simultaneously, their eyes filled with shock. The Spirit Lotus, a legendary sacred object of the Spirit Lotus clan, possessed miraculous powers to revive the dead and bestow immense strength. It was a secret guarded by the Spirit Lotus clan for millennia, said to have vanished with the clan's demise. And now, Claude's heart was made from the root of the Spirit Lotus. What earth-shattering secret lay behind this? 20 years ago, Claude began slowly, his voice tinged with reminiscence and pain. The higher-ups of the Mechanicus learned of the existence of the Spirit Lotus. They coveted this power to consolidate their rule over the continent. So, they plotted a massacre against the Spirit Lotus race. His eyes became vacant, as if he had returned to that bloody night. "I was just an ordinary apprentice who was sent to participate in this operation. I still remember how the Linglian people fought desperately, their sacred object, the Linglian Lotus, radiating a dazzling light in an attempt to protect their homeland. But under the powerful offensive of the Mechanical Church, the Linglian people ultimately could not escape the fate of extermination. In the chaos, I unexpectedly discovered a dying elder of the Linglian clan. With his last strength, he implanted the root of the Linglian Lotus into my heart, hoping to preserve a sliver of life for the Linglian Lotus. He told me that the Linglian Lotus possesses the power to change the world, but if it falls into the hands of someone with ill intentions, it will also bring great disaster. Later, I was rescued by the Mechanicus. They didn't know the secret of my heart and only thought I was seriously injured in battle.
To save my life and to keep this secret, I studied mechanical technology and became a mechanic.
Over the years, I have been secretly investigating what the Mechanicus did back then, trying to find an opportunity to expose their crimes.
Catra gripped his short sword tightly and said angrily, "So, the Mechanicus has been using you all along? They forced you to serve them after they learned the secret of your heart?"
Claude shook his head with a wry smile. "No, they don't know. Over the years, I've established myself in the Mechanicus through my own abilities and have come into contact with some core secrets. I discovered the Mobius manuscript by chance. It contains many forbidden techniques and formulas, including a method for quenching weapons using the iron from the 3 Nemesis meteorite."
"And what about this woman?"
Jonas pointed to the mysterious woman who was still muttering to herself.
"Why does she know these secrets?" Claude sighed. "I don't know either.
The secret of the Spirit Lotus and the contents of the Mobius manuscript are top secrets of the Mechanicus. Apart from a few core members, almost no one knows about them. There must be some ulterior motive behind her suddenly revealing these things." Just then, the mysterious woman suddenly stopped muttering to herself, her eyes regaining their clarity. She looked at Claude, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. "You finally told the truth.
The bloodline of the Spirit Ripple cannot be severed like this. I came to find you, guided by the spirit of the Spirit Ripple.
The Machine Church's conspiracy has only just begun. They are collecting various materials, preparing to use the technology in the Mobius manuscript to create a weapon powerful enough to destroy the world."
"What?" Jonas and Catra exclaimed in surprise at the same time.
"Yes," the woman nodded solemnly. "The meteorite iron from the 3-starred star is one of the key materials they need.
If they succeed, the entire continent will be plunged into utter destruction. We must stop them."
Claude clenched his fist, a resolute glint in his eyes. "For years, I have been waiting for an opportunity to expose the crimes of the Mechanicus and avenge the Spirit Ripple clan.
Now, that opportunity has arrived. No matter how many difficulties and obstacles lie ahead, I will not back down."
Jonas and Catra exchanged a glance and nodded simultaneously. They knew that a battle concerning the fate of the continent was about to unfold, and they would be a key force in this battle.
In the dimly lit underground workshop, the 4 figures stood out resolutely under the lamplight.
They didn't know what dangers awaited them, but their conviction was crystal clear. To protect this continent and to uncover the conspiracy of the Mechanical Church, they would spare no effort to embark on this path filled with unknowns and challenges.